Chapter 491. This discovery made Charlotte more certain that the current Zimmerman was definitely not a human, but could only be him. He killed 3 ice undead knights, and when he rushed back, Zimmerman was still fighting with the mid-level high-level ice undead knight. The two were at least 3 levels apart, but Zimmerman was not at a disadvantage in the scene. After Charlotte appeared, she threw a 2-handed battle axe and cut off the legs of the mid-level high-level ice undead knight. Zimmerman added another sword strike and killed the stubborn enemy. The dead ice undead knight turned into cold mist and dissipated, leaving only a 2-handed sword on the spot, which was surrounded by cold air and was obviously not an ordinary item. In the dungeon of the desolate city, very few monsters would drop extraordinary weapons. Zimmerman reached out and grabbed the 2-handed sword and immediately praised it. Good, he waved it and asked, "You use it?" Charlotte shook her head and said, "I'm not good at using this kind of sword." Zimmerman was not polite and replaced his sword. Charlotte was not good at using this 2-handed sword, nor the broadsword that was popular in the New World. He was better at using the rapier, but if he really needed to use it, it was not impossible. However, he had a 2-handed battle axe, so there was no need to compete with Zimmerman for this weapon. Besides, he didn't care about such an extraordinary weapon. Charlotte casually slapped his hand, trying to dispel the cold air emitted by the ice undead knight after his death, but found a scroll. He grabbed it curiously, and when he opened it to read it, his heart skipped a beat. This is a magic contract document. He once got 2 copies, one for the golden goat Rolf and one for the silverback gorilla Chio Deluo, giving him 2 more 22nd level saint level strong fighters. It was really surprising that a magic contract document appeared in this dungeon. Charlotte pretended to be casual and said, "A magic scroll, do you want it?" Zimmerman had just received a 2-handed sword of the ice system, and he waved his hand and said, "It's yours." Charlotte quietly put away the magic contract document, thinking to herself, "Who is this suitable for? Midifus? By the time I return to Fars, he will probably be dead. Mosred is almost the same. Antonio might have killed him long ago. Well, Zimmerman is not a good choice. I'm afraid something will happen." Charlotte hadn't even found a match for the mirror demon, so naturally she couldn't find a suitable candidate for the 3rd magic contract document. However, his subordinates had heard too much about the saint rank, so he was not in a hurry to recruit new subordinates. Moreover, he could now make the saint surrender purely by his personal charisma, such as Vigo, Adon, and several Black Phoenix nobles, so there was really no need for such a small trick as the magic contract document. Charlotte gestured to Zimmerman, indicating that he would continue to attack. Zimmerman also gestured back, indicating that he had no problem. The two continued to advance for a few hundred steps, and then they heard an extremely noisy sound. Charlotte changed back to human form. In this form, he could secretly use the light agility technique to sneak past first. Not long after, Charlotte saw a monster's nest, with about a few hundred monsters. These monsters were green-skinned and short, but several leaders were tall, holding a magic staff with a flag hanging on it, and were obviously mages or shamans. Charlotte quietly retreated and said to Zimmerman, "There are too many monsters. We can't beat them at all." One of them had just been promoted to the 7th level, and the other could only use the 3rd level of bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Facing hundreds of monsters, it was indeed a bit difficult. Zimmerman whispered, "Let's find a place to rest first." Charlotte nodded, and the two of them moved away from the monster's lair and found a place to rest. Charlotte practiced for a while, then found an excuse to leave, and soon he returned to the monster's lair. Charlotte waved the 2-handed battle axe, spat on the ground, activated Bloody Glory, turned into a whirlwind, and killed into the middle of the monster. Charlotte, who pretended to be Qian Nan, certainly didn't dare to take action, but the real Charlotte was fearless. The dozens of monsters in front of them didn't even have time to blink before they were crushed into a pulp by the axe. A green-skinned monster shaman raised his hand and fired a fire bomb, but Charlotte Mecklin didn't even look at it. He used his 2-handed battle axe to knock the fire bomb away and split the monster leader in half with a casual axe. It didn't take Charlotte much effort to kill hundreds of monsters. In just half an instant's stick of time, he killed all the monsters, harvested more than 10 divine fragments, and a spear-like weapon, and left calmly. He returned to the resting place and shouted in a slightly excited tone, "I just went to pee and encountered a monster. I killed it, and got this short spear. This spear-like weapon is much shorter than the knight's spear." Charlotte is not used to it at all. If it is not for the fact that it is an extraordinary weapon, he would not have taken it back. Zimmerman took a look at the short spear and couldn't help but his eyes lit up slightly, saying, "If you can't use it, give it to me." Charlotte really gave the short spear to Zimmerman. This is a second-level extraordinary weapon, with the two attributes of swiftness and sharpness, which is really suitable for Zimmerman's fighting style. The New World is not popular because of the inconvenience of carrying knights' lances, but this short spear that is more than 1 person tall is very popular. He has a very good short spear technique. Charlotte didn't think anything of it. What's wrong with giving a second-level extraordinary weapon? He has given legendary battleships before. He also gave the Holy Dragon beating stick to Antonio. But Zimmerman obviously felt something different. When Charlotte said she didn't want any divine fragments, she really didn't want any. Even when she went out to kill monsters alone, she would bring back 1 or 2 divine fragments to him. For example, if she found a suitable weapon, she would not hide it herself, but would ask him. He stroked the short spear with a smile on his face, and I don't know what he was thinking. Charlotte didn't feel anything at first, but he felt more and more creepy. He hurriedly urged, "Let's go hunt monsters again. When we become stronger, we will come back and destroy this monster's nest." Zimmerman agreed, put on his short spear, held the ice sword in both hands, and followed Charlotte's footsteps. After more than 10 battles, Charlotte finally took another step forward, and her bloodthirsty fighting spirit was promoted to the 4th level, awakening a new ability, Thick Skin. As the name suggests, Thick Skin is an ability that can make the bear man more tough and thick, which is considered a defensive ability. Although Thick Skin is very useful for ordinary bear men, it does not improve Charlotte's combat power much. With his superb martial arts, he rarely gets injured. Chapter 492. 6736/26942. Charlotte glanced at the prompts, and still felt that the end was endless. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why do I feel like I can never finish killing people?" The long fight made Charlotte a little mentally tired. He became a little silent, and his fighting moves became more concise and straightforward. The changes in the moves that were originally there have become straightforward, but this is a fighting skill honed by blood and fire. It is truly a perfect combination of great ingenuity. After killing all the monsters in front of her, Charlotte put away her two-handed battle axe, sat down and rested. Zimmerman handed over water and food, and began to become less talkative. After a while, he suddenly said, "I'm leaving." Charlotte nodded, without any response. Zimmerman whispered, "I originally planned to hunt monsters in the dungeon alone, so the water and food I prepared were only enough for me. With you, our harvest is much greater than mine alone, but the water and food are not enough to support us to continue." Charlotte only reacted at this moment. Her whole body was filled with joy, and she said, "I will accompany you until you reach the next level." Zimmerman smiled slightly, indescribably bright and charming, and nodded. After the two rested, they continued to fight. Maybe 1 or 2 days later, or maybe 2 or 3 days later, Zimmerman finally broke through again after swallowing enough divine fragments, and was promoted to the 8th level. Charlotte watched this beautiful teammate leave, open the exit, and strode out, but did not follow him out. When he turned and walked into the depths of the dungeon, he did not expect that Zimmerman, who had already stepped into the exit, threw a flying kiss to his back. At this moment, every cell in Charlotte's body was jumping for joy. He was filled with joy. His 18th level bloody glory was fully activated, and he began to sweep recklessly. No matter what kind of monster it was, he would definitely smash it with one axe. He killed more than 10,000 monsters in one day, and then he advanced rapidly at a rate of 1 or 2,000 per day. 5 days later, he encountered several large monster nests. After a bloody battle, he successfully killed more than 20,000 monsters. Charlotte himself didn't even notice that his whole body was glowing with blood. A long time ago, he stopped devouring life force for the sake of purity of blood energy, because he did realize that devouring life force cultivation would lead to rapid progress at the middle and low levels, but at the high levels, what affects the breakthrough is not only the level of blood energy, but also spirituality, comprehension, and analysis of the essence of power. Blood energy is not pure enough and is too mixed, which is not good for the path of cultivation. But he is full of blood and glory, and he has slaughtered so many monsters, so naturally he will still absorb the enemy's life force. Charlotte transferred all of this vitality into the burning hands. Such a wild slaughter allowed the burning hands to condense into 18 in one go. During the battle, the 18 burning hands each held a weapon, and their efficiency was more than 18 times higher. After all, the burning hands themselves had no vital points that could be attacked. Charlotte abandoned all the spoils except for the divine fragments, extraordinary weapons, power runes, extraordinary items, and unidentifiable strange objects. Anyway, this place would be turned into a maze by him in the future. However, after killing more than 20,000 monsters, Charlotte's advancement began to slow down again. There were almost no monsters wandering around in this underground city. There were only 8 largest monster nests left, 3 of which had more than 1,000 monsters. Even with Charlotte's bravery, it would be a bit difficult to defeat them. Charlotte focused on one of the monster nests, and observed it for 2 days. This monster nest also had an 18th level monster, a giant spider monster. In addition to the leader, there were at least 60 or 70 extraordinary level spider monsters. The nest was full of spider webs, which was a headache. In the 2 days that Charlotte had been cruising nearby, she had killed 70 or 80 spider monsters, and had tried several times to lure the leader spider monster out to fight, but these spider monsters would hide at the slightest sign of trouble, and the dense spider webs in their nests blocked the way, which was very troublesome. Charlotte pressed the blood flame magic gun in his hand. This extraordinary gun, which was purely materialized by supernatural power, was very similar in shape to the rattlesnake he was used to, but it did not have as many attributes as the red and blue rattlesnake. It could be used with Arthur's blood explosion technique and Adonis's blazing bullets. The former could make the blood energy bullets endless, and the latter could make the blood energy bullets powerful. No matter what level of extraordinary person, it often takes a whole day to compress an energy bullet equivalent to a full-strength attack of one's own level without sleep. At most, they can compress 20 to 30 bullets a year. After all, extraordinary people also need to practice and have various chores. This kind of energy bullet is very precious, and will not be used easily. Most extraordinary shooters use psychic bullets 2 or 3 levels lower than their own in daily combat, and love to use physical bullets. With the help of massacre condensation, Charlotte's blood energy bullet equivalent to a full-strength attack has much less loss. He also knows that opportunities are rare, and he will not encounter scenes where he can kill without restraint in the future. Therefore, after condensing the flaming hands to 18, he stored a batch of peak 18th level blood energy bullets. He had the urge to force his way in, but after taking a look at the annoying spider silk, he gave up the idea and thought to himself, how about changing to another monster's nest? As soon as Charlotte had this thought, she saw a spider monster as big as a house coming out of the nest. Its 8 giant feet slid, making a rustling sound, and dozens of small and medium-sized spider monsters followed behind it. It was out for reconnaissance. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and 18 flaming hands floated into the air together, each holding a blood-flaming magic gun. Charlotte tried several weapons, and found that the blood flame magic gun was the most suitable for killing. This spider monster that came out for reconnaissance was hit by more than 10 high-level blood energy bullets just after leaving the nest. Blood burst all over its body, and it didn't even have a chance to struggle to death. Its blood and essence withered, and its body, which was as big as a house, cracked and broke into several large pieces. The small and medium-sized spider monsters that came out with it squeaked in panic and wanted to escape back, but how could they be faster than Charlotte's gun? Besides, he now has 20 hands, 2 of which he was born with, and 18 of which he cultivated with secret methods. After a burst of gunfire like popping beans, no spider monster survived. Charlotte blew the muzzle of the gun and was about to give up this nest. He had just killed an extraordinary spider monster that came out to explore the way, and the leader inside would definitely not come out again. Suddenly, he heard an angry female voice. "Why are you killing my descendants?" Chapter 493. Charlotte was a little surprised and shouted, "You can still talk?" The woman's voice was sharp and chirped, "I am an 18th level extraordinary creature." Charlotte nodded. An 18th level extraordinary creature is probably equivalent to a monster in the folk legends of the Eastern country that has been in existence for 200 or 300 years. It is not surprising that it has some wisdom. Charlotte thought about it and said, "I can also not kill, as long as your entire clan surrenders. Clearing the underground maze can be to kill all the monsters, or to subdue the monsters to guard the maze." Charlotte obtained the power of the Labyrinth of Agmaras and possessed 9 kinds of labyrinth runes. She could transform the labyrinth guards without the help of the labyrinth. If she could really subdue a group of labyrinth guards, it would be much better than killing them. The sharp female voice was extremely angry and shouted, "You actually made our entire clan surrender. You are such a bold guy." Charlotte responded, "Then kill your entire clan. Anyway, for me, the 2 choices are almost the same." The voice of the leader spider monster kept echoing, cursing Charlotte with the most despicable words and inflicting countless curses on him. But Charlotte could tell that the leader of this giant spider monster could only curse verbally, and did not have the ability to curse, so she didn't care much. He suddenly found that the body of the spider monster as big as a house he had just killed was shining slightly. He jumped out from his hiding place, walked over and collected more than 10 divine fragments, and found a long sword that looked like ancient in the body of the spider monster. This long sword is a bit like the famous sword on Tabal in later generations. It is very beautiful, with a narrow and long shape and elegant arc, but it is not seen in any documents, and it is completely different from the swords used in actual combat in the history of various countries. It is the kind of product that makes buyers and sellers happy, but only ancient weapon enthusiasts are unhappy. Charlotte tried to wield a knife flower, but it was not very smooth, and it was not like a real combat weapon. Just as he was about to put it away, he felt the long knife in his hand vibrate slightly, and flew up and chopped him fiercely on the forehead. Charlotte retreated at a very fast speed, and the 18 flaming hands accelerated one after another, and hit the long knife. Although 3 flaming hands were chopped and exploded, they pushed the long knife away by a line, allowing Charlotte to dodge it narrowly. Charlotte then accelerated, stretched out her hand and grasped the long knife, and the bloody glory turned into star fighting spirit, and the colorless blade, fierce erosion, and dark erosion were launched together. The long knife made a crisp sound and was shattered by him, and the imprint of the mind inside was also destroyed by him. Charlotte was extremely angry. Losing 3 flaming hands would have been fine, but just now, he was really just one step away from being split in half. This giant spider leader acted like a fool, which really distracted Charlotte's vigilance. It sent its subordinates out not for reconnaissance, but to plot against Charlotte in a way that would kill her. Charlotte almost fell for it. A giggle echoed in every corner. The giant spider leader's voice turned extremely gentle. "Kill my entire clan? Are you sure?" Charlotte quickly calmed down. There was no point in losing his temper at this moment. He said in a deep voice, "That's right. Although you plotted against me once, you failed. Next time, you won't have a chance." Dozens of human-shaped cocoons tightly bound by spider silk flew out from the depths of the nest and fell to the ground, still wriggling. It was obvious that there were humans inside, and they were living humans. Charlotte flew out a flaming hand, selected a human-shaped cocoon and lightly tapped it. The whole cocoon burst open, and countless small spiders crawled out. Fortunately, Charlotte didn't go forward in person, otherwise it would be extremely dangerous if so many small spiders pounced on one of them. They are 100% poisonous. The giant spider leader's laughter changed constantly, and finally turned into a piercing tone, saying, "I have a lot of tricks. You missed once, twice. Can you miss every time?" Charlotte was really a bit of a headache. He didn't waste any words, and fired a shot at the ground. The blazing bullet burned to death more than a dozen human cocoons, and the small spiders that had just exploded. These little spiders are too weak to be considered monsters, otherwise there would be millions of monsters in the lair of this spider monster alone. However, when all these human-shaped cocoons were burned, only 4 of them turned into ashes, and the rest still showed human shapes. Charlotte's forehead was hot, and after a flame flew out, she gently flicked away the ashes on the surface of these human-shaped cocoons, and there were indeed real humans inside. I don't know where they came from, the evil god preliminaries, or the evil god candidates. They were still able to struggle just now, but now they are dead and can't die anymore. Charlotte took back the burning hand, and without any lingering, he turned around and left, and went to another monster nest. He certainly would not let this giant spider monster go. Charlotte prepared to accumulate a batch of 18-level blood energy bullets, and directly smashed this monster nest in the most violent way. Charlotte wandered around the last 8 monster nests. Although he killed hundreds of monsters, he was unable to break into any nest, but he did replenish the 3 burning hands he lost. Charlotte knew that his underground city journey had reached the final stage of attack. As long as he can deal with the last 8 monster nests, he can make this place a maze, and break through the 4th maze. This exploration gave Charlotte a clear mind. Although he often fights alone, he is not only good at fighting alone, he also has a variety of combat abilities. Charlotte chose the giant spider monster's nest again. This time, he did not try to fight, but activated the maze rune and released fog. Endless fog floated slowly, and penetrated into the monster's nest. The maze ability is different from the ability Charlotte uses daily. It takes a very long time to activate, so he rarely uses it. But if he fails to attack first, he will naturally change his way. At the beginning, the fog released by Charlotte will be blown away by the spider monsters with their abilities, but the fog is endless and inexhaustible. After 7 or 8 days, the entire giant spider monster's nest has been completely shrouded in fog. Although a few extraordinary giant spider monsters will activate their abilities to disperse some of the fog, they will soon be covered by fog again. The giant spider leader was calm at first, but soon became panicked. After all, It was an 18th level monster with extraordinary wisdom and cunning, even better than humans. Of course, it knew that Charlotte would come back with extremely powerful means. It even deliberately showed up several times to lure Charlotte into the nest to chase, but Charlotte remained unmoved. After another 2 or 3 days, Charlotte could sense that the fog had penetrated every corner of the giant spider's nest, and he activated another maze ability, the false maze. This spider monster's nest was turned into a temporary maze. Charlotte looked at the giant spider monster's nest, which made a chirping sound, and the spider monster leader's ever-changing voice. She took out her diary, turned to the side of the Agmara's maze, and said lightly, "This is the first time I use this power. You should feel honored." The giant spider monster leader screamed, "Whatever you can do, just use it." "I'm not afraid." Charlotte smiled and said, "Sometimes, even I am afraid of myself." When Charlotte chose Bloody Glory, this secret method created by the great human philosopher Protagoras was not so complicated, and there were only 13 bloody whirlpools, which could only condense the 13 unique skills of Bloody Glory. But he successively learned from several vampires the secret method that the great human philosopher had never touched, and even opened up 2 bloody whirlpools that Bloody Glory did not originally have, making this secret method completely unrecognizable. Sometimes, Charlotte did not want to use certain powers. He always felt that these powers were too incredible and too easy to get out of control, but now he was ready to use them. These powers, even Charlotte, the manipulator, would feel a little scared. Charlotte wrote a simple story on the blank page of the Agmara's labyrinth. A spider queen from a foreign land fell in love with a human man. In the end, the two lived together forever in their underground nest. The story has no novelty. The core of the story is so old-fashioned that it spans time and space, and goes back hundreds of years. Well, the main point is a cliché. Then he brazenly launched the capture. The fog that enveloped the giant spider monster's nest gave rise to an extremely strange power, sticking to all objects, covering the stones, mud, spider silk, spider webs, cocoons, small spiders, big spiders, ordinary monsters, extraordinary monsters, and even the leader in the nest, desperately pulling towards the void. The giant spider monster leader did not expect Charlotte to have such a domineering and unreasonable ability. It did not know how to resist it at all. It could only struggle hard and use every kind of strength to resist this pull. But it was as high as the 18th level, and could still resist the pulling force, but its descendants had no way to resist this strange force. Soon, the weakest little spiders disappeared in the mist. The giant spider monster leader watched helplessly as his nest, his descendants, and even himself were absorbed by a mysterious force. He vaguely sensed that there was a strong bond that locked him tightly. His struggle became increasingly weak, and finally fell into a page of the book. Well, Charlotte's diary. Charlotte looked at the beautiful spider queen in the diary. It was the first time he saw the leader of this giant spider monster. Its upper body was a mature queen, and its lower body was a giant spider that was 7 or 8 meters tall. Its 8 long legs were like steel and sharp. If he fought alone, he would have to use some tricks. If the other party brought a bunch of offspring, he might have to run away, but now... Charlotte smiled gently and said, "Tell me your name, my dear little spider." Chapter 494. Get lost. Facing the giant spider monster leader, whose rage value was off the charts, Charlotte smiled slightly. Anyway, he didn't really want to know the other party's name, so he closed the diary. He let out a long sigh, and then went to the other 7 monster nests. Charlotte had too many methods, but he himself didn't know whether it was out of personal habit or some kind of persistence. He preferred to fight in the traditional way, but since the traditional way couldn't deal with these monsters, it was okay to use slightly more extreme methods. This time, Charlotte spent a long time, but the process was boring. He used the maze ability to seal the other 7 monster nests in the diary. Although his diary was full of monsters, it sounded very exciting, but Charlotte was not very happy, because he suddenly felt that he was about to become an evil god. Charlotte still wanted to be a normal person. He now had a strange obsession with being able to live an ordinary and happy life with N. Charlotte didn't understand why this thing seemed easy to do, but he had never been able to do it since he was with N. First, he kept fighting and left Strasbourg. Then the Brittany Majesty rebelled and wanted to divide the Black Phoenix. Every time he had to stay away from N, away from his most beloved girl, but every time he had to do it. He had to work hard to accumulate merits and accumulate reputation for marrying Anne. His father-in-law fought against the Black Phoenix and promised him the territory of the Black Phoenix. How could he not go? This last time, he faced the coming of the evil god, and he had no reason to refuse. After collecting the last monster nest, Charlotte couldn't help but sigh and mutter to herself, "When can I live with Anne in peace, doing nothing every day, reading novels, writing novels, occasionally writing thank you letters to readers, and opening gifts from readers? What a happy thing that would be! I have begun to hate fighting. I believe that after this time, I will no longer need to fight. I can go back to Strasbourg and ask His Majesty the Emperor to marry Princess Anne to me. Then we can go back to the Duchy of Mechlin or Anne's territory and live a peaceful life." Charlotte stretched out his hand and pressed the ground. This time he did not encounter any obstacles and easily turned this underground city into a maze. After turning this ruin into a maze, Charlotte also got a ray of thought. Should we continue to use this place as the fourth venue of the Evil God Arena? Charlotte hesitated for a moment and agreed. Although Zimmerman's transformation into a girl was a bit scary, he still wanted to know what happened next. As for the fact that there were no monsters in the underground maze, that's not a big deal. Maybe the evil gods who jointly created this branch of the arena will invest a group of subordinates. Even if the evil gods don't increase their investment, there are still 8 monster nests sealed in his diary, although these monsters are really too strong. But there are still a large number of crew members on his ghost ship, who can also help, right? After mastering the maze, Charlotte left the underground city easily. His subordinates had already set up a camp on this deserted island. Charlotte had not returned for more than a month, and everyone should have been panicking. However, because Charlotte left the Holy Light Kingdom on the sea before leaving, most members of the fleet, especially senior officers, were on the Holy Light Kingdom every day, working tirelessly as teachers, that is, teachers in that sense. Almost no one was worried about Charlotte, and everyone lived a very happy life. Even the chief of the Blue Sky tribe was captured by Vigo somehow, but after the success, he was a little sad every day, and no one knew what he was worried about. When Charlotte returned to the ground, he saw a peaceful scene. He was very angry. He first announced that he would continue sailing and a new route had appeared, and then he drove most people off the Holy Light Kingdom. When the fleet bypassed the deserted island, Charlotte was slightly emotional. After all, this was the most difficult maze among the 4 mazes he passed through, and he almost broke through it with his own strength, almost without the help of his subordinates. Charlotte now has a slight interest in Agmaras. This labyrinth evil god looks like a monster, but he can make such a big scene, so he is definitely not an ordinary evil god, and his mind must be full of evil wisdom. Charlotte is also full of worries about future challenges. He doesn't know what the 5th labyrinth will look like. What dangers will there be? After bypassing the deserted island, this huge fleet sailed along the route. After less than 2 days, Charlotte found that they appeared on the Christopher route again. This time, their target is an island on the Christoph route, the Aegean Island. This island is a famous supply point on the Christoph route. There are 6 small towns and a port on the island, with a population of nearly 100,000. It is considered a very prosperous human gathering point in the Agras Sea. Charlotte never knew that Agmalas could stretch his hand so far. It could actually turn a town on the Aegean Island into a maze. According to the diary, the town turned into a maze by Agmalas is called Tony Dake Town. It is the town with the least population on the Aegean Island, with only about 5 or 6,000 residents. According to the records, the people in Tony Stark Town are all believers of the Lantern Man, and they believe in the extremely mysterious Kabbalah school. Although their population is small, because all of them believe in the Kabbalah school, there are several masters of classical alchemy. The weapons, equipment, and extraordinary objects they produce are famous even in the New and Old worlds, and are unique in the Agras Sea. Charlotte could never imagine that a town that believes in the righteous God could be stolen by the evil god. He couldn't figure it out, so he prepared to conduct a field investigation. Charlotte's fleet was too large. Not to mention the 3 legendary warships, 7 magic alchemy warships, and 11 classical magic ghost warships. The 500 or 600 ghost ships alone were enough to scare any resident on the Aegean Island to death in broad daylight. The appearance of this fleet was like a natural disaster to the residents of the entire Aegean Island. No one knew the origin of this fleet, but almost everyone felt that when this fleet docked, everyone on the island would be destroyed and no one would be alive. All the ships on the island left the port frantically. Those who didn't have time to leave either stood up, took up weapons, and prepared to resist, or hid in secret places on the island to escape, or prayed to the gods, hoping to grant them divine grace and drive away this terrifying fleet. Chapter 495. Charlotte had not expected that his fleet would bring such a great disturbance to the Aegean Island. He looked at the ships rushing out of the port in a frenzy, and was quite speechless. This was not his fault. When Charlotte was in Fars, he had always had an official status. Now, he was even the Duke of Mechlin. As long as the flag of the Mechlin family was hoisted, No one would not know him, the new noble of the empire. Charlotte's reputation was so great that he could be called a well-known person in the old continent. Charlotte randomly selected a dead saint. Almost all of the 11 ancient magic ghost warships he had subdued were commanded by dead saints, so these dead saints naturally became part of the fleet. Charlotte usually treated his saints with respect and never showed any arrogance, whether they were Black Dragon and Agon who surrendered voluntarily, the 3 former royal knights who surrendered by agreement, Vigo who surrendered by force, the golden goats Rolf and Chio Deluo who surrendered by contract, or the good eldest sons Gareth and Andreas who surrendered inexplicably. He would never use these saints to do trivial things on a daily basis. With these undead saints, Charlotte felt relieved and could use them at will, since they were not human. A undead saint rose into the sky under the sun and flew to the port of Aegean Island. It said in a hoarse and frightening voice, "The new Grand Duke Mechlin of Far's empire is passing by here to replenish supplies. He is not coming to capture Aegean Island, and there will be no war. Please do not worry. With the strength of Duke Mechlin's fleet, there is no need to tell any lies." The sun shone directly behind the Holy Order of the Dead, and its figure was shining brightly, as if the god of death came to lead the living to the pure land. Although everyone heard its words and understood these people, and knew that such a powerful fleet had no need to lie, everyone was still panicked, and no one could calm down. Seeing this, Charlotte was helpless, and could only summon the Holy Order of the Dead back, and let all the ghost ships sink into the sea first. First, the ghost ships would be uncomfortable under the sun, and second, it would make the fleet look less fierce. Although 500 or 600 ghost ships sank to the bottom of the sea, Charlotte's fleet was left with only 3 legendary warships, and 7 magic alchemy warships, which seemed a bit lonely, but it still couldn't wipe out the panic in the hearts of the residents of the Aegean Island, and the situation did not improve at all. Charlotte could only sigh and said, "Wait a few days. After a few days, they should regain some rationality." Charlotte's saints gathered on the Holy Light Kingdom. He didn't even need to call people to come for a meeting. These people were willing to stay on this legendary warship, and didn't want to go back to their own achievements. Even those gentlemen, such as Kratos, liked to spend time on the Holy Light God. After all, Charlotte is an Earthling. He changed his flagship not long after owning the Dalmabas, so he didn't have time to do anything on the Dalmabas. But on the Holy Light God, he set up various entertainment facilities that only exist on Earth, such as maid cafes, bars with female singers and dancers, and snake card clubs. Every snake card club has a 2-dimensional beautiful girl transformed by the Greatling Demon as a waiter, completely turning the Holy Light God into a den of money and an entertainment venue. The entertainment facilities are so complete, and there is also plenty of coffee, wine, and food. The 2-dimensional beautiful girls and handsome guys shuttled back and forth on the ship, which added countless fun to this legendary warship, making the officers of the Mechlin fleet love to spend time here. Charlotte said that she would stay for a while, and the senior officers under her dispersed, having fun as they wanted. However, the officers in charge of military supplies on the ship put down dozens of small boats, approached the Aegean Island, and went ashore to purchase supplies. Although Charlotte brought enough supplies, they were delayed too many times, and for too long, so they still needed a large amount of supplies. Charlotte called Andreas and Agon, and the 3 of them took a small boat. He wanted to go ashore to check what was going on in Tony's dark town. Agon the Elephant Man didn't care, but Andreas didn't want to. He kept muttering along the way, "How good is it to be on the Holy Light Kingdom? What's the point of such a broken island?" Charlotte couldn't help asking, "You're getting married soon, right?" Andreas said with a little pride, "My father went to Byron, and I'm a Far's noble now, and no one can control me anymore. Even the old man can't control whether I get married or not, and no one needs to urge me." Charlotte thought about it carefully, and it was really true. Constantine joined Byron, and is now a Byron noble, and Andreas joined him, and is now a Far's noble. How can a Byron noble scold and control a Far's noble? As Andreas's mistress, Charlotte couldn't allow such a thing. Well, he still had to take the blame for Andreas. Andreas rubbed his hands and said, "Charlotte, you don't like this tune, but you have to know that the girls transformed by the Great Lingmo according to your illustrations are really beautiful, and they are very good at learning." "Yeah, let's not talk about learning first. In short, I think even if you return to Fars, you should dock the Holy Light Kingdom at the port and let everyone come up and play." Charlotte was silent for a while, and said, "I will make a system later, only allowing people from the Knights of Favonius to board the Holy Light Kingdom, and they will have different powers according to their positions." Since there is no way to contain it, Charlotte has also thought about it, and it is not bad to give the Knights of Favonius an extra cohesive factor. Andreas looked back frequently, and it was obvious that he was still reluctant to leave the Great Lingma on the Holy Light Kingdom. But when he arrived at the Aegean island and stepped onto the shore, his whole momentum changed, and he regained the momentum of the youngest saint in the former Black Phoenix dynasty. At this time, there were two groups of people confronting each other on the shore. One group was Charlotte's men, and the other group was the most courageous people on the island. They wanted to fight to the death to protect their homes. Charlotte's men did not want to take action, but the people on the islands were aggressive. Behind them were their families, their hometowns, their wives, children, parents, and friends. They were all willing to risk their lives. No one was willing to back down. Charlotte could understand the emotions of these people, and admired these courageous people very much. He took Andreas and Agon and walked between the two groups and said loudly, "Please let one of you leaders come out and talk to me." A very graceful man with a long sword on his waist walked to the front and said, "I am not the leader, but if you have anything to say, can you tell me?" Charlotte made an imperial salute and said, "I am the Duke of Mechlin of Fars. May I ask your identity, sir?" The man's eyes did not change, but he said lightly, "I am familiar with the nobles of Fars, but I have never heard of the surname Mechlin, let alone a big man like the Duke." Charlotte was a little embarrassed, and could only say, "Sorry, that's my nickname. My real identity is the 5th level clerk of the Empire, and the Fars Empire's special plenipotentiary war commissioner to the New World." Charlotte had no other choice. It was difficult to explain the rebellion of Redmire and Brittany. He also had to explain how he was a key figure in the rebellion of the old Count of Brittany, how he was the first to support the new emperor to ascend the throne, and how he was the emperor's son-in-law. Forget it, it would be better to make up a fake identity. Sure enough, this new identity made the other party believe it easily. The Mechlin fleet was so magnificent, and Charlotte seemed to have a very high status. The identity of the 5th level clerk was indeed a contrast, and the identity of a diplomatic envoy with special powers was also in line with the behavior of this fleet. The man with the long sword hanging from his waist said, "My name is Temple Robin. I am the captain of the militia on the island." Charlotte nodded slightly. The Agra Sea does not belong to any country, so the political system of the major empires is not reflected here. Although there is a city lord on the Golden Island, his power is not great, and he can be easily caught and killed by residents. There are 6 towns, and a port on the Love Island. Obviously, there is no unified management agency. The militia captain is considered a senior person on the island. Charlotte smiled faintly and said, "I want to get some supplies through fair trade." Temple Robin took a deep breath and said, "On behalf of the residents of Love Island, I am willing to provide water and some supplies, but please leave immediately after replenishing them." Charlotte smiled and said, "If I want, I can capture Love Island this evening. It's just that we are not here for war, we are just passing by, so we are willing to get along with the residents of the island in a friendly manner, but you are so aggressive, it's a challenge. Please believe us. With those 3 legendary warships, there is no need to play any tricks or schemes with you. Can we have a peaceful and equal dialogue?" Temple Robin took a deep breath and said, "But you are too powerful. The pressure you bring to us is too strong. We can no longer bear the pressure." Charlotte smiled and said, "As long as everyone gets used to it, as long as a few days pass, everyone will see that we are not a threat and have no intention of war, and they will not be so worried and afraid. By the way, Temple, are you from Fars? What's your relationship with Duke Robin?" Temple Robin looked slightly gloomy and said, "I am ashamed of this surname. I don't want to talk about the past." Charlotte nodded and said, "My quartermasters hope to start purchasing. Most of them don't carry offensive weapons. Only some guards carry swords and guns. Can you let the militia go? In exchange, I allow your people to be beside each purchasing team." Temple Robin talked with Charlotte for a long time and believed that Charlotte had no intention of attacking Love Island. He went back to discuss with the militia for a while and agreed to Charlotte's proposal. Charlotte smiled and said, "I want to walk around the Aegean island. I wonder if Temple can be a guide." Temple Robin took a deep breath and said, "I have no problem. I will be responsible for your safety on the island." Charlotte smiled. Chapter 496. As the quartermaster of the Mechlin fleet made a batch of purchases on the island, the residents of the Aegean island finally calmed down. After all, people who spend money to buy things are not that scary. What is scary is people who don't spend money to buy things. Well, those who don't spend money and don't want to buy things are even scarier. Charlotte took Andreas and Agon to the port for a while. The natural terrain of this port is quite good, and it can even dock giant warships like the Dalmabas. However, after all, there are not many ships traveling between the new and old continents, so its scale is not large. Only a part of the terrain was used to build a dock, and at most 10 ships can be docked at the same time. The port is not prosperous, and there are not even many fishing boats. It is not as good as the ports of Fars and Angrima, and even Cappadocia. Charlotte walked around for a while, and suggested going to other small towns. Temple Robin chatted with Charlotte and Andreas for a while, and had a good impression of him. Charlotte's words and deeds were a bit mysterious. Andreas was a young man from an old noble family with excellent temperament. Although Adon hardly spoke, he seemed to be quite sophisticated and profound. Temple Robin was now completely convinced that they were not here to capture the Aegean island. He thought of the ghost ships, and was still a little curious, so he asked, "There is something I am very curious about, and I don't know if I should ask. How come there are so many ghost ships in your fleet? Although the legendary warships are powerful, they are far less frightening than hundreds of ghost ships." Charlotte smiled and said, "There was no such thing in my fleet. Not long ago, we encountered a ghost fleet and fought a battle with them. These ghost ships are my trophies." Temple Robin was horrified. He hesitated for a while. Between being able to operate hundreds of ghost ships and defeating the ghost fleet, he chose the latter. Both were hard to believe, but the latter would make the living feel more comfortable. He didn't want to think that there was a dead king hidden in the fleet outside the Aegean island. In the eyes of ordinary people, that thing was no different from an evil god. Temple Robin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Your fleet is really powerful." Charlotte smiled and replied, "I think so too." Although Temple Robin was curious again, and wanted to know what Charlotte and the others were going to do, after all, such a powerful fleet was enough to destroy a medium-sized country, but in the end, he was tactful and didn't ask. The first curiosity was a matter of life and death, while the second curiosity was pure curiosity. He didn't want to anger Charlotte, even though this level 5 clerk looked harmless. Temple Robin brought the three to Tony Stark Town. As soon as Charlotte stepped into the town, she knew that someone must have made it a labyrinth. Most people can't detect the labyrinth. Baron Leo didn't notice that there was anything wrong with Machupi at the time, but when it comes to high-level, or holy-level, labyrinth cities, the spirituality of these people can't be hidden. Charlotte is not only a high-level, but also has several times more spiritual power than ordinary high-level people, thanks to several times of facing evil gods and righteous gods. Moreover, he is a person who has mastered the power of the maze. Tony Stark Town's maze-making method is very crude, of course. It can't be hidden from him. Charlotte can even sense that this maze town is not as good as the first time he made Machupi into a maze. He even suspects that the master of this town probably only has tricks like making people get lost. Well, this maze town is full of loopholes in his eyes. Charlotte even tried to infiltrate the power of the maze into this town, but she encountered almost no obstacles, just like a girl who rejected her lover, and her resistance was not very strong. The people in this town were calmer than those in other towns. Although some of them hid, some people were walking on the streets now. When they saw Charlotte and the others from a distance, they would still be curious. Charlotte smiled warmly, and even greeted these townspeople. He said to Temple Robin, "I'm really sorry for causing such a big panic on the island. Otherwise, I will send someone over tonight to hold a party. We will be responsible for the drinks and food, and let the residents of the island participate freely to eliminate the tense atmosphere. What do you think?" Temple Robin hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Charlotte went around Tony Stark Town, found an excuse, and did not continue to go to the other 5 towns. She took Andreas and Agon, left the port, and returned to the Holy Light Kingdom. Charlotte said to Andreas, "Tonight, you take 200 big demons to open a large dance with the residents of Aegean Island." Andreas couldn't help but say, "Is it necessary to care about the residents of these islands? Most of them are ordinary people and can't help us at all." Charlotte smiled and said, "I know they are ordinary people, so I just want to comfort them because they are panicking because of us. Besides, the previous mazes are too difficult, and I always feel that the 5th maze is not that simple either. I'm already trying to maze Tony Stark Town, and I believe there will be a response soon. I'm looking forward to the changes in this town." Charlotte was embarrassed when she reached the exit of the port. Adon had not spoken, but now he was a little curious and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Charlotte said embarrassedly, "The maze has just been completed." Charlotte climbed up the highest ship building and looked at the Aegean island, puzzled. The 4 mazes in front were more difficult than the last. The 3rd maze had already encountered the Ishmaran Palace and thousands of ghost ship fleets. The 4th maze trapped him for more than a month. Charlotte thought that there must be some hidden danger in the 5th maze, but he didn't expect that he had just secretly tried it to test the further changes of this maze, But the feedback sent back now was that Tony Stark Town had completed the maze. This thing. How is it possible? Andreas went up to the deck with him and asked, will the evening party still be held? Charlotte hesitated for a moment and said, let's go ahead. I always feel that this maze is not that simple. Maybe I will let my guard down and suddenly there will be strange changes. At night, hundreds of crew members and the Greatling Mall landed on the Aegean island and held a bonfire party with the islanders. The islanders were originally quite wary of this, but when they saw the Greatling Mall, who was not as beautiful as a human, they had no scruples at all, and almost all the young men on the island swarmed out. Chapter 497. The ancient Maduro tree stands on the bow of the Holy Light Kingdom, rooted in the magic circle. Charlotte has always wanted to know what this magic circle is all about, but every time he gets close, the whisper of fate will give a warning, so he has never explored it. After the ancient tree took root, when he approached again, the whisper of fate did not respond, but Charlotte did not dare to go down, because he already knew that under the roots of the ancient Maduro tree, there were all Lingma and Great Lingma. The current Holy Light God Kingdom is not the same as when the Blue Sky tribe surrendered, when there were only a few hundred people. There are now thousands of Great Lingmos on the Holy Light God Kingdom, and more than 70% of them are female. They transform into various two-dimensional beauties, and recently there has even been a group of internet celebrity dancers. They are the kind of creatures with explosively good bodies on the screen, but short legs in real life. Well, Charlotte has always had a Quaisho clerk around him, and the illustrator joined later. He is indeed a little tired of the two-dimensional world, and wants to do something more tempting. This group of big demons landed on the Aegean island, and they were simply a killer weapon that could sweep away everything. No male creature could resist this level of beauty. The residents of the Aegean island were originally quite wary of the Mechlin fleet, but this night, Charlotte no longer saw such fearful eyes. The big demons were smiling and talking, and they completed the diplomatic mission very well. The Aegean island, which was reveling all night and brightly lit, had a decadent beauty. Early the next morning, Charlotte looked at the new route that appeared in the distance, and was extremely speechless. He still couldn't believe it. The fifth maze was broken through just like that. Charlotte thought for a long time, and went to discuss with Temple Robin, saying that she was a believer of the Fate Snake, and wanted to build several temples of the Fate Snake on the island. Temple Robin hesitated for a moment, and agreed to help him persuade the residents of the island, but he was not sure because there had never been a temple on the island. The reason why there was no temple of the 9 gods on the Aegean island was mainly because it cost a lot to build a temple. The island simply did not have the financial and material resources, and no one had such a high prestige to gather the strength of everyone. With the help of Temple Robin, Charlotte began to persuade the residents of the island. To Temple Robin's surprise, almost every resident readily agreed. Everyone said, the Serpent of Fate is one of the 9 gods, and there is nothing wrong with building his temple. After obtaining the consent of the residents of Aegean Island, Charlotte summoned a group of maze guards, bought construction materials on the island, and began to build the temple. Perhaps the aftermath of the party was too great. Not only did no one on the island oppose it, but countless young people even came to help. After helping for a while, these people would run to the port to look around and ask the maze guards if those beautiful ladies wanted to go ashore to play. Some people also asked, whether intentionally or unintentionally, how to board the Holy Light Kingdom. Although there were various small episodes, the construction of the Temple of the Serpent of Destiny was quite smooth. Charlotte built the Temple of the Serpent of Destiny in the port and 6 towns, and specially built a lighthouse in Tony Stark Town. This small move made the residents of Tony Stark Town like him very much. They only have a few thousand people, and cannot complete the construction of a temple. Someone helping to build a lighthouse is simply the biggest gesture of goodwill for these Kabbalah school people. After more than 10 days of delay, several temples were built. When Charlotte was about to leave the Aegean island, she specifically asked Temple Robin for help. On the day he landed on the island, the warriors who bravely resisted were all courageous and the best talents. Charlotte hoped to recruit a group of crew members from these people. Temple Robin was still a little hesitant, but when Charlotte was willing to pay enough gold ECU, he was also convinced. Originally, Temple Robin thought that it would be difficult to persuade these people to leave their homes, but he didn't expect that these people would be very enthusiastic when they heard that they could join Charlotte's fleet, and almost no one was willing to refuse. There were even many young people who wanted to join even though they were not on the invitation list. But all of them were rejected by Charlotte, who was only interested in the warriors who fought bravely that day. After several days of selection, hundreds of residents on the island joined the fleet. Charlotte repeatedly confirmed that the 5th maze had indeed been broken through, so she let the new crew members say goodbye to their families and friends and led the fleet to leave the Aegean island. When the fleet left the Love Island for hundreds of kilometers, ghost ships emerged from the seabed one after another. Some started from the mast and emerged from the sea little by little, expelling a large amount of seawater from the deck, and some simply turned over directly. They were originally sailing in the opposite direction under the sea level, and some were shrouded in mist, like ghosts and gods appearing. The ghost crew members on the ship also walked out of the cabin one by one, roaring to the sky. When 11 ancient magic ghost warships appeared one after another, the momentum of this ghost fleet reached its peak. Hundreds of ghost ships set out to sea, with such a huge momentum that it was like a fleet from hell, breaking through the barriers of the world and preparing to expedition to the human world. Temple Robin's face turned slightly pale. Well, he did not resist the temptation and joined Charlotte's fleet. Of course, his reason for joining was very high-sounding. He said that his main purpose was to protect the young people on the Aegean island. After all, joining such a strange fleet, no one knew if there would be any danger. Temple Robin wanted to escort the young people who joined Charlotte's fleet. If he hadn't been holding a beautiful girl who had transformed into a large demon when he said this to Charlotte, I believe it would have been very convincing. Temple Robin even floated in the air, several inches above the ground, directly revealing his hidden strength. He was actually a saint. Charlotte raised her arm, patted his shoulder, and said, "There's really no need to be afraid. We are all decent humans, not undead." At this moment, a several-meter-long fish passed by the Holy Light Kingdom. The side of the legendary warship suddenly opened its huge strange mouth and swallowed the big fish. No one on the ship cared about it. This kind of situation was commonplace. The Holy Light Kingdom had always been so evil. But Temple Robin saw it for the first time. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He felt as if he had strayed into the lair of the evil god and brought the young people on the Aegean island to a dangerous place. Charlotte had no time to comfort this branch of the Robin family. He had learned some sailing skills, and was at least not a novice. He commanded this huge fleet, and sailed along the new route for 6 or 7 days. His eyes tightened slightly because the Aegean island appeared again in front of him. Chapter 498. The residents of this brand new Aegean island reacted the same as before. People kept jumping on the boats and fleeing far away, while others organized themselves to resist, but more residents hid themselves, making the entire port very deserted. Temple Robin looked at the Aegean island in the distance. His hands were cold, and he shouted, "That's not the Aegean island. That's definitely not the Aegean island." He flew into the air regardless of everything and flew towards the Aegean island. Charlotte snapped her fingers and said, "Andreas, follow and take a look." Andreas also took off into the air. After a while, he flew back first and whispered, "The people on the island are different from what we saw. There is no temple of the 9 gods on the island." Charlotte nodded to show that he understood, and he fell into deep thought. Well, the thoughts transmitted from the diary indicate that this is the 6th maze. If it is still the 5th maze, Charlotte will definitely be very terrified, because it means that he is trapped in a loop. Whether it is a time loop or a pure space loop, in short, it will be very troublesome. But this is the 6th maze, which means that Agmaraz is not yet strong enough to loop time and space. Charlotte thought to herself, "Is he trying to scare me back by faking a time and space loop?" Temple Robin also came back soon, and he said in despair, "There are no people from us on the island. No one I know. I am very worried about my friends on the island. Are they all gone, replaced by these new people?" Charlotte comforted him. "If the evil god is so powerful, there is no need to play such tricks. Just trap my fleet at sea." He was puzzled, but he did not panic. He skipped the step of asking the quartermaster to buy. According to the last arrangement, he directly sent hundreds of big demons, led by Andreas, to the new Aegean island for diplomatic activities. This Aegean island is almost the same as the first one in terms of natural geography, but the residents on the island are completely different, and there is no Tony Stark town. 10 days later, the Temple of the Serpent of Fate rose from the ground on this island, and a new route appeared again. Charlotte recruited a new crew and set off to continue his journey. A few days later, the 3rd Aegean island appeared in front of him again. This time, even the crew on his ship felt terrified. Charlotte sensed the thoughts from the diary, which reminded him that this was the 7th maze, so he did it for the 3rd time without hesitation, doing what he had done twice before. When the 4th Aegean island appeared, the golden goat Rolf ran to Charlotte and said worriedly, "According to the speed we are sailing, we should have left the Agras Sea by now, but we still don't see any hope of leaving this sea area." Charlotte nodded to show that she knew, and still did the same thing for the 4th time. The atmosphere of this fleet became more and more weird, but Charlotte showed her will like steel and kept moving forward. No matter how weird the atmosphere on the fleet was every time a new Aegean island appeared, she still followed the procedure and performed the same operation as before. Until we passed the 27th Aegean island, which is the 31st maze, the sea ahead suddenly became extremely wide. Charlotte's fleet actually sailed out of the Agras Sea. Cheering came from Charlotte's fleet, and countless people cheered. The atmosphere along the way was so depressing that everyone was almost unable to bear it. Every time they saw a new Aegean island, everyone would feel a little desperate. Although everyone knew that the Aegean island was not dangerous, this kind of day after day, year after year, always doing the same thing, and never changing, is simply a prison for most people. Even the most ordinary people will think that their lives are always slightly different. Every day is a little different. For example, yesterday I had a lunch box worth 8 yuan, and today I had a big bowl of noodles worth 12 yuan. Many people may not realize this subtle change, but it can also provide the courage to live. If the same food is sold on the same street, you will never be able to buy the second kind of food. I believe that no matter how easy life is, and how good the living environment is, it will still be unbearable. Charlotte looked at the archipelago sea behind him, and then at the boundless sea in front of him. He suddenly found Juno and said, "Teacher, I want to return to the Sea of Agras alone." Juno was very surprised and said, "Why do you want to go back?" Charlotte said lightly, "I saw through the weakness of Agras." Juno smiled slightly and said, "Indeed. The time he took away the Ishmaran palace, he showed weakness. This time he actually used such means to oppress you and make you retreat. Although it is a very clever means, it can still be said that he is indeed weak and cannot trap you head-on. But have you thought it through? You have such a powerful fleet, but you still want to challenge Agras alone?" Charlotte nodded and said, "I have thought it through. I will challenge Agras alone. Although I don't know what happened to Agras. But I have a feeling that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Juno said, "What if you are wrong?" Charlotte couldn't help laughing and said, "I prayed to the serpent of fate not long ago, but he didn't respond to me. Instead, he whipped me with his tail. I didn't understand the oracle of this righteous God at that time, but now I understand. Destiny is like water, flowing continuously. No one's destiny is immutable. Everyone has the opportunity to change their future. If I don't have the courage to challenge destiny, how can I be a believer of the God of destiny? Teacher, please take the fleet back and go back to Black Phoenix City first." Juno smiled and said, "I understand. Go and challenge the unknown destiny." Charlotte transferred all the humans on the Holy Light Kingdom to the Dalmabas. He only left the Labyrinth Guards, a group of blood servants who had not yet been successfully trained, and the Great Ling demons on this legendary warship. When Charlotte crossed the Agras Sea and appeared in the vast sea, an idea came to his mind. He knew that this idea was a bit crazy, and he also knew that this was a gamble, but he still bet everything without hesitation. Charlotte believed, under the watchful eyes of the Serpent of Destiny, no matter how big the gamble is, it is actually cheating. Chapter 499. Charlotte separated from the fleet. The fleet chose the Ferdinand route, but he still chose the Christopher route. If it were an ordinary warship, there would be no way to operate it alone, but the Holy Light Kingdom was different. It didn't even need anyone to operate it. Of course, although the Holy Light Kingdom didn't have humans, it still had maze guards, blood servants, great demons, and other evil spirits. They could also serve as crew members, but they were not as useful as experienced sailors. The Georgioti Hadrian fleet, which had been accompanying Charlotte's fleet, had assembled outside the Argus Sea. They also passed through the Argus Sea safely, and even a few ships were left behind. Georgioti Hadrian looked at the Argus Sea and breathed a sigh of relief. He was very worried about encountering Charlotte Mecklen's fleet again. He didn't know how the other side could get so many ghost ships. Although he was still confident that his fleet had the upper hand, he definitely didn't want to bear the losses of going to war. This fleet was the basis for him to establish the new Second Black Phoenix dynasty, and it would never be wasted in a meaningless battle. When Charlotte drove the Holy Light Kingdom alone and re-entered the Agulous Sea, Georgioti Hadrian also assembled the fleet and sailed towards the New World. For him, the New World, the new life, and the Second Black Phoenix dynasty would all be the near future. Juno commanded the fleet and sailed into the Ferdinand route. He stood on the Swan Lake, looking in another direction, and said to Drusinia, "Take charge of the Swan Lake for me. I want to join in the fun too." This kid thought that he was the only one who noticed Agmar's weakness. In fact, I also noticed it, but I didn't expect him to tell me about it. The weak evil god is so sweet. I'm going to the banquet. Drusinia didn't say anything, but quietly took out the blood demon and handed it to Juno. Juno Arthur took the blood demon with a smile and said, "You are my best little princess." He turned into a faint blood light, and when he soared into the sky, he saw another blood light, which also soared into the sky. He couldn't help laughing and said, "My student's eldest son really loves his father." He followed Gareth, and he also wanted to see more excitement. After the Holy Light God Kingdom sailed back to the Aegean Sea, Charlotte saw a new route in front of him. He smiled slightly, and let the Holy Light God Kingdom sail in proudly. Soon, Charlotte saw the 32nd maze, the Ishmaran Palace. Along with the Ishmaran Palace, there were nearly 1,000 ghost ships. Charlotte couldn't help but mutter to herself, "The quality of this batch of ghost ships is too poor. There is not even a single ancient magic ghost warship, and it seems that there is no saint rank in charge. Is Agmaraz really broke?" He took out the blood spirit rhinoceros, liberated it into the form of a flaming spear, rushed to the nearest ghost ship, easily swept all the crew members of this ghost ship into the sea, and turned this ghost ship into a maze. The Holy Light Kingdom had another companion ship. However, just a few minutes later, this companion ship was hit by 7 or 8 ghost ships in turn and smashed into pieces. Fortunately, at the same time, Charlotte also swept the second ghost ship. Amabella on the Holy Light Kingdom opened her eyes, howled, and fired a blazing white light cannon, which hit the Ishmaran Palace, hitting the palace made of the remains of the evil god, and shook it like an earthquake. This legendary battleship was not designed with a main gun. Charlotte always thought that it could not fire the main gun. Anyway, this thing was powerful enough, and it didn't necessarily need a main gun, so she didn't think about adding one. Although it was expensive to buy an alchemical cannon, Charlotte could still afford it. However, he did not collect the last 3 extraordinary items until the expedition to the Agra Sea, and had not considered transforming the Holy Light Kingdom before. At this time, Charlotte knew that this legendary warship actually had a main gun, and its power was quite strong. Before the blazing white light cannon hit the Ishmaran Palace, it pierced at least 10 ghost ships wherever it passed, and all of these ghost ships turned into ashes, and no longer existed. Countless vengeful spirits suddenly emerged from the Ishmaran Palace. These vengeful spirits condensed into thousands of black air masses in the air, and then each air mass dragged a black light, and rushed towards the Holy Light Kingdom. A green light rose from the Holy Light Kingdom, and it did not resist the black light, but swallowed it with a green light. 2 behemoths fought frantically on the sea. Charlotte jumped back and forth on the sea alone. He had more than 10 ghost ships in the labyrinth. These 10 ghost ships formed a small fleet. Although each of them was attacked by several ghost ships, and was scarred, when the 11th ghost ship joined, these 10 ghost ships clearly showed an excited attitude. The ghost crews on the ship roared to the sky, and were extremely excited. This time, Agmaraz did not withdraw to Ishmaran Palace, nor did he take back the ghost fleet. Charlotte tried his best. After a day and a night of fighting, he still only defeated 100 ghost ships. Facing the crazy attack of the ghost fleet that was more than 10 times his number, he also felt a little tired. Just when he was considering whether to retreat first, 7 or 8 of the ghost ships besieging him suddenly sank, allowing Charlotte to breathe a sigh of relief. He occupied 8 ghost ships in succession, and even launched a small counterattack. Charlotte felt a little strange, because every time he was in a tight battle, several ghost ships would sink inexplicably. The naval battle, which had been in a state of entanglement, gradually gave him a little advantage. When the night fell on the sea, and the stars were scattered all over the sky, Charlotte unexpectedly discovered that he had more than 200 ghost ships under his control. Although he was still at a disadvantage, he could attack and defend, and was not always besieged by ghost ships several times more. The mutual bombardment between the Holy Light Kingdom and the Ishmaran Palace lasted for a whole day and into the night. The blazing white light cannons fired by Amabella had dimmed, but the ghost shells of the Ishmaran Palace seemed to be endless. Charlotte occasionally looked back and saw this scene. Just as she was worried about this legendary warship, she saw Amabella slowly disappearing from the bottom of the Holy Light Kingdom. Then countless winds and waves surged, and this legendary warship gradually came to life and became a giant whale as big as a mountain. Charlotte witnessed this scene and couldn't help but complain, "This thing is really weird. It's weird that it can compete with the wreckage of the evil god and the palace it turned into, and it can actually win." Chapter 500. With more than 200 ghost ships, Charlotte could occasionally take a break, and losing more than a dozen ghost ships gave him a chance to breathe. He had always suspected that there was something under the sea helping him, but the battle was tight, and he had no time to check. Charlotte recovered 70% to 80% of his strength, picked up the Flame Knight's spear again, roared, and continued to fight. He was able to fight more and more bravely in the Ghost Fleet, mainly because in the last battle, he had a bunch of Saint-level subordinates, who robbed the Ghost Fleet's ancient magic ghost warships, and subdued the Ghost Saint levels. This time, he didn't encounter any opponents above the Saint level. Secondly, his supernatural power. 18 flaming hands were constantly flying around Charlotte, each holding a supernatural weapon, which was equivalent to a small team, and there was no need to worry about casualties. After all, there were almost no vital parts of the flaming hands that could be attacked, and the battles were all one-sided, which was more powerful than a real battle of more than 10 people. As for the supernatural weapons, it goes without saying, which was also one of the important reasons. Charlotte mazed like 5 ghost ships, withdrew from the battle, took a breath for a while, recovered a little strength, ate a bite of food in a hurry, and then joined the battle again. Agmaras sent out the Ishmaran Palace for the second time, and this time he refused to retreat no matter what. This could only mean one thing: this evil god is in big trouble now, and he cannot mobilize his main forces to deal with Charlotte, the evil god challenger. Charlotte remembered that she had heard before that the evil gods in the New World were fighting each other, and she believed more and more that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Holy Light God Kingdom transformed into a giant whale, and its speed suddenly doubled. It repeatedly collided with the Ishmaran Palace. The slow-moving Ishmaran Palace could only continuously fire ghost shells, but this giant whale had thick skin and flesh, and was not afraid of the ghost shells at all. When it circled around the Ishmaran Palace, it swallowed up all the ghost ships it encountered in one gulp, with its eyes full of happiness. It was obvious that it had been starving for a long time. Every time it hit the Ishmaran Palace, it would knock something off. This giant whale king was not picky about food, and would open its huge mouth to swallow anything it knocked down. Its appetite seemed endless. After fighting for several hours, Charlotte estimated that it had eaten at least 3 times more food than its own size, but it still had no hiccups or signs of fullness. It was still as happy as a starving whale reincarnated, and its appetite was even bigger. The sky brightened again, the stars disappeared, and the sun rose. Charlotte calculated that his ghost ships had exceeded 350, but there seemed to be nearly 1,000 ghost ships operated by the Ishmaran Palace on the sea, which was not much less. He was slightly surprised and thought to himself, this ghost fleet is not endless, right? However, he also noticed that after he subdued 350 ghost ships, the quality of the ghost fleet operated by the Ishmaran Palace became worse and worse, and there were even a group of small sampans. I don't know how these things can get into such a large-scale naval battle. Are they worthy of being called ghost ships? After all, Charlotte has been commanding the fleet for a long time, and has learned a lot from the Golden Goat Rolf. At this time, he has enough ghost ships, and began to play some small tactics, such as commanding his own ghost fleet to surround a group of ghost ships, and let another group of ghost ships snipe the enemies coming to rescue. After changing to the new tactics, his efficiency in subduing ghost ships did not improve much, but the loss of his ghost ships was greatly reduced. After becoming familiar with this set of tactics, Charlotte divided the ghost ships into dozens of groups, each with several ships. Some of them still snipe the ghost ships operated by the Ishmaran Palace, and the other part relies on exquisite tactics to form a pincer attack on the lone ghost ships, waiting for Charlotte to conquer and maze. Originally, Charlotte had to keep jumping off the ship and looking for the next target, which would waste some time, but with the cooperation of the ghost ships, his efficiency in subduing ghost ships also increased. When night fell on the second day of the naval battle, Charlotte had more than 600 ghost ships in his hands. Although the number of ghost ships he controlled was still behind the fleet controlled by the Ishmaran Palace, the actual combat power of both sides was almost the same, because Charlotte's ghost ships were obviously more powerful. Although the ghost ships of the Ishmaran Palace were frequently replenished, their quality was getting worse and worse. Charlotte withdrew from the battle and rested again. When he recovered his strength, he saw the giant whale utter a loud whale song and dived into the sea. 10 minutes later, a sea snake that was no less big than the giant whale surfaced. Although Charlotte knew that the Holy Light Kingdom was very strange, he didn't expect it to be so strange. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought, I wonder if I will be on their backs or in their stomachs when the Holy Light Kingdom turns into a giant whale and a sea snake while I am on the ship. The Holy Light God, who transformed into a sea serpent, was much more ferocious than the giant whale king. He only turned his huge body slightly, and set off a huge wave. This sea serpent rode the waves and pounced directly on the Ishmaran Palace. This sea serpent swam in the palace transformed from the remains of the evil god. Wherever it passed, everything collapsed. The Ishmaran Palace let out a strange and painful howl, and countless vengeful spirits rushed into the air and transformed into various vengeful spirit shells, spears, and giant crossbows, bombarding the body of the sea serpent endlessly. In just over 2 hours, the sea serpent's body was torn apart. It was obvious that although it was fierce and caused great damage, its defense was not as good as the Holy Light Kingdom, nor was it as good as the King of Giant Whales. Before Charlotte had time to worry, the sea serpent swung its tail, collapsed a house, and swam into the sea. Half an hour later, the Holy Light Kingdom floated out of the sea again. Its two sides of the ship opened their huge mouths, and countless branches stretched out from the huge mouths, desperately swallowing the wreckage of the Ishmaran Palace on the sea. The Ishmaran Palace seemed to be severely damaged, and it did not move for a long time. When he recovered and wanted to retrieve the debris that fell on the sea, the debris had been almost eaten by the Holy Light Kingdom. In the past few hours, Charlotte captured more than 100 ghost ships. At this time, the situation of the naval battle had been completely reversed, and Charlotte was constantly chasing the ghost ships controlled by the Ishmaran Palace. The Ishmaran Palace suddenly made a strange whistle again. The ghost ships he controlled suddenly stopped for a moment, as if they were struggling, but then one after another, they sailed towards the Ishmaran Palace. The palace transformed from the wreckage of the evil god cracked countless holes. As these ghost ships entered, the cracks made the sound of chewing and swallowing. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of ghost ships were swallowed by the Ishmaran Palace. The palace transformed from the wreckage of the evil god was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 501. Charlotte didn't want to let the Ishmaran Palace recover, so he commanded his ghost fleet to intercept the ghost ships operated by the Ishmaran Palace. This time, the ghost ships operated by the Ishmaran Palace showed a cooperative attitude. Even when Charlotte chased a certain ship, in order to save Charlotte time, there was an incident where the ghost crew jumped into the sea on their own. Despite this, Charlotte still couldn't stop the Ishmaran Palace from swallowing up the ghost ships. He only intercepted a part of them. After a few hours, only Charlotte's ghost fleet was left on the sea. The ghost fleet belonging to the Ishmaran Palace had been swallowed up by him. The Ishmaran Palace, which had been restored to its full glory, was shrouded in countless vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits gathered together and faintly formed a giant spirit. This giant spirit held a trident, with a naked upper body and a misty lower body. Charlotte's ghost fleet had exceeded 900 ships. He issued an order to let the ghost fleet retreat. Obviously, they would not be needed in the next battle. He took a ghost ship and returned to the Holy Light Kingdom. As soon as Charlotte stepped onto the Holy Light Kingdom, she heard a cold voice, suppressing all her thoughts. Charlotte Mecklin. As the sound vibrated, everything in front of Charlotte disappeared, and he appeared again in another world, standing on the platform of a palace. The same 5 people, a graceful woman who looked 80% like Amabella, said to the little boy in her hand with a smile on her face, "Your father is a hero. He is fighting hard for our family. You should be proud of him, and you should be as brave as him in the future." The boy's eyes were as clear as water, full of innocence, but he secretly made a face at Charlotte. Well, it wasn't the kind of grimace that a child would make to show his innocence. It was a real grimace. The whole face was suddenly covered with eyes. Even with Charlotte's courage, her legs and feet almost went weak. This was the first time he saw Amon's true face. He would never see it again. He was still an ordinary boy, but a little cuter. Vasuji, who had a snake-like body, was lazy and calm, and stunningly beautiful, lying on the ground, motionless, as if she was injured. Charlotte didn't dare to go over to comfort him. What comfort? Say you've worked too hard. I make you some fries later. Tall and wearing a crown, she looks like a classical fairy queen, Depo Kaluaduo, with a more painful look in her eyes. She is weaving a new crown. Charlotte looks at the wriggling branches, and the flowers that open and close like a small mouth. She is 100% sure that she absolutely does not want to wear it on her head. His head is not that delicious. The slightly fat, plump and juicy king of the giant whale is still eating secretly. She was still eating the crew members on the ghost ship. Well, this scene was very evil. The palace transformed by the Holy Light Kingdom released colorful light, and was still entangled with the Ishmaran Palace surrounded by black air. The two palaces floated in the endless void, surrounded by darkness, but every time they collided, even the darkness trembled, much more violently than the last time. But this time, there was no more ghost ship sailing in the void. Charlotte thought that she was no longer needed in this battle. Then Amabella clenched her fist and said, "You've come just in time. Ishmaran has revived. Our whole family needs you. Go challenge Ishmaran yourself." Charlotte looked at the giant spirit that towered like a mountain above the Ishmaran Palace, and couldn't help thinking, how the hell do we fight this? I'm not even as thick as one of his legs. Charlotte hadn't figured out whether she should ask Amon for help, and show her an escape route. The strange gap where he escaped last time had disappeared. It was obvious that Amabella had repaired this loophole. Suddenly 5 strange powers were poured into his body. In just a moment, Charlotte Mecklin felt that every inch of her body was filled with the power of the evil god. The 5 evil powers of different attributes, miraculously, did not conflict with each other, but they were endless. After filling his body, they were still forcibly poured into him, causing his body to slowly swell up. Charlotte looked at her body in shock, which was constantly getting bigger. Although it had expanded to its peak, it was only a few hundred picometers. Compared with Ishmerlin's huge body, it was still like an ant compared to an elephant, but it was still amazing enough. The Flame Knight's spear in Charlotte's hand, worthy of being the incarnation of the flame evil god Anulalu, also surged to thousands of picometers, as thick as the largest pillar in the palace. He didn't have time to think about anything, and hurriedly urged all the evil god energy in his body to slam into Ishmerin. Charlotte thrust with all her might, but it was like hitting an iron plate. Ishmerin's body looked vacant, but there was an invisible barrier covering his body. Even with the power of 5 divine creatures, it was still impossible to break it. Charlotte suddenly heard a voice. "Charlotte, don't be afraid, I am your teacher Juno." Outside the body of the evil god, there is a layer of force field condensed by the divine power they control, which is what we commonly call divine light. Only by fundamentally eliminating their power can the divine light disappear. Pure brute force cannot break the evil god's force field. Charlotte was shocked and shouted, "Teacher Juno, why are you here?" Juno Arthur's voice was very gentle, and he said, "I am worried about my students." Just when Charlotte was deeply moved, he added, "And the fallen evil god is the most delicious food, how could I miss the feast? Your teacher is also a person who aspires to become a god." Charlotte couldn't help but be speechless and asked, "How can I eliminate the glory of Ishmerlin?" Juno said, "He is the evil god who controls death, but his authority is not complete. He just touches the edge of death. Otherwise, he would be the 10th true god. As long as we break death in him, we can offset his authority and eliminate his divine glory." Charlotte asked, "Break death? How to do it?" Juno said, "Isn't Amabella pregnant? Let him give birth in the Ishmerin palace." Charlotte really took a long time to understand the teacher's imagination, and couldn't help but complain, "Teacher, your imagination can be used to write novels. But is this possible? Apart from anything else, can Amabella give birth to a child just like that? Will she have enough time?" Juno replied meaningfully, "He is a divine creature. When have you ever heard that an evil god must conform to the logic of normal people?" Chapter 502. Charlotte asked, "Even if this is feasible, how can I send Amabella up?" Juno's voice was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Why don't you ask Amabella?" Charlotte suddenly didn't want to pay attention to her teacher. "Can you even ask this? What's more, it's such an offensive question to ask an evil god. Amabella is not a kind person. What if she gets angry and eats him?" Although he didn't know why Amabella treated him as her husband, he really knew that he had nothing to do with this divine creature. Yes, he and Amon have nothing to do with each other. When Charlotte thought of Amon, she remembered the ghost face he had made to her just now. It was too scary. Charlotte kept circling Ishmerin, swinging the Flame Knight's spear, bombarding one part after another, trying to find his weakness, but all attempts were in vain. This revived evil god seemed to have no flaws on his body, and the evil god's power covering his body had no dead angles. After Charlotte tried a round, he suddenly sank and landed in the Ishmerin palace. He even put away the Flame Knight's spear and used his expanded body to continuously destroy the palace. Every time he destroyed a little, he threw it hard and threw it at the Holy Light God's kingdom. The Holy Light God kingdom almost accepted everything that came to it, and swallowed up whatever Charlotte Mecklin threw at it. Charlotte also knew that the Ishmerin palace was as huge as a city. Even if he turned into a giant several hundred picometers tall, it would be impossible to completely demolish the palace made of the remains of the evil god in a short period of time. But he believed that time would work, and as long as he could continue, he would be able to demolish the Ishmerin palace sooner or later. Charlotte did not believe that the revived evil god could survive after demolishing the Ishmerin palace. After Ishmerin appeared, he held the trident and attacked the Holy Light God kingdom. But since Charlotte appeared, he was completely attracted by Charlotte. At this time, he held the trident upside down and stabbed it from below his body. But Charlotte was as fast as a fish, and he couldn't hit her. The Holy Light God kingdom took the opportunity to ram into it, and kept knocking off debris. Ishmerin was furious and fought back several times, and also blasted the Holy Light God kingdom into pieces. In the endless black sky, two huge palaces with different styles kept colliding with each other. A giant spirit appeared above the Ishmaran palace, waving a huge trident in its hand. This battle was earth-shattering. Reflected in the real world, it was a legendary warship fighting a floating palace. Under such a fierce attack, the hulls, houses, various buildings, and ship towers of both sides were constantly smashed, peeled off, and transferred into the sea. In this sea area, all living things died because of this battle. Large groups of sea fish floated to the surface of the sea, their bellies turned white, and they even rotted quickly. The darkness under the sea was infinite. The sea was no longer blue, but endless darkness. Gareth emerged from the sea, with no expression on his face, watching the battle between the two giants, and suddenly accelerated, swimming close to the Ishmaran palace, leaping onto the palace transformed from the remains of the evil god, and kicking a piece of the palace dome that had rolled down into the sea. At an altitude of several thousand meters, Juno closed his eyes, and floated in the clouds. His spiritual consciousness had already dived into another world. Compared to Gareth, Juno Arthur was closer to the god level, and he had close contact with several divine creatures on the Holy Light Kingdom, and had a new understanding of the god level, so he was able to do such an incredible thing. In the endless black sky, Juno was not hiding in the void, but like Charlotte, he stepped onto the Ishmaran palace. He did not destroy it, but kept searching. Juno was like a shadow, nothing could stop him. No matter what ruins, he could pass through them, and look for something hidden in the deepest part of the palace. Charlotte pulled up a fountain with both hands, threw it out fiercely, and then went to look for other targets. Under the pulled-out fountain, a dark hole was exposed. Juno's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned into a bloody light, and drilled down. He was like an old horse who knew the way. He drilled around in the underground like a maze, and soon found a ball of flesh and blood. It had no shape, just a huge mass of flesh and blood, larger than a house, dark red in color, but it kept beating, as if it still had life. Juno pounced on it, and the huge mass of flesh and blood withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon turned into a pile of debris. Juno swallowed the mass of flesh and blood, and continued to change the direction to look for the target. The mass of flesh and blood was swallowed by Juno, and Ishmaran suddenly hesitated for a moment, and Charlotte soared into the sky, and the flame knight's spear reappeared in his palm. He didn't know if this was not an opportunity. Anyway, it's no loss to make a move. The shot happened to hit a slightly bumpy spot behind Ishmaran. The revived evil god suddenly let out a strange howl, as if it was stung. Charlotte was also surprised, because the shot broke the divine light on Ishmaran's body. He immediately sensed that countless evil forces were gushing over, trying to imprison him tightly. Charlotte hurriedly twisted Ishmaran's huge body with all her strength, and then she withdrew and fled. A giant palm fell from the sky and slapped the place where Charlotte had just attacked, but Charlotte had already escaped. Ishmaran only used his huge body to slap the sky with a loud sound. Charlotte put away the flame knight's spear. He felt that his body was about to collapse. He didn't dare to fight anymore and fled back to the Holy Light God Kingdom. As soon as he landed on the Holy Light God Kingdom, the 5 evil gods in his body withdrew one after another. He returned to his human form and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking directly at the evil gods would cause numerous side effects, not to mention bearing the power of 5 evil gods with one's flesh and blood. Charlotte felt that her body was giving the most serious warning that it had exceeded its limit and could collapse at any time. Charlotte hurriedly activated Bloody Glory to repair her body over and over again, and even tried the blood flame transformation technique dozens of times, turning herself into a ball of blood flames, and then returning to human form, hoping to use this to recover from the hidden injuries on her body, but the effect was minimal. Oh no! Am I dying here? No, I absolutely cannot die here. Charlotte kept cheering up, and tried all the secrets of Bloody Glory, but the speed at which he repaired his body could not even keep up with the speed at which his body collapsed. Charlotte gradually felt desperate, but every time a thought of despair came to his mind, he would extinguish it without hesitation and pray silently. You who travel in the long river of time, know all mysteries, master extraordinary rituals, and rule the court of fate. Am I willing to pay a share of the joy of fate in exchange for a healthy body? Chapter 503. Charlotte prayed 5 or 6 times, and thought her prayers might not be answered, but suddenly a math formula appeared in front of her. This math formula was messy, with dozens of addition and subtraction formulas, but more than 10 errors were made. Then Charlotte heard the familiar voice of the boy, saying, "Help me calculate how much joy of destiny you have now." Charlotte was stunned for a while, and then he realized that the snake of destiny did not want to respond to him, but the little snake did not figure out how much joy of destiny he still had. Before, Charlotte owed the fate snake 32 destiny joys. At this moment, he secretly thought, should I make a mistake in calculating the little snake's account? But he immediately killed this blasphemous thought. Not only did he list all the data clearly and calculate them cleanly, he even attached some mathematical basics to each formula with the simplest and clearest tutorials, so that elementary school students can learn and understand them by themselves. After a round of calculations, Charlotte found that he still owed the fate snake 3 destiny joys, which made him feel relieved and secretly thought, my speed of earning destiny joys is not bad. When Charlotte submitted the answer to the elementary math course, he felt a slap on his head. This time, the slap was very gentle, conveying the good mood of the snake of fate. With this slap, a strange power merged into his body, and all the remaining evil god power was extracted. Without the overload of evil god power, Charlotte's bloody glory was fully opened, and his body immediately recovered slowly. He was so happy that he couldn't help but pray again, swimming in the long river of time, knowing all mysteries, mastering extraordinary rituals, the master of the court of fate. Am I willing to pay 1 share of the destiny's joy in exchange for this battle to withstand the power of the evil god without being harmed? The voice of the destiny snake sounded slowly, at least 7 shares. Charlotte gritted her teeth, and was about to agree when she heard the young man's voice sounded slowly again, pay 20 shares of the destiny's joy, and I can permanently exempt you from the harm caused by the power of the holy light god's kingdom. Charlotte was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I do. Anyway, the maximum amount of joy owed to the destiny snake was 32 shares. Although a part of it had just been returned, what's the harm in owing a little more? Being able to borrow a gift from the serpent of fate, one of the 9 true gods, would help to bring the little snake closer. Charlotte only felt the blood spirit rhino hidden in the bloody vortex move slightly, and 5 different cores appeared in succession. There are 7 grooves on the blood spirit rhino that can be embedded, 2 of which have already been embedded with cores, one of which is the holy blood core of the Dwellian family, and the other is dark red like a flame, and there is a faint smoke, which belongs to the power of the fire evil god. Now there are 5 more, which are the power of the 5 divine creatures on the holy light god. One is surrounded by a clear light, and seems to have countless feathers. It must be the power of Amabella. One is like a whale, naive and cute, and it is the power of the king of giant whales. One is a human body with a snake tail curled up in a ball. This is the power of the sea serpent Basuki. One is full of green, like a small flower crown. This is the power of the ancient Madera tree Davikirodo. The last one is embedded in countless eyes. If it was a few days ago, Charlotte might not know it, but now he knows that this is the power of Amon. The blood spiritual rhino has now become a complete body, and all 7 grooves are filled. Charlotte immediately knew how the serpent of destiny permanently solved the problem of the evil god's power erosion. As long as the evil god's power is not eroded, wouldn't it be permanent immunity? When the 5 divine creatures infuse their power again, it will flow into the blood spiritual rhino instead of his body, so it will naturally not erode. However, such a simple thing, unless it is a righteous god, a mortal alchemist master, no matter how superb his skills are, can never do such a thing. Charlotte was filled with emotion and patted the snake of fate. Unexpectedly, the snake of fate responded and reduced his debt of the joy of fate. After resting for a few hours, Charlotte finally recovered from her injuries and regained her strength. Amabella said almost immediately, "This family needs a man. We need Charlotte Mecklen's protection. Please continue to fight for us." Charlotte thought to herself, the evil god is really inhumane. How can a decent woman send her husband to the battlefield, still so urgent? He thought of Juno's proposal again. Although he knew it was a bit suicidal, he still couldn't help but say, "Amabella, I have something to discuss with you. Ishmaran is the god of death. If you want to break his body, you can only cancel his power. The counterpart of death is life. If you can go to Ishmaran Palace to give birth to a child, we will be sure to win this battle. Well, let your wife go to the battlefield to give birth to a child. It's also quite evil." Although Charlotte knew that Amabella had nothing to do with her, she still felt that she had taken a big step towards the path of the evil god. Amabella was not angry or hesitant, but blushed and whispered, "How did you know that I was pregnant again?" Charlotte thought, "Amon told me." But when he saw Amon's little face suddenly turn pale, he knew that he must not tell the truth. Although he knew that Amon was not a serious child, and was no less evil than Amabella, he still said calmly, "Of course I know. After all, we are husband and wife." Amabella didn't seem to have any doubts, and Amon's little face showed gratitude, but Charlotte really didn't know whether Amon had human emotions. Anyway, he didn't dare to believe in the evil god. Amabella said decisively, I will go to Ishmael Palace with you." Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. She was not eaten alive by Amabella, and she also got support. Although it was a good thing no matter how you looked at it, but Charlotte finally understood why teacher Juno Arthur said, "He is a divine creature." When have you ever heard that the evil god must conform to the logic of normal people? The evil god does not need to conform to normal human logic. He is now puzzled. Why would Amabella agree to such an outrageous thing? Charlotte reached out and grabbed this divine creature, and then saw a pair of white wings spread behind Amabella, and the two flew into the sky like a gust of wind. Ishmael seemed to sense the crisis and desperately fired ghost shells, one after another black light, swaying with a long tail, but Amabella was extremely agile, and always dodged these ghost shells in a fraction of a second, and landed on Ishmael with Charlotte. Chapter 504. Amabella hugged Charlotte with both hands, and Charlotte felt horrified. Countless thoughts echoed in his mind. Some were high-pitched, some were gentle, some were full of holiness, some were extremely evil, and some were full of indescribable obscurity. The impact of these thoughts almost made Charlotte's brain explode. At the same time, he also felt that his vitality, soul, consciousness, memory, and even all the secret methods he had practiced throughout his life were being extracted by a mysterious force. Charlotte could see that her body was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was panicking and wanted to stop everything from passing away, but a childish voice suddenly came to her mind. "Is it Daddy?" Charlotte couldn't help but agree. "It's Daddy." A little girl's voice shouted happily. "I knew it was Daddy. Daddy is the best to me. You actually gave me such a big palace." Charlotte still hadn't figured out where such a big palace came from. Then he heard Amabella weakly say, "I'm going back. I can't come out for the time being, and I can't accompany you anymore. Without me by your side, you must take care of yourself. Also, don't have children with those bitches." Charlotte felt the hands holding her gradually fade away, and Amabella just disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving him with only a gentle smile and reluctance to leave. Although Charlotte knew that he was not a human, and did not have human emotions, and that they were not a couple, and there was no human kind of emotion between the two, she still felt an indescribable sadness. Before Charlotte could savor this sadness, she saw a little girl running around in the Ishmael Palace. She kept shouting, "What a beautiful palace! I love it here. Thank you, Dad, for giving me such a good gift." Charlotte looked at the little girl and felt like she was forced to have an illegitimate daughter. She asked, "My daughter? What's your name?" The little girl shouted, "My name is Amelia. Amelia Mecklin. Dad, can I change the name of this palace to Amelia's Palace?" Charlotte then realized that the little girl had regarded the Ishmael Palace as a gift from her. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Of course." Before he could say anything, Amelia said loudly, "I declare that this palace will be called Amelia's Palace from now on. I want a fountain over there." Then Charlotte's eyes widened, because he saw that there was indeed a fountain in the direction of Amelia's little finger. Amelia pointed to another place and said, "I like this place. I want a big building here. I want to live here, sleep well every day, and wake up under the starlight." Although waking up in the middle of the night was not like a good child, Charlotte didn't say a word. As he watched a tall building rise from the ground, he finally realized that his daughter was also an evil god, and looked even more evil than Ammon. This little thing could actually forcibly seize control of the Ishmael Palace. It was simply evil to the extreme. You know, the 5 divine creatures on the Holy Light Kingdom can't do this. Of course, Charlotte suspected that it might be because Amelia was born in the Ishmael Palace that this little thing had some connection with Ishmael. As Amelia pointed around, the Ishmael Palace began to change drastically, but Charlotte also found that when Ishmael's power counterattacked again, some of the buildings Amelia forcibly designated would collapse for no reason, some would disappear, and some would transform back to their original appearance. But the changes designated by Amelia were getting faster and faster, and her little mouth kept spitting out various buildings. Although Ishmael's counterattack was also extremely rapid, it was still possible to see that Amelia's designated buildings were increasing, and soon occupied 1/10 of the Ishmael Palace. Charlotte inexplicably developed a feeling of wanting to protect and help this little girl, even though he knew that this little thing must be him. She didn't need his protection at all, but he still activated the blood spirit and said, "Dad will help you." Before he made his move, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Our whole family is a believer in the Fate Snake, and you have to build a big temple of the Fate Snake too. Anything can be lacking here, but the temple of the Fate Snake must not be lacking." Amelia waved her hands, seeming a little impatient, but a magnificent temple of the Snake of Fate still rose from the ground, and it was obvious that she still listened to her father's words. After the temple of the Snake of Fate was formed, Ishmael's counterattack force tried to shake the temple, But the power of the evil god was repelled by a layer of divine light as soon as it descended. Charlotte saw this scene and felt a little amused. The snake of fate actually descended on her own divine favor. Isn't this equivalent to taking sides? When two evil gods were fighting, one of the 9 righteous gods was taking sides. What the hell is this? If Ishmael had the guts, he would definitely point at the snake of fate and say, "You are not worthy of being a human being." But Charlotte estimated that only the remains of this evil god were left, and the resurrection was only a little bit of the evil god's power, so she would never dare to talk to the little snake like that. With this unshakable and unshakable temple of the snake of fate, Amelia's speed of transforming the Ishmael palace was greatly increased, and soon the share of the Ishmael palace was increased to 20%. The mountain-like figure of Ishmael, which was shrouded in the sky, finally gave up the struggle with the holy light kingdom that was hitting him, and endured the impact, and inserted the trident with his backhand. Charlotte didn't think twice, and rushed forward recklessly, but Amelia waved her hand and blocked it with a wall. The little girl said coquettishly, "Dad, don't worry, I'm not afraid of this big guy." The little thing stretched out a little finger, and raised it high to the sky. Obviously Amelia is just a little girl, that little finger is tender and fragile, and Ishmael's trident is like a magic mountain, huge and full of boundless evil spirits, and countless wrong souls follow it. But when Amelia's little finger collided with the sharp edge of the trident, it was not what Charlotte was worried about, her daughter. Instead of being stabbed to death by Ishmael's trident, a thunderous explosion shook the earth. The huge series of piercing roars could burst the eardrums of any creature. Amelia proudly pointed to the sky with one hand, and with just one small finger, she held up Ishmael's trident. No one could describe Charlotte's shock at that moment. He should have been panicking, afraid, and terrified, but he inexplicably felt a sense of pride, and couldn't help but have a thought. This is my daughter. Well, he is now completely integrated into the family atmosphere of the evil god. This is not a good thing. Amelia held the trident with her little finger, and shouted in a fierce voice, "Big guy, I am not afraid of you. My daughter of the Mecklin family, I am Amelia Mecklin. Knowing my name, you should kneel down and surrender. You are so stubborn. I will let Dad throw you into the endless void, erase your last bit of will, turn you into a puppy." Charlotte thought to herself, "Your father doesn't have that ability." Ishmael roared loudly, pulled out his trident, raised it high, and prepared to stab down again with more fierce momentum. Charlotte suddenly realized that Ishmael's divine light was dimming, and his evil god force field was disappearing. He shouted, "Amabila, Dapikaloto, Vasuji, king of the giant whale, Amon, lend me your strength." 5 evil god powers came from afar, and Charlotte urged the flame knight spear to soar into the air, penetrated Ishmael's lower abdomen, and came out of his throat. The body that was originally so solid that it could not be broken was like a sharp blade cutting right under Charlotte's attack, and there was no longer any obstacle. Charlotte shot through the evil god, and then passed through the back of Ishmael's head, piercing through the evil god's huge head like a mountain. Charlotte circled in the void, and penetrated Ishmael's throat again. The evil god fought back hard and wanted to catch Charlotte, but when he was entangled with Charlotte, one building after another in Ishmael Palace rose from the ground. Soon, the building designated by Amelia had exceeded half of Ishmael Palace. The evil god's whole body shook violently, like a deflated balloon, and began to shrink suddenly. Juno was devouring the 19th piece of flesh and blood. He was sensitive to the changes in the Ishmael Palace. The strongest vampire smiled and said to himself, "My student is really interesting." He turned into a faint blood light, broke through all obstacles, and disappeared into the black sky in an instant. The next moment, he woke up and looked at his hands, saying lightly, "I am one step closer to the god level. From now on, everything in the secular world will have no meaning to me. Only becoming a god is my pursuit." He looked at the sea, and the holy light kingdom had stopped attacking the Ishmael Palace. The Ishmael Palace had changed its appearance, and was gradually shrinking in size, turning into a giant ship that was not inferior to the Dalmabas and the holy light kingdom. There was a line of words on both sides of this giant ship, and the 2 lines of words were exactly the same. Both were Amelia. At the same time, Charlotte reappeared on the holy light kingdom. And he looked at the Amelia that had been transformed into a new legendary battleship. There was an inexplicable expectation in his heart. Charlotte casually released a magic mirror, and he looked at Ishmael in the mirror. At the last moment when he just left that world, he used the supernatural power mirror demon. Well, he didn't expect it to be fucking successful. Chapter 505. Before Charlotte could even express her joy, she heard Amelia call out, "Dad, can I eat this?" He saw his little daughter pointing forward, and his eldest son Gareth was suspended in midair. Even though he struggled hard, he was like a fish out of water, and it was useless. How could Charlotte care about the newly acquired mirror demon? She hurriedly called out, "That's your brother Gareth." Amelia glanced at Gareth and asked, "Brother? Shouldn't it be a more delicious food? But Dad, he looks so unnutritious." Charlotte hurriedly shouted, "You can't eat him, you have to protect him more." Amelia reluctantly agreed and said, "Okay, I listen to Dad." She threw Gareth on the bow with disdain and said, "Brother, from today on you are the steward of this ship, help me manage the Amelia." Gareth gasped. He originally boarded the Ishmaran Palace, ready to help secretly, but he didn't expect that the evil god palace suddenly changed its owner, and this owner is so fucking scary. Amelia stood on the bow, looking far toward the Holy Light Kingdom. Suddenly she saw something. Her eyes sparkled. She pointed at a spot of air on the Holy Light Kingdom and said, "Dad, this brother looks delicious. Can I eat him?" The diary in Charlotte's arms arched violently. He reached into his arms and took out the Saint Light Kingdom navigation logbook. He saw a line of words on it. "Dad, don't let Amelia eat me. After eating me, she will become something else." Charlotte wiped the sweat from her forehead. What kind of evil god family is this? The little daughter wants to eat her two brothers? Well, although these two brothers are not from a decent family. But they can't be used as food, right? Amon said that Amelia will become something else after eating him. Charlotte believed it about 70%. Amelia herself was very evil. She could hold up the trident of an evil god like Ishmaran with one finger. She was so evil. After swallowing the Ishmaran palace, she must be stronger. If she let him eat the Holy Light God's country name. Charlotte didn't dare to think about what this little thing would become. Maybe it will give birth to some great evil god. Charlotte said hurriedly, "He is my brother, you can't eat him. You can only love him, just like Amon and brother Gareth will love you." Amelia tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "Brother Gareth is a waste. Brother Amon also wants to eat me. They don't love me. Dad, you are partial." Charlotte was shocked. Normally, a father's partiality would hurt the child's young heart. If he was accused of partiality, he might have to face a Neza. Well, Neza is not scary. It's just that his patricide attribute is too scary. Charlotte said patiently, "Dad is not partial. You are all my good children. I hope you can love each other forever." Amelia raised her little hand high and said, "Dad, you let the brothers swear never to hurt me and always love me, and I will believe them. Otherwise, brother Gareth can still survive. He has no ability to hurt me, and brother Amon will never survive." Charlotte was 100% sure that if there was a chance, Amon would really eat Amelia. After all, both of them were very evil. He could only communicate with Amon and asked, "How about you swear an oath?" Amon appeared beside Charlotte at some point, pulling his clothes, trembling all over, extremely scared. He whispered, "You who travel in the long river of time, know all mysteries, master extraordinary rituals, the master of the court of fate. I, Amon Mechlin, will never hurt my sister Amelia Mechlin, and will always love her. In the name of my father, I am willing to borrow 25 portions of the joy of fate from you, and I beg you to protect me, and never be hurt by Amelia." Amon's mouth was pursed, and he was almost scared to tears. Charlotte was about to cry, because he could feel that the Serpent of Destiny really accepted Amon's prayer. He just owed the Serpent of Destiny 20 shares of Destiny's joy, and in the blink of an eye, Amon, the rebellious son, borrowed another 25 shares. How could he pay it back? It's impossible to pay it back. Charlotte wanted to cry, but had no tears. She thought, should I sacrifice Amon to the Serpent of Destiny to pay off the debt? After Amon swore, Amelia no longer paid attention to him. She jumped on the newly born Amelia alone, having a lot of fun. Charlotte solved the big problem of children eating each other, and wiped the sweat on her forehead, which was almost like a waterfall. Finally, she had time to check the newly acquired Mirror Demon. Mirror Demon can turn any living creature into a Mirror Demon, becoming an assistant, usually called the steward of the infinite mirror world. Charlotte just tried it casually at the time, and she really didn't expect it to succeed. However, the remains of Ishmaran were taken away by Amelia, and his aura plummeted. He could no longer maintain the strength of the evil god level, and now he is just an ordinary holy steward, well, a little bit stronger than the old goat. Probably level 24. However, Ishmaran has a big problem. He has died once, and his soul and memory are shattered. Not much is left. Now he looks like an idiot. If Charlotte issues a slightly complicated command, he will not be able to respond correctly. His IQ is probably higher than that of a corgi, but lower than that of a border collie. This is awesome. Charlotte was studying her idiot-type infinite mirror world butler when she heard a familiar voice. Juno smiled and fell from the sky and said, Charlotte, how do you feel about having a daughter? Charlotte remembered the last time Juno told her not to have the child, and couldn't help saying, Teacher, you advised me not to have a child last time. Juno shrugged and said, Last time was last time, this time is this time. Don't you have no way to deal with Ishmarin? Letting Amelia be born is not a solution. As for the new problems after Amelia's birth, we can find a way to solve them. Although, it's not easy to solve. I still don't understand what Amelia is, and how she exists. Charlotte whispered, Isn't she an evil god? Juno shook her head and said, She should be. Charlotte was shocked and asked, She should be? What do you mean? Is it possible that she is not an evil god? Juno patted his shoulder and said, Well, she might be more evil. Charlotte glanced at the Amelia, and suddenly felt that she was not here to challenge the evil god Agmaras, but to take a few evil gods home to live. What kind of evil god joke is this? Chapter 506. The new route has not appeared yet. Charlotte is not that anxious. Agmaras has taken the Ishmarin Palace, and the Ghost Fleet, and has not withdrawn them. It is obvious that he has no more cards. Evil god is not anxious. Why is he anxious? Charlotte passed the 30-second maze. In addition to gaining a daughter, a legendary warship, more than 900 ghost ships, a mirror demon, and a small harvest. Charlotte also obtained a maze rune to manipulate memory. It can tamper with, erase, add, distort, and strengthen the memory of living beings. However, the memory manipulated by this ability has a time limit. Most people will slowly recover their original memory as time goes by. But if it is combined with other maze powers, such as the Shielding Time and the Book of Years, it can permanently tamper with the memory within a certain range. This ability is very interesting. Charlotte has tried it. With his 18th level strength, memory manipulation is almost completely ineffective against the Saint level. For the Extraordinary of the same level, it only takes a few seconds to 10 seconds. But for the Extraordinary of lower level than him, the effect is extremely obvious. Those below the 10th level can even maintain wrong memories for several months. Charlotte waited patiently while getting familiar with her new powers. About 7 or 8 days later, a new route finally appeared again. Charlotte had just handed the fleet over to Juno, and the legendary warships had increased from 1 to 2, with more than 900 ghost ships and 3 new members, the teacher, the eldest son, and the eldest daughter. Well, there was also an Ishmarin. He could be considered not a human. Charlotte didn't need to let Juno and Gareth leave. The Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia led the ghost fleet one after the other and continued their journey. Just as Charlotte expected, he passed through 7 mazes in a row without any obstacles, almost like he encountered no resistance, until the 40th maze, which was a little challenging. He encountered the evil god arena again. It was still a deserted island, and it was still a city that could not be maze-like. Charlotte had the experience of the last time, so he did not violently demolish the ruins of the city. He sent out the ghost crew to search carefully, and soon found the entrance to the underground city. This time, only Charlotte could enter the evil god arena. Charlotte had had this experience before, so he was no longer so worried. He was fully prepared and jumped down, but this time was different from the last time. After Charlotte entered the evil god arena and stepped on the ground, he appeared directly on a battlefield. There were people fighting everywhere, blood and fire intertwined, and corpses were everywhere. Everyone seemed to be crazy, and only knew how to keep waving their weapons. Charlotte raised his spirituality, and scanned the surroundings. He didn't notice anything strange, but he felt even weirder. Charlotte kicked a soldier who rushed over and dodged a shot, snatched the opponent's weapon, and knocked the spearman to the ground. However, just as he knocked down 2 people, 7 or 8 soldiers rushed over without caring about their lives. Charlotte couldn't help but shout, "Who are you? Why are you fighting?" No one answered him, only the sword responded to him. Charlotte didn't want to kill people indiscriminately, so she simply threw down her weapon, performed the light agility technique X5, easily avoided the siege of these soldiers, and ran all the way in a random direction. In the evil god arena, there was no way to take out all the extraordinary weapons, so he could only use his own strength. However, the light agility X5 was enough on the battlefield. All the soldiers who attacked Charlotte could not get even a lick of their clothes, and he quickly rushed out of the battlefield. Charlotte randomly chose a big tree in the wild, and jumped onto the treetop. Only then did he get a bird's eye view of the battlefield, and slightly understand the situation on the battlefield. There were 2 armies. The commander of one side brought his personal guards, and stood on a hill. He kept sending messengers to control the army. The commander of the other side brought a small team, and was charging into the most dangerous place. However, he personally went to the battlefield to fight, and he had no way to command his subordinates, so he could only let his subordinates fight on their own. Although the commander who led the troops to fight was extremely brave, he completely gave up commanding the army in order to display his personal bravery. Therefore, although his army was obviously larger in number, better trained, and better armed, it was at a disadvantage. A few minutes later, Charlotte was sure of one thing. Except for the two commanders, their soldiers were not human. Humans are emotional animals, but the soldiers of the two commanders obeyed orders completely, did not care about casualties, and never retreated. No matter how tragically their comrades died in battle, they were indifferent. Whether it was the Earth before Charlotte crossed over, or the old continent that he crossed over, there had never been such an army. It's the Labyrinth Guards. Charlotte made a judgment, and he couldn't help but complain. Even if it's the Labyrinth Guards, they can't be so wasteful, right? These Labyrinth Guards are all elite. Charlotte's face turned pale immediately, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. But there was a voice in his heart that told him clearly that only he was different from others. Charlotte's Labyrinth Guards were either enemies or people who had committed unforgivable crimes, such as human trafficking and cannibalism. He would never turn ordinary subordinates into Labyrinth Guards, but other Labyrinth Masters did not have this psychological burden. If they wanted, they could turn everyone in a city into Labyrinth Guards. Charlotte suddenly figured out one thing. Why are evil gods rampant in the New World, while the evil gods in the Old World are suppressed by the righteous gods? It is not a question of evil gods and righteous gods, but the people of the two continents are different. The people of the Old World receive traditional education, and most of the secret methods they practice are inherited from the 9 righteous gods and come from universities. The other mainstream is the secret methods created by great human philosophers, which also mostly come from universities. Very few people practice the art of evil gods. The New World is full of evil gods because people actively gave up the righteous gods and chose the evil gods in order to gain power as soon as possible. It is not because the evil gods are too strong and the righteous gods are not strong enough. This is the choice of mankind itself. Charlotte remembered what the great priest Oxraden had said. How can the New World fight against the evil gods? Have more children. What a cruel choice this is. The diary in Charlotte's arm suddenly conveyed a thought. Charlotte Mecklin is challenging the 40th maze. This is Mosully, an isolated landmass. There are 18 towns in Mosully, and the mayor of each town is the evil god candidate of the maze evil god Agmaras. They must fight for the only spot through war, and the loser will become the vassal of the winner. They fought each other, and forged a blood feud. Charlotte Mecklin, please restore order in Mosully, and let Mosully reappear in the world. Chapter 507. Charlotte held her chin, and fell into deep thought. The 40th level maze was not too difficult, but too simple. Although he was alone, he believed that with the strength of the 18th level, it would not be difficult to sweep the 18 towns in Mosul. Charlotte always felt that Agmaras was playing tricks on him, and this evil god arena was definitely not normal. Although he didn't know much about the evil god arena, he knew one detail, that is, the evil god preliminaries and evil god candidates were not Agmaras preliminaries. Agmaras' candidates were all evil gods with preliminaries, and all evil gods with candidates, but Mosul only had Agmaras' evil god candidates. This is too strange. Charlotte had too little information, and he didn't know what Agmaras was going to do to him. However, he decided to take action first. There were 2 evil god candidates fighting here, and their cities must be empty. Charlotte was going to pick one to occupy. As long as he could occupy a city, Charlotte would have the confidence that he could continue to send troops until he swept across the entire Mosul. Charlotte tried the magic flame horse, and succeeded easily, but the magic flame horse he summoned was obviously not the one he had subdued before. Charlotte didn't care about this detail. He climbed onto the magic flame horse, and headed straight for the nearest town. The town closest to the battlefield had almost no residents. Charlotte had planned to have a battle, but when he broke into the town, he felt the town was dilapidated. The streets were deserted, even more desolate than Machupi, which at least had some crows and rats. Charlotte got off the magic flame horse, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the ground. He used the power of the maze, and encountered no resistance. In just half an hour, he turned the town into a maze. By the way, he also knew that there were more than 20 maze guards in the town. When he summoned this group of maze guards, he couldn't help but feel miserable. Almost all of these 20 or so maze guards were disabled. The only healthy person was a child of a few months old. His mother was blind in one eye and had several scars on her body. They were all like zombies. Although the maze guards themselves were evil, Charlotte had never seen such callous behavior in his maze guards. Most of the maze guards under his command were quite normal. Charlotte hadn't felt anything just now, but now he knew that the evil god candidates in Mosul had squeezed out all the potential of the population of this small landmass in order to fight for the only victory. If Charlotte hadn't appeared, there might be a winner here, but the price would be the loss of all the population. Charlotte sighed, and let the 20 or so maze guards disperse on their own. He didn't intend to rely on them to fight. He checked his own abilities. Charlotte suddenly found a bug. He couldn't bring in the supernatural weapons of the evil god arena, but his personal abilities were not limited. Well, Charlotte suddenly discovered that he had an ability called the Mirror Demon, and it was actually useful. He immediately summoned Ishmarin. Ishmarin was still dumbfounded, except for the trident in his hand that allowed him to maintain a little of the last dignity of the evil god. From any angle, he was just an ordinary saint. And his head was broken. Although Gareth's soul and memory were damaged, he at least looked normal. People who didn't know the details couldn't tell that he was actually an incomplete person. Ishmarin looked abnormal. Charlotte touched the evil god, who was now just like an ordinary person, except that he looked a little ferocious. He was already very obedient, and said, "I have a wonderful method called Beast God Transformation. Now I will teach you. You can change into a human appearance, so as not to scare people when you go out." Ishmarin did not react at all, but after Charlotte taught him the Beast God Transformation technique, Ishmarin quickly turned around and transformed into a middle-aged man who looked very much like Jackie Chan, with a steady temperament and affinity. Charlotte stretched out a finger and tapped Ishmarin's forehead, slightly tampering with the memory of this evil god. Ishmarin is a family servant of the Mechlin family for generations. He has watched Gareth Mechlin, Amon Mechlin, and Emilia Mechlin grow up since childhood. He is loyal to the Mechlin couple, proficient in necromancy, and is also good at painting and mathematics. He is a colleague of the Golden Goat Rolf, Black Dragon, Vigo and others, and they are close friends. They often play snake cards together. In order to complete the character, Charlotte stuffed the evil god with a full set of mathematical knowledge from primary school to high school to graduate school. As for whether he can understand it, that's another matter. After infusing a lot of memories, Ishmarin's eyes became much more lively, and a humble oriental smile appeared on his face. He could even stutter and say, "Master Charlotte Mechlin, what do you need?" Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "There will be a battle later. Help me capture them all alive." Ishmarin bowed and gave an imperial salute, and Charlotte felt much happier. He had just seen Emilia rob the Ishmarin palace and tried it out, but he didn't expect to find a place in the evil god arena. Let me ask, with Ishmarin in hand, who can be the evil god candidate? At dusk, a group of remnants returned to the city. Charlotte gave an order, and Ishmarin took out his trident. He just pointed to the sky from a distance, and these people walked into the town step by step without knowing it. Charlotte was stunned. He knew that Ishmarin was actually an evil god, but he didn't expect that even though his power had declined to the level of saint, he could still use such a casual large-scale control technique. Although most of these people were ordinary people, only the evil god candidate was a transcendent, but his level was not high, but this move was too. Evil god. Anyway, Charlotte couldn't do it. He easily transformed these people into maze guards, including the evil god candidate. At this point, Charlotte had his first town. Although the population was sparse and Charlotte couldn't help sighing, in the city he controlled, everyone lived and worked in peace and contentment, and business was prosperous. He even abolished taxes, and the residents' satisfaction remained high. He couldn't understand how these evil god candidates could make the city into such a mess even though they were also controlling a city. What Charlotte didn't know was that when he turned an evil god candidate into a maze guard, the other evil god candidates were prompted, and each of them was greatly frightened. Chapter 508. The 18 evil god candidates in Mosul have been fighting for several months, and are currently at a stage where no one can do anything to anyone else. After all, everyone knows that there can only be one winner in this evil god arena, and no one will trust anyone else. This is also the fundamental reason why the war is extremely cruel, and is about to wipe out the population of Mosul. Evil gods actually need faith, but they don't care about the population, and will destroy the population without restraint. This is a serious evil god paradox. After Charlotte captured a city, he first collected intelligence. From his labyrinth guards, especially the evil god candidate, he learned about the various situations in Mosul. He immediately made a choice to attack directly without any strategy. Well, there is Ishmarin. What strategy is needed? Charlotte took a short break, and did not even lead any of his subordinates. He only took Ishmarin to the second town. The evil god candidate in Mosul was just surprised when he received the prompt that the first candidate had withdrawn from the arena, But when the prompt of the second evil god candidate's withdrawal appeared, everyone panicked. They sent out the labyrinth guards to contact others and find out the situation. Not long after these messengers were sent out, they received the news that the third candidate for the evil god had withdrawn. For the first time, Charlotte felt the refreshing feeling of going invincible without any strategy. But unfortunately, when he attacked the fourth town, the candidate for the evil god ran away in advance. The Moduli landmass is very small, and the distance between the 18 towns will not exceed a day for ordinary people to travel. Before the era of large-scale industry, there would be no such dense towns in reality, because without modern agriculture, it would not be able to support such a dense population. Although Charlotte also noticed this detail, he did not take it too seriously. As one town after another was flattened, he soon encountered the last resistance. When he flattened the 8th town, 13 evil god candidates formed a coalition and sniped Charlotte head-on. The two sides made contact for a while, and soon a fierce battle broke out. Charlotte did not do much, and saw Ishmael slaughtering those evil god candidates one by one. These evil god candidates, who have not yet entered the holy rank, are no match for Ishmael, who was once an evil god. After defeating the coalition army head-on, Charlotte spent another 3 days to occupy 18 towns and turn them all into mazes, and then he finally knew what conspiracy Agmaras had played on him. He restored the Order of Mosul and mastered this maze, so he naturally had the ability to bring it back to the world. Charlotte did the same. When Mosul reconnected to the world, he appeared in the Christopher region of the New World. Yes, it was Christopher who first arrived in the New World. The place where he landed in the New World was in the middle of the New World. The New World was also divided into 2 parts, north and south, just like the Old World, but it was not separated by a strait, but connected by a small piece of land. This piece of land was the Christopher region, and Mos Uri was the narrowest part of the Christopher region. On its left and right sides were 2 seas. Last time, Charlotte was sent out of the Agras Sea by Agmaras, and this time, she was sent directly to the New World by this evil god. Moreover, this time, he has no ship. Charlotte now has only Ishmael as his subordinate, 18 towns, and less than 10,000 maze guards. Charlotte must go back to the Sea of Agras and find his fleet before he can start the maze challenge again. Charlotte looked at the sea, feeling extremely depressed. He needed a ship to go out to sea, but the towns in Mosul were all small towns with a population of several thousand, and there was no shipbuilding industry at all. In addition, the 18 evil god candidates had crushed the population here. The remaining population was less than 10% of the peak population of Mosul. Even the basic operation of society was difficult to maintain. Most of them were daily occupations, such as farmers, bakers, craftsmen, workers who repaired various tools, and merchants traveling between towns. All of them died in the dam arena. The rest were mostly old, weak, women and children, who could only do the most basic work and might not even be able to continue ordinary farming. Without a strong leader, these people might die in large numbers soon. Charlotte also thought about letting Ishmael carry him to the Agulhas Sea, but if he left here, it was likely that these 18 towns would soon be unable to support themselves. Once the maze of these towns was broken by others, he would have failed the challenge. Agmaras gave him a big problem. Charlotte was silent for a long time in the face of such a scene, but he still thought of a solution. He said to Ishmael, "Go to the Agras Sea and tell Teacher Juno to hand over all the ghost fleets to you and bring them to Mosul. Let the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia wait for me there." Ishmael received the order and immediately flew away. Charlotte stood on the beach of Mosul, stroking her chin and whispered, "What trouble did Agmaras encounter? He has actually fallen to the point of using such a trick to deal with a mortal? What level have the evil gods in the New World fought to? Who are they fighting now? Are there any evil gods who have formed an alliance with each other? This is really curious." Charlotte waited in Mosul for 2 days. Knowing that Ishmael would not come back so soon, and that he would bring back a ghost fleet, it would take even longer. So she screened the maze guards under her command, barely picking out 700 or 800 soldiers who could still fight, and tried to attack the south of the continent. Mos Uri's social order, economy, and population all collapsed. Because of too many wars, all supplies were exhausted, even food was gone. If they wanted to survive, there were only 2 ways: get support from others or expand on their own. Charlotte believed that no one would support Mos Uri on the new road, especially this kind of support that was almost impossible to get in return. Then they could only try to expand. Black Golan, which borders Mos Uri, is 5 or 6 times larger than Mos Uri, with a population 3 or 4 times larger, 7 medium and large cities, and a port that Mosuri does not have. Charlotte's first target was the port of Black Colombo, Lázaro Cárdenas port. There was panic in Lázaro Cárdenas port. Mosuri suddenly disappeared, turning the land connecting the North and South New World into a vast ocean, which made people nearby panic. They didn't know which evil god had made the move, and Mosuri suddenly appeared again, which was even more terrifying. Now they suddenly attacked Lázaro Cárdenas port. The residents of this port city were worried that some evil god had invaded. Chapter 509. Charlotte did not show up, but the new route did. Juno could not help but worry about his student. Of course, he would not rashly embark on the new route, and waited patiently for a few days. On this day, Juno had just woken up from meditation when he sensed the breath of Ishmael. This evil god descended from the sky, and handed a letter to Juno when he saw him. Charlotte was worried that the evil god might make mistakes in the message, so he did not dare to let him dictate. He told his experience in the letter. After reading the letter, Juno was really dumbfounded. He smiled and handed all the ghost ships to Ishmael. After Ishmael led the ghost fleet to set off, Juno Arthur did not continue to wait for Charlotte to return, but excitedly commanded the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia to sail into the new route. Charlotte chose the port of Lázaro Cárdenas for a compelling reason. He had asked Ishmael to transfer the ghost fleet, but there was no suitable port in Mosul, and the ghost ships also needed to dock at the port. There are 2 large ports in the Black Cologne region, and the port of Lázaro Cárdenas is the closest to Mosul. Charlotte led 700 or 800 people, and marched to the outside of the city wall of the port of Lázaro Cárdenas. He asked his maze guards to raise a large flag. This large flag was very crude, just a few thin tree trunks connected together, with a piece of white cloth hung on it. In order to make it clear to the people in the city, Charlotte also fixed the upper and lower ends of the white cloth. The large flag was written in Fars and Englima: surrender and no killing, resist and massacre. The currency in circulation in the New World is mainly the gold pound, shilling and penny of Inglamar, and the ECU, Voss and centime of Fars. The languages are mainly Inglamar and Fars. The former is more popular than the currency, and more than 60% of the population in the New World understands Inglamar. These 2 sentences are concise and unambiguous. This bilingual flag is enough for 90% of the residents of Lázaro Cárdenas port to understand what is written on it. The residents of this port city were extremely panicked because of this flag, and some even refused the order of General Duma, who was in charge of the city, and refused to go up to the city to resist. The New World is full of immigrants, and the main enemy is the evil god, not humans. The social structure is also completely different from the Old World. When encountering danger, cities are unable to help each other. After all, facing the attack of the evil god, no matter how many humans come, they will die. Such a living environment is simply not suitable for building a country. Except for the overseas territories of several empires in the Old World, they are all autonomous city-states or city-state alliances. Faced with an irresistible enemy, the cities in the New World are more willing to choose to surrender rather than fight to the death. They value family, relatives, and their own lives more. Although General Duma was not a senior military strategist, and even after taking charge of this port city, he had never led troops to fight. The Black Cologne region spanned 2 seas, with developed trade and very few wars, but he had some common sense. Charlotte only brought 700 or 800 people, and their equipment was simple, so it was impossible for him to attack a strong city like Lázaro Cárdenas port. However, he mobilized several times, and the residents of Lázaro Cárdenas port were frightened by the banner of no killing for surrender, massacre for resistance, and generally resisted war. In the minds of these residents, whether Duma was the lord of the city or the people outside the city ruled, it made no difference. General Duma had no choice but to convene a temporary city meeting. In most cities in the New World, the highest authority is the city meeting, unlike the Old World where the highest authority must be the royal family. Charlotte raised the flag and asked his maze guards to shout loudly. He was a little bored. After all, he never thought that he could make the enemy surrender with just such a big flag. This kind of battle has never been fought since Charlotte crossed over. After all, the enemy surrendered at the sight of the wind, and it really requires the commander to have a bit of kingly aura. He doesn't have it. Charlotte thought to herself, should we launch a feint attack to see how the residents of Port Lázaro Cárdenas react? But I only have 700 or 800 combatants. What if the feint attack results in too many casualties? Although victory or defeat depends on extraordinary combat power, ordinary soldiers are also very useful, and should not be squandered. Charlotte felt sorry for the 18 evil god candidates, who had caused the population of Mosul to decline in order to win. Those people should not have died in vain. Just as Charlotte was preparing to swagger for a while, and then withdraw, and then find a way to attack the port of Lázaro Cárdenas. She saw the city gate suddenly open, and a team walked out calmly, and also raised a white flag. Although both sides raised the white flag, the meaning was completely different. Charlotte was still stagnant for a while, and then she led her troops forward. When General Duma saw Charlotte, he said, "The port of Lázaro Cárdenas hopes to have peace. We are willing to surrender, but please promise not to harm any residents." Charlotte agreed readily, and first ordered the Duma and the city council members, who surrendered outside the city, to be tied up, and then led the army into the port city. He really didn't expect that when he was at the gates of the city, the port of Lázaro Cárdenas would surrender without a fight. Although Charlotte still found it a little unbelievable. How could it be so easy to conquer a city? But without any hesitation, after entering the port city, he first disbanded the city defense army and the city council and other original management agencies of the port of Lázaro Cárdenas. When the city residents protested, Charlotte immediately announced to the whole city that the dissolution of these institutions was to exempt taxes, which immediately reversed the momentum and gained great support. Charlotte is now a political expert. He took advantage of the situation, abolished the original decree, issued a new decree, formed a Chamber of Commerce alliance, and re-established the Knights of Favonius, pulling out a team of more than 1,000 people. This military adventure made Charlotte taste the sweetness. He led the newly formed Knights of Favonius, and swept through nearby cities continuously. At this time, Ishmael led the Ghost Fleet, and had left the Águila Sea, and began to cross the Golden Sea. The sea between the Águila Sea and the New World is called the Golden Sea, and the west coast of the New World is also called the Golden Coastline, because several adventurers in the past soon discovered gold mines in a coastal city after arriving in the New World, and the Golden Sea and the Golden Coastline got their names from this. This evil god floats in the sky every day, guiding the direction of the Ghost Fleet, and at the same time keeps muttering about addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, quadratic functions, Pythagorean cosine, subset elements. His brain is full of various mathematical knowledge. As long as he calms down a little, he will automatically generate a test paper. If he doesn't finish it, his head will buzz, and he can't have a moment of peace. This matter was Charlotte's fault. As a math teacher, he had to give this evil god hundreds of math test papers. Originally, this was not a big deal. These test papers would only occupy a very small part of a normal person's memory. But Ishmael's memory loss was too severe, resulting in the main memory in his brain being all these test papers. Chapter 510. Charlotte knew that the newly formed Knights of Favonius had a group of extraordinary people, such as the candidates for the evil god, General Duma, and several counselors of the port of Lázaro Cárdenas City Conference, but the internal situation was not stable. Most people did not have a high degree of recognition for this team, especially General Duma and those city councilors, who were simply dissatisfied. They surrendered outside the city, but in the end, look at what treatment Charlotte gave them. They were tied up directly, and then they were stripped of all their power, thrown into the army, and made to fight with the army. If they were not worried about their personal safety and the safety of their families, they would definitely protest. He also knew that victory could solve all problems. Charlotte first swept through the towns near the port of Lázaro Cárdenas. In just a few days, it swept through 7 or 8 small towns and expanded the Knights of Favonius to more than 3,000 people. When Charlotte was ready to attack another port city in the Black Column region, he received a piece of news that he was not easy to accept for a while. 3 of the 7 major cities in the Black Column region chose to surrender without a fight. Well, there was another piece of news. The 3 cities that were not prepared to surrender formed a city-state military alliance to resist Charlotte's attack. These 3 cities were all guarded by high-level extraordinary people, and they believed that they were not afraid of Charlotte, an outsider. In fact, Charlotte could understand that the 3 cities formed an alliance to resist him as an outsider. On the contrary, he could not understand why 3 cities chose to surrender. He did not show much strength. He did not have strong talents under his command. Most of the officers in the team were either from Mas Uri or from the port of Lázaro Cárdenas. How come 3 cities surrendered? Charlotte was puzzled, but she acted quickly. She led the Knights of Favonius to take over the surrendered cities, and recruited a group of young men from each city to join the Knights of Favonius. Even though he had some political skills, it would take some time to digest the 3 cities without enough help, and he could not take military action. Although the other 3 cities formed an alliance, it was impossible for them to send troops quickly. They needed to hold several meetings to discuss various matters. Who would send how many people? Who will provide how much supplies? How to divide the spoils after the war? Who will command the battle? And other issues must be resolved. After the 2 military groups formed a confrontation, a brief peace appeared. No one took any drastic action, and neither side even declared war. The city-state military alliance held a meeting for more than 10 days to solve various problems. When the three coalition forces finally set out, Ishmael appeared in the waters outside the port of Lazaro Cardenas with a ghost fleet. When this ghost fleet appeared, the residents of Lazaro Cardenas port were terrified beyond words. A fleet of more than 900 ghost ships was enough to sweep across almost all coastal cities in the New World. Except for those super-large cities with saints, ordinary cities were simply vulnerable. Each ghost ship had at least dozens of ghost crew members, and most of them had more than 100 crew members. Even if they were landing, they could easily form a ghost army of more than 100,000. The residents of Lazaro Cardenas port only thought that this was the undead disaster, and the end of Lazaro Cardenas port, and they all prepared to flee. At this time, Charlotte resolutely stepped forward and made a big fuss that this fleet was nothing to be afraid of. He could protect the people of Lazaro Cardenas port. And in order to show that he had the confidence to protect everyone, he announced that he was willing to use a fair price to purchase the real estate held by the residents, who were preparing to flee. Although Charlotte's move increased the trust of a very small number of residents, it did not help the overall situation, and did not reverse the trend of residents fleeing from Lazaro Cardenas port. However, most of the residents who fled chose to sell the real estate they could not take with them to Charlotte before leaving. Charlotte really kept her promise and invested in the purchase of the real estate. Almost everyone was very satisfied with this big deal. The news that a ghost fleet appeared in the sea off the port of Lazaro Cardenas soon spread to several nearby areas through the fleeing crowd. The city-state military alliance quickly learned that a fleet of nearly 1,000 ghost ships was about to attack the port of Lazaro Cardenas. This horror, they immediately stopped their attack. The military leaders of the three cities immediately held a meeting. But how could such a thing be resolved by a meeting? Ishmael, very considerate, deliberately waited until the residents of Lazaro Cardenas port had almost fled before slowly entering the port. Charlotte led the warriors of the Knights of Favonius to the top of the port, making a gesture of fighting to the death. The residents of the New World were used to being played by the evil gods, and those who were willing to stay were not so panicked. It was impossible not to be afraid, but at least they could complete Charlotte's defense instructions. More than 900 ghost ships, although there are no ancient magic ghost warships, are still as powerful as demons, with the spirit of devouring all living things. General Duma looked at this ghost fleet, and his back was full of cold sweat. He couldn't help but suggest to Charlotte, "You should escape. We can't fight against such a powerful evil god at all. If we stay, we will just die. If you can lead the people in the city to escape, I am willing to help you." Duma's words made Charlotte look at him with admiration, and she smiled and said, "You are a good person, but not a good commander." He added in his heart, "Actually, I am not either. We can definitely win this battle. Please believe me." How could Duma know that this ghost fleet belonged to Charlotte? He didn't believe Charlotte's nonsense at all. But at this time, Charlotte still chose to fight instead of running away, and did not stop anyone from leaving. She was also willing to spend a lot of money to buy real estate. She won some respect from him. Duma sighed and thought to himself, "Forget it, just accompany him to fight these ghosts. At the last moment, if I escape again, I will be worthy of him." Bah, I surrendered outside the city, but he had people tie me up. For a man like this, no matter what I do, I will be worthy of him. Duma was preparing himself mentally when he saw Charlotte suddenly clapping her hands, and several extraordinary people worked together to move several huge stones and pile them up. Charlotte jumped up, stood on the high platform with huge stones, and shouted to the ghost fleet on the sea, "I am the man of destiny, warriors from the sea, submit to me and offer your loyalty." More than 90% of the new members of the Knights of Favonius looked at them as if they were idiots, but the next second, they saw countless ghost crew members walking onto the deck, kneeling on one knee, roaring, and offering their loyalty to Charlotte Mechlin standing on the boulders. That was the second. All the members of the New World of the Knights of Favonius were shocked beyond words, and the seeds of fear were planted in their hearts. Decades later, this scene was painted by a painter into an oil painting worth nearly 1,000 gold ducats. Charlotte reigns over Black Columbus. Chapter 511. Nearly 1,000 ghost ships surrendered. The shock of this scene was deeply imprinted in the memory of all those present. Decades later, they would still be fascinated when talking about this scene, and they would show their wholehearted admiration for Charlotte. After Charlotte finished pretending, she immediately ordered Ishmael to dispatch 30,000 ghost crew members to the shore, because there was a battle to be fought. Countless ghost crew members jumped off the ship, crossed the sea, and climbed ashore. Even though they knew that they had surrendered to Charlotte, this scene still frightened the residents of Lazaro Cardenas port. Charlotte also knew that she couldn't let these ghost crew members stay in this port city, as it would cause panic among ordinary residents. So she let them pass through the port of Lazarus Cardanus directly, mixed with ordinary members of the Knights of Favonius, and formed a large army, heading in the direction of the City-State Military Alliance. Charlotte's army soon collided with the army of the City-State Military Alliance. When the armies of both sides appeared on the battlefield together, the several commanders of the City-State Military Alliance were silent when they saw the ghost crew members all over the mountains. When Ishmerlin floated into the sky, the 3 city lords of the coalition army turned pale. Tlacapac's city lord Tintenherge whispered, "Do we have any other way besides summoning the evil god?" The other 2 city lords hesitated for a moment and said together, "Surrender." Tintenherge sighed deeply and said, "Ask someone to write a surrender document, and we will sign it together. I will personally deliver it to Mr. Charlotte Mechlin." The other 2 city lords looked around, and all the soldiers were pale, with no color in their faces. Not only did Charlotte suddenly surrender a terrifying ghost fleet, but she also had a saint, and the bilingual flag she had raised before weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone in the coalition. They had originally suspected that Charlotte might not slaughter people after the victory, but now no one dared to doubt it. After all, what cruel things could a person who controlled the ghost army not do? Soon the surrender document was written, and the 3 city lords signed it. As expected, Tintenherge came to see Charlotte in person and respectfully handed over the surrender document of the City-State Military Alliance. Charlotte did not want to fight. After all, there was no hatred between the 2 sides. He read the document, smiled slightly, and said, "If you are willing to surrender, I am not willing to start a war." Tintenherge saw that Charlotte was indeed as rumored, and was quite lenient to those who surrendered. He was very happy, complimented Charlotte a few words, and was about to leave. Charlotte hurried back to the Sea of Agris to continue the labyrinth trial. He attacked Hygorum because the population of Mos Uri completely collapsed, and could not maintain normal social operation. It might be attacked by the army of a certain city-state at once, and Mos Uri would be gone, and the road to challenge Agmaraz would be interrupted. Therefore, he did not intend to take care of the emotions of those who surrendered, and asked Ishmarin to bring thousands of ghost crew members to follow Tintenherge, intending to take over the entire Black Columbia as soon as possible, and Tintenherge did not dare to refuse. All the forces in the Christopher region have set their sights on the Black Columbia area. They all want to know what Charlotte will do next. If Charlotte continues to attack other areas, then everyone will be prepared, but soon the city-state lords in other parts of the Christopher region will be relieved. Charlotte took over Black Columbo, abolished all taxes, established a chamber of commerce, amended laws, and selected strong men to join the Knights of Favonius. In a short period of time, he won the unanimous favor of most residents. Without taxes, the lower-class residents suddenly felt that life was easier, as if a mountain was removed from their heads. Middle-class residents suddenly found that life was safer, the streets were cleaner, and even convenient public carriages appeared, and life was completely renewed. Even many wealthy residents felt that it was easier to do business, and they didn't have to worry about robbery, extortion, being disrupted by others, not getting the goods they wanted, and not being able to collect the payment. With the care and protection of the Chamber of Commerce, it was easier to accumulate wealth than before, but the losses were reduced. After doing these things, Charlotte left Hycolin, and did not even leave Ishmarin behind. After learning that Charlotte had left, the city-state lords of the Christopher region believed that he was the spokesperson of a certain evil god. This sudden action was an order from the evil god they believed in. Since he had left, everyone kept a tacit understanding, and did not take any action. Ishmarin carried Charlotte on his back, and soon found the deserted island, where he disappeared. After seeing the new route, Charlotte still let Ishmarin carry her and continued to challenge. He soon saw the 41st maze. This maze had been completely broken, and he only needed to make it a maze to quietly complete this challenge. Carried by Ishmarin, Charlotte continued to advance all the way, but never encountered any obstacles. The mazes in front of him were all destroyed. Apart from making the undefended city a maze, he had nothing else to do. 42, 43, 50, 60, 70 mazes. When Charlotte found the 99th maze, he finally saw the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia again. At the same time, he also saw the battle of the evil god level again, a palace floating on the sea, surrounded by countless corridors suspended on the sea surface. Each corridor has countless warriors, who are fighting desperately against the attacks of the Holy Light God Kingdom and the Amelia. Amabella disappeared completely, and countless branches grew from the bottom of the Holy Light God Kingdom, and under Juno's control, they became the main force of the attack. On the Amelia, the little Amelia Mikrin showed amazing momentum, and kept casting various spells. Every strike could make the Agmara's labyrinth floating on the sea shake violently. I don't know how many warriors guarding this evil god labyrinth were annihilated. Charlotte knew who had broken through the 99 layers of the maze along the way. It was his teacher Juno, and his eldest daughter Emilia Mechlin, who worked together to solve this major event. It is obvious that Agmaras may be in real trouble now. Under the attack of the Holy Light God Kingdom and Emilia, the maze it finally controlled not only did not gain any advantage, but was rather dwarfed. Ishmerlin took Charlotte on the Holy Light God Kingdom. When Charlotte saw Juno, she asked, "Teacher, why did you do it yourself?" Juno smiled slightly and said, "I have a feeling that if we don't speed up the progress, the most plump part of Agmaras may not be our turn to use knives and forks. He can use less than 1% of his power now. It is the best time to kill the god." Chapter 512. Charlotte asked in a low voice, "How is Amabella?" Juno said lightly, "I don't know, but she should be seriously injured and can only provide very weak power at present." Charlotte looked at Emilia, who was fighting excitedly. He had some strange feelings for this eldest daughter. Charlotte knew that this kind of father-daughter relationship should not be taken seriously, but he did have an inexplicable concern. He couldn't help but ask one more question, "How is Emilia?" Juno smiled and said, "She is much more talented in the vampire power word than you." Charlotte was surprised and said, "You taught her the vampire power word?" Juno shook her head and said, "It can't be said that I taught her. She should have such power by nature." Don't forget that Amabella is the biological daughter of Pendragon Arthur, the ancestor of the Arthur family. She is one of the 19 descendants created by Pendragon through the first embrace. And Emilia has the purest blood of Amabella. She is born to be the top vampire. Charlotte took a deep breath. He almost forgot this relationship. Emilia is indeed the purest vampire, but he always felt that this eldest daughter was obviously different from normal vampires. Anyway, she is different. Emilia had seen Charlotte a long time ago. She waited for a while, but Charlotte didn't come to her. She pouted and couldn't help shouting, "Dad, why don't you come to see Emilia? I can't leave this ship and can't go over, so why don't you come over here?" Charlotte could only say goodbye to Juno in a hurry, and still let Ishmarin take him to the Emilia. The little girl saw her father, and was filled with joy. She threw herself into Charlotte's arms, and was extremely happy. Charlotte was embarrassed for a while, hugged Emilia, and whispered, "I was sent to the New World by Agmaras, and it took a lot of effort to get back." Emilia shouted, "Agamaras is so abominable. Dad, I will help Grandpa Juno to kill him." Charlotte couldn't help but ask, "What did Grandpa Juno teach you?" Emilia said, "The word of the bloodline. I have mastered all 261 spells." "Emilia, isn't that great?" Charlotte had only mastered a few words of the bloodline. When she heard that her daughter had mastered all 261 words of the bloodline, she was no longer surprised, but horrified. He now understood why the teacher said, "It can't be considered that he taught me." He whispered, "Emilia is great. Dad has only mastered 2 or 3 kinds." Emilia was immediately delighted and whispered, "I actually hid it from Grandpa Juno. I also know other vampire spells, such as your bloody glory." Charlotte was not shocked this time, but horrified. When Emilia was born, he did feel that his power and memory were absorbed, but he didn't expect such serious consequences. Emilia actually knew bloody glory? This little guy. He really doesn't look like an evil god. He is much more evil than an evil god. Charlotte whispered, "Dad will help you." Emilia reached out and grabbed, and Charlotte felt her body lighten, and she was in that extraordinary world again. This time, there were 3 huge palaces, crashing in the endless black sky. The Agmaras labyrinth, just like in the real world, showed a declining trend. Charlotte tried to use the power of the Holy Light God's kingdom. Sure enough, the other 4 powers were all normal, but Amabella's power was very weak, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Charlotte was inexplicably relieved. He didn't want to face this divine creature. Although in Amabella's mind, the 2 of them already had 2 children, a boy and a girl, but Charlotte really knew that these 3 women were not human. They were all very evil, hiding countless secrets, which he still couldn't understand. Before Charlotte could find the blood spirit, he felt a slippery body pressed against his back, which scared him into a sweat. A soft voice sounded in his mind, "Amabella is finally gone, and you brought me home. What on earth do you want to do?" "Whatever you want to do. Just do it." A snake's tail was coiling around his body. Charlotte didn't dare to move. He didn't know how he provoked the sea snake Basuji. He seemed a little excited. Amabella was gone, and fell into a deep sleep. He was unusually active. Charlotte didn't know what the mentality of this Sea King level monster was. He was not Su Xian. He wouldn't do it. Charlotte raised his spirituality and shouted, "Please don't misunderstand me. I just want to repair the Holy Light Kingdom." Basuji smiled softly and charmingly, with a snake tail coiling around Charlotte's body, almost sticking to Charlotte's back, and a pair of hands around Charlotte's neck, breathing into his ears. "You humans are hypocritical. You deliberately let Amabella give birth to a child. You also know that once he gives birth to a child, he will fall into a deep sleep and will not wake up for a long time. Letting him give birth to a child is extremely dangerous. It may even cause him to die, and even you to die. You took such a big risk, if not to do something? How is it possible?" Charlotte was surprised and asked, "Why is Amabella in such danger because of giving birth?" Basuji said softly and charmingly, "Because no one knows what we will give birth to. It may be a ball of flesh, without consciousness, or a monster, indescribable, or it may be an ordinary creature, but it has a little extraordinary power. Come to think of it, I also want to have a child with you. Your spirituality is really stable. You can actually let Amabella give birth to offspring without going crazy. The Amelia she gave birth to is also normal, which is a bit scary." Charlotte asked back, "Isn't this very dangerous?" He didn't want to have anything to do with this sea snake, so he picked on Basuji's language loopholes and turned the tables. Basuji laughed and said, "There are many dangers, but the rewards are also great. If it weren't for being with you, with Amon and Amelia, how could he suppress us and take charge of the Holy Light God's country?" Charlotte learned several great secrets of the evil god level in succession, and her heart was in turmoil. According to Basuji, Amabella's pregnancy with Amelia this time may have hidden a great secret. He has no way of knowing what the secret is, but Charlotte believes that this secret is absolutely earth-shattering. Seeing that Charlotte was indifferent, Basuji suddenly let go of him and said, "I will teach you if—" At this moment, Charlotte heard a childish voice, angrily shouting, "Little bitch, leave my father." Chapter 513. Amelia floated in the sky, her little hand pointed at the endless darkness, like the queen of the night, indescribably domineering and exciting. Countless red lightnings gathered towards the sky where Amelia's little hand pointed, and even faintly gathered into the image of a fierce beast with lightning wings. Basuji disappeared without a trace, without even hesitating, leaving only the embarrassed Charlotte. It was only at this moment that he realized that he was brought into this world by Amelia, but he was floating above the Holy Light Kingdom without knowing it, and he was far away from Amelia. He didn't know whether it was the rules of this world or Vasuki's manipulation just now, so he was extremely alert. Amelia saw Vasuki retreat, and pointed her little hand, and the thunder beast as big as a small mountain pounced on the Agmaras labyrinth, and everything was charred wherever it passed. Agmaras, floating in the black sky, seemed unable to withstand the thunder beast, tilted slightly, and then turned over. Charlotte took a look at the Agmaras labyrinth, with its bottom facing the sky, and felt that her spirit was greatly polluted. The bottom of the Agmaras labyrinth is composed of countless winding corridors, but these corridors are not static, but like winding worms, drilling around at the bottom of the labyrinth. At this moment, Juno's great prophecy blasted down, destroying countless corridors. These corridors seemed to have life, flowing with thick black juice, and making shrill howls. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, and did not dare to go down to fight. Those corridors entrenched in the bottom of the Agmaras labyrinth looked too weird. He was just a saint, and he had no confidence that he could step into this labyrinth and come back alive. After all, Charlotte was only at the 18th level, and she had never been able to take that step. The three palaces collided with each other in the black sky, and sometimes a powerful spell fell. Although Charlotte had experienced 2 large-scale battles, she was still fascinated by it. At this moment, Juno suddenly shouted, "Charlotte, you take over the Holy Light Kingdom. I want to break into the Agmaras labyrinth myself." Charlotte hurriedly landed on the Holy Light Kingdom. As soon as he took over the Holy Light Kingdom, Juno rushed into the bottom of the Agmaras labyrinth, into the twisting and winding corridors. As soon as Juno fell into it, Agmaras suddenly turned over. The giant beast transformed by red lightning had shrunk to 1/3 and looked a little embarrassed, but it also destroyed the maze beyond recognition. A deep crack almost cut Agmaras in two. Charlotte was a little worried about the teacher. He controlled the Holy Light Kingdom, and launched one fierce attack after another, trying to blow it up again. All the buildings in Agmaras suddenly squirmed and closed together, extinguishing the lightning beast alive, leaving only endless gray smoke. Amelia was furious, and all kinds of powerful spells appeared one after another. Some of them Charlotte had heard of Juno, and some were unheard of. Although judging from the form of the spell, it should also be the Blood Clan's mantra, it was beyond his understanding, and the battle immediately entered a higher intensity. This fierce battle lasted for who knows how long. Although Charlotte was only the carrier of 5 divine creatures, she still felt exhausted after launching the power of the Holy Light Kingdom. 1/3 of the Holy Light Kingdom was blown up, and it no longer looked like a palace. It looked like a tree ball made up of countless branches. The Amelia looked even more miserable. It was originally the Ishmaran Palace, a magnificent palace, but now it has become a huge charred block of earth, not even a ruin. Juno had not been heard from since he had sneaked into Agmaras. Although Charlotte was worried, she could do nothing about it. He threw out the Flame Knight's spear, and the violent power of the Flame Evil God exploded violently. The huge crack in the Agmaras labyrinth suddenly split wider, and then there was a loud cracking sound, and it was completely broken into 2 halves. The Holy Light God Kingdom suddenly pounced on a smaller piece, and countless branches stretched out and pierced into the land of the Agmaras labyrinth. 2 thoughts immediately burst out and echoed in Charlotte's mind. Delicious food. Evil God, praise Charlotte Mecklin. We're going to have dinner. Eat, eat, eat. Charlotte was horrified, and then he saw a small figure flying out of the boat, diving headfirst into the fragments of Agmaras, and then this small body exploded into countless eyeballs, instantly polluting a large area of the maze. Charlotte closed his eyes, and the feeling of disgust in his heart lingered. Because he had faced evil gods and righteous gods many times, his spirituality had been raised to the extreme, and he suddenly became restless. Charlotte even felt that countless eyeballs seemed to grow in her body, branches seemed to grow in many places, and she had an inexplicable appetite. The blood vessels in her body seemed to turn into a maze of corridors. Countless strange signs broke out at the same time. He did not hesitate to activate Bloody Glory, and started the Blood Feast meditation with all his heart. Bloody Glory is divided into 2 parts: Protagoras breathing method and Blood Feast meditation. The Blood Feast meditation created by Protagoras is to meditate on the 37 original ancestors of the Blood Clan, and cut these original ancestors one by one, and make a feast to eat. The complexity of the meditation steps, and the bloody scene made it the most brutal among the many secret methods of the human race. Charlotte regarded the pollution brought by these evil gods, and all the visions, as the original ancestors of the blood race, and sent them all to the dining table created by meditation. He cut them one by one with gnashing teeth, and ate them fiercely. While he was feasting, he dug out the mutated organs from his body, and ate them again. Through this method, the impurities in the soaring spirituality were purified. The piece of Agmaras wreckage captured by the Holy Light God Kingdom suddenly collapsed. Charlotte could even hear countless crazy thoughts, roaring constantly, full of excitement, appetite, greed, malice, and brutality. It was the 5 divine creatures that made up the Holy Light God Kingdom, holding a feast. Charlotte could even sense that Amabella had also awakened Gu Lai and joined the ranks of snatching food. Amelia seemed a little irritated. She raised her little hand high, and the entire palace transformed by the Amelia suddenly split apart and turned into hundreds of ghost ships, crashing into another fragment of the Agmaras labyrinth. These ghost ships crashed into the labyrinth, and turned into countless ghosts and vengeful spirits. Amelia stood on the shattered Agmaras labyrinth at some point, holding up a blood-red flag, like a queen, commanding her thousands of warriors to conquer all those who did not submit. Wherever the undead army passed, this half of the labyrinth fragments were contaminated by Amelia's power. Chapter 514. Charlotte screamed and woke up from the blood feast meditation. He was sweating all over, soaking all his clothes. If he had made even a slight mistake, he might have fallen. Charlotte knew that the 5 divine creatures on the Holy Light Kingdom were evil enough, and he had always been vigilant, but he didn't expect that he would almost fall into the trap. He got rid of the pollution of the evil god's power. At this time, the war had come to an end. The Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia were fighting for the last wreckage of the Agmaras labyrinth. Charlotte let out a long sigh of relief, and then heard a voice behind her saying, "Charlotte, you have gained a lot." Charlotte knew it was Juno Arthur, his teacher, and answered, "What did the teacher get?" Juno smiled slightly, swallowed and refined the flesh in his hand, and said, "We didn't get the biggest share. I can sense that Agmaras is fighting with the 3 evil gods. He couldn't get rid of the entanglement of the 3 evil gods until the last moment. We destroyed him, and he was also divided up by the 3 evil gods at the same moment. There are only 35 great evil gods in the new world now. The labyrinth evil god Agmaras has fallen forever. The crisis of Agmaras is coming that you are worried about will never happen again." Charlotte also closed her eyes and relaxed. Juno said with a smile, "However, because we all participated in the division of Agmaras, we were all branded by the 3 evil gods." Charlotte was startled and asked, "What's going on?" Juno shook her head and said, "I'm not sure either. I tried but failed to remove the marks of the three evil gods. You haven't entered the saint level yet, so you may not even be able to sense it. However, there is a little good news. That is, the Holy Light God Kingdom and Amelia were not branded. They directly swallowed the marks of the three evil gods. Charlotte was speechless. The palace transformed by the Holy Light God Kingdom made a loud noise, and all the buildings reappeared, and even the 5 figures on the platform were all complete again. Seeing the graceful figure holding Amon again, Charlotte's first reaction was to leave quickly. Before leaving, he took a look at the Amelia. It was being reorganized, and its appearance was not yet visible. As soon as Charlotte appeared in the real world, he saw Juno also walked out of the void. He snapped his fingers, and took Ishmaran back to the mirror world. At this time, the Holy Light Kingdom had completely restored its original appearance, but it was even more magnificent. The whole ship was shrouded in a layer of 5-color light, giving people a mysterious feeling of holiness, majesty, and purity. Of course, Charlotte knew that this legendary warship had nothing to do with holiness, majesty, and purity. He looked at the sea, and Agmaras completely disappeared. There was a mass on the sea that looked like a mountain, which looked like a city, and a ship as big as the city were kneaded together to form a pile. Charlotte shook her head and said to Juno, "When Amelia recovers, we will return." Juno smiled and said, "You left the ghost fleet in the New World?" Charlotte thought about it and said, "I don't need them, so I stay in the New World to guard Masuri and High Kolam." The ghost fleet that Charlotte had captured before was already on its way back, and he had no need to summon back the fleet that was sent to the New World. Charlotte took out her diary and turned to the Agmaras labyrinth. A thought came to her mind. Charlotte Mechlin successfully challenged the labyrinth evil god Agmaras. Since Agmaras had fallen, Charlotte Mechlin, as the first candidate of the labyrinth evil god, temporarily took charge of the priesthood of the labyrinth and gained control of the 685 labyrinths in the Agmaras Sea and the 1,500 labyrinth cities in the New World. Suddenly, a strange rune condensed in Charlotte's body. It was thousands of times more complex than all the runes Charlotte knew. Thousands of threads extended from this rune, connecting hundreds of islands in the Agmaras Sea and every corner of the New World. Charlotte was stunned for a long time, and then he realized that he had obtained the biggest and sweetest fruit of this god-killing. Charlotte could also imagine along the way that it was impossible for an ordinary extraordinary person to succeed in challenging Agmaras with a mortal body of Yijinjing. He was able to take advantage of the opportunity to steal because he had Juno, the Holy Light God Kingdom, and even his daughter Amelia. He also encountered a rare evil god war, and Agmaras was entangled by 3 evil gods. These factors are indispensable. All the enemies who fought with Agmaras, including the 3 evil gods, Juno, the 5 divine creatures on the Holy Light God Kingdom, and Amelia, did not have the status of evil god challengers, so they were able to divide Agmaras' body, energy, and body, but they could not get the power of this evil god. Perhaps, as the first mortal in the history of this world to challenge the evil god and succeed, Charlotte Mechlin received a reward that she would never have gotten otherwise. Charlotte got familiar with it a little bit. This rune of authority of the labyrinth evil god first disqualified all the evil god preselections and candidates, and cut off their connection. In order to obtain an endless supply of food, Agmaras gave these people the labyrinth evil power. It took him a lot of effort to spread his faith throughout the New World, so that these people could get a city with great difficulty, and turn the city into a labyrinth, and then be forced to embark on the road of challenging the labyrinth evil god. When these people died on the road of challenge, their labyrinth city belonged to Agmaras. Countless evil god preliminaries, countless evil god candidates, everything they have worked hard to obtain, will eventually be given to the labyrinth evil god. This is the means by which Agmaras increases his power. This is the essence of the evil god. Charlotte does not want to be an evil god. He also does not want anyone to challenge him. So he simply disqualifies these people, and also makes all those who have been contaminated by the evil god power of Agmaras no longer in danger of the evil god's arrival. Just a simple choice makes all the efforts of Agmaras disappear. This choice was like interrupting the road to increasing power by harvesting evil god candidates in the future, but Charlotte had no regrets. It took Amelia 13 days to digest the Agmaras labyrinth fragments she swallowed. When the Amelia reappeared on the sea, even Charlotte couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful ship!" On his back, 3 evil and weird runes suddenly lit up, and a silver snake tail suddenly poked out of the void and drew a circle on the 3 runes. Chapter 515. Itjil, the storm evil god of the Agmaras Sea, regards you as his mortal enemy. Charlotte was a little confused by the sudden thought from the diary. Who is this storm evil god? Why does he regard him as his mortal enemy? Before Charlotte could recover, the diary sent out a second thought. the Agra-Sea current, and tidal evil god Zyroxian regards you as his mortal enemy. Charlotte was even more shocked. He had never heard of this evil god. How could he also regard him as his mortal enemy? Soon, the third thought came out. The Golden Sea evil god Nero regards you as his mortal enemy. Charlotte then realized that it must be these three evil gods who just joined forces to kill Agmaras. Although he couldn't understand why they hated him, but what other reasons do evil gods need? Shouldn't they be so moody and offend at every turn? What other reasons does a serious evil god need to hate a human being? No reason is needed. Charlotte asked casually, "Teacher, have you also been hated by the three evil gods?" Juno Arthur shook his head and said, "Although I can't cancel it, I have temporarily blocked the three evil gods' marks. They haven't sensed me yet. What's wrong? Did you feel their hatred?" Charlotte was immediately unbalanced. He secretly swore, "Next time I bring a fleet to the Agra-Sea, I must build a temple of the Serpent of Fate on every island. Don't you evil gods hate me? I let you hate me enough. Wait until I establish a solid belief in the Serpent of Fate in the Agra-Sea. I want to see what they will do. There are three evil gods in the Agra-Sea. Now that Agramiras has fallen, the other two evil gods, the storm evil god Ipjal Ocean Current, and the tide evil god Zaloxian, have become the masters of this sea area. Charlotte can't let them have an easy time." After Charlotte swore fiercely, a small silver snake tail kept turning in circles, as if it saw something fun and was extremely happy. At this time, in three different sea areas, three different evil gods were lying on the ground in different postures. There was a silver mark on their backs, and they were also branded with Charlotte Mecklen's brand. They lay on the ground in humiliation, feeling the unspeakable pain on their bodies. The three evil gods cursed Charlotte with the most terrifying roars and the most angry emotions. They hated this man who slapped them from a distance and branded them with humiliation. Charlotte never understood why she was hated so much by the three evil gods throughout her life. Well, he always felt that evil gods were like this, right? The reborn Emilia was completely transformed, with a magnificence comparable to the 7 most famous palaces in the old continent. There were 3 high-altitude decks connecting the 2 main buildings, and more than 20 palace-like ship towers, scattered in an orderly manner. There were no living creatures on the ship, except Emilia, and only a desperate Gareth squatting on the ship. It seemed a little empty, and it was simply perfect. Charlotte waved hard, and Emilia also jumped excitedly and shouted, "Dad, thank you for giving me a new palace." Charlotte wiped the sweat from his forehead. This thing was not given by him. Charlotte shouted, "We are going home." Emilia was so happy that she happily turned around on the boat and shouted, "We are going home." Gareth had a gloomy face, and wanted to leave the ship even more. The 2 legendary warships slowly turned around and began to return. Charlotte took the time to walk around the archipelago of the Agra-Sea and inspected his more than 600 mazes. There are very few residents in the Agra-Sea. The only dozen or so inhabited islands are all gathered near the 2 routes because other places are too dangerous. After all, the 3 evil gods in the Agra-Sea are not good things. There are 99% no humans in the labyrinth of Agmaras on the archipelago, but a group of evil spirits live there. That is, the labyrinth guards of Agmaras. After Charlotte inspected it, she was going back to the old continent and move some of the population here. There are tens of thousands of islands in the Agmaras Sea. Although most of them are not suitable for living, the area of the island suitable for living is more than 10 times larger than the area of his Duchy of Mechlin. However, most of them are deserted islands. If you want to develop them into islands suitable for living and working, you need a lot of investment. Although Charlotte is not an experienced player of strategy games, he still has a strong interest in developing the Agra-Sea archipelago. He has calculated that if the entire Agra-Sea archipelago can be developed, it will be a new country that is not inferior to Ingrima. Moreover, this country is located between the old and new continents. If the evil gods can be expelled and the waterway can be ensured to be unobstructed, it will be a very prosperous commercial empire. Charlotte is now eager to return home. In addition to dispelling the mark of Agmaras, remazing these islands, and constructing a spiritual channel, he did not stay any longer. The 2 legendary warships left the Agra-Sea, and soon encountered a storm. Charlotte had no idea whether it was the result of the might of a certain ocean evil god, or a natural weather phenomenon. Fortunately, the 2 legendary warships had different powers, and the ocean storm could not damage the 2 legendary warships. All the raging waves and endless storms would automatically disappear when approaching the 2 legendary warships. A few days later, the 2 warships passed the storm, and the magic alchemy communication sent by Charlotte unexpectedly received a reply, which had been forwarded to the fleet commanded by Kratos, and was docked on a nearby island. Charlotte was very surprised. He thought his fleet had returned to the Dukedom of Mechlin. He sent several communications, but the replies he received were intermittent. Even the magic alchemy communications he received had missing words, typos, omissions, and unclear expressions. Charlotte could only sail at full speed. After a few days, he felt vaguely that he seemed to have entered another world. An island appeared on the vast ocean. Charlotte was very sure that there was no such island on the way here. Kratos brought a group of saints to greet Charlotte. When they saw the Amelia, they all showed horror. The Amelia is a brand new legendary warship that has never appeared in this world, but its power is no less than that of the Holy Light Kingdom. If it appears in the old world, it will definitely cause an incredible sensation. The saints under Charlotte were very curious. When they landed on the Holy Light Kingdom, they asked about the origin of this legendary warship. Charlotte could only be vague. He was embarrassed to say that he and Amabella had a daughter, and the Amelia was a gift from birth. Just like when Neza was born, he brought a golden ring and red silk, and when Jiabayu was born, he held a piece of precious jade in his mouth. Well, this is too much like an evil god. Chapter 516. Kratos said with a worried look on his face. We left the Agra Sea, and soon encountered a storm. After the storm, we found this island. We wanted to take a rest, and then set off to return to Fars. But I didn't expect that as long as we left here, we would encounter a storm. After we got out of the storm, we would return here. No matter which direction we travel, the final result will inevitably be like this. Charlotte was slightly surprised and said, There are ghost walls on the sea. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Where did the ghost wall come from in this world? It is possible that it was controlled by an evil god. He thought carefully for a while and asked, Is there any evil god around here? Juno smiled and said, The most powerful divine creature in the sea of giant whales is Yvonne, the king of giant whales. He pointed to the ground and said, It's the one on your ship. Charlotte couldn't help swallowing her saliva and asked, How did he fall? Juno shrugged and said, How can I know? It involves the evil god, which is a knowledge field that mortals cannot enter. Unless you participate in the killing of the evil god Agmaras in the labyrinth like us, you can know a little bit of the truth. When Juno said this, the entire Holy Light Kingdom was silent. Kratos couldn't help asking, Did you kill the god? Even if it was killing the evil god, it was a great feat that had never been heard of in the history. When this news spread to the old continent, the royal families of various countries had to issue official documents to grant a prominent title. This news is 100 times more shocking than the addition of a legendary warship. That is, Juno Arthur, the strongest man in Byron, said this, otherwise no one would believe it. Under the enthusiastic eyes of everyone, Juno casually and briefly described how they took advantage of the fact that Agmaras was tripped by the other three to attack the body of the evil god, leading to the fall of the evil god, which made Charlotte's holy order listen to it intoxicated. Vigo's face suddenly turned pale. He was quite happy at first, but then he realized that the ship under his feet was the culmination of several evil gods, and he was immediately a little frightened. Andreas, on the other hand, said cheerfully and heartlessly, With the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia, we will definitely be able to get out of this hellhole. To celebrate the reunion, let's have a dance party, shall we? Charlotte didn't even sweep everyone's clothes and agreed immediately. Trapped in this mysterious place, although everyone believed that they could leave sooner or later, morale was always relatively low. Although Charlotte is not a saint, he has a very bright image in the minds of his subordinates. Except for the 3 former captains of the Fars Royal Knights, almost all saints believe that Charlotte can solve all problems, because he has come a long way, from a clerk to a newly promoted Duke of the Empire, and has defeated countless enemies. His experience is legendary. Charlotte agreed to the ball, and at least 5 saints cheered. Charlotte shook her head, and asked the 2 legendary warships to join the fleet. The officers on the 7 magic alchemy warships rushed to the Holy Light Kingdom. They were delighted to find that there were more Great Lingma on the ship, and their quality was also higher. This is of course because the Holy Light Kingdom swallowed up a small part of the Agmaras labyrinth, which raised the power level of the 5 divine creatures, and the ancient Maduro tree also evolved, so the quality of the Great Lingma created was of course higher. Charlotte herself was impatient with this lively atmosphere, so she simply followed Juno to the Swan Lake. Drusinia was very hostess-like, preparing fruit wine and hand-baked cakes for the 2. Charlotte didn't like smoking in her previous life, but suddenly she felt that she should get a few cigars at this time, such as Cohiba, king of the world. An old man and a young man held a cigar in their hands, sitting on a calfskin sofa, looking at the sea, which was the style of an old aristocrat. Although they were temporarily trapped, neither Charlotte nor Juno took it seriously. The 2 had just returned from killing gods. There were 4 legendary warships, 7 magic alchemy warships, 11 ancient magic ghost warships, and more than 600 ghost ships in the team. The number of holy ships was enough to carry out a big battle like for Landon. Even if there were any evil gods, they had the confidence to defeat them. At this time, Charlotte's crew members were having fun on the Holy Light Kingdom. This fleet has never lacked supplies, and there are countless great Ling Mo's who transcend the worldly aesthetics. Charlotte also designed various entertainment facilities, which really made people relax. This joyful atmosphere spread across the sea, causing the anger of a certain being. A layer of fog gradually spread, lingering around the fleet and gradually thickening. The first person to notice the change was Juno, and Charlotte also felt it immediately. An evil force was coming from all directions. Charlotte asked in a low voice, "Is it the evil god?" Juno nodded and said, "It can barely be considered an evil god, but it is far inferior to Agmara's." "Charlotte, do you know that the Blood Clan has established the strength level with the help of human titles?" Charlotte nodded and said, "I know, only high-level Blood Clan has titles. 13 to 15 are barons, 16 to 18 are viscounts." Juno smiled and said, "That's right, Blood Clan has 2 titles for each major level. High level is baron and viscount, and holy level is earl and marquis. 19 to 21 are earls, 22 to 24 are marquises, and your teacher is at the peak of the holy level, which is considered an honorary marquis." Charlotte asked, "Why did you mention this, teacher?" Juno smiled and said, "Above the saint rank is the god rank. However, most people don't understand the blood race, and don't know what the 2 major titles of the god rank are." Charlotte asked with a little surprise, "Aren't they the 3 emperors and 6 kings?" Juno shook his head and said, "No, 25 to 27 are the grand dukes of the blood race. 28 to 30 are the 6 kings of the blood race. And the 3 emperors are not god rank, they are demigods." Charlotte really didn't know the secret of the blood race, and showed a slightly surprised look. Juno said lightly, "It is not difficult for me to enter the god level, but entering the god level, and being able to maintain my own self is what I pursue. To become like, well, those divine creatures on your ship are a kind of sadness for me." "You probably have never heard of the blood race dukes?" Charlotte said, "Indeed, I haven't heard of it." Juno shrugged and said, "Because they are all monsters, and their humanity has been completely lost. The 3 emperors and 6 kings are just a little problematic, and they are simply the problem itself. If I sense it correctly, the one who trapped us should be a monster that has just entered the god level." Chapter 517. Charlotte was slightly surprised, then came to her senses and said, "He only has rules, no reason." Juno smiled and said, "Almost." Charlotte suddenly thought of the god of joy. Although he is also an evil god, he is obviously not strong enough to be called powerful. There are 36 great evil gods in the New World, but in fact there are not only 36 evil gods. Charlotte pondered for a while, and thought of the storm on the sea, shook her head and said, "He is not that weak, he can control the storm and drive the fog." Juno also showed a look of sudden enlightenment. He and Charlotte looked at each other and shouted together, "There are 2 evil gods." Charlotte said quickly, "It should be the evil god who controls the storm that trapped the evil god of fog. We were lured here by one of them, and tried to use us as bait." Juno nodded in praise and said, "Your guess makes sense, I think so too." Charlotte looked at the increasingly dense fog outside, smiled slightly, and said, "What a coincidence, I also know a little about fog magic." First, layers of light mist emanated from the Swan Lake, and then enveloped several nearby ghost ships. Every time the mist enveloped a ghost ship, its power would increase, and it spread to other ships, soon covering the entire fleet, and then expanded outward. Charlotte was only a high level, and although he could activate the mist, his power was definitely not comparable to that of an evil god, but he had turned all the ghost ships into a maze, and each of these ghost ships could provide him with a power to increase the power of the mist. The 2 groups of mist seemed to have life, squeezing, crushing, covering, and offsetting each other in the air, with a clear distinction. Charlotte was not at a disadvantage. He knew that this was not his own strength, but the strength of 4 legendary warships, 7 magic alchemy warships, 11 ancient magic warships, and hundreds of ghost ships. Charlotte lowered his mind, and soon sensed that there was a strange liquid in the depths of the vast ocean. It was like an ocean current, a creature with water as its essence, and more like a fog. It was huge, with a diameter of tens of kilometers, far exceeding all deep-sea monsters. Threads of trickles kept splitting out of it, drilling onto the surface of the sea, evaporating, and turning into fog. Charlotte couldn't help but say, "Teacher, I found the divine creature. It looks like a ball of water. He is very big, so big that it's incredible. Juno said lightly, I also sensed it. He should not have much remaining thoughts and emotions, and there is still a little anger, but the way he expresses his anger is very irrational. Charlotte was discussing with Juno when a message came from the magic alchemy communication device. It was sent by the Golden Goat Rolf. He said one thing concisely, I suspect that the one who trapped us is the former pirate king. Charlotte did not ask, but directly sent a message to ask the old goat to come over. Soon the Golden Goat Rolf flew to the Swan Lake, and Charlotte asked, What is the matter with the pirate king? The old goat asked back, What do you think a peak saint would want to do before dying? Before Charlotte answered, Juno sighed and answered for him. He would try to ascend to the god level. Charlotte was immediately horrified, and he also understood that this was human nature. There were countless risks in ascending to the god level, and he might even become a monster called the evil god, which was actually just a divinity. But people were going to die, so who would care so much? He knew that Juno was telling the truth. Golden Goat Harald said, There were 10 great pirates back then. Pirate King Rangi Nassau was once the most powerful. He was the leader of the 10 pirates. Later he was challenged by Zimmerman. It is said that he died, but I don't believe Rangi Nassau will die. I don't know what happened at that time, but I suspect that the storm that trapped us was him trying to ascend to the god level. Charlotte took a deep breath, although the old goat's speculation was a bit incredible, but it was reasonable and not impossible. Golden Goat Harald said, Rangi Nassau graduated from Hattingen University of Thunder and Storm, and he is also a powerful lightning force. The storm that trapped us makes me feel a little familiar. Charlotte frowned slightly and asked, If the Pirate King turned into a storm on the sea, what is the origin of this thing trapped by him? The old goat was slightly puzzled, and Juno immediately explained it. He and Charlotte both suspected that the current situation was a fight between two divine creatures, and they were involved. The old goat frowned and pondered for a while, then said, He controls the power of the fog. He is very similar to Captain Turgelab of the Mist, one of the 10 great pirates. He is a mist knight like Antonio, and he has also learned some marine magic. There are rumors that he had a conflict with the pirate king Rangi Nassau, and fought an unprecedented naval battle on the sea. After being defeated, he was thrown into the sea by Rangi Nassau and turned into a water-like monster. This statement is even more incredible. Although it seems possible, it is really unbelievable. Charlotte said, I don't want to get involved in this fight. I plan to force my way out. Although it doesn't matter to Charlotte whether it's Rangi Nassau, Turgelab, or any other origins of them. He now has the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia. These two legendary warships are much more powerful than Dalmabas and Swan Lake. He is fully confident that he can break through the fog and storm. Originally, Charlotte wanted to rest, but now he didn't have the mind to do so. With his order, the entire fleet slowly started. Although the water creature from under the sea kept stimulating fog to obstruct, the fog released by this fleet repelled the fog released by the evil god. Wrapped in a thick fog, the fleet easily broke into the storm outside. Charlotte wanted to let the Holy Light Kingdom lead the way, but Amelia was very willful and rushed to the front. All the storms disappeared when they reached Amelia. This newly born legendary warship was determined. No matter how many times the storm tried to change its course and confuse Amelia's direction, it was useless. About 7 or 8 days later, the sky suddenly released a deep blue, and the storm seemed to have given up chasing, allowing the fleet to escape the storm. The normal route was ahead, and it was no longer that strange island. Chapter 518. Charlotte looked back, and could vaguely see a monster as tall as a mountain floating on the sea in the endless storm. However, in the storm, it looked vague and bizarre, and it was impossible to see its appearance clearly. He stretched out his hand and scratched his neck, making a threatening gesture. There were not many opportunities to threaten the evil god, so Charlotte had to seize it. What if he could win the joy of fate once? He owed the destiny snake many joys of fate, and was also borrowed a large sum by Amon, the rebellious son. Charlotte was sure that the fate snake did it on purpose, otherwise how could he allow Amon to borrow money recklessly, in his name? Of course, it was also possible that he was mocking the fate snake for not knowing how to count, and the righteous god gave him a small punishment. Although he quickly extinguished the idea of blasphemy as soon as it came to his mind, and replaced it with loyalty and faith, and even wrote the principle of arithmetic. Well, it seems that the meaning of mocking the little snake for not knowing how to count is even stronger. Although the throat-cutting gesture is not popular in this world, the evil god hidden in the storm obviously understood this provocation. He became angry, urged the storm, and then chased after him. Just as Charlotte was about to give the order to speed up the fleet, Juno and Amelia took off one after another, chanting together, "Everything I point to turns to ashes, everything I see turns to dust, Everything I look at disappears like smoke. The storm that reached the ground, and the sky was blown away by the two annihilating forces, revealing the true form of him. He was like a huge pile of floating garbage on the sea, tangled with countless marine life corpses, shipwrecks, various mud, and plants in the sea, which looked disgusting. Charlotte raised the red rattlesnake and fired a shot. Although a deep pit was made in the body of this divine creature, it was too big, and a mere pit was not even a needle prick for it. Charlotte shook her head and said, "He doesn't have the evil god force field." Juno landed gracefully and smiled slightly, saying, "He is not yet at the level of Ishmael." This divine creature seemed to be frightened by the two vampire prophecies, and hurriedly hid in the storm, never daring to chase it again. Charlotte shook her head. Ishmael had fallen long ago, and Agmaraz was held back by the three evil gods. These two evil gods were not in their normal state. Although this divine creature was far inferior to these two evil gods in terms of power, it was in its perfect state. Once the battle started, it would be a tough one. He had been out for a long time, and was eager to return to Fars. After all, he came out to solve the crisis caused by Agmaraz. Now that the crisis had been resolved, even Agmaraz had been resolved. He should return to Fars, and plead with His Majesty Emperor MacLean Breton to marry Princess, and to him so that they could live a happy life from then on. Charlotte said calmly, "Just an evil god. It's not worth wasting time. Let's go back." Even Juno was impressed by Charlotte. Just an evil god? It's not worth wasting time. Isn't this the line a mortal should say? Isn't this the bearing of another evil god? Juno believed that Charlotte had not yet been promoted to the holy rank, but he would become an evil god sooner or later. Well, Charlotte's family of 7 people are all evil gods except him. The Mechlin fleet quickly got rid of the storm, and the following voyage was safe and sound. The closer the Sea of Giant Whales is to the Old World, the safer it is, because the closer it is to the Old World, the closer it is to the realm of the 9 gods. In order to get home as soon as possible, Charlotte even abandoned the Ghost Fleet and let them follow behind, only bringing 4 legendary warships, 7 magic alchemy warships, and 11 ancient magic warships to speed up all the way. Along the way, Charlotte condensed 2 more bloody whirlpools. Originally, Bloody Glory could only condense 13 bloody whirlpools, but he later obtained the secret method of the Arthur and Vengo clans, condensing 2 more bloody whirlpools, reaching an unprecedented 15 bloody whirlpools. Charlotte could even feel that the bloody glory in his body had reached the boiling point. He was only 1 step away from breaking through, but he could not take the crucial step. He didn't know what was wrong. Charlotte asked Juno for advice. Juno always said, "It takes a subtle feeling to be promoted to the saint level. You are only a little short of life perception now." Charlotte didn't believe it. He always felt that the teacher was hiding something and didn't tell him. Especially when Charlotte saw Vigo, he always wanted to complain. "Even Vigo can be promoted to the saint level. I should have been promoted to the saint level long ago." Charlotte had also thought about it repeatedly pondered the bloody glory, and worked hard on the secrets of the 3 royal clans, but his strength could be continuously improved, even exceeding the upper limit of the 18th order, but he still could not feel the opportunity to be promoted. Charlotte also tried to ask the Fate Snake, but the little snake directly deducted a portion of the joy of fate from him, so Charlotte did not dare to do it again. In fact, it was indeed a bit wrong to ask one of the 9 gods how to become a saint of the Blood Clan. After all, the Blood Clan is evil, and several blood ancestors are all evil gods. Soon, this fleet composed purely of legendary warships, magic alchemy warships, and ancient magic ghost warships arrived at Gillian Island. Charlotte did not rest in other cities on the island, but bypassed Gillian Island directly, intending to stay in Cappadocia for a few days, replenish the fleet's food and water, and then set off back to Fars. When this fleet appeared in Cappadocia, the people of this small town were horrified at first. No one had ever seen so many legendary warships, let alone magic alchemy warships, and ancient magic ghost warships. But when the flags of the Mechlin family were seen by the residents of Cappadocia, the residents of this small town were boiling, and countless ships came out to welcome Charlotte to his loyal Cappadocia. When Charlotte landed on the land, Captain Cruz and Captain Seaman came together. Cruz had become the manager of the city, and Seaman had become the manager of the port. The 2 of them managed the city in an orderly manner, and it was very prosperous. Today, the population of this city has expanded to 300,000, and a large number of people have been diverted to other cities on the island. Charlotte often transports people here, which is equivalent to indirectly promoting the prosperity of this city. With sufficient labor force, the protection of the strongest fleet of Fars, the Imperial Rose Fleet, and a fleet of more than 1,000 merchant ships, Cappadocia has become the most famous commercial city in the Sea of Giant Whales. Charlotte asked about Middleman. After learning that this senior sister was on St. Michael Island, she thought for a while, and decided to visit her tomorrow. Chapter 519. Charlotte arrived in Cappadocia and found that although the city was prosperous, it also had some minor problems. He said too many people, and many of them were his opponents, which caused Cappadocia to be a little chaotic, and at least several thousand people were imprisoned in the prison. Cruz was troubled by this. He could not kill these people, nor could he release them. As for changing their beliefs, it was almost impossible. Charlotte learned about this, and decisively chose to send these people to the Agres Sea Islands, where there was a great shortage of people to open up the wasteland. Cruz didn't expect that the problem that had been bothering him for a long time could be solved with such a simple and crude method. Charlotte also gave Seaman an order to build a base in the Argels Islands, and promised him 100 ghost ships. Charlotte had too many of these things, and they had to be used appropriately. Simply keeping them in her hands would only be a waste of resources, except for showing off her power. Of course, this promise can only be fulfilled when the ghost ships arrive in Cappadocia, but Seaman believes that Charlotte will never break her promise. Over the years, both Cruz and Seaman knew Charlotte's temper and character. Everything he did had a purpose. As long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't mind giving up other interests. Even the interests that he had taken away in the past, as long as he was willing to cooperate, he would slowly return them, or even give more. Seaman had a merchant ship plundered by Charlotte Mecklin, but he now has at least 5 ships under his name, not including other profits. When Seaman learned that he was about to take charge of 100 ghost ships, he was so excited that he trembled all over. To Charlotte, ghost ships are fighting power, but to this businessman, ghost ships are money-making tools that work without complaint and do not ask for salary. Charlotte gave way to open up routes, which was like a clear hint to him that he could make money with these ghost ships, and even the money earned could belong to Seaman completely. Charlotte stayed in Cappadocia for one night, and the next day she led the fleet to St. Michael Island. When a fleet consisting of 4 legendary warships, 7 magic alchemy warships, and 11 ancient magic ghost warships appeared on the sea surface, St. Michael Island and Cappadocia were in a panic. It was not until someone discovered the flag of the Mecklin family that a magic alchemy warship sailed over to greet Charlotte's fleet. Middleman was still dashing and heroic. Now she is an important figure in the Fars Empire. Although her strength is not as good as that of the Duchess Mezu, her status in the Navy is much higher than that of the Duchess Mezu, because there were other naval forces to compete with the Duchess Mezu in the past. Now the Fars Navy. No force can compete with Middleman. This first rose of the Empire is the real first person in the Empire Navy. When Middleman saw Charlotte, she was also slightly surprised. She knew that Charlotte left Fars, and led a fleet to sail far away, but she didn't know why Charlotte left. Charlotte didn't explain to anyone, but it was less than a year later, and Charlotte, who returned, already had the strength comparable to that of an Imperial Navy. Although Charlotte's fleet only had more than 20 ships, the 4 legendary warships alone were enough to make any Empire's fleet pale in comparison. Middleman didn't know that Charlotte had more than 1,000 ghost ships. If he knew, he would probably suspect that Charlotte was preparing to rebel. When Charlotte saw Middleman, she felt a very close feeling. When he came across, the first thing he hugged was the long and straight legs of the senior. Middleman also gave him a generous reward. If Middleman hadn't promoted him to the position of chief clerk, he would not have been able to win Anne's favor, and there would not have been many things that happened later. Middleman took a step forward, her figure swaying like a blooming rose, just like strolling in the sky. When she stepped on the Holy Light Kingdom, the whole ship really lit up, as if it was captured by her beauty. Charlotte was slightly surprised and shouted, "Senior Middleman, you have made another breakthrough?" Middleman didn't expect that Charlotte actually noticed this at the first time. She smiled and said, "Indeed, there is a slight improvement." Charlotte took a deep breath and whispered, 23rd level. This first rose of the Empire has always been famous for her beauty. Before she entered the Navy, no one knew that she had already broken through the Saint level. In the impression of many people, she was still a high-level extraordinary person. At that time, Charlotte only thought that this senior sister was an extremely rare high-level extraordinary person. Even when Middleman was chasing Baron Leo, he would rather let this vampire master go than show his extraordinary strength. The first time Charlotte saw Middleman showing the strength of the Saint level was when she and Princess May fought. He said with some envy, "Senior sister is really talented. I am stuck at level 18, and have not been able to break through for a long time." Andreas couldn't help but ask, "Have you been stuck at level 18 for a year?" Charlotte hesitated for a moment. He really couldn't remember the date. Andreas said unhappily. A year is a long time without a breakthrough. Charlotte, are you showing off? Or are you deliberately showing off to everyone? What is arrogance? Charlotte shrugged and said, That's not what I meant. Andreas, aren't you also at level 20? Already stronger than Vigo. Hearing this, Vigo quietly took a step back. As the weakest saint in this group, he felt hurt now. Andreas' face flushed. He was second only to Vigo in Charlotte's team. Well, in terms of weakness, Meteorman couldn't help but smile and said, When we first met, you were still a level 1 transcendent. Charlotte sighed and said, Yes. A few months before I met you, I thought I would never be able to advance to the extraordinary level. Even though Charlotte was the leader of this team, this sentence made many people look at him with contempt. Although Charlotte was at the 18th level, almost no one looked down on him, because almost everyone, including Juno, believed that Charlotte would be promoted to the saint level sooner or later. This guy's breakthrough speed was too fast, as if a righteous god was blessing him every day. Well, it can't be said to be like that. Metalman was very interested in these 4 legendary warships, and asked about their origins. Charlotte invited Metalman to her cabin first, and then Andreas told her about his experiences from beginning to end. Charlotte was tired of bragging by herself now, and he needed someone to brag for him. Andreas was obviously the most suitable person. He was the son of Constantine, the former strongest man of the Black Phoenix dynasty, and the youngest saint of the former Black Phoenix dynasty. When he bragged for him, he had the style of an old noble. Chapter 520. If time goes back 2 or 3 years, Andreas's reputation is much greater than Metalman's. The Empire's first rose. It's not a prestigious nickname. But the youngest saint in the Black Phoenix dynasty, that's a real reputation. But the two status is completely different now. Metalman has become a mountain in the Fars Empire Navy. Andreas has become Charlotte Mecklen's retainer. Well, it's quite strange. Andreas defected to Charlotte before because the Black Phoenix dynasty was destroyed, and he was angry with his father. It was just a temporary expedient. But now, if you let Andreas leave, he will definitely draw his sword without hesitation to defend his power on the Holy Light Kingdom. After listening to Andreas's description, Metalman was shocked, and could not describe it in words for a long time. She said, You haven't returned to Fars yet, so you should not know the current situation. Mosred defected to Midace. They are raising the banner of rebellion, and vowing to push the Brittany Emperor off the throne. In addition to them, several nobles of the Axel family also launched a rebellion, echoing Midaphys. Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, Has His Majesty the Emperor not wiped them out yet? Metalman said, There are some disagreements on the division of the Black Phoenix. Now the 4 empires are on the verge of war, and war may break out at any time. His Majesty Brittany and Antonio are both on the front line, and are temporarily unable to suppress the rebels. Charlotte thought that after the division of the Black Phoenix, the old continent would be peaceful. I didn't expect that maybe a year after I left, the old world was still at war. He was even more eager to go home, and said, I go back to the Duchy of Mechlin. Metalman hesitated for a moment and whispered, Junior, your Duchy of Mechlin is gone. Charlotte was shocked and shouted, Who swallowed my Duchy of Mechlin? Metalman saw that Charlotte looked surprised but not angry, and felt a little strange, and asked, Junior, aren't you angry? Charlotte said, Why should I be angry? I will lead the troops to fight back. It's a little troublesome, but it's just a little troublesome. Metalman glanced at the saints behind Charlotte, and suddenly felt that this sentence made sense. Who else would it be? Wouldn't he say it made sense? Charlotte asked, I think I have some face in the 4 empires. The Lionheart King and the Crown Prince love me very much, and His Majesty Alfred Guillaume is also very kind to me. The strongest man in Baron is my teacher, and the second strongest is Andreas's father. Andreas looked disgusted and said, Don't mention that old man. Charlotte hummed, indicating that she knew, and continued, His Majesty McLean Breton. Almost everyone couldn't help but add a sentence for him. That's your father-in-law. Charlotte paused and said, I really can't think of who would dare to take away my Duchy of Mechlin. Metalman said helplessly, It's a group of people who came back from the New World. Charlotte was immediately discouraged. No matter how wide his connections were in the Old World, he could not influence the New World. These New World bumpkins did not recognize his name, so there was really nothing he could do. Charlotte asked, My dukedom of Mechlin has 2 saints in charge. How come it was easily occupied? Metalman said helplessly, Because these people who came back from the New World are too powerful. 6 groups of New World people landed successively, and quickly formed the New World Conference. They had at least 20 saints, and 70,000 to 80,000 elite soldiers. There are too many coastal cities in your Duchy of Mechlin, and they all face the Sea of Giant Whales. which is the most convenient place to land after returning from the New World. After their fleet returned, they found that other places were impeccable, but the Duchy of Mechlin was quite weak. They launched an attack brazenly. Now your Knights of Favonius only has Black Phoenix City left, and it is now shaky and in danger. After this group of people formed the New World Conference, they sent a note to the 4 major empires, hoping to gain recognition. At present, the 4 empires have scolded them, but they can't do anything about them. After all, the Duchy of Mechlin belongs to Fars in name, and His Majesty Brittany is now in a state of panic, having to confront the front line and distracted by 2 rebels in the country. He really can't spare the troops to conquer this land. The other 3 empires have no reason to do so. Charlotte didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. She sighed, and suddenly found that Savastini was not there. She asked, "Senior sister, why are you alone? Where are the saints around you?" Middleman rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Of course they were sent to Black Phoenix City. Otherwise, how do you think you could have defended Black Phoenix City with the 2 saints you left behind?" Charlotte suddenly realized and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She was a little surprised that since Middleman had sent his men, why didn't she go? Could it be that the 2 of them were not close enough? Then she heard Middleman say faintly, "You must ask, why didn't I go?" Charlotte was embarrassed to nod, and said embarrassedly, "Senior sister must have a reason." Middleman took a deep breath and said, "Junior, you need to be mentally prepared. Now, and May Guillaume, and Sophia Gallinot are all in Black Phoenix City." Middleman didn't say why he didn't go to Black Phoenix City, but Charlotte now knew that if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to go to such a terrible place. Charlotte is not a fool, of course she knows it in her heart, but is it possible that he won't go? It's okay if it's just Black Phoenix City, it's lost, but and is in Black Phoenix City now. Charlotte really can't delay for a minute. He said to Middleman, "I won't bother you, I'm going home now." Middleman hesitated for a moment and said, "I go with you. It's time to go to war. I can't just sit back and watch this happen." Charlotte issued an order, and with Middleman bringing 3 magic alchemy warships to join, the fleet set off again, heading straight for Black Phoenix City. Charlotte didn't expect that not long after he left, his home was almost stolen. He vowed not to let these barbarians from the New World have an easy time. Aren't the people of the New World trying to escape the war of the evil god? Charlotte swore to let these barbarians of the New World know. He is Charlotte Mechlin. He is as terrifying as any great evil god. At this time, there are more than 10 saints in Black Phoenix City. In addition to the 2 left by Charlotte, there are also support from the 4 empires, Duchess Mezu in person, and the main fleet from the Fars Navy, but the war is still very fierce. Chapter 521. And the Grand Duchess of Brittany stood at the top of Black Phoenix City. Her innocent face was replaced by determination. Not long after Charlotte left, fleets from the New World appeared one after another. They soon discovered that there was a piece of land in the Old World that was rich, close to the sea, and without any strong people in charge. As for the reputation of Duke Charlotte Mechlin, it was simply not worth mentioning to the people in the New World. A mere novelist was rewarded for pleasing the eldest daughter of the newly promoted Emperor Fars. Well, in the eyes of those who returned from the New World, Charlotte Mechlin was just a lucky jester, a son-in-law who got lucky. This group of people launched a surprise attack on the Duchy of Mechlin without hesitation. The war began. Charlotte's Knights of Favonius were defeated step by step. There was no other way. Charlotte took away almost all the saints, and those who stayed were just ordinary extraordinary people. And Charlotte's teaching to his subordinates has always been to save their lives. Under the command of Anastasia, Dubin and others, the Knights of Favonius retreated in an orderly manner with the help of the Maze Passage, and did not suffer much loss. But this strategic retreat, in the eyes of those who returned from the New World, was a sign that the enemy was vulnerable, and they attacked more recklessly. After learning the news, and did not hesitate to bring Sister Karen, Claire Brittany, and Abner Sume to rescue. And also knew that her father and brother could not spare any troops, so she decisively ordered the Knights of Favonius to retreat to Black Phoenix City, abandon all the land, and not leave any supplies. Everything that could not be taken away was sent to Machupi and Cappadocia. The former is a city in Fars, and the latter is a city in Ingrima, where Middleman is also stationed. And originally thought that she brought 3 saints, plus the Black Dragon and Regulus left behind by Charlotte, to fight a beautiful counterattack under the Black Phoenix City. But as more and more New World fleets landed, and the New World Conference was established, and immediately gave up her fantasy, and asked for help from all the targets she could. She also received support from almost all the forces close to Charlotte, and turned the entire Black Phoenix City into an iron barrel-like fortress. The two sides fought dozens of battles under the Black Phoenix City, and then firmly defended the city. In all the countries of the Old World, from the royal family to the common people, and of Brittany's reputation soared like a nightingale. She was no longer a canary in a cage, nor was she an ignorant little princess, but a serious diplomat, military strategist, and politician. Her reputation was no less than that of her father and brother, even though she was still a little scared, and had learned not to show these emotions. Looking at the dense fleet outside the Black Phoenix City, there was only a burning flame in her beautiful eyes, and she was full of fighting spirit. Next to, and is Sophia Gallinold, who is famous in the Fars Empire, and is the second leader of the Empire Navy. When she learned that Black Phoenix City was under siege, she immediately put aside everything, and led her fleet to join the war, regardless of the obstruction of her father, Earl Gallinold. Now she is Anne's deputy, and has made great contributions in the war to defend Black Phoenix City. After all, Anne has never fought a war, but Sophia Gallinold has participated in several naval battles of the Empire, and has rich experience in commanding fleets. Behind the two of them are the biggest contributors to the Black Phoenix City's persistence until now, Princess May-Guillaume, Duchess Mezu. Beside Mezu is her daughter, Adosa Mezu. The two saints left by Charlotte, as well as the senior officers, automatically took on the role of Duke Mecklen's retainers and fully supported Anne, so even though the Black Phoenix City has a strong person like Duchess Mezu, it is still firmly in Anne's hands. A figure slowly rose from the warship, holding a giant sword in his hand, and shouted arrogantly, "Grand Duke Anne, you and Black Phoenix City have reached the end of your rope. You have lost all your territory. What's the point of continuing to resist? Hand over Black Phoenix City, and let all your subordinates surrender. I can let you leave on your own and return to Fars. Or you can stay. I admire you very much and can marry you, and let you continue to live on this land." Princess May slightly opened her hands, raised one hand, and gently pulled with the other hand. A pink fighting spirit turned into a sharp arrow, and shot out like lightning, facing the arrows of fighting spirit fired by Princess May. The strong man from the New World smiled slightly, and the giant sword in his hand turned around and smashed Princess May's arrows of fighting spirit. He shouted loudly, "Since you don't know how to appreciate it, after conquering Black Phoenix City this time, all the men will be demoted to slaves, and the women will depend on our mood. I will make you happy to death." The man laughed wildly, but Annie raised her hand and told everyone not to act rashly. The strongest in Black Phoenix City are Black Dragon, Regulus, Princess May, and Grand Duchess Mezu, but all four of them are at level 22, but the three leaders of the New World Conference are all at level 23. If it weren't for the Temple of the Serpent of Destiny in Black Phoenix City, they would not be able to resist the coalition forces of the New World. And said calmly, "Don't worry about his provocation. When Charlotte comes back, I will return all their arrogance." As long as Charlotte is mentioned, the fighting spirit of the Knights of Favonius will be full. Even if the enemy is incredibly powerful, they will not be afraid, because Charlotte has never let them down. Maud Blanc cursed loudly and humiliated everyone in Black Phoenix City in every way, making all kinds of threats and temptations. But the people of Black Phoenix City were unmoved. Seeing that all verbal attacks were ineffective, he became angry and swung the giant sword to chop it down fiercely. The blow, like a landslide and a tsunami, hit the sky above Black Phoenix City, but was eliminated by a strange force. He angrily cursed, "What kind of evil god is protecting the city? If there is no evil god to protect them, these weak saints can't resist my sword." Another saint from the New World Congress also slowly floated in the air, smiling very obscenely, and said, "You haven't given up on the girl named Annie yet?" Maud Blanc snorted coldly and said, "What? Do you want to trade me with the girl you like?" The saint of the New World Congress shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't care. This is the first time I've seen a city that can gather so many beauties. I take any of them. I'm not picky. But it's a pity that the most beautiful princess has been chosen by Boss Avis." Maud Blanc glanced at the top of the Black Phoenix City. There were at least a dozen beauties, and they were unparalleled in the New World. Several leaders of the New World Congress had already taken the trophies. After the division, he glanced at Princess May, his heart warmed, and whispered, "After Avis has had his fun, I want to have a taste of Princess Ingrima." Just as the two were chatting recklessly above the Black Phoenix City, a long whistle came from the sea, and a fleet broke through the waves and headed towards the Black Phoenix City. Chapter 522. Annie's face suddenly turned pale when she saw the new fleet appearing on the sea from afar. This fleet has 4 legendary warships, and they are all unheard of legendary warships. There are also 10 magic alchemy warships, and 11 ancient magic ghost warships behind them. The old world has never had ancient magic ghost warships. Even Sophia Gallinal closed her eyes and felt despair. The enemy is too powerful. She couldn't help but say to Anne, "Annie, let Meza take you away. I will stay here to resist." Sophia Gallinal took a deep breath and said, "I know he is your fiancé, but I still want you to tell him for me. I love him. Let's go!" Princess May and Duchess Meza looked at each other and knew that the war was over. The 4 legendary warships were so powerful that there was no force to resist them. Even the 4 empires would feel frustrated when facing such a powerful force. But at this moment, the Black Dragon took all the pressure and whispered, "One of the ships is the Holy Light Kingdom." He was afraid that if he didn't speak, Princess May and other girls would also make some deep confessions. When Charlotte came back, it would be a bloody hell. Black Dragon had seen the Holy Light Kingdom. Although he didn't know why the ship could sail, he was too impressed by the Holy Light Kingdom. Soon someone shouted, "Dalmabas! There is a ship called Dalmabas." Charlotte didn't know that because of the misunderstanding caused by the fleet, a storm was brewing in Black Phoenix City. This storm against him was much more violent than any sea storm launched by a mere evil god. Charlotte saw 2 saints from the New World chatting in the sky and asked casually, "What are they talking about?" Juno smiled and said, "They are talking about how to divide your girl." As soon as Juno said this, he felt a small silver snake tail coming out of the void and patting his shoulder. Recently, he has been studying the evil god, and some annoying influences have suddenly disappeared. If Juno Arthur relies on himself, it may take several years to eliminate these influences, and some negative influences may never be eliminated, becoming a hidden danger for him to ascend to the god level. Juno was overjoyed and added, "These 2 are thinking about Annie." Charlotte's aura suddenly became very scary. He waved his hand and asked the fleet to continue to speed up, and soon approached the fleet of the New World Alliance. Charlotte had no intention of stopping the fleet. Instead, she pressed her hand and let the Holy Light Kingdom take the lead, followed by the Amelia, to crush them directly. These 2 legendary warships are much more powerful than the Swan Lake and Dalmabas. Although the New World Alliance also has magic alchemy warships, none of them can compare with these 2 legendary warships. Facing the fleet that came over violently, the fleet of the New World Alliance had to give way. These New Worlders cursed, and even more than a dozen saints flew into the air, intending to teach Charlotte a lesson. Monty Blanc was also surprised by this fleet. He flew over to meet the Holy Light Kingdom and shouted, "I am one of the 3 chairmen of the New World Congress, Monty Blanc. Which empire are you from? Are you planning to rescue Black Phoenix City?" Charlotte asked calmly, "Excuse me, Mr. Monty Blanc, were you discussing with your companions how to divide my girls?" Mont Blanc was slightly stunned, then laughed wildly. "Right? We are discussing this matter. However, there is more than one girl in Black Phoenix City. Are they all yours?" Juno Arthur immediately opened his arms and said, "Right. The beautiful ladies in Black Phoenix City are all my students, Charlotte Mecklin." Charlotte had no other thoughts in her mind at this moment. She could no longer listen to Juno's words about all the beautiful ladies in Black Phoenix City belonging to him. She only had one thought in her mind. These bastards are actually discussing dividing up my girl. How dare they think so? They are so brave. They have already found a way to die. Even if a few evil gods dare to think so, I will make them perish under Black Phoenix City. Juno Arthur fanned the flames, and when he turned around, he saw 5 looming figures, one of whom was holding a little boy and looked angry. He quickly added, "The beautiful ladies on this ship also belong to my student Charlotte Mecklin." Melman's face suddenly turned red. She took a deep breath and whispered, "Excuse me." Charlotte seemed calm on the surface, but the anger in her heart was already fierce enough to burn everything. He had no ill will towards the people of the New World, and even had some sincere sympathy for them. But when these people of the New World returned to the Old World, the first thing they did was to attack his Duke of Mecklin. Not only did they occupy his land, but they also coveted his women. Now he finally understood why the people of the New World were willing to believe in evil gods. Mont Blanc was slightly stunned when he heard the name of Charlotte Mecklin. When he saw the fleet, he misunderstood it, smiled slightly, and said, "It turned out to be the Duke of Charlotte Mecklin. Did you borrow these ships from various countries to save your territory?" "Sorry, I want to save the Dukedom of Mecklin. A few warships are not enough. You also need a group of powerful saints. As far as I know, the empires of the old continent are still fighting for interests, and no one can spare the strength to help you fight for your personal interests. How about this? I am a gentleman. I am willing to give you a chance. If you can defeat me in a duel, I can decide and return your land. If you lose, take the girls of Black Phoenix City as compensation." When Mont Blanc said this, the saints of the New World who followed him couldn't help but burst into laughter. One person shouted, "That's right, Mont Blanc's words can fully represent the New World Congress. It's just, we heard that Duke Charlotte Mechlin is a fucking high-level extraordinary person. Why don't you surrender without a fight?" Mont Blanc deliberately proposed a duel, just to humiliate Charlotte. Of course, he had heard that this Duke Charlotte Mechlin was very talented and had even been promoted to a high level, but to them, high level was nothing. He was sure that Charlotte would not dare to fight. Although this fleet was a little too powerful, the saints of the New World had fought many battles with evil gods and accumulated a lot of evil wisdom. If they could lure the enemy out and leave the legendary battleship for a duel, their chances of winning would increase immediately. Monty Blanc believed that Charlotte would not dare to fight, but being able to lure out several of his saints and kill them in the decisive battle was also a very successful strategy. Facing the unscrupulous ridicule of this group of New World people, Charlotte said lightly, "Okay. I accept your challenge." Charlotte took a step forward and slowly took off in front of everyone. Chapter 523. A saint from the New World's eyes lit up, and he winked at his two companions. The three of them suddenly accelerated, split into three different directions, and rushed toward Charlotte as fast as lightning. Charlotte's men saw this scene and were about to take off, but they saw the head of the Mechlin family shaking his body, so fast that he left a shadow. He didn't use any tricks, but just punched a saint from the New World in the lower abdomen, punching through the saint's lower abdomen. The saint's desperate eyes were full of disbelief. He hit another man's chest with his elbow, smashing his sternum and internal organs into mincemeat. Seeing that he was dead, he reached out and grabbed the shoulders of the last saint who attacked him, separated his hands, and tore him in half. Charlotte killed 3 saints in one move, shocking not only the saints of the New World, but also his subordinates. Andreas couldn't help asking, how can he be so fast? The phoenix breathing method of the Constantine family is a secret method known for its speed, but it is definitely not so fast. Perhaps Count Constantine could reach this speed, even faster than Charlotte, but Constantine was the former top master of the Black Phoenix dynasty. In terms of strength, he might not be much inferior to Juno. Charlotte had just been promoted to saint, and it hadn't even been a minute since he was promoted. Juno was amazed and shouted, "Charlotte, how is your agility training going?" Charlotte did not speak, but just pointed 2 fingers at her teacher, then retracted them, and stretched out 7 more. Juno shrugged and said, "The agility is superimposed too much." Charlotte also just knew that after being promoted to the saint level, all superpowers will have a drastic improvement. Runes are now condensed in his 15 bloody vortexes, and the agility has condensed more than 20 runes in one breath, a total of 27 runes, which is why he has just shown a speed as fast as thunder and lightning, which is faster than the world. Of course, in addition to speed, Charlotte also used other secret methods. If it was just speed, it would definitely not be possible to achieve the results just now. Mont Blanc raised his eyebrows. He also noticed that the 3 New World saints secretly communicated and attacked Charlotte, but there was no intention to stop them. The living environment in the New World is much more cruel than that in the Old World, so the people in the New World are not as dignified as the people in the Old World. They use all kinds of tricks, such as sneak attacks, gang attacks, poisoning and cursing, and no one thinks there is anything wrong. Is it a life and death battle? What else should we be afraid of? Mont Blanc even thought that if Charlotte was beaten to death by these 3, it would be fine. If he was captured alive by them, they would definitely laugh at him for being too naive and believing in fighting alone. In this world, as long as you kill the enemy, who cares about the means? But he never expected that the result would be completely different from what he expected. Charlotte killed 3 saints with thunderous means and cruel heart, and killed them with 1 blow. No one could survive the second blow, and no one could survive. Although Mont Blanc was surprised, he had seen many dead people in the New World, so he didn't care and said calmly, "Your opponent is me." Before Charlotte could speak, she heard a sharp voice, with a bit of childishness, shouting, "Dad, this is delicious, can I eat it?" Charlotte said calmly, "Emilia, the city in front is the boundary, everyone outside the city. You can eat it. This war, I don't need prisoners, and I don't want to leave anyone alive. I want to let these New World barbarians know. What the hell is a reverse scale?" Mont Blanc suddenly became alert, and his whole body's fighting spirit was raised to the limit. The fighting spirit of the 23rd level was poured into the giant's sword, and it turned around, but it didn't hit anything. The next second, there was a cute little foot on his head, and it kicked hard, almost kicking the head of the New World Congress speaker into his chest. Mont Blanc felt like a cannonball, falling into the sea, but he didn't know how he turned and landed on his ship. Monty Blanc rubbed his head. The kick just now was so elusive that he almost thought it was kicked by an evil god. But he had been through many battles, so he forced himself to gather his fighting spirit and wanted to get out of the ship. Monty Blanc could sense that this ship was a little strange, and he didn't want to fight in an unfamiliar environment. But the next second, he found that no matter how hard he gathered his strength, he couldn't get into the air, and he was immediately shocked. Monty Blanc was trying desperately to leave when he saw a person squatting on the ground. He thought it was a sneaky enemy, so he kicked him. The squatting person grabbed him with his backhand, and the two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves in an instant. This man was as hard as copper and iron. He slashed at him with his sword, but he could not cut him. He was extremely powerful and experienced in battle. He was an extremely terrifying enemy. Mont Blanc was more and more frightened as he fought. He could not help shouting, "Who are you?" "Gareth Mecklin, Charlotte Mecklin's eldest son." Mont Blanc could not help but curse. "Didn't he want to duel with me? Why did he assign you to sneak attack and siege? Do you still follow the rules?" Gareth said calmly. "Didn't you sneak attack and siege first? Besides, I have never seen my father duel with others. When my father dueled honestly, it was before I became his son. You didn't catch up with that era. Also, if you don't attack me, I won't fight you at all." Mont Blanc hurriedly took a few steps away, and Gareth really didn't do it. He tried several times, but still couldn't leave the ship, and couldn't help asking, "How can I leave?" Gareth said, "Of course I asked my sister. As long as she allows you to leave." Mont Blanc breathed a sigh of relief. Although he always felt that Charlotte's children were a little weird, the brothers seemed to be mentally ill, and the sister probably had some problems. He took a breath and shouted, "Miss Mecklin, please let me out." A little girl, at some point, floated and sat on Gareth's shoulder, with a set of knives and forks in her hands and a silver plate in her mouth, sobbing and saying, "Brother Gareth, do you want a piece?" Gareth said calmly, "I don't eat this kind of thing." Amelia held the plate in her mouth and said, "Who are you kidding? We are brother and sister. Every time I give you something delicious you eat it up. Otherwise, how could you be promoted to level 23? Although level 23 is just a stronger piece of trash." Gareth said nothing. He had long learned not to talk back to his sister. Mont Blanc felt it was very harsh. What does level 23 mean? Who are you talking about as trash? Chapter 524. Charlotte was not so arrogant that he wanted to challenge the top Saint rank 23 just after being promoted to Saint rank. As Gareth said, it was a long time ago that he had a serious duel with someone. After using Amelia to deal with Monty Blanc, Charlotte rushed towards the group of Saint ranks in the New World. He had no weapons, just bare hands. With Charlotte's speed as fast as a god, there were not many Saint ranks in the New World who could withstand his full-strength attack. Charlotte made 7 moves and forced back 6 New World Saints. One of them had his head blown off. This unlucky New World Saint landed on the Holy Light Kingdom. The deck of this legendary warship suddenly turned into a giant mouth and swallowed him alive, making a terrifying chewing sound. The Saints of the New World Conference only then felt the horror of Charlotte, and hurriedly formed groups of 3 or 5 to form a joint posture. However, after Charlotte's crazy attack, his subordinates also took off and joined the battle. Charlotte had just been promoted to the Saint rank, and his strength was not yet stable. Although the previous round of attacks looked impressive, it was actually an overperformance, consuming at least 30% to 40% of his bloody glory. After his subordinates joined the battle, he did not continue to fight, but took a step back and slowly operated bloody glory, firstly to restore his strength, secondly to stabilize his strength, and thirdly, he had not yet fully digested the benefits of being promoted to the Saint rank. After being promoted to the Saint rank, a large number of supernatural runes will be condensed. The extraordinary level only represents the strength of energy, and the strength of superpowers is the real combat power. After being promoted, Charlotte put all his energy into the light agility technique, until the light agility technique could no longer be digested. He hesitated slightly, and put it into a superpower of Adonis, the blazing blast. After being promoted to the holy level, he can fly in the air, which leads to the unlimited expansion of the battlefield. The importance of close combat decreases, and the demand for long-range attacks increases sharply. Charlotte really needs a means of long-range attack. Adonis's blazing bomb is the most cost-effective choice. The runes of blazing bomb were condensed continuously, but when the 18th rune was condensed, this ability was raised to the upper limit. Charlotte hesitated a little, and invested the last promotion energy into insight, raising this ability to X12. Charlotte felt a little regretful. If there was enough energy, he would choose to upgrade the Blood Flame Demon Lance. Feeling the wind in the sky, Charlotte felt a different kind of joy. The bloody glory in his body rotated with a wonderful rhythm, endlessly, generating a power to break free from the earth. On Earth, humans must use tools to fly off the ground. This has led to many people who long for freedom choosing bungee jumping, parachuting, wingsuit flying gliders. But no matter which extreme sport you choose, it is not real flying. It is not as good as the holy order in this world, which is to truly rely on the control of the tremendous energy in the body to resist the traction of the earth and soar into the sky, unrestrained. Charlotte is actually a little afraid of heights. She didn't feel anything just now because she was so excited, but now she is a little scared. After all, she has no one to rely on and no protection. Juno Arthur did not take action. After all, he was the strongest man in Byron and Charlotte's teacher. He was proud of his status. However, the rest of Charlotte's saints were out in full force. Even Middleman joined the battle. The saints of the New World only resisted for more than 10 minutes before they fell again. However, the other two speakers of the New World Congress, Avis and Machel, also took to the air and joined the battle, which temporarily stabilized the situation. As soon as Avis took to the air, he was entangled by Kratos. The two sides fought for more than 10 moves, but there was no winner. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "What happened?" A New World Saint shouted, "Charlotte Mechlin is back. He brought these helpers with him." The rest of the people on the ship where Mont Blanc was trapped were killed by them. Avaish didn't expect that the master of the dukedom of Mechlin would come back just when they were about to attack Black Phoenix City. If only Charlotte came back, it would be nothing, but this guy actually brought a group of saints, all of whom were powerful, and I don't know what means he used to trap Mont Blanc. Avaish knew that the strength of this companion was only slightly weaker than his own. If someone could trap Mont Blanc, he would never be able to escape. After Avis continued to ask, he finally understood the root of the matter. He shouted, "Charlotte Mechlin, we are willing to withdraw as long as you let Mont Blanc go." Charlotte sneered and did not answer at all. What the hell is wrong with the leader of the New World? He actually wanted to leave? And he actually wanted to exchange Mont Blanc for this matter? Another speaker of the New World Congress, Machel, was taken over by Middleman. Although he was surprised by the heroic appearance of the first rose of the Empire, he was more surprised by Middleman's strength. When he saw that Avis was also stopped by someone, and the fight was inconclusive, his heart sank. He knew that there were still a group of saints in Black Phoenix City. They were able to suppress Black Phoenix City because the three speakers of the New World Congress were all at level 23, stronger than any saint-level transcendent in Black Phoenix City. But now that Monty Blanc was trapped, he and Avis were also entangled by enemies of equal strength. Once the group of saints in Black Phoenix City joined the battle, there would be no more people in the New World Congress who could escape. Saints would still have a chance to escape, but ordinary people would definitely be captured. Melcher didn't know that Charlotte was very angry, and had issued an order not to accept surrender. He used a special power to leave a shadow, deceived Middleman, and got close to Avis, forming a temporary 2-on-1 situation. Cresto's combat experience was unparalleled. He withdrew from the battle in advance. When Middleman rushed up, he joined forces with the first rose of the Empire, and suppressed the two speakers of the New World Congress again. Although Melcher was a little regretful that he failed to plot against Cresto, he was not mainly plotting against this great enemy, but to communicate with Avis. He whispered, "The situation is very bad. We can't continue to fight. When the people in the city come out, I'm afraid we will be wiped out." Avis looked terribly ugly, and said, "I have proposed a ceasefire, but the other side refused." Mechel said, "We need to make more concessions." Avis was very unhappy, but he knew that Mechel was right, and shouted, "Release Mont Blanc. We are willing to give up 50 cities, and sign a non-aggression agreement." Just at this time, Mont Blanc screamed, and Emilia finally started eating. Chapter 525. Emilia finally gave up the knife, fork and plate, threw them into the sea, and pushed Mont Blanc onto the deck with one hand. Emilia swallowed one of the three giants of the New World Congress with just one bite. Mont Blanc had no room to resist during the whole process. Gareth didn't even have time to taste anything before the simple meal was over. Avaish's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Do you want to choose to continue fighting?" Charlotte took out the Red Rattler, loaded a magic armor-breaking bullet, and responded to the questioning with a tough attitude. He did not shoot at Avaish. After all, the 23rd level was not trivial, but this shot was aimed at a saint of the New World, and he shot the bullet expressionlessly. The saint of the New World was being besieged by Vigo and Andreas, and accidentally revealed a small flaw. Originally, he relied on his exquisite body movements to avoid the pursuit of the two enemies, making this small flaw not a flaw, But Charlotte's bullet cut off his body movement changes, and Andrea slashed down with a sword, splitting the Saint of the New World diagonally in half. So far, 6 Saints of the New World have fallen, including a speaker. This made Avish and Machel realize one thing. The enemy does not want to make peace with them. Avish said bitterly, "Prepare for a fight to the death." Machel wanted to save the situation and shouted, "What conditions do you need to stop the war?" Although several saints died in the New World Congress, they were not the same force in the New World, and they were only temporarily cooperating with each other, so they could not be considered to have a friendship. Machel didn't care about the dead. Since Charlotte showed his strong strength, his first choice was to respect the interests instead of continuing to fight. Charlotte sneered and didn't bother to answer. These people invaded his Duke of Mechlin and wanted to divide his girl. How could this be tolerated? Charlotte had always suppressed the urge to kill. After all, he was a person who was influenced by civilized society. He didn't want to use violence unless he had to. But these people really touched Charlotte's bottom line. Charlotte really didn't think there was still room for both sides to maneuver. Letting these people live was irresponsible to the people around him. Charlotte's attitude made the 2 speakers of the New World Congress understand that the hatred between the 2 sides could not be resolved so easily. Avis shouted without hesitation, and a strange aura emerged from his body. The sea suddenly shook violently, and the sea surface with a diameter of at least hundreds of kilometers was surging. Crester and Miniman were both very experienced fighters. The 2 did not entangle, but joined forces to force Melcher away and distance the battle. Soon, a huge monster rose from the sea. It was transparent, as if it was made of clear seawater, but there was a light and colored current deep in its body, and its shape could not be seen at all. Juno, who had not taken action, could not help but sigh. Everyone has started to play the game of summoning evil gods. Charlotte increased her speed to the highest level, like a bird flying over, and stretched out the blood rose, leaving a deep groove on the huge monster, but the monster's body was like pure water, and after the blood rose cut through it, it immediately healed, and there was no trace left. Charlotte's sword also had the power of fiery erosion and dark erosion, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and it couldn't cause any damage to the monster. All the warships were centered around the Donlabos and Swan Lake, forming a huge maze. No matter how violent the wind and waves were, they would be wiped out as long as they got close. Even the seawater would disappear directly when the waves as big as a mountain rolled over. Both sides had the power comparable to that of nature, and every collision had the majestic momentum of a landslide and tsunami. The 3 ancient magic ghost warships were unable to dodge, and were directly sucked into the body of this monster that seemed to be made of pure water. However, ghost ships are different from ordinary warships. They are evil spirits. When they are sucked into the sea, they will not be directly broken like ordinary ships. The crew members are neither alive nor dead. They are drowned by the sea, and suddenly don't take it seriously. Soon, the 3 ancient magic ghost warships broke through the body of the monster and fell back into the sea. However, this monster is too huge. A slight disturbance can cause the sea surface of hundreds of miles nearby to shake violently like a tsunami, and the waves are surging. The 3 ancient magic ghost warships were like 3 small broken ships, thrown high up by the waves and then fell hard, but although they were wasted, they soon broke through the waves and rejoined the fleet. The Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia had already sailed into the center of the fleet of the New World. Wherever these 2 legendary warships of the evil god level passed, no warship could resist them at all. They were either knocked over or directly crushed, and then used as preserved fruits by these 2 legendary warships. Snacks. Even though he had confidence in the evil god he summoned, Avis could not help but feel angry when he saw this scene, and shouted, "Nobles of the old world! Let me show you how powerful the barbarians of the new world are. Arisanimosu! Kill those 2 warships." The huge seawater swelled up and turned into a transparent stream of water, like a pillar supporting the sky, rushing up to the sky in the opposite direction. After extending to thousands of meters, it pulled down fiercely, targeting the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia. But he didn't care about the fleet of the New World. If this attack landed on the sea, it would be enough to knock over dozens of ships. Murchel's face changed slightly, and he whispered, "Why let Arisanimosu come out? He doesn't distinguish between enemies and friends, and will even kill our people." Avis laughed grimly and said, "I don't care about so many things. Originally, I wanted him to attack the Black Phoenix City. It was you who said that there are righteous gods in the old world, and there are righteous gods. So I shouldn't use the power of evil gods easily. If I had used the power of Arisanimosu earlier, all the people in Black Phoenix City would have died long ago." Juno's face changed slightly when he saw the sea-shattering blow. He secretly communicated with the 5 divine creatures on the ship, and the Holy Light Kingdom suddenly sank into the sea and disappeared on the sea. On the Amelia, who had just had a full meal, stood on the bow of the ship with her small body, looking at the powerful blow, stretched out a delicate little finger, pointed at the 1,000-meter-long, strange-looking tentacle that seemed to be made of pure water, and shouted, "Break, break, break!" This tentacle made of sea water suddenly had dozens of holes, and before it was pulled on the sea surface, it suddenly broke a section, and the broken tentacle turned into thousands of tons of sea water and fell down. Chapter 526. Amelia's small body stood on the bow, making the two saints who were still fighting in the sky doubt, "What on earth is this little girl?" The saints on Charlotte's side knew that she was the child of Amabella and Charlotte, but this setting was too evil, and no one dared to believe it completely. The saints of the New World Congress had just felt the horror of this little girl from the death of Mont Blanc, and now they had another thought. Is this little girl also an evil god? How can a proper evil god maintain a human form? Avesh summoned the evil god Ahir Sanmosu. The battle took on a whole new twist, and the holy orders on both sides withdrew from the battle. The holy orders on Charlotte's side returned to their ship, while the holy orders of the New World Congress gathered around Avesh and Machel, because their ship was not safe. Charlotte did not return to the Holy Light Kingdom, but was still floating alone in the sky. Although he was a little afraid of heights, he was now fascinated by this feeling of freedom. Just like when you just learn to ride a bicycle, you want to touch the handlebars every day, and when you just learn to drive a car, you want to sleep in the car. Charlotte has just been promoted to the saint level. Compared with the increase in strength, he is more interested in being able to leave the ground and fly freely. Especially the evil god Ahir Sanmosu is so huge that he is almost larger than a medium-sized city. Charlotte doesn't believe that such a big evil god can still fly. If he can fly in the air, as long as he falls to the ground, no city should be able to withstand such a destructive blow. As the holy stage withdrew, the fleets of both sides also withdrew tacitly, and the battlefield became a battle between two legendary warships and the evil god-level sea monster Ahir Sanmosu. The monster soon extended a second tentacle that looked like it was made of sea water, which was longer and thicker than the previous one. It still struck down with one blow, but this time, there was a faint trace of ink-colored water on this sea water tentacle, winding and flowing inside the tentacle. Charlotte suddenly accelerated in the air, with a flame knight spear in his hand. He stabbed the giant tentacle made of sea water with all his strength, and then circled around it crazily. Charlotte had just tested it out, and the blood rose could cut through the seawater body of this monster. The flame knight's spear in his hand, whose power came from the flame evil god Anulalu, easily pierced into its tentacles. Charlotte used the sky-wing spearmanship to its fullest, and could pierce hundreds of spears in each round. After 70 or 80 rounds, this giant tentacle made of seawater was riddled with holes, and the evil god's power that supported it was broken, and the whole thing collapsed. After being pierced by Charlotte Mechlin, this huge tentacle made purely of seawater turned from virtual to real, and turned into a large tentacle made of flesh and blood. When Amelia saw this thing, her eyes lit up immediately, and she directed the Amelia to crash into it. The front of this legendary warship suddenly opened its huge mouth and bit down fiercely. Juno sank to the bottom of the sea with the Holy Light Kingdom, but he could still sense the battle on the sea. He was about to join the siege when he felt that the Holy Light Kingdom was somewhat out of control. The whole ship roared and turned into a giant whale, rushing to the surface of the sea at an incredible speed and biting the other end of the flesh tentacle. A weird legendary warship and another even weirder legendary warship, like they both caught a bug and a bird at the same time, competing to see who could eat it faster. Although Avis witnessed this scene, he was fully focused on controlling the evil god Ahir Sanmosu, not daring to relax at all, and even daring not to have too much emotional fluctuations. Gareth also controlled the fire evil god. But the final result was that his soul was eroded by Anulalu and torn into two pieces, and Charlotte took the opportunity to take him in as her son. In the New World, this group of saints have thousands of times more chances to come into contact with the evil gods than the saints in the Old World. How can they borrow the power of the evil gods? It is a secret study in the Old World, but a prominent study in the New World. Countless secret methods have been created. The saints in the New World can borrow some of the power of the evil gods. Avis's method of manipulating the evil gods is much better than Gareth's. Of course, borrowing the power of the evil gods is completely different from one's own power. It cannot be activated easily, nor is it without consequences. Unless there is an important battle, most of the saints in the New World will not use this secret method to decide the outcome. They would rather take a step back and seek a non-combat solution. Machel whispered, "Can you still hold on?" Avis whispered, "At most, I can hold on for 15 minutes. When the time comes, you will take over the battle. Machel said, I suggest that if we cannot kill Charlotte Mecklin within 10 minutes, we should evacuate first. We came back to the old world to seek living space, not to fight with others. We have lost too many people this time. If you and I are exhausted, they will not leave us alive. Avis snorted angrily, but he also knew that once his spiritual power was exhausted, Machel would definitely not take over the battle, and would only leave early. He could only choose to agree with Machel's opinion. If Ajur Senmosu could not win, he would have to retain his strength and lead the people of the New World Congress to withdraw. Avis screamed, and this time Ajur Senmosu extended dozens of tentacles and slapped around. Faced with such a violent attack, Yvonne, the king of giant whales, bit off the tentacles and dived into the sea. Amelia looked at the dozens of sea tentacles that were thousands of meters long and incredibly thick, smashing down on her. Her little face was motionless at first, then her upturned little nose moved slightly, and she cried out, Dad! Dad, there is a monster trying to hit Amelia. She flew up and pounced on Charlotte. The huge Amelia turned from real to virtual and disappeared on the sea. Dozens of huge sea tentacles smashed on the sea, causing huge waves. The sea outside the Black Phoenix City was like a tsunami that only happened once in hundreds of years. The entire sea surface turned into turbid waves, surging all over the sky, and the sea was turbid. I don't know how many fish, shrimps, and creatures in the sea died. Charlotte hugged Amelia, just like hugging a... Well, hot potato is not enough to describe Amelia. It's not high enough. Charlotte really felt that she was hugging a volcano that could erupt at any time. The volcano was choking with grievance and kept shouting, Dad, that monster bullied me, you help Amelia beat him. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, and said in the customs of Earth, Don't be afraid, Amelia. The monster is bad, we beat him. He was worried. This thing is so big, how can we beat it? Chapter 527. The Holy Light Kingdom dived into the seabed, and the Amelia disappeared. After losing his two major targets, Ajur Senmosu turned to the Black Phoenix City without any hesitation. His body rose high, as if there was a huge ocean, rising above the surroundings, and crashing into the Black Phoenix City. Charlotte's face changed slightly, because there was Annie in the Black Phoenix City. He absolutely could not tolerate anyone hurting Annie. Charlotte took a look at the saints of the New World, and Avis, surrounded by everyone, was trying his best to control this evil god. He sighed and said, Isemelin, go kill that guy. The three speakers of the New World Congress are all at level 23, but Charlotte can use more power than just level 23 Cresto and Rose. He also has Juno and Isemelin. There's no need to alarm the teacher for such a small matter. Charlotte shook her body, and several mirrors appeared in the air. He walked into a mirror holding Amelia, and soon Isemelin, who looked very kind and gentle, came out of the mirror. The magic mirror in the air suddenly disappeared, and another one appeared in front. After several shifts, it approached the group of saints of the New World Conference. When Avis and Machel saw Ishmarin, they became slightly alert. This fallen evil god still had the strength of the 24th level. They also had some ideas about the magic mirrors that kept appearing, but they didn't expect Charlotte to walk out of a magic mirror and throw Amelia out with all her strength. After Charlotte threw Amelia out, she gave Ishmarin an order, and at the same time, she used her power to activate the Light Agility X27. Now that he has been promoted to the Saint level, the Light Agility increase provided by the red and blue rattlesnakes is only X5. Counting the Light Agility attached to these two weapons, Charlotte's speed can be said to be proud of the new and old continents, and there is a match in the Saint level. Amelia was in midair, just as she screamed. Charlotte, who arrived later, hugged her and whispered, Daddy will take you to fight the bad guys. Amelia stopped screaming and started to giggle. A saint from the New World saw Charlotte rushing over with the strange little girl, and his heart was awed. He hurriedly grabbed his ribs with both hands, snapped them, and shouted, Omedalas. Come out? His body gradually turned black and grew black hair, but the speed of transformation was far slower than Charlotte's. Before he was halfway through the transformation, Charlotte smashed Amelia down. Amelia opened her hands excitedly and hugged the saint. She twisted her hands vigorously and pulled off the head of the saint, who was summoning the evil god. Amelia screamed, and the head in her hand suddenly turned into a bull head with curved horns and black hair on the face. After she screamed, she smashed the bull head with the obvious evil god style. Although Machel didn't want to fight anymore, he had to rush up at this time, but he was tripped by Ishmarin. After just 2 or 3 moves, he knew it was not good and shouted wildly, It's a peak saint, everyone, work together to meet the enemy. At this time, 5 or 6 of the saints of the New World Conference fled without looking back. They were returning to the New World to settle down, not to accompany Avis and Machel to die. The remaining saints hesitated for a moment, but it was too late. They were drawn into the powerful energy of Ishmael, and the battle was fierce in the blink of an eye. Charlotte swung Amelia and ran straight to Avis. He had to kill this bastard. Amelia was like a windmill, but she was extremely happy. With a slight push of her little hand, the saint, who had just summoned the evil god, and was killed before it succeeded, disappeared. After packing up her little dessert, Amelia took a deep breath and hit it hard with her little head. Charlotte didn't dare to use it like this, but when he saw Amelia did it on her own initiative, he added some strength. Avis was wholeheartedly controlling the evil god Arur-san-Mosu. Facing Amelia's head-on collision, he could only push with both hands in a hurry, and an invisible sea water appeared, but this layer of sea water was of no use. Amelia hit him head-on and broke it into scattered water splashes, and then hit Avis's shoulder. Avis hurriedly avoided his head, but his shoulder, which was protected by his fighting spirit, could not withstand Amelia's head-on collision. There was a crackling sound, and it was unknown how many bones were broken. Avis was horrified, and he didn't care about controlling the evil god Arur-san-Mosu anymore. He quickly took advantage of the situation and turned over, falling from the sky and jumping onto the huge body of the evil god. This time, not only the holy orders under Charlotte, but also the holy orders of Black Phoenix City flew into the air, blocking the holy orders of the New World Conference. Charlotte carried Amelia on her back and shouted, "Dad will take you to chase that bad guy." He would never dare to fight Avis alone, but with Amelia in his hand, what's the use of a mere 23rd order? Seeing Charlotte chasing after him with a weird little girl, Avis didn't even have time to recover from his injuries, and he sank directly into Arur-san-Mosu's body. Charlotte followed him in without hesitation. Once he entered Arur-san-Mosu's body, Charlotte felt like he was in the eye of a storm, with huge pressure from all directions, as if he was going to burst. The body of this evil god was completely liquid, and Charlotte didn't know whether it was ordinary seawater infected by the power of the evil god, or a kind of evil god power that looked like seawater. He carried Amelia on his back, and with one hand, he drew out the blood spirit rhino, transformed it into a flame knight spear, and rushed into Arur-san-Mosu's body. Although he had practiced the light agility technique to X-27, his speed was far slower than Avesh's in the body of the evil god Arur-san-Mosu. However, with Amelia and the blood spirit rhino in hand, Charlotte was not afraid of being trapped at all. There was an invisible ball of light outside Charlotte's body, which repelled the evil god power of Arur-san-Mosu. He himself did not know which evil god this power came from. Maybe even several evil gods have made a move. Charlotte urged the flame knight spear to stir the seawater in front of him. He could feel that he should stir up a lot of Arur-san-Mosu's flesh and blood, because once the seawater was cut off, the opportunity would turn from virtual to real and become pieces of flesh and blood. Amelia was so happy that she kept stretching out her little fingers and said, "I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this and this." Charlotte was like an old fool who doted on his daughter. No matter what Amelia said, he responded, "Okay, my baby daughter is the most important. Dad will try his best to get you whatever you want." Avis didn't expect that the two of them would have such courage, and even get into Arur-san-Mosu's body to fight him. Chapter 528. And Brittany and Sophia Gallinold stood on the top of the city wall. Neither of them was a saint, and could not join the battle, but both of them had complicated emotions. Sophia Gallinold was a little ashamed, but she did not regret it in her heart. Instead, she felt a little relieved. Anne's emotions were much more complicated. She even thought about kicking Sophia Gallinold off the top of the city wall. Of course, she could not do that, but this crazy idea was really lingering during the battle outside the city, and did not let the people in the city join the battle, because she knew that defending Black Phoenix City was more important to Charlotte. When Amelia shouted "Dad," Anne really couldn't help but glanced at Sophia Gallinold's pretty little butt, but she soon realized that the child could not be the Strasbourg Roses. After a while, Anne also figured it out, the child could not be Charlotte's. They have been separated for only a year, and Amelia is not only 1 year old, and thought to herself, Mr. Mecklin is only in his 20s. If he wants to give birth to a little girl this big, he must have a woman when she is 15 or 16 years old. How is this possible? She must be an adopted child. As an adoptive mother, I must treat her well. Then Anne saw Charlotte beat Amelia to death with a saint, and couldn't help but say to Sophia Gallinold, "Did you hear that little girl calling Daddy?" Sophia Gallinold said calmly, "That little thing is an evil god at first glance. The point is not that she calls Dad, but who she will call Mom later." Annie immediately gained confidence and said, I must be his adoptive mother. If Charlotte were here, she would definitely say, 60 portions of the joy of fate are really worth it. Just look at the evil gods beside him, Amabella, Kumodarasuda Pachiloto, the king of giant whales Yvonne, the sea serpent Basuchi, Amon, Emilia, Ishmaran, etc., and wish that, and will always be favored by fate, have a safe and smooth life, and never have any disasters. The fate snake only took 60 pieces of destiny's joy, and the price was really fair. If Charlotte knew what would happen to her soon, she would definitely promise herself one piece. 60 pieces of destiny's joy could buy a lifetime of peace, which was a huge profit. Gareth squatted on the deck of the Amelia, his whole body filled with blood. This ship was hidden in the void, and not long after, pieces of evil god flesh and blood were thrown in. Gareth did not stand the test, and thought it might be Amelia feeding him. He had already swallowed 2 pieces of flesh and blood, and his blood and energy were surging, and he was about to break through another level. Amelia was so happy that she grabbed with her hands. The flesh and blood that he caught in the void would disappear without a trace. He didn't know that Gareth was eating. Charlotte chased bravely all the way, and occasionally used the infinite mirror world to create a magic mirror to shorten the distance between him and Avis. Avis didn't dare to continue fighting at this moment. He was almost at the limit. If he didn't release a Hirsan quickly, he would be assimilated by this evil god. Above the sea water above the sea's surface suddenly turned, and went to the depths of the sea. The people of the New World Congress also fled, and Machel was forced to use a bit of the power of the evil god, so that he could escape from Ishmaelin's pursuit. However, there were not many fleets that could escape from the siege of Black Phoenix City, so they could only raise the white flag and surrender. They heard Charlotte's order not to take prisoners or live people, so they surrendered to Black Phoenix City very smartly. Although the battle was a bit chaotic, the high-level people of the New World Congress escaped in the end, and less than 1,000 people escaped in total. The Black Phoenix City and Charlotte's saints chased them all the way until Charlotte and Amelia broke through the body of Ajur Senmosu, and then they surrounded them. Charlotte shook her head and said, "Go back to Black Phoenix City first." Amelia hugged Charlotte and refused to let go, and Charlotte did not let her down. When everyone landed on the top of Black Phoenix City, Annie was the first to rush over and hug Charlotte, and she did not forget to give Amelia a plate of candy. Amelia got the candy and jumped off Charlotte. She was so happy. Sophia Galinold felt sad when she saw Anne and Charlotte hugging each other. She gently held Amelia's hand and was about to make a breakthrough from her, but then a gloomy voice popped up in her mind. "Stay away from my father. You are not favored by the snake of fate." Sophia Galinold was so scared that she quickly let go. Her eyes blurred and tears could not help flowing down. A white and beautiful hand handed her a handkerchief and said gently, "Don't cry. You are the Strasbourg Rose. Be strong." Sophia Galinold's heart choked with sobs. It's not that she is not strong, but she was just frightened by the evil god. She didn't expect that Amelia looked lively and cute, but in fact she was lively and scary. Annie said happily, "You are finally back. Every time I think of you, I want to cry. Fortunately, everyone helped us to defend the Black Phoenix City. I can't do anything well." The Duchess of Meza whispered to her daughter, "You have to learn something." When her fiancé's territory was in danger, the Grand Duchess, and was able to step forward and lead a group of people to support her. She easily took over Charlotte Mecklen's subordinates, and gained their support. She was also able to decisively abandon all the territory immediately, evacuate people and materials, and send a call for help to everyone. Adosa said, "And Abrigny is indeed amazing." Dame Meza said, "No, these are nothing. The most amazing thing about her is that the moment she saw Charlotte, she turned into a well-behaved lark. The resolute and brave Duchess we have seen these days has been cut off from supplies." Adosa was surprised for a moment, then came to her senses and said, "Sophia Galinold's loss was not unfair." She then saw Middleman and added, "Senior Rose's loss was not unfair." At this moment, a voice sounded from behind the mother and daughter, "This princess lost unfairly." Adosa then remembered that there was another princess, Guillaume. She secretly glanced at her mother and thought, "You still let me try. Look, how can my daughter win against such a strong opponent?" Charlotte looked around the Black Phoenix City, and suddenly wanted to laugh and say, "It's a nice day today." Annie smiled and said, "Just now Sophia Galinold mistakenly thought that your fleet was a reinforcement from the New World, and was ready to die. She also asked me to tell you something." Sophia Galinold suddenly became nervous. Chapter 529. "She wants to be your sister." And said. Charlotte was shocked and suddenly had a headache. His first reaction was that Earl Galinold could not let his daughter change her surname to Mecklin, Sophia Gallinald's pretty face blushed slightly, but she soon objected. She said firmly, "I don't." Emilia bared her white teeth. Sophia Gallinald ignored his threat. For her, nothing could stop her from speaking the truth. Emilia was about to kill this little bitch when a silver snake's tail silently hooked her and dragged her into the void. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, and no one could detect it. Middleman also wanted to see a joke. Although her position was a bit awkward, she still wanted to see how Charlotte would handle this matter. Well, it was also a reference. Just when Miss Jiangwei was about to speak her true feelings, a cold voice said lightly, "Charlotte, if you don't chase them, those people will run away. They are planning to take away all your women." Charlotte took a look and saw that the dozen ships of the New World Conference and the Saints had indeed fled far away, and they were almost out of sight. Suddenly, she felt that what Princess May said made sense. He immediately said murderously, "I just swore that I would not allow them to live. Crestos, Aspros, Regulus, Rolf, Black Dragon, Chidero, Agon, Gareth, Andreas Constantine. Follow me to hunt down the enemy. Vigo, you take command of the Dalmabas. Stay in the Black Phoenix City." Vigo agreed obediently. He deeply felt that it was safer for him to stay on the Dalmabas. He did not expect that he had surrendered to Charlotte because he was frustrated with the future and wanted to spend his life in depression. However, he did not expect that fighting every day would be dozens of times more dangerous than the South Seraph Restoration Army. Even the battlefield of Ferlandon was not so exaggerated. He missed Hughes a little now. Middleman and Princess May said together, "We will join the war too." Grand Duchess Meza patted her daughter. Adosa hesitated for a moment and said, "I go too." Charlotte didn't dare to stay. She flew up into the sky in one breath. She couldn't help wiping her sweat at high altitude. It was too dangerous just now. Although he didn't know what Anne and Sophia Gallinald wanted to say, he had a feeling that it was definitely not something he could listen to. Because there will be bloody storms next, after watching Charlotte leave, and took a deep breath and said, "We need to check the spoils, drive all the people off the ship, confiscate all the wealth, and as for the ships. Duchess Mezu, thank you for coming to help. 500 of these ships are the reward for your kindness. Sophia Gallinald, thank you for your help too. Go pick 200 ships." The fleet of the New World Conference is a gathering of 6 or 7 groups of immigrants. Although some of them stay in other cities, there are nearly 2,000 ships under the Black Phoenix City. The scale is unprecedented, and even the 5 major empires do not have such a large fleet. And knew that Charlotte couldn't take in so many ships. If the Duchy of Mechlin really had such a large fleet, the 4 empires would be wary, which would be detrimental to the stability of the territory. So she simply split the fleet and gave it to all the forces that came to help. Charlotte took away most of the Saints, but and still had Vigo, Claire Brittany, and Abner Sume under her command, which was enough to suppress the situation. The immigrants from the New World were a little restless at first, but soon they gave in and got off the ship obediently, and arranged for people to register these people. Those with families stayed in Black Phoenix City, or were assigned to other cities. Those who were alone, if they were strong and willing, would be accepted into the Knights of Favonius. Those who said they did not want to serve Duke Mechlin were all sent to Cappadocia, and also learned some tricks from Charlotte. She would never let these people from the New World leave. After they left, they would definitely return to the New World Conference and continue to oppose Charlotte Mechlin. While waiting to move the wealth, even Duke Mezu was stunned. These immigrants left the New World and naturally took all their property with them. Almost every ship carried a huge amount of wealth, and only moved 7 or 8 ships, and ordered to temporarily seal the spoils, and wait for Charlotte to come back. At this time, Charlotte had caught up with Avis and others. They had escaped more than 10 ships, some of which were magic alchemy warships. For these ships, Avis, Machel and others could not fly at full speed. A saint saw the enemy chasing him, and couldn't help but say, "Why would someone be so stupid as to claim to take away Charlotte Mechlin's woman? We are just going to settle down in the old world. Why do we have to fight with others? And why do we have to fight like this? We lost our ship, our people were captured, and the wealth we brought back fell into the hands of Charlotte Mechlin. Such a life is worse than living in the New World." Several saints also showed anger, but they were afraid of Avis's strength and dared not say anything. Machel sighed and said, "It's come to this, why bother to say more?" The saint who had just spoken said loudly, "In fact, only Avis and Maud Blanc want to divide up Charlotte's woman. You don't have this idea at all, and neither do we. Why don't we just turn to Charlotte? Maud Blanc is dead anyway." Avis groaned and reached out to grab, but since the saint had spoken, he had already been prepared. He shook his body and hid behind Machel. Mochel slightly separated his hands, and a burst of fighting spirit burst out, resisting Avis's grab. Avis turned away without saying anything, and 3 saints followed him after a slight hesitation. Mochel sighed, and did not chase them. He whispered, "We should be careful later. I heard that the Duke of Mechlin is very loyal to his lover. This battle also shows that he is very angry, and may not accept our surrender. If the situation is not good, I will summon the evil god to protect everyone from escaping." Charlotte discovered from a distance that Avis had escaped, but most people stayed, and she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. In fact, although he caught up, he didn't think about starting a war. There was something wrong with the Holy Light Kingdom, so he didn't dare to bring it out. Emilia was nowhere to be found. He didn't have the confidence to defeat the remnants of the New World Conference, with only Cresto and his men. Charlotte asked his subordinates to disperse, surrounded the people who stayed, and shouted loudly, "Have you thought about how to die?" Myrtle flew forward a distance and said lightly, "Can we talk?" Chapter 530. Charlotte said calmly, "You attack my territory and want to take my lover away. Do you think we have anything to talk about?" Myrtle said, "Only Avis and Maud Blanc want to divide your woman. Those who have such thoughts have already fled. We just want to settle down in the old world." Charlotte smiled and said, "You settle down? Do you mean attack my territory?" Myrtle said, "We can serve you for 5 years. Charlotte shrugged and said, "Sorry, I can't trust you. If the person who just escaped comes back and asks you to cooperate with him, guess what you and the people behind you will do? Will I believe in your loyalty?" Charlotte was waiting for the Holy Light Kingdom to come. Without this legendary battleship, he was confident that he could capture the Saints and a dozen ships from the New World, but there would inevitably be casualties. He didn't want a few of his Saints to die. Mochel asked, "How can you trust us?" Charlotte said without hesitation, "I don't care about others, as long as you make a little sacrifice." The group of Saints behind Mochel were slightly in an uproar. They certainly hoped that Mochel would agree. Mochel fell into a slight contemplation. He also felt the emotions of his companions behind him. They all wanted him to sacrifice. This is human nature. Mochel asked, "What sacrifice do I need to make?" Charlotte smiled slightly, took out a magic contract document, and said, "Sign it with me, but it's not 5 years, it's lifelong." This magic contract document was the spoils of war he got from fighting with Zimmerman in the maze, and it was just right to use it here. Myrtle's eyes suddenly changed, and he was about to firmly refuse, when a childish voice shouted in surprise, "Dad!" A small figure jumped out from nowhere, and fell into Charlotte's arms. Charlotte couldn't help swallowing her saliva while holding her good daughter, who came out of nowhere. In his mind, Emilia's danger level was definitely not inferior to the Holy Light God's kingdom. Holding his little daughter, he felt like he was holding a nuclear bomb, and it was already counting down. Mochel couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and swallowing the words he was about to eject. Although he could also summon the evil god, Charlotte obviously had an evil god in her arms. If he expressed his objection, he believed that Charlotte would not mind killing all of them. Mochel thought about it for a long time and whispered, "Can I get some authority?" Charlotte smiled and said, "No problem." The two sides discussed the terms of the magic contract in detail, which made the golden goat Haralf and the silverback gorilla Chio Delu jealous. They signed the document without knowing why, so how could they have such good treatment? Mochel didn't know that he had already received naked jealousy from his peers before he joined. After a friendly negotiation between the two sides, Mochel signed his name on the magic contract document, and then a chuckle was heard. The magic contract document turned into a ray of light, was thrown into the void, and fell into the long river of fate. Charlotte glanced at the warships below and said, "I want these ships, Mochel. You divide them into 2 teams. One team joins the Imperial Rose Fleet, and the other team joins the East Wind Fleet. Well, I leave the best-looking magic alchemy warship alone, and give it to Princess May." Charlotte naturally had to express her gratitude to the people who came to help. He didn't know Annie's arrangement, so he gave the remaining fleet away. A saint was a little dissatisfied and said, "We surrender to you, but our warships were taken away. Why should we surrender to you?" Charlotte glanced at him, and said to the void, "Isamulin, kill him." A kind-looking man walked out of the void, smiled slightly, and turned into a hurricane, hugging the saint of the New World. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and then the figures of the two disappeared into the air. Charlotte's blatant demonstration left the group of saints speechless. They all understood that this was Charlotte's punishment. After all, they attacked the Dukedom of Mechlin. As for whether they had ever thought of robbing people, Charlotte could pretend that they hadn't done that, but she wouldn't really think that they hadn't done that. After being blocked by Machel and the others for a while, Charlotte saw that she couldn't catch up with Avaish, and said lightly, "We will wait for a few days in the open sea until Senior Sister Middleman, Princess May, Sophia Galinold, and the others leave, and then go back to Black Phoenix City." A few hours later, the Holy Light Kingdom rushed to the battlefield. When the saints from the New World landed on this legendary warship, even Machel couldn't help but exclaimed, "The nobles of the Old World really live a luxurious life." Charlotte's procrastination was quite effective. 3 days later, May Guillaume's ship, the Queen Bee, passed by the sea area. Charlotte hurriedly caught up and sent a selected, best magic alchemy warship. The princess didn't say anything except asking him to submit the manuscript on time, but after receiving the gift, she was obviously in a much better mood. Princess May's 2 warships left, and only 1 day later, Sophia Galinold's fleet appeared. Charlotte followed again, and sent 3 magic alchemy warships, and 6 ordinary warships. Sophia Galinold was very bold when she asked and to tell Charlotte, but when she faced Charlotte alone, she didn't say a word. She knew that Charlotte must know what she was thinking, and she didn't want to embarrass Charlotte. Although Sophia Galinold didn't say anything, her eyes were full of tears, which made Charlotte feel very uncomfortable. He picked 2 female saints from the New World as gifts, and gave them to Sophia Galinold. The 2 female saints were quite willing to learn that this young woman was the daughter of the Minister of War of the Fars Empire, and was also a high-ranking general in the Fars Empire Navy with real power. After all, there were too many saints around Charlotte, and their status would obviously not be too high, but if they joined Sophia Galinold, their status would rise. In the end, Sophia Galinold still commanded the fleet to leave. When she jumped to the highest mast, and could not see Charlotte, she could not help crying and hated herself for being a step late. Middleman's fleet finally appeared. Charlotte not only gave away all the remaining magic alchemy warships and battleships, but also gifted 5 saints. 3 of the saints were reluctant to part with their own warships, which were considered as gifts of magic alchemy warships. The other 2 heard that Middleman was the top leader of the Fars Navy, and for the sake of their future, they took the initiative to request transfers. Although Charlotte would not pursue their attack on the Dukedom of Mechlin for the time being, it was not certain that the old matter would not be brought up again in the future. On the contrary, it would be easier for Middleman. Middleman received the warship with a smile, and sailed away without saying anything nonsense. Chapter 531. Charlotte's Holy Light Kingdom reappeared outside the Black Phoenix City, and Annie couldn't help but say, "I want to be promoted to the Saint level too." Claire Brittany knew the extraordinary talent of this cousin very well, and thought to himself, although Annie is also working hard, with her talent, it is difficult for her to reach the Saint level without 30 years of hard work. Even if she works hard for decades, whether she can achieve the Saint level is still unknown. He glanced at Abner Sume, and Abner shrugged his shoulders. They would not spoil the fun and tell the truth. Let Charlotte worry about this matter. Charlotte jumped up and soared into the sky. He was still enjoying the feeling of riding the wind and stepping into the air. As soon as Charlotte started, more than 20 saints followed him, and soared into the sky together. The momentum was so great that Duchess Meza couldn't help but say, "Charlotte has the prestige of a founding emperor." Although this statement was presumptuous, it was not an exaggeration. Charlotte had 4 legendary warships. If it weren't for sending Sophia Galinold and Middleman a batch of magic alchemy warships, the strength of the fleet would be even stronger, enough to rival the navy of any empire. This is because his ghost fleet has not returned. Some of them are left in the New World, and some are still on the way. If all these more than 1,000 ghost ships appear, the fleet of the Mechlin family is enough to sweep across any force in the 7 seas. Although the 4 empires may have far more holy orders than Charlotte, they are scattered among the major noble families. The emperor can only truly control 10 to 20 holy orders, and can command 30 to 40 holy orders at most. If Julius Axel VI could command the holy orders of the major noble families, and let the Count of Brittany take action, the royal holy orders would not be consumed in the siege of Zimmerman, which would have made Redmire unable to resist when he rebelled, and immediately threw herself into Charlotte's arms. This time, she did not forget to give Amelia candy. Amelia bared her teeth and whispered to Gareth, who was squatting beside her, "We will have more mothers in the future." Gareth remained silent. He was not Amabella's child, but he did not dare to object to Amelia. He had just eaten Amelia's snacks. Charlotte glanced at the top of the city. Only Duchess Mezu and Senior Sister Adosa were left. She breathed a sigh of relief. The great sage announced, "From today on, this city will be renamed Mecklenburg. Its patron saint is the Great Serpent of Destiny. You can also call Mecklenburg the City of Destiny." Although Charlotte was canonized, The Duke of Mecklenburg was recognized not only by Fars, but also by the four empires, but he left in a hurry, and had not done many things yet, and he did not even officially declare himself the master of this land. With the help of the army that defeated the New World Congress and the momentum of a great victory, when Charlotte announced that the Black Phoenix City would be renamed Mecklenburg, the whole city cheered, and even the old Black Phoenix people did not object. Charlotte took over the reorganization work, and the efficiency was quickly improved. After getting her spoils, Duchess Meza took her daughter and subordinates away. This time, according to the alliance with Charlotte, Duchess Meza came to assist the Dukedom of Mechlin. She not only gained the friendship of Charlotte, but also gained a whole fleet. Charlotte even handed over 100 of the ships intact. These 100 ships were fully loaded with wealth from the New World, enough to restore the Meza family to its peak before exploring the raging sea. This also made Duchess Meza believe that she had made the right choice, and there would be a closer connection between the two families in the future. In fact, after Duchess Meza betrayed Fars, she was most worried about being isolated and helpless. After all, her relationship with Byron was not close, and she had no allies in the political arena. A strong ally like Charlotte was very important to the Meza family. Charlotte took over her Knights of Favonius again, and the army set out all the way to regain the territory. The three speakers of the New World Congress were defeated under the Black Phoenix City, so the New World people who occupied these lands did not dare to resist at all, and they gave up their lands and fled. Charlotte quickly recovered 8 of the 13 districts of the Duchy of Mecklenburg and more than 60 noble territories, and then encountered some resistance. Charlotte did not lead the troops to the battle in person. The news he received was that although they encountered resistance, several generals still had the upper hand. He knew that he could not go to the battle every time. Whether it was to expand the territory or to surround the territory, he needed to rely on his generals, so he only mobilized enough resources and arranged supporting troops, and he still stayed in Mecklenburg. After the name change, Mecklenburg is naturally the capital of the Duchy of Mechlin. After Charlotte returned, she gave priority to comforting the residents of this city and restoring the city's economic recession caused by the war. At the same time, Charlotte did not forget to build temples for the Serpent of Fate and other gods, but he had a more important thing, which was to rebuild the 3 universities of the original Black Phoenix dynasty. Universities are the foundation of every country. Only universities can continuously cultivate the top talents. The private education of the nobles has a too low success rate, and is only a supplement to university education in the old continent. The 3 universities of the Black Phoenix dynasty are named Black Phoenix University, Royal Wilma University, and Westminster Thunder and Storm University. Black Phoenix University is protected by Lady Black Moon. Royal Wilma University and Westminster Thunder and Storm University are protected by the Lord of Light and the God of Thunder and Storm respectively. Of course, Charlotte could not blaspheme, so he just selected some teachers and students from these 3 universities and established 2 new universities, Mechlin University and Brittany University. The main building of the former is the newly built Temple of the Serpent of Fate in Mecklenburg, the largest one. The latter is because and graduated from Gorgias University, but Mecklenburg does not have a university dedicated to the god of elves, so one needs to be built. Charlotte originally wanted to change the name of Black Phoenix University, but he quickly gave up the idea. The original 3 universities carried the history and culture of the city. He could change many things, but history and culture were not necessary, because history is eternal and unchanging, and culture needs to be inclusive, not exclusive. As time went on, the Knights of Favonius regained another large area, but the following battle became very stalemate. The people of the New World left their homes, and came to the Old World, hoping to have a place to live and work in peace. They had no way to retreat, so they fought very bravely. Chapter 532. In the 3rd week after Charlotte returned to the Duchy of Mechlin, he sent off an important person, his teacher Juno Arthur. Before leaving, Juno Arthur left him a thick diary, which contained his lifelong experience in exploring the path to godhood. Although Charlotte did not want to become a vampire, he was still very grateful to this teacher. He personally led everyone on the Dalmabas to see Juno Arthur off, and only reluctantly returned after witnessing his teacher Swan Lake disappear at the end of the sea. On the 5th day after Juno left, Charlotte's ghost fleet appeared on the sea level. Fortunately, Mecklenburg had the experience of the last time, and many people knew about this ghost fleet. Charlotte had also made publicity, so there was no trouble. Hundreds of ghost ships looked very scary. However, the return of this ghost fleet also made Charlotte's troops more abundant. He separated this ghost fleet and sent it to the front line. Soon he got some good news. The army won 7 or 8 consecutive victories, and 2 regions were recovered. In the entire Duchy of Mecklenburg, only the Abruzzo region and the South Saraf region have not been recovered. Several frontline troops of the Knights of Favonius have begun to encircle the 2 regions. At this time, Cresto sent a letter to Charlotte, hoping that he could go to the front line to take charge. During this period, Charlotte was busy restoring the vitality of Mecklenburg and several recovered regions. She had confidence in her subordinates and had not been to the front line, but she also knew what the situation was on the front line. During this period, 3 more fleets landed at the port of Arcadia in the South Saraf region and joined the New World Conference, which restored the strength of the New World people. Charlotte had already sent out all the saints under his command. Even Vigo commanded the Dalmabas to fight on the front line. Claire Brittany and Abner Sume, who were brought by in, also fought in the front. Mecklenburg was very empty, with only Aunt Karen left. If there was any danger, the old lady might not be able to protect Anne. He thought about it, and decided to take Anne to the front line. Charlotte did not take the Holy Light Kingdom. He had already put away this legendary warship, which was still turned into a golden ring and worn on his hand together with the Whisper of Fate. He chose the Amelia. This legendary warship didn't have so many great demons on it. Only Gareth, Charlotte and Anne were there, bringing Amelia with them, just like a family of 3 going out for fun. Charlotte had long ago explained to Anne the origins of Gareth, the Holy Light Kingdom, and the Amelia, and was still quite curious when she stepped on this legendary warship. And couldn't travel alone, of course. After all, she was not only the princess of the Fars Empire, but also the Grand Duchess of the 2 principalities of Moldova and Mosred. She brought a whole team with her. When Aunt Karen boarded the Amelia, she showed a little fear and whispered to Anne, "Princess, on this ship, you must never leave my side." Anne smiled and said to Charlotte, "Will you protect me?" Charlotte smiled back and said, "Amelia, you must protect Mother, Anne." Amelia replied happily, "As long as Mother, Anne is on my ship, no one can hurt her." A small silver snake tail reached out of the air and gently patted Amelia's back, causing this him to stiffen all over, and it was not until a few minutes later that he regained control of his body. Amelia's smile was a little stiff. Although Charlotte noticed something was wrong, he had no choice but to insist that there was something wrong with his daughter. He could only assume that Amelia had promised him that she would not hurt Anne. Charlotte also made a decision to try not to let Anne out of her sight on this ship. The speed of the Amelia was much faster than that of ordinary ships. Soon this legendary warship arrived at a port in the Abruzzo region and joined one of its fleets. This fleet has 5 magic alchemy warships, and the Dalmabas is also there, cooperating with the Knights of Favonius on land to attack a port in this region. The Abruzzo region is almost entirely mountainous, but there are 2 very fertile and rich narrow plains, one close to the South Saraf region, and the other hidden in the mountains. The Fars Empire once thought of attacking the Black Phoenix dynasty through the South Saraf region, but at most it could only capture the first narrow plain. Charlotte had also tried here, but it was almost impossible to completely capture the Abruzzo region. The second narrow plain has only 3 breakthrough points, 2 of which are cities on land. The city near the South Saraf region is called Limit, the city near the heartland of the Black Phoenix dynasty is called Suni, and the other is the port of Devilliet. The terrain of the port of Devilliet is very special. There is a gap facing the sea in the plain area hidden in the mountains. The Black Phoenix dynasty built a huge city at this gap, just blocking the entire plain area. As long as a few thousand soldiers are stationed here, it can resist the sea and land attacks of hundreds of thousands of troops. If the 3 exits were not besieged, it would be able to obtain supplies and reinforcements continuously. This port is considered the most famous fortress in the Old World, but both ends of its land are within the Black Phoenix dynasty, so no famous wars have occurred there. Currently, the army of the New World occupies the South Saraf region and the Abruzzo region, so Charlotte cannot attack the port of Devilliet from 3 directions, and can only attack this port city from Suni and the sea. This time, Charlotte's troops came to the port of Devilliet in order to take over the Abruzzo region as soon as possible, and then concentrate their forces to attack South Saraf. If we can't take over the Abruzzo region, we won't be able to encircle the South Saraf region. The man guarding this port city is a man named Ravarito. The evil god he believes in is Anululu, who has turned the hills near the port of Devilliet into volcanoes. These volcanoes can erupt in every battle, and they can also summon Anululu's clones, so the Knights of Favonius and Charlotte's fleet have returned in vain after several attacks. Charlotte looked at this majestic port city and said to and beside her, "The scenery here is different from Mecklenburg, but they are both cities by the sea. If I take the city, I will rename it Anne's City." And blushed slightly and whispered, "Annie's City is a little weird. Why not?" Annie couldn't think of a good name for a while, and fell into deep thought. At this time, the hills near de Villiers Port began to turn slightly red and emit thick black smoke. A big hand even appeared on one of the hills, and was trying to get out. Chapter 533. Charlotte had fought with the flame evil god Anululu before, although he was just a bystander that time. This time, seeing these flame evil gods again, Charlotte felt a little familiar. When they went on the expedition to the Agulous Sea, Charlotte assigned magic alchemy warships to all the saints under her command, but when they returned to the old continent, many saints no longer followed the fleet because most of them were not good at naval warfare, and did not understand navigation. Although this fleet now has 5 magic alchemy warships, there is only one commander, Aspros, and including Vigo on the Dalmabas, there are only 2 saints. The attacking army on land was led by Adon and Andreas. Both sides worked together, but still could not defeat Ravarito, who could summon the evil god of fire. Charlotte smiled slightly and flew into the air. His speed was considered extremely fast among the saints. When he reached the top of the mountain where the big hand was stretched out, he threw a golden ring, and a huge ship fell from the sky, smashing the sky and the earth. Even the nearby port of de Villiers shook, and countless houses collapsed. The holy light god's kingdom was firmly suppressed on the top of the mountain. The incarnation of the flame evil god Anululu, who was about to come out from below, suddenly let out a long howl. First, his outstretched hand was bitten by something, and he struggled to pull it out. Then a mysterious force invaded, and made his whole body open countless flame demon pupils. This incarnation of the flame evil god only lasted for more than 10 minutes before it was torn into pieces by several mysterious forces, and the whole mountain fell silent. Charlotte herself was terrified and thought to herself, the last incarnation of the flame evil god was not so weak, right? How come they ate them after just one encounter? The Holy Light Kingdom followed Charlotte on the expedition to the Agulous Sea, and ate a lot of things along the way, even the remains of the evil god. The 5 divine creatures all recovered to varying degrees, and became stronger. The body of the fire evil god Anululu is still in the New World. There, the evil gods are fighting, and his strength has been slightly damaged recently, so this battle is one-sided. Charlotte was in the sky, looking at the port of de Villiers, and shouted loudly, "I am the Duke of Mecrin. You have invaded my territory, and you are guilty of this, but if you are willing to surrender, I can give you a chance to become my subjects. I, Charlotte Mechlin, have made great achievements in making the people under my rule live and work in peace and contentment. The whole continent has heard of it. I do not levy taxes, encourage business, encourage trade, and provide land and houses for free." Behind Charlotte is a mountain that has just been suppressed. An incarnation of an evil god was originally going to climb out of this mountain. There is now an evil worship on the mountain, which is emitting countless noisy thoughts, like devilish sounds penetrating the brain, sweeping across the entire port city. In terms of the picture alone, Charlotte is more like a villain, the Devil King, who reigns over the secular world and wants to destroy the world. Although Charlotte's boasted prospects were very tempting, the New World immigrants in de Villiers Port were still in doubt. They were worried that if they surrendered, they would be thrown down to feed the evil god. Ravarito didn't think so. He also knew that Charlotte had annexed all the New World immigrants, who attacked Black Phoenix City, and settled them quite well. In addition to confiscating all their wealth, that was also a normal punishment. After all, these people almost defeated the Dukedom of Mechlin. His biggest reliance was the ability to summon the fire evil god Anululu, but Charlotte suppressed the incarnation of the fire evil god as soon as she made a move. Ravarito knew that without the incarnation of the evil god to help, de Villiers Port would not be able to hold on for long. Ravarito returned to the New World, just like all immigrants, hoping to live and work in peace and contentment, rather than return to fight. He had experienced enough battles in the New World. Faced with Charlotte's recruitment, Ravarito hesitated for a moment, floated into the air, and asked, "We just want a stable life." Charlotte shouted, "You are stealing my land." Ravarito said in a deep voice, "We can buy it." Charlotte couldn't help but sneer, "Surrender or die, choose one. I don't have the time to argue with you. The Dukedom of Mechlin is my fiefdom. I will never allow anyone else to get involved." Ravarito wanted to say something, but Charlotte pointed to the sky with one arm, and the Holy Light Kingdom turned into a golden ring and flew into the sky, spinning around Charlotte's head. Ravarito knew that if he continued to pester her, Charlotte would drop the gold directly, turning it into a legendary warship comparable to the evil god, and smash it into the port of de Villiers. That would be a disastrous result. Ravarito could only sigh and say, "We are willing to surrender." Charlotte opened her palm and took back the golden ring. With a command, the army and the navy immediately began to approach. Ravarito could only give orders to open the port, and the city gate to allow the Knights of Favonius to enter the city. Charlotte took over the port of Devilliet, and gave Roverito an order to lead a group of immigrants to settle in the Principality of Moldova. He had no means to restrain the Saint of the New World, so he simply sent him far away from the battlefield, and the Principality of Moldova did need a powerful saint to take charge. There are hills everywhere, which is very suitable for people like Roverito, who can use the power of the fire evil god Anululu to turn ordinary hills into volcanoes. Charlotte first made this port city into a labyrinth. Except for letting some people follow Roverito to Sedova, only some people stayed and more than 30% of the residents were transferred away. This group of immigrants from the New World can easily form an independent community, which is not conducive to his rule. The only strategy to assimilate the population is to use the same language, give the same identity, use culture to replace other identity markers, and accelerate population mobility. Charlotte took over the port of Devilliet, and the New World people entrenched in Limit immediately fled in panic, allowing him to recapture the Abruzzo region without bloodshed. Charlotte did not stop, and let Ogon and Andreas continue to attack on land, and he commanded the fleet to turn to Arcadia Port. However, when the fleet sailed to the waters near Arcadia Port, Charlotte did not dare to continue approaching. He saw countless sails, which were larger than the fleet outside the Black Phoenix City at the beginning, and he also saw several warships that looked like sea monsters, almost as good as the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia. After he assembled all his warships, he was still outnumbered by the New World fleet. The two sides faced off on the sea, each gathering more than half of their combat power. Avis saw Charlotte's fleet, his eyes full of hatred, and he humbly said to the strong man beside him, "That's the Duke of Mechlin." He was still the Speaker of the New World Congress, but he was no longer the leader of the New World Congress. Chapter 534. Charlotte went to the battlefield for the first time when she returned to the Principality of Behemoth to fight against the South Seraph Restoration Army. Most of the subsequent battles were also related to South Seraph. She did not expect that she would have to fight a battle in South Seraph in the end. It was very touching. Facing a fleet of thousands of New World ships, Charlotte chose to use the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia as the center, connecting all the ships together to form a sea maze. The rolling fog dispersed and enveloped the entire fleet. Charlotte is not a militarist, and he knows that a too large army is not conducive to war, so he has long since converted most of his ships into merchant ships and invested in trade and transportation. His current fleet is only more than 1,000 warships, mainly ghost ships, with a small supply pressure. Seeing Charlotte's fleet shrouded in fog, the 7 speakers of the New World Congress on the top of the Arcadia Port were slightly moved. Ava's hatred for Charlotte is so deep that it is immeasurable. He was originally one of the 3 speakers of the New World Congress. If he could capture Black Phoenix City and occupy the entire dukedom of Mechlin, even if someone else from the New World came, he would be inferior to the 3 speakers. But in the Battle of Black Phoenix City, all the troops were lost, even Monty Blanc died, and Machel surrendered. Avis was alone and helpless. As the immigrant forces from the New World continued to pour in, he became an unimportant role in the New World Conference. The current 7 speakers are headed by Romeos, the strongman he just humbly said. He is one of the 5 peak saints in the New World, and his reputation and power are all above Avis. Romeo said lightly, "It turns out that there are people in the old world who know how to control the power of the evil god. However, I got a message before I set off. Agmaras has fallen under the siege of the 3 evil gods. How can someone borrow his power?" Avis was slightly stunned and asked, "Agmaras has fallen? Who said that?" A cold voice replied, "It's me." When Avis heard this voice, he knew who was speaking. Ithala, nicknamed the Dream Witch, a 24th level Dream Walker, she is also one of the 5 peak saints in the New World. He was slightly embarrassed and said, "If it's Ithala, then it can't be wrong." Ithala showed a little fear on his face, and whispered, "One of my juniors accidentally entered the evil god arena. In order to find her back, I also sneaked into the evil god arena, but I didn't expect to see a shocking scene. The storm evil god Ipjil, the ocean current, and tide evil god Zaloxian, and the golden sea evil god Nero joined forces to kill Agmaras and tear his body apart. There are only 35 of the 36 great evil gods in the New World left now. I also found a few people who believed in Agmaras, but they tried to communicate with the labyrinth evil god, but there was no news. Moreover, all the candidates for Agmaras that I found have lost their candidate status, and the Agmaras mark on their bodies has also disappeared." This news shocked everyone. Ithala only told Romeos about this matter, and many people heard it for the first time. A great evil god fell, and everyone looked at each other in surprise. A saint pointed at Charlotte's fleet on the sea and said, "If Agmaras fell, How did the Duke of Mechalon use the power of the labyrinth? No one could answer this question, because no one could have imagined that Charlotte would also participate in this battle of killing gods. The storm evil god Ipjil, the ocean current, and tide evil god Zaloxian, and the golden sea evil god Nero tore Agmara's body apart, but his body was the Agmara's labyrinth, which was swallowed by the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia. As the great evil god, Agmaras actually had a few tricks up his sleeve. For example, he left behind his own flesh and blood, which could be used to draw strength and revive after his body was torn apart. But all of this flesh and blood was devoured by Juno, leaving nothing for him. Originally, Agmaras still had the authority rune of the labyrinth evil god. Well, because Charlotte completed the challenge of 99 labyrinths, he obtained the identity of temporarily holding the authority rune of the labyrinth according to the law. The moment Charlotte completed the challenge of 99 labyrinths, even if he did not fall, he would lose the authority of the labyrinth, but he could also regain the authority through the challenge. It's a pity that Agmaras will never come back. It can be said that Agmaras fell completely, leaving nothing behind. The saints of the New World racked their brains, but could not understand what had happened. Why did the Duke Charlotte Mechlin in the Old World still use the power of the evil god when Agmaras fell? Romeos pondered for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, could it be that the people of the Old World can borrow the power of the evil god without being controlled by the evil god when they create a new path? Can we even use their power independently of the evil gods? Everyone felt that Romeos' guess made sense. Idhala whispered, we are all controlled by the evil gods we believe in. If there is really a way to get rid of the evil gods, our strength may be further improved. Almost all the saints of the New World Conference were burning with enthusiasm, and their eyes looking at Charlotte were full of naked plunder. They wanted to get this secret method from Charlotte. Avis knew that even if he controlled Arur Sanmosu, he could not resist Charlotte's Holy Light God Kingdom. Although he wanted to fight, he gritted his teeth and endured it. However, the Dream Witch Idhala was very interested in Charlotte and said, I will be the first to fight. Among the 7 speakers of the New World Congress, she and Romeos are the most powerful. They are the only 2 of them who are among the 5 peak saints in the New World, so no one dares to compete with her. Idhala floated in the air. The Dream Witch was covered in a black robe, but if someone stared at her, they would feel that this Dream Witch was his dream lover, his most perfect lover, and they could not help but become obsessed with her. In the end, they would even be controlled by Idhala and become her dream puppet. Although, and is also a dream walker, she was promoted to the 3rd level only a few months ago, which is far inferior to the Dream Witch. Charlotte saw a woman flying out of Arcadia Port, and then heard Idhala said in a very charming voice, Idhala, the first speaker of the New World Congress, invites Duke Charlotte Mechlin to fight to the death. Charlotte did not expect that someone would challenge him on the battlefield of the 2 armies. He thought to himself, this woman's strength seems a bit strong. Chapter 535. Annie was a little nervous and whispered, don't go. Charlotte patted her shoulder and said, it's okay, I'm also a saint now. Annie was about to say, you are only the 19th level. Charlotte had already flown out of the mist and confronted Idhala in the air. Charlotte is indeed only the 19th level, but if they really duel, the 20th level, or even the 21st level may not be his opponent, and if they go higher. Maybe not. However, he is Gundam X-27, and with the red and blue rattlesnake amplification, he can reach X-32 light agility, and the mirror demon Ishmarin, so he is not afraid of this Dream Witch. If he really wants to do it, he can also summon 4 evil god wives and 2 evil god children. It doesn't matter if they are real family members or not. Anyway, it's very convenient to use them. Idhala raised his hand and lifted the hood of his robe, revealing a stunning face. He smiled charmingly and said, I have a very curious question. Duke Mechalon, how can you still control the evil god power of Agmaras? Charlotte talked nonsense, and he smiled slightly and said, I am a vampire. He opened his arms, and a layer of star battle energy covered his body. After being promoted to the holy level, the star battle energy was activated, like a bright star, dazzling. There are countless vampires in the New World, and even 2 of the 5 peak saints are vampires. Idhala certainly recognized the star battle spirit of Asilo. She was surprised on her charming face, and asked in horror, you used the power of the blood ancestor to intercept the power of the labyrinth evil god? Charlotte nodded. For him, it was a good idea to fool anyone. Anyway, he didn't have any psychological burden to deceive these people in the New World. He didn't understand what Idhala meant when she asked him why he could still control the power of Agmaras. After all, Charlotte is from the Old World, and his understanding of the evil god is not as deep as that of the people from the New World. He also doesn't know that after the evil god fell, No one else can use his power. This is a common-sense question for the people from the New World, and Charlotte is at a loss. But he is a time traveler after all. Even if he doesn't know this secret, he still chooses the answer that is most beneficial to himself. Idhala was a little disappointed at first. She is not a vampire, but soon her eyes lit up, and she muttered silently, "Use the power of the evil god to fight against the power of the evil god. So this is the method? This opens up a whole new path. We New World people are already crazy enough, but I didn't expect that people in the Old World are even crazier. No, Charlotte is from the Blood Clan. The evil gods of the Blood Clan are not that crazy, and are completely different from the evil gods of the New World. However, if I find some people to try, maybe I can really find a way." Idhala thought of this, smiled lightly, and said, "This news is very important to me. To thank you, I decided not to kill you." Charlotte smiled and said, "How are you going to kill me?" Idhala chuckled, and suddenly disappeared from Charlotte's sight. Charlotte did not hesitate, took a step back, and stepped into the mirror world, leaving only more than 10 magic mirrors in reality. In the mirror world, Charlotte saw Idhala again. He smiled and said, "Dreamland." Idhala did not expect that Charlotte could use this method to break her dreamland. She originally wanted to pull Charlotte into the dreamland, seal all his abilities, and let her manipulate him, but she didn't expect Charlotte to be proficient in the abilities of the Vengo clan. Idhala had heard that some vampires could master the abilities of other clans, and that the vampires in the New World could use some abilities outside of their own clans. The other two New World Peak Saints, who were born in the vampire clan, were proficient in more than 3 abilities of other clans. She didn't notice anything strange, nor was she frustrated about her failure in the dreamland. She floated in front of a magic mirror, and gently touched the mirror with her hand. Charlotte immediately sensed that a dream force had penetrated into his mirror world. Charlotte's mirror world was vast and boundless, even extending to the Agra Sea and Mosuri and Hygaron in the Christopher region of the New World. This dream force penetrated in, and soon formed a 10-kilometer fantasy dream world in the mirror world. Idhala walked around in this fantasy dream world, but could only see the vast sea. He could not find any living creatures at all, nor could he find anything other than the sky and the sea. She was slightly shocked and thought, "How can Charlotte Mecklen's consciousness be so vast? My dreamland can't capture him?" Charlotte didn't dare to try it herself and enter the dreamland of a peak saint, but just because he didn't dare, didn't it mean that others wouldn't dare? Charlotte put her finger into her mouth and whistled. Ishmerlin smiled slightly, appeared beside him, and stepped into Idhala's dreamland in one step. Idhala was overjoyed to find that someone had broken into the dreamland. She activated the dreamland and transformed herself into a girl with pure eyes, like a deer. When she saw someone coming, she fell to the ground and shouted loudly, "Help! Help me!" Then she saw a tall evil god who was made of skeletons, wearing a cheap black paper suit, holding a trident, and slowly approaching. Although Ishmael had fallen, even his remains were divided up, and his remaining body had fallen to the peak holy level, he was still an evil god. When he appeared in the dreamland, he was no longer friendly, and his whole body was full of ferocity. Idhala couldn't help but exclaimed, "My great evil god, what on earth is Charlotte? Isn't he a vampire? This is clearly an undead. Is he not actually controlling 2 evil gods, but 3 evil gods?" Ishmael has no sympathy for women. He is not a human. Facing the pitiful girl with pure eyes, like a deer, he raised the trident without hesitation and stabbed it hard. Idhala had no choice but to raise his hands and produce a sea of flowers to hold up the trident. At the same time, he retreated at a high speed, trying to distance himself from this evil guy. Charlotte sat in the mirror world, watching Idhala and Ishmael fight. He only regretted not having a bucket of popcorn in his hand. In fact, a portion of French fries would be enough. He looked outside from time to time. Outside the mirror world, Idhala smiled sweetly, stretched out her hand to press the magic mirror, and was also on full alert. Charlotte couldn't help shaking her head, and said to herself, "It turns out that the battle above the saint level is so interesting. No wonder Protagoras was able to sweep the Blood Clan back then. He has so many superpowers. Even in the saint level battle, Bloody Glory has an advantage." Idhala's hands danced like the sky. Dreamwalkers are not good at hand-to-hand combat, and the peak saint level is no exception. She was actually killed in her own dreamland, and sweated profusely. Chapter 536. Charlotte has 4 forces. The old team that started the business, the Black Phoenix nobles that surrendered, the newly surrendered New World people, and the Ghost Fleet. When the Mechlin territory was first established, more than 100 Black Phoenix nobles surrendered to Charlotte, most of whom were old Black Phoenix nobles, and had almost no loyalty. When the New World Congress attacked all the way, more than 60 Black Phoenix nobles chose to surrender in order to protect their territory and wealth. When the territory was recovered, the surrendered Black Phoenix nobles were afraid of being punished later, so almost all of them followed the people of the New World. Charlotte also took advantage of the situation to deprive these people of their territory and incorporated it into the direct jurisdiction. However, some Black Phoenix nobles, facing the attack of the New World Congress army, gave up their territory, responded to Anne's call, and brought all the people of their family into Black Phoenix City to fight side by side with the Knights of Favonius. The representatives are Earl Nobenham, Earl Barnett, and Viscount Angeloe. Charlotte was not stingy with these people, and gave them land and wealth. In the future, these Black Phoenix nobles will inevitably integrate into the Dukedom of Mechlin and become his loyal subjects. When Charlotte was preparing to fight back, he did not bring these old Black Phoenix nobles with him. After all, the old nobles who surrendered to the New World Congress had a close relationship with each other, and they might even be relatives. It was inevitable that they would do something for the sake of face. He let these old Black Phoenix nobles go back to their own territory to recuperate, which was very considerate. As for the newly surrendered New Worlders, Charlotte didn't believe in their loyalty at all. He asked Mochel to take a group of people to another territory of Anne, the Dukedom of Moslet. After all, Anne's territory was also short of manpower, and there was no saint in charge. These New Worlders were just the right fit. Well, the loyalty of the Ghost Fleet was beyond doubt. Charlotte calculated the power in his hands and thought secretly, the New Worlders are endless, and they are also good at borrowing the power of the evil god. I'm afraid this war will last for a long time. Maybe I should change my approach and send a fleet to intercept the New World ships and recruit them in advance, instead of asking them to join the New World Conference. The people of the New World are not born to be monolithic. Just as Charlotte thought of this, the fantasy dream world in the mirror world was shattered, and Idhala withdrew her dream power because she found that she could not defeat Charlotte in the mirror world. Idhala stretched out her hand and slapped it lightly, breaking the magic mirror that she had just pressed, but she also knew that this move would be useless, because Charlotte's mirror world was too vast. Even if all the mirrors were destroyed, he could not be sealed in the void of another dimension. Charlotte did not hide in the mirror world all the time, but walked out openly, smiled, and said, Ava started the war first, but you had not yet arrived in the old world at that time, and we had no hatred. You just need a piece of land, and we have a sufficient basis for cooperation. Idhala showed a charming smile and said, Are you going to dedicate your duchy to me? Charlotte shook her head and said, You should know about Going Island, and you also know that there are not many residents there. I have a good relationship with the Engrima royal family. I can persuade them to relax the immigration restrictions on Going Island. Why don't you settle down on Going Island? Charlotte's proposal was very tempting, but Idhala chose to refuse without hesitation, saying, Engrima is an old empire. They will not open the 3 islands of Engrima to us. If we can really move to Going Island, guess why we go to the New World? Charlotte sighed. He actually knew that it would be difficult to persuade the Engrima royal family to open Going Island. Although the population of Going Island is small now, Engrima can slowly develop it. However, if a group of immigrants go to the New World, they may choose independence in a few decades. Engrima's control over Going Island is loose. If there are more immigrants who are completely out of control, the consequences will be unpredictable. Charlotte continued to suggest, or you can go to the Agulhas Sea, where there are many islands and no shortage of land. Idhala snorted and laughed, and was too lazy to even answer. Charlotte also knew that if they could settle in the Argels Islands, they would not continue to go to the New World, nor would they cross the Argel Sea and return to the Old World. He sighed and said, There are always other ways to solve the problem. Idhala smiled and said, Your Duchy of Mechlin has 13 districts. Just give us 5 or 6 districts, which will be enough to accommodate immigrants. Charlotte shrugged and said, If you are willing to be my subjects, it is not impossible. Of course, Idhala knew that the people who went to the New World back then were all trying to escape the political and economic oppression of the major empires. No one was willing to become a subject of a country again. The people of the New World have been accustomed to freedom, and are unwilling to go back to the days of being ruled by others. Moreover, she did not think that Charlotte had the ability to defeat the current New World Conference. Both sides knew that this battle could not be carried out. Charlotte could not do anything to the 24th level Dream Walker, and Idhala could not catch Charlotte, who could hide in the mirror world at any time. She also knew that the two sides could not reach an agreement. Idhala said a few words to Charlotte, and then retreated lightly like riding the wind, returning to Arcadia Port. Romeo smiled and said, Is this kid difficult to deal with? Idhala replied The mirror world is the most wonderful escape secret technique. I have never heard of anyone who can kill a member of the Van Gogh clan head-on, in a battle above the holy level. Romeo said lightly, the secret technique of the Blood Clan is not invincible. We happen to have someone who can restrain the Blood Clan. Abelia, go and take down this Duke Charlotte Mechlin. The original New World Congress was headed by 3 speakers, Avis, Mochel, and Mont Blanc. The current New World Congress has changed to 7 speakers, with Romeo's as the chief speaker and Adhila as the first speaker. Poor Avis has fallen to the 3rd speaker. The other 4 speakers are also famous strong men in the New World. Abelia is the only female among the 7 speakers. Her origin is mysterious, and no one knows what supernatural power she is proficient in. When Romeo's named this powerful woman, Avis was a little unconvinced and asked, can she definitely take down Charlotte? This guy's strength is average, but he is too cunning. Romeo smiled and said, you should also know that the vampires have a nemesis. That is Protagoras. The extraordinary secret method that Abelia practiced is the Protagoras secret scroll. She is proficient in the bloody glory, which is a natural nemesis of all vampires. Avis was greatly surprised. The 4th speaker of the New World Congress rose into the air silently. She was a very cold and beautiful woman. Chapter 537. Charlotte didn't expect that someone from the New World Congress would come out again. He activated his insight and took a quick look at this cold and beautiful woman. She was just at the upper limit of his challenge level, level 22. Charlotte thought to himself, how come the people from the New World Congress are so sure that I have to fight them one-on-one? Charlotte wanted to get in touch with the new leader of the New World Congress and find out what they were thinking, so he came out. He really didn't like to duel with others. Charlotte whistled elegantly, and the big boy Gareth flew up into the sky and rushed to meet Abelia, the 4th speaker of the New World Congress. Gareth did not do any unnecessary movements, but spread his 5 fingers and reached out to grab Abelia's chest. After he changed his cultivation to Blood Butcher, every muscle in his body was tempered like steel, not inferior to any extraordinary objects of the saint level, especially after stealing a lot of Amelia's snacks. Now he is infinitely close to the 24th level. This grab was so powerful that Abelia, the saint level of the New World, was like a kitten with its fur standing up. She suddenly bent over and retreated hundreds of meters. The 2 sides fought in the void for only a few moves, and 7 flaming hands flew out from behind Abelia, trying to stop Gareth. She used all her strength to perform the lightness technique and escaped back to Arcadia Port. The cold and beautiful woman, who was very attractive just now, was now covered in sweat. The fight just now was very fast and only lasted for a few moves, but if she had reacted a little slower, she would have died on the battlefield. Gareth was ruthless and fierce, and he suppressed the 4th speaker of the New World Congress purely by relying on his level. Romeo's face was full of weirdness. He wanted to save people just now, but before he could do anything, Abelia retreated back. Now the leaders of the entire New World Congress have a little understanding of why Avis, Melcher, and Mont Blanc suffered a great defeat under the Black Phoenix City. Melcher surrendered to the enemy and Mont Blanc died in battle. This Charlotte Mechlin is too powerful. She has countless strong men under her. Any one of them can almost kill Abelia, a top master in the New World, on the spot. Romeo's did not choose to take action himself, but just waved his hand, and a layer of black curtain rose up, covering the entire Arcadia Port. Charlotte watched from the sky for a while, and then returned to the Holy Light God Kingdom. At this time, all his generals had gathered on the Holy Light God Kingdom. Although everyone was not so indulged in enjoyment during the war, even if they did nothing, they were comfortable and happy on the Holy Light God Kingdom. Charlotte did not hold a military meeting, because in this situation, it was difficult to have any strategy. To capture Arcadia Port, he either waited for military action on land, or could only temporarily confront the fleet of the New World Conference on the sea. Charlotte returned to her cabin and saw and who had been waiting for her. Charlotte smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. I won't take risks," and clenched her fists and said, "I only hate that I can't help you. I'm practicing too slowly," and blamed herself very much. She wanted to help Charlotte more and more. Charlotte comforted her for a few words, and suddenly remembered something. She smiled and said, "Mayan wants to practice. I can give you some auxiliary training items I got in the Agra Sea." He took out dozens of divine fragments, handed them to Annie, and said, "They are called divine fragments. They can enhance the quality of cultivation." Aunt Karen, who had always been with Annie, saw this handful of crystal-clear little things and lost her manners for the first time, shouting, "Mr. Mechlin, are these really divine fragments? Where did you get such precious things?" Charlotte replied, In a maze in the Agra Sea, the people in the New World call it the Evil God Arena. I got a lot of these things, but I can't use them. Charlotte tried it, and the effect of using the divine fragments to practice was not good. It did not improve the grade as crazy as the young girl Zimmerman. However, it should be more than enough to please Aunt Karen was surprised. How can you not use it? It can improve the extraordinary grade. Charlotte was about to say, it is not very effective in improving extraordinary abilities. But seeing Aunt Karen so surprised, she asked back, is this thing rare in the old world? Aunt Karen put her hand on her chest and said, this small pile of divine fragments is probably not too shabby even if it is used as a betrothal gift to ask for marriage from His Majesty the Emperor. Charlotte was surprised and said, is this thing so precious? Aunt Karen whispered, with the corresponding secret method, only 2 or 3 pieces can make a person advance to the next level, and it is effective until the saint level. Do you think it is precious enough? Even after the saint level, it is still effective, but the number required has increased several times. Charlotte finally understood, thinking, this is the Western fantasy version of the elixir that can improve your skills by decades. However, what is the corresponding secret method? Can the secret method really improve efficiency? Zimmerman had to eat dozens of pills to achieve the effect of upgrading. It doesn't make sense, Zimmerman. Well, there is something wrong with his brain, and his memory was erased by the Jade Secret Scroll, so he may not have this memory. Charlotte did not hide her thoughts and said, what if there is no matching secret method? Aunt Karen smiled and said, the effect of raising the extraordinary level will be dozens of times worse, but the energy it contains will not disappear, but will accumulate in the body. If it is not digested, it will be like a gunpowder barrel, and may explode at any time. Charlotte finally confirmed that the girl Zimmerman did not know the secret method, and she wasted it. Annie heard Aunt Karen's introduction, and was slightly surprised. She asked, Aunt Karen, do you know the secret method of digesting the divine fragments? Aunt Karen smiled and said, I do know, but I have never seen a fragment of divinity. She then taught, and a secret method without hiding it from Charlotte. After Anne heard the secret method, she collected a small handful, and returned the rest to Charlotte, saying, you needed more than I do. Charlotte shook her head and said, I don't need to improve my strength for the time being. I need to settle down more recently. I have been so brave and diligent in improving my strength along the way that my body can no longer bear it. Anne's eyes were filled with affection. Charlotte was not stupid enough to say that she still had this stuff, and there was a lot of it. At that time, he had taken a lot of it without telling the girl Zimmerman. Later, Zimmerman was forced to withdraw, and he even booked the entire underground maze. He said that he didn't need it for the time being, which sounded like an excuse that he was willing to pay for the girl he loved, and had never doubted her choice, but at this moment, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Chapter 538. Charlotte only took 1 day to command the fleet to completely block the waters of Arcadia Port. If you look down from the sky, you will find a fog 10 kilometers thick that draws an arc and surrounds this port city from the sea. Romeos knows that the New World Congress currently only occupies South Saraf, and borders only Behemoth region, Mosred territory, and Charlotte's Mechlin territory on land. If Charlotte blocks it from the sea again, supplies will inevitably become scarce. He immediately sent a letter of challenge to Charlotte, hoping that both sides would send out 10 warriors to duel on the sea, and the outcome of the duel would determine the future of South Saraf. Charlotte immediately rejected the letter of challenge and wrote in a letter to Romeos, South Saraf is my legal territory, and you cannot determine my territory by the outcome of the duel. If Mr. Romeos is willing to decide some demands by duel, I suggest that both sides bet on their respective populations, with each victory betting on 100,000 people. If the New World loses, Charlotte can reduce its war potential by reducing the population they control. Although the decisive factor in both the Old World and the New World is still the extraordinary combat power, ordinary people actually also play an extremely important role, but they are ignored by most noble lords. If Charlotte loses, well, if he wants undead crews, he has undead crews, and if he wants big demons, he has big demons. If there are not enough, ordinary demons can be supplied. Romeos didn't know Charlotte's background, but he still made the right choice and rejected Charlotte's proposal. The two sides exchanged documents and argued for a week, and finally reached a consensus. Exchange prisoners first. In the Battle of Black Phoenix City, Charlotte surrendered countless New World people, but the New World Congress did not have many prisoners of the Knights of Favonius, so the consensus became a little weird. If the duelist on Charlotte's side lost, he would return 1,000 prisoners. And if the duelist on the New World Congress's side lost, they would hand over 1,000 immigrants. The day after the agreement was reached, Romeos personally went into battle, and started the first duel. Charlotte only had Ishmael at the 24th level, and he sent the former evil god to the duel without hesitation. When Ishmael fought at Hela in the Dreamland, he was a skull wearing a cheap black paper suit, so no one in the New World Conference recognized the origin of this kind-looking, Middle-earth kung fu superstar, the Peak Saint. Romeos wanted to establish his authority, and his moves were shocking. He pulled the sky, and a black curtain fell, turning into a winding black airflow, rolling towards Ishmael. At this time, Ishmael's eyes showed a little confusion, as if he saw something familiar. Without any reaction, he was drawn into the black curtain by Romeos. Romeos had been through many battles. Although he didn't know why Ishmael was indifferent to his black curtain, he chose the most correct plan. When the black curtain rolled over, Ishmael disappeared without a trace. Charlotte was watching the battle from behind, slightly surprised, thinking, although Romeos is a Peak Saint, the supernatural power he uses is even more bizarre, and he can't kill a person of the same level in an instant, not to mention that Ishmael was once an evil god. Did he throw Ishmael into the dimensional void? Charlotte sensed secretly, and soon found Ishmael floating in an unknown place. He did not have the ability to travel through the void, but he could summon Ishmael back. After all, this evil god was his mirror demon. The next second, a magic mirror opened, and Ishmael walked out of it. The former evil god's eyes were still full of confusion. Charlotte's mind turned slightly, and he thought to himself, did he see something familiar and awaken some of his memories? So, the ability used by Romeos was not completely cultivated, but probably had a lot to do with a certain evil god. Charlotte's labyrinth ability and the infinite mirror world are somewhat related to the void, but they are not serious void spells. He is only level 19, and has no ability to travel through the void, so he is very interested in Romeos' darkness. Romeos did not expect that he had just sent Ishmael away, and this friendly man came back again. Of course, he recognized the infinite mirror world and thought to himself, could he also be a vampire? Well, it should be. Charlotte is from the Blood Clan, and his subordinates are also from the Blood Clan, so there is nothing wrong with the logic. Although I don't understand bloody glory, the Blood Clan's supernatural powers are not unbreakable for me. Romeos' black curtain turned into a black airflow that rolled up the sky and rushed directly towards Ishmael. This time, although the former evil god's eyes were still confused, he stretched out his hand and pushed, and an invisible barrier was born to resist Romeos' black curtain. Both sides showed their extraordinary abilities, and the earth-shaking battle in the sky made the saints of both sides dazzled. Avis could not help but sigh, I am indeed not as good as Romeos. He is a saint of the New World, and also one of the strongest people in the New World. Of course, he knows that the power Romeos is using at this time is also the power of the evil god, but Romeos has been able to perfectly combine his own power with the power of the evil god. Every move he makes is filled with the power of the evil god. Avis can't do this at all. He controls the evil god Ahir-san Mosu, and can only drive this evil god to fight, and cannot freely borrow the evil god power of Ahir-san Mosu. After watching the battle for a while, the saints under Charlotte were horrified. Because of the power used by Romeos, they asked themselves if they went up, they would not be able to last more than a few moves before being swallowed by the black curtain. Andreas could not help but shout, I am afraid that even my father cannot beat the top saint of this new world. Charlotte shook her head and said, the general speaker of the New World Congress is far inferior to your father. He can only borrow the power of the evil god. The black curtain is very difficult to deal with, but if there is no black curtain, Mr. Constantine can tear him apart in half a day at most. Charlotte herself had come into contact with the power of the evil god, so of course she knew what it was. She had also borrowed the power of the 5 divine creatures on the Holy Light God Kingdom, but compared to Romeos, his way of borrowing the power of the evil god seemed too crude. Charlotte was also secretly glad that she had transformed Ishmael into the mirror demon. Although the power of this former evil god had fallen to the peak holy level, his essence was still an evil god, so he was not afraid of the dark plot manipulated by Romeos. Charlotte muttered in her heart, the people of the New World are too deeply entangled with the evil god. Chapter 539. The extraordinary people in the New World lack the training system of the Old World, which leads to their potential being developed too early, and their upper limit is generally lower than that of the extraordinary people in the Old World. In terms of real strength, the extraordinary people in the New World are completely inferior to those of the same level in the Old World. However, there are too many evil gods in the New World, which leads to many extraordinary people being contaminated by the evil god's aura, and their power has more or less the shadow of the evil gods. The power of the evil gods is ever-changing and strange. The extraordinary people who are good at manipulating the power of the evil gods will have a great advantage in battle. Romeos fought with Ishmael for several hours, but he was not able to gain the upper hand. This surprised the New World Congress president, one of the 5 peak saints in the New World. He thought to himself, how can he, a person from the old world, manipulate the power of the evil god more skillfully than me? There is no trace of manipulation at all, just like the incarnation of the evil god, walking in the world. But how can the evil god behave like this? People in the old world have come into contact with evil gods too much, and they all know that evil gods often have no wisdom and logic. Most of them are always in a state of anger, and some of them have no human thinking at all. They are cold and only respond to the world according to certain rules. Ishmael's memory was completely shattered, and the fallen evil god did not behave like an evil god anymore. Although Romeo still had a few killer moves, he did not want to use them in this kind of battle. He urged the Black Curtain to force Ishmael away and shouted, how about this round being a draw? Charlotte gave Ishmael an order. The fallen former evil god smiled slightly, turned around and stepped into the magic mirror. Romeo's returned to Arcadia Port and said, Duke Charlotte Mechlin has many hidden talents under his command. We should not have provoked him in the first place. We should have selected a few small countries to capture. There are 33 countries in the old world. In addition to the 5 empires, there are more than 20 small countries, and even the North and South continents. It is not a very good choice to fight Charlotte head-on. Ava said, Mechlin is a newly established duchy, and Charlotte was not there at the time, so the strength is empty. This land used to be the richest and most fertile place in Black Phoenix. There is no better choice than attacking the Duchy of Mechlin. Romeos also knew that Avis was right. The Duchy of Mechlin was not an ordinary duchy. The General Duchy was like Behemoth, Moldova, and Mosred, which was only equivalent to an ordinary region. The Duchy of Mechlin had 13 regions, and more than 100 noble territories, all of which were rich lands near the sea. If they were occupied, it would be enough for the returning New World people to live, and it could also guarantee their affluent life for hundreds of years. But no one expected that, and would bring Claire Brittany and Abner Sume to Black Phoenix City in person, and ask for help from all the major forces, and received a response, and withstood the New World Alliance until Charlotte returned. No one could have imagined that Charlotte not only brought back a large number of saints, but also brought back 4 legendary warships, 2 of which looked more evil than the evil gods, and actually defeated the New World Alliance outside Black Phoenix City in one battle, and quickly recovered the lost territory, and compressed the power of the New World Congress to the South Seraph region. A female saint said, I will fight the second game. Romeos was slightly surprised and said, Red Eagle, Charlotte has many strong men under her. Are you sure? Red Eagle said, we should be able to fight for a draw. Romeo said, then I wish you good luck. Red Eagle soared into the sky and soon arrived at the battlefield. She shouted, Mr. Charlotte Mechlin, I will challenge the second game. Charlotte was very surprised. He didn't expect to see this female pirate again, and he didn't expect that Red Eagle would also defect to the New World Congress. But this is not surprising, after all, she is also a native of the New World, and has been there for many years, so she is more familiar with the people there. Charlotte glanced at the saints under her command, and said to Andreas, go up and fight her to a draw. If you can't beat this woman, tell her, if she wins, I will kill her brother. Red Eagle did fight side by side with him, but now the 2 sides are enemies, so Charlotte has no need to show mercy. Red Eagle is level 22, which is considered a strong saint. If Charlotte also sends a saint of the same level, the next challenge will be short of manpower, so he sent Andreas to exchange with Red Eagle. Andreas looked horrified and said, I am just somewhat close to dozens of big demons, you don't have to let me die, right? I am quite valuable. I threatened her brother, will she really kill me first? Charlotte said, I have fought side by side with this woman, Agon. Oh, Agon doesn't know her. But the other orcs know her. I guess she may have something to say, you are fast, the momentum is not good, just retreat back. Andreas muttered as he flew up into the air and met Red Eagle. The 2 did not talk much and started fighting directly. After Andreas was promoted to the 20th level, his speed was no less than that of the old leopard man Domitian. However, Red Eagle was also known for his speed and his level was higher than him, so the battle became one-sided from the beginning. Andreas saw that the momentum was not good, and hurriedly shouted, Charlotte told me that if you win, kill your brother. Red Eagle couldn't help laughing, and said in a low voice, he is still so shameless. At the same time, the offensive in his hands also eased slightly. Andreas couldn't help but whispered, you know Charlotte, why don't you join him? There is no future following these New World people. The Dukedom of Mechlin will sooner or later become the new 5th Empire. Those who follow Charlotte have unlimited future. Red Eagle was also quite sad when she heard this. She didn't think highly of Charlotte back then. Red Eagle himself was one of the top 10 pirates. Although he was defeated in the New World, and all his subordinates and fleets were destroyed by the evil god Tulatang, he still wanted to pull up a force of his own. But Red Eagle didn't expect that not long after, Charlotte became a noble in the New Fars Empire because she clung to the Breton family. She served as a high official in the Breton dynasty and rose to prominence far beyond her imagination. It was a bit not the right time to go to Charlotte. Red Eagle whispered, "We return to the old world for survival, but if this war continues, I'm afraid not many people will survive until the end of the war. This war is meaningless, but some people have to continue this war for their own selfish desires." Andreas was refreshed when he heard the first few sentences. Chapter 540. The New World Congress is not a monolithic entity. Some people are overlords in the New World and want to establish their own power when they return to the Old World, but there are more ordinary people who just want to live and work in peace and do not want war. Not long ago, Charlotte captured a large number of people from the New World and dealt with them in a very fair way. Although Charlotte confiscated everyone's property, she set a target for returning the property and allocated housing and land to everyone equally. Most people were even arranged with jobs. As long as they performed well, they would have 2 opportunities a year to apply for the return of their property. If the evaluation met the standards, they could give back about 1/20th of their property each time. In other words, as long as you agree with Charlotte Mecklen's rule, behave yourself, and work hard, you can have a stable life and even have the opportunity to get your own property back. He captured too many people from the New World, so this news is not a secret at all. It has long been spread to South Seraph. Many immigrants from the New World think that it is also good to be ruled by such a lord. Even earlier, when the war started, and gave priority to evacuating the residents of the duchy to save everyone from the war, which also added points to these New World immigrants. A ruler who cares for his people is simply a saint in this era. After Red Eagle separated from Charlotte, he worked hard for a long time, but only managed to get 2 ships. It was far from recovering his original strength. The biggest challenge Red Eagle encountered was Menelman, who roamed the Sea of Giant Whales. After Menelman had his own fleet, he constantly swept the pirates in the Sea of Giant Whales, annexed all these pirate forces, and had his own merchant ships, making it difficult for Red Eagle to continue his old business or change to a merchant caravan. Both ecological niches were occupied by Menelman. In particular, Menelman is not only a naval officer of Fars, but also has his base on St. Michael Island in Ingrima, and has a very good relationship with the Ingrima Navy. The naval power of Byron has lost in several naval battles, and has shrunk. Although it has gained the support of Duchess Mezu will never offend Menelman. The Black Phoenix dynasty is gone, and the Lionheart dynasty has always been neutral. After working hard for a while, Red Eagle finally realized that this era no longer belongs to pirates like her. However, she also thought that if she went to Charlotte now, she might not have a good position, but if she could get a large number of people to go, Charlotte would definitely look at her differently. Red Eagle used a series of fast swords to force Andreas away and asked, "Is what I just said worth a victory?" Andreas turned around without hesitation and escaped, landing on the Holy Light Kingdom, and described Red Eagle's words verbatim. Charlotte smiled and said, "Andreas, you are really my right-hand man." Although she lost a game, Charlotte was not unhappy at all. As expected, with the help of the power of the maze, she brought back 1,000 relatively unruly and unyielding prisoners from Cappadocia. As for whether they were immigrants from the New World, Charlotte had no patience to pick them out, and sent a ghost ship on the spot to hand over this group of people. Romeo sent out another saint, and this time Charlotte asked Ogon to fight. This first genius of the Beast tribe was too unruly, and refused to surrender. After a while, when he surrendered to Charlotte, he had no status and sank. He never had any outstanding achievements, but he became good friends with Andreas, and had a lot of fun playing on the Holy Light Kingdom. In this battle, Ogon lived up to everyone's expectations, easily defeated the opponent, and even captured him alive. Charlotte comforted Ogon a few words, and released the captured saint with a smile. As expected, Romeo sent out a group of old, weak, women and children as agreed. Romeo's was probably ashamed, and even sent out 200 or 300 more people. Charlotte did not discriminate against the old, weak, women and children. Although these people could not go to the battlefield, those who could cross the 3 seas, the Golden Sea, the Agris Sea, and the Giant Whale Sea, and return to the old continent were all considered strong and healthy. As long as they were nourished for a period of time, they could be put into production activities, and were considered good workers. Charlotte warmly comforted these people, and gave them several options, allowing them to freely choose which region of the Duke of Mechlin to settle in. When these immigrants from the New World were transferred over, they were all nervous. Although Charlotte had a good reputation in this regard, it was not as good as words. When Charlotte arranged a place for them, these immigrants relaxed and let Charlotte send them to the selected area. In the next 7 duels, Charlotte won 4, the New World Congress won 3, and Romeo sent more than 6,000 people, but still felt that he had gained a great advantage. Almost all the people sent by Charlotte were qualified warriors, and they hated Charlotte, so they could be safely incorporated into the army. The people sent by the New World Congress were all burdens, which reduced the pressure on logistics. Romeo's got a taste of it, and asked for a duel again. Charlotte also agreed. The two sides dueled for 5 or 6 rounds in a row. Charlotte's prisoners in Cappadocia were not enough, so she had to use the Great Lingma to make up the number. Romeo's also cleaned up all the burdened population. He felt that the entire Arcadia port was brand new. He only regretted that he could not replace the entire population of South Seraph and only leave the strong. The person who suffered the most in these rounds of duels was the female pirate Red Eagle. Both sides tacitly called off the duel and began to test the battle on the sea. When Charlotte and Romeo's were fighting on the sea, Cresto also led the main force of the Knights of Favonius to the city of Sedona. This was the battlefield where Charlotte had stayed the longest. She had fought with Chloe countless times, from a formal war to a tacit war, and they had become friends. Chloe refused to surrender at the time, and was imprisoned by Charlotte. Later, the location of her imprisonment was changed several times, from Sedona to Fars, and then to Black Phoenix City. Well, this old friend at present, still in the prison of Black Phoenix City. Charlotte has not had time to deal with him yet. Cresto is a legitimate Shining Knight. He served as the leader of the Fars Royal Knights. He was also a high-ranking official in the Empire. He was powerful, and was a veteran among veterans in leading troops to fight. After the establishment of the Brittany dynasty, he and the 2 deputy leaders were unwilling to serve the Earl of Brittany, and it was impossible for them to join the rebels. They stayed under Charlotte. As for whether it was for the original oath or for something else, no one knows. The New World General of Sedona is no match for Cresto. He relied on the power of the evil god to turn the city into a monster and block the Knights of Favonius under the city of Sedona. Chapter 541. Charlotte took advantage of the controllable intensity of the war, and went back to Port de Villiers. Roverito believed in the evil god of fire, Anulalu, and made volcanoes everywhere around this port city. If it were the lords of the old world, they would only find this a headache, but for Charlotte, it was a great thing. Charlotte explored the terrain around Port de Villiers, and chose the volcano closest to it. According to the model of hot spring hotels on Earth, from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, hundreds of hot spring viewing villas facing the sea or facing Port de Villiers with private hot springs were built, 7 or 8 resort towns, and nearly 100 large hot spring pools that can accommodate hundreds of people, as well as various entertainment facilities. And a group of thousands of large lingmo were assigned to serve as waiters. Charlotte was fed up with these officers having fun on the Holy Light Kingdom. If he was alone, it would be fine, but with Annie, this kind of thing could not be tolerated. Although Annie said nothing, Charlotte really felt that this entertainment industry chain must be transferred, and the best transfer target was Port de Villiers. Hot springs are a resort in any country and any era. If there are various entertainments that are allowed or not allowed in some countries on Earth, in a word, people flock to them. It was not a compliment, but an underestimation. Charlotte mobilized some of the extraordinary people, and a group of Ghost crew members to start the construction of the resort town at the foot of the mountain. After the construction was completed, a group of immigrants from the New World were sent there. These immigrants from the New World did not feel anything about settling down and living here, but the influx of the Great Lingma made them feel like they were living in paradise, even though the kingdom of the gods was just like this. As the construction progressed, the entertainment projects on the Holy Light Kingdom were moved here one by one. Not to mention the officers under Charlotte, even the immigrants from the South Seraph region would sneak over. The Limit garrison turned a blind eye to these people, and let them come and go. Anyway, Charlotte was not afraid of spies. Soon, even Romeo's heard about the construction of the hot spring mountain in Port de Villiers, and he also knew that some members of the New World Congress would secretly go there to enjoy it. Romeo's was somewhat amused and confused when he heard the news. He had fought with Charlotte for many times, and roughly understood the character and methods of this enemy. Charlotte was by no means a war maniac. He was not harsh on the people in the territory, but was even quite kind. He was also very good at economics. The South Saraf region alone had left a very solid economic foundation. If, and had not evacuated almost all the people, and the war with Charlotte had not cut off almost all trade, this place would be more prosperous than most places in the New World. Romeo's even thought that if the two sides were not hostile, and the immigrants from the New World occupied other places, Charlotte would probably be the first lord to recognize the New World immigrant country, and would even be enthusiastic about trading with the New World immigrants. But unfortunately, the immigrants from the New World occupied the land of the Duke of Mechlin, and Charlotte would never accept this, and he would not give up the South Saraf region. Charlotte stayed in Deauville for several months. When the siege of the Hot Spring Mountain was roughly completed, only the trivial decoration and siege remained. He distributed villas on the top of the mountain to his generals according to their merits. When he returned to Arcadia Port, he received a letter from the Emperor of Brittany, his future father-in-law, asking him to return to Strasbourg to quell the rebellion. The remnants of the Axel family colluded with the rebellious royal family, and had already captured Strasbourg. Charlotte was shocked when she received this news. He really didn't expect that the Axel royal family could do such a big thing. After a brief thought, Charlotte left Black Dragon to command the fleet in her place, and even let Ishmarin stay to command the navy. She did not even take the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia with her. She only took Anne, Claire Brittany, Abner Sume and Andreas to secretly leave the fleet and reach Machupi first with the help of the Maze Passage. Machupi is Charlotte's first maze-like city, and it is also the largest cargo transfer station in the trade system built by Charlotte. Most of the time, Dorothy is in charge here, and now it is nominally under Dorothy's jurisdiction, but Dorothy rarely stays in Machupi now, and her deputy is in charge here. Charlotte did not know Dorothy's deputy, but she knew that he was one of her junior schoolmates, who was quite smart and capable. When Charlotte arrived at Machupi, she did not go to Strasbourg immediately because she had to wait for Antonio. The old Emperor of Brittany not only summoned his son-in-law back to quell the rebellion, but also sent his own son back. Charlotte did not dare to bring Ishmarin back because she was afraid that the people of the New World Congress would take advantage of the situation to counterattack and defeat her fleet after learning the news. However, it would be almost impossible to retake Strasbourg without a peak saint. Charlotte waited for a few days, and got some information from Strasbourg. This time, the rebellion was actually related to the former Chancellor of the Empire, Wood Brandon. It was said that he was the one who made the plan and personally contacted the royal family, who stayed in Strasbourg. Charlotte didn't know much about this Chancellor of the Empire. When he traveled through time, the Chancellor of the Empire had retired and disappeared from the political arena of Fars. He only knew that this former Chancellor of the Empire planned the big event of the 6 saints besieging Zimmermann. Although Zimmermann was captured alive, it also caused 5 saints of the Axel family to be seriously injured and had to stay in seclusion to recover. This incident even became the fuse of Prince Redmar's rebellion. Although Charlotte had some complaints about the intelligence of the Chancellor of the Empire, he also knew that he should not underestimate the enemy, especially with Brandon, who was both civil and military, and had a great reputation. In fact, his power in the Fars Empire was even higher than that of the Count of Brittany. Even if he occasionally failed in a plan, he could never conclude that the former Chancellor of the Empire was a waste. Just look at the fact that he chose the best time to act, occupied Strasbourg, and had a righteous reputation, which shows that this guy is definitely not an easy person to deal with. You have to know that the old Breton Emperor has only been on the throne for a short time, and his rule in Fars is not stable. Although he has been recognized by most of the imperial nobles, they only recognize the legitimacy of the Breton throne, but have not yet offered their loyalty. If the Axel family puts forward another emperor, there may be nobles loyal to the Axel family who will defect to him. The longer the rebels occupy Strasbourg, the worse the situation will be. Even Charlotte herself could not think of a better time, a more tricky angle, and a more appropriate method than this. Well, Charlotte is not a qualified politician. Chapter 542. Magion Axel was very dissatisfied. He was a branch of the Axel family. When the Axel family rioted not long ago, he was pulled out and became a member of the royal knights from a fallen nobleman of the former dynasty. He also held a large number of troops, and was considered to be a little powerful. But Magion Axel actually didn't like this kind of life. For example, this time, he was assigned a task to encircle and suppress Machupi. It is said that the ruins of this ancient Orc kingdom were rebuilt by Duke Charlotte Mechlin, and became a major trading town. During the Axel dynasty, Magion was a down-and-out nobleman, who did not enjoy much benefit from this surname. After the Emperor of Brittany ascended the throne, his life did not change much, so he did not hate the Breton family. After all, the one who killed the old emperor was his younger brother, Prince Redmar, not the Count of Brittany. Most importantly, Magayon was a loyal reader of Mechlin. He was fascinated by the plots in his novels. He only hoped that after get off work every day, he could read a new novel in his own small house with delicious coffee in his hands, or play a game of snake cards with friends. He really couldn't understand why the Axel family wanted to rebel. Maybe the throne of the emperor was very attractive, but what did it have to do with him? Could it be that it was still his turn to sit on the throne of the emperor? When Magneon led his 6th Cavalry Battalion to Machupi, the sky was just right. As a nobleman who had been down and out for half his life, he had no military experience and did not even scout the enemy. He directly ordered an attack. In Magneon's view, taking Machupi quickly so that he could go back to Strasbourg to read novels was a serious life. Although the Axel family regained power, because they were originally royal family, they had inextricable ties with the major families of Fars, and they were not cruel people like Hongmir and Midas. They did not even ban Anne's bookstore, and allowed it to operate normally. Even because Anne protected her homeland for her lover, Charlotte returned strongly, and took back her own duchy. This legendary experience made Anne Mechlin's novel sell better. When the battle team of the Royal Knights broke into Machupi, Charlotte, who was waiting for her brother-in-law to join them, was shocked. At this time, there were 5 saints in Machupi, himself, Claire Brittany, Abner Sume, Andreas, and Aunt Karen who never left Anne. Well, when Charlotte set out, he didn't consider Sister Karen, and he didn't plan to let this old lady go to the battlefield. As a teaching sister, Karen couldn't do more. Charlotte couldn't bear to let Sister Karen fight to the death again. Charlotte had long discovered that this cavalry from Strasbourg, the authentic Royal Knights, had been disbanded by His Majesty the Emperor of Brittany, and even the 3 commanders were under Charlotte's command. The quality of the newly formed Royal Knights was quite poor. He thought that this cavalry would find that Machupi was strong and retreat on its own. He also planned to find a way to keep them here to prevent the news from leaking out. He really didn't expect that this cavalry regiment was really reckless. They just rushed in straight away without even doing any reconnaissance. He hesitated for a moment and ordered a temporary retreat, allowing the cavalry brigade to rush in first. Magayon led his men and rushed into Machupi. Although there were signs of life, he did not see anyone along the way. He could not help but think, as I expected, these people have already escaped. How could they wait for Strasbourg to send people to encircle and suppress them? I just made a trip in vain. It was meaningless. These stupid nobles, except for tormenting their subordinates, have no military knowledge at all. Magayon shouted, "Go 500 meters ahead. If we still haven't found anything, just pick up something as evidence. We can report to our superiors when we go back and say that all the people in Machupi have escaped." Charlotte also ordered, "Let them go 500 meters ahead again, then launch an attack and ask them if they want to surrender first." He was very interested in this commander. After all, it was rare to see a commander who was worse than him. Magayon led the troops and rushed more than 300 meters before turning back. Charlotte almost missed the opportunity to fight. He hurriedly ordered a pursuit and raised a fog to surround the entire Machupi. The battle was unremarkable. When the 4 saints appeared in front of Magayon, the branch of the Axel family immediately fell off his horse and shouted, "I am willing to surrender." The Royal Knights following Magayon had less combat awareness than the commander. If Magayon had surrendered a little later, he might have been captured by his subordinates. Charlotte even saw that several Royal Knights secretly reached out to the commander, and some even pulled the tail of his warhorse. Charlotte couldn't help shaking her head and said, "I haven't fought this kind of battle before." He shouted loudly, "I am Charlotte Mechlin." Magayon was surprised and happy, and shouted, "Is it Mr. Mechlin? I am your loyal fan. Your new book 10,000 Nights is really wonderful. It's just that the speed of your book publishing is really too slow." "Oh, I am a prisoner." Magayon squatted down aggrievedly. He actually wanted to go up and ask for an autograph, but then he realized that his identity was wrong. Charlotte almost couldn't hold back. It was the first time he encountered such an enemy on the battlefield. He actually claimed to be his fan and looked like he wanted an autograph. Claire Breton couldn't help but say, "If you cooperate, I can ask Duke Charlotte Mechlin to give you a set of signed books." Magayon immediately jumped up and shouted, "No, 1 book is enough." "Well, if there is a complete set, I will keep it as an heirloom. There has never been a signed book by Mr. Mechlin on the market in Strasbourg. This is... I'm a prisoner." Even Abner Sume couldn't help it and said to Charlotte, "Take him away quickly, I can't hold back my laughter." Charlotte quickly incorporated this cavalry brigade. After questioning Magnus briefly, he suddenly had a bold idea and thought to himself, "If I let someone pretend to be this cavalry brigade and sneak into Strasbourg, and wait for Antonio to come, wouldn't it be possible to quickly recapture the capital? Although Magnus claims to be my reader, he must not be completely trusted in such matters. However, I believe that Strasbourg must be in chaos now. Even without him as an insider, I can still sneak in. Charlotte thought about it, and picked a group of maze guards with high martial arts skills. Chapter 543. Charlotte selected the guards of the maze, for the sake of thoroughness, and then interrogated Magion again. He did not expect to learn such shocking news. Morgan Axel returned to Strasbourg, and was about to ascend the throne in a few days, and issued a proclamation to the whole of Fars to punish the rebels. This news was so shocking that it took Charlotte dozens of minutes to recover from the shock. Charlotte thought he had already gone to the New World, and she did not expect that this Crown Prince Morgan Axel would play such a beautiful hand. The Crown Prince of the previous dynasty suddenly appeared and gathered a group of loyal old ministers. This kind of drama has been staged many times in the Eastern powers, and some dynasties have even seen a large number of such dramas. It is not surprising that the previous emperor came out to do this. There are quite a few ancient politicians who have hidden their minions and successfully pretended to be stupid. The most famous one is the ancient King Gojienovu. This crown prince is the legitimate first heir to the Fars Empire. There are many possibilities for him to give up the throne. Among them, he felt that the Count of Brittany was too powerful and unable to compete, so he pretended to be indifferent to power in order to make a comeback. Once the news of the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne spreads throughout the Fars Empire, many people will turn against him, and return to the legitimate emperor of the Axel dynasty. Even the former Royal Knights leader Cresto, the first deputy leader Aspros, and the second deputy leader Regulus, who Charlotte relies on, may return to the Axel family. It may even be possible to retake the Fars Empire without bloodshed. The old Earl of Brittany said in the Trend of the Times. Under this situation, they may be forced to give up the throne and plead guilty. Even if the old Earl refuses to give in, the name of orthodoxy will inevitably be lost. As a die-hard Breton party member, Charlotte will never allow this situation to happen. He must solve this problem quickly. Claire Breton and Abner Sume were more nervous than Charlotte when they heard the news. They both said, "My Lord Duke, you must make a decision immediately, and never let this happen." One of them was from the Breton family, and the other killed Prince Redmire's wife, to show his loyalty. Although Redmire was also a rebel and killed the old emperor, his last name was Axel. Like Charlotte, they were both hardcore Bretons, and would never allow the old dynasty to be restored. Magion did not expect that these people did not know this big secret. After he said it, he regretted it a little, but then he thought, I am not the only one who knows this. Besides, Morgan will be promoted in a few days. Sooner or later, everyone will know it. Even if it is leaked, it is no big deal. He comforted himself a few words, and before Charlotte could continue to ask, he poured out all the information he knew about Strasbourg, just like pouring coffee beans from a coffee can. The Axel family had a very strong foundation. Now the rebellious Axel family in Strasbourg had 11 saints, more than 60 extraordinary people, and at least 50 families, who had returned to the royal family of the previous dynasty. The Breton dynasty had just been established, and the more than 10 most loyal knights were all on the front line with the emperor, so there was no resistance in Strasbourg at all. Strasbourg is now a solid block, and almost everyone is cheering for the return of the Orthodox dynasty. There are 3 people leading the rebellion in Strasbourg today. In addition to Morgan Axel, there is the former Prime Minister Wood Brandon, and the other is Axel's top master at that time, Asturias Axel. He participated in the siege of Zimmermann, and was seriously injured. After recuperating for several years, he not only recovered physically, but also went up to the 23rd level. He is also the leader of the newly formed Royal Knights. Of the 5 royal family members who besieged Zimmermann, 2 have died of serious injuries, and another has been bedridden since being seriously injured. The last one, Prince Avery, has already escaped from Strasbourg and joined the old Emperor of Brittany. Well, this Prince Avery is really something. Charlotte asked about Strasbourg's situation in detail, and asked someone to take him away first, treat him with the most generous conditions, and even gave him 2 large lingmos, and then gathered the people who were brought back for a meeting. Claire Breton and Abner Sume both support the raid on Strasbourg. Sister Karen is worried, and hopes to inform His Majesty Breton first. Andreas is all excited. He doesn't care what happens to Fars. He is a vassal of the Duke of Mechlin. The Dukedom of Mechlin is quite independent. Even if Fars returns to the Axel family, it will not affect Charlotte Mechlin's status. What's more, he still has a stable way out. Andreas' father, Count Constantine, is the Count of Byron. His status is even higher than when he was in the Black Phoenix dynasty. At worst, he can go back to inherit the family business. Annie was the most flustered. She was a good girl, and Morgan was her uncle. She didn't know what to do for a while. Charlotte raised her hands, indicating that he wanted to speak. He said to Aunt Karen, "Take him with you, and go to His Majesty Brittany immediately. Leave immediately, and be careful on the road. But this matter is very important. Please don't mention it to anyone except His Majesty." Sister Karen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I leave right away." Charlotte said to Anne, "Dear Anne, I need your unconditional support. Believe me. Please follow Sister Karen immediately. The sooner you appear beside His Majesty the Breton, the more advantage we will have." Anne was confused, but she stood up obediently and said, "I go with Sister Karen right away." After sending the two away, Charlotte said to the remaining three, "We can't raid Strasbourg. The Axel family of the Light of Strasbourg has 11 saints, as well as strong men like Asturias Axel, and those nobles who have returned to the Axel family. Our attack on Strasbourg is nothing but a drop in the ocean. However, we must not do nothing. Once Morgan announces his return to the old world, His Majesty Brittany will be very embarrassed. The four of us will sneak into Strasbourg immediately and assassinate Morgan. We must not let him live to see tomorrow's sun, and this matter must be blamed on Wood Brandon. I will do my best to publicize that it was Wood Brandon, the Chancellor of the Empire, who killed Crown Prince Morgan. The biggest advantage of the rebels is Crown Prince Morgan, but the biggest flaw is also Crown Prince Morgan. This former Crown Prince is not a saint. This is the biggest flaw. No matter how stupid Charlotte is in politics, she knows that she has no choice. Chapter 544. Claire Brittany and Abner Sume were both Orthodox knights, and had not thought of assassination. Moreover, they were born into Orthodox noble families. Although they thought that Morgan could not be allowed to ascend the throne, or to announce his existence to the entire Fars, and to recruit Fars nobles, they only wanted to solve the problem with a proper war, and had not thought of assassination. When Charlotte proposed assassination, the two hesitated for a moment, but Andreas said flatly, "What are you still hesitating about? Once the Axel family is restored, the Breton family will be traitors, and you will all be hanged." Claire Breton gritted his teeth and said, "I am willing to obey the orders of Duke Mechlin." Abner Sume did not hesitate and said, "I only have one request. I hope that Duke Charlotte Mechlin will lend me the silver rhino." Charlotte took out the Firequell silver rhino V and handed it to Abner Sume. He knew that speed was of the essence, so he opened the magic mirror, and the four people walked in one after another in tacit understanding. This time, Charlotte set the exit at 221B Baker Street, Val d'Oise. This place is the closest to the palace, so it is a good place for a surprise attack. The four people entered the small apartment, but found that it had been sealed off long ago. The two knight lances used as decorations, as well as valuable items such as magic oil paintings, were all missing, but this was not the time to worry about these. Charlotte opened the door of 221B Baker Street, took Claire Brittany, Abner Sume and Andreas Constantine, and went straight to the palace. The four people were all saints, and they all knew some ways to conceal their whereabouts. When Magion attacked Machupi, it was almost dusk, and the sky was already dark. The four figures quickly climbed into the palace, with the help of various buildings. Except for Andreas, who was a black phoenix, the other three often came to the palace, and soon found the Emperor's bedroom. However, Charlotte used the light agility technique to sneak in and searched it, but found no trace of anyone living there. It seemed that no one had lived here since His Majesty Brittany left. Charlotte did not alarm anyone, left the Emperor's bedroom, and went to the palace where the Crown Prince lived, but still did not find anyone. The four of them searched the palace separately again, and finally gathered together, looking at each other in bewilderment. Charlotte whispered, "Go to the Prime Minister's mansion. Strasbourg is so big that it is obviously impossible to search the entire city." Charlotte guessed that Morgan was either in the Prime Minister's mansion or in Asturias Axel's mansion. There was no time to think carefully at this moment. The four of them slipped out of the palace and, led by Claire Breton, went straight to the Prime Minister's mansion. This time it was Charlotte's turn to be lost. He had never been to the Prime Minister's mansion. Wood Brandon's mansion was brightly lit. Compared with the sparsely populated and deserted mansion in the past few years, it was now a completely different world. Countless Fars nobles came to visit, and each guest had a great background. There was a lot of traffic in front of the Prime Minister's mansion. Even at night, it was still like a busy city. Just at this moment, a carriage passed by. Charlotte made a gesture to the three people, and got into the carriage in a flash. His agility was so fast that even the coachman didn't notice it. There was a pale young man in the carriage. When he saw Charlotte Mechlin and was about to shout, he was knocked unconscious by Charlotte's punch, And then he stripped the young man's clothes and performed the beast god transformation technique to transform into the young man's appearance. In order to prevent the young man from waking up, Charlotte directly included him in the diary and made him a character on a page of the Book of Time. Charlotte pulled herself together, got off the carriage, and walked proudly towards the Prime Minister's residence. She heard a receptionist shouting loudly, "Viscount Sauron is here." Only then did he know the name of the young man, who was knocked unconscious by him, and included in the Book of Time. When Charlotte entered the Prime Minister's residence, many people greeted him. It was obvious that Viscount Sauron had a wide range of contacts and countless acquaintances. Charlotte recalled that when he became a new noble of the Brittany dynasty, he didn't seem to know so many people. He didn't like socializing very much, especially after he had his own small circle. Charlotte didn't have the need to expand his social circle. Charlotte casually took a glass of champagne, listened to the guests' gossip, and thought to herself, why doesn't anyone mention Morgan? He should be the focus of the topic. It was late at night, and with Brandon, the Chancellor of the Empire, had already gone to bed. The host who was responsible for entertaining the guests was his eldest daughter, a beautiful widow. Charlotte didn't know most of the nobles in Strasbourg, but she had some memories of this beautiful woman. He had seen the information of this lady when he was sorting documents for Middleman in Kilmenham prison. Wood Brandon's eldest daughter is called Winnie Brandon. Her husband was killed for challenging Zimmerman. It is hard to say whether the Chancellor of the Empire wanted to kill Zimmerman because of his daughter. Winnie Brandon is not young anymore, but she is still radiant and bright. She wanders among the guests like a butterfly. It is obvious that her husband's early death did not affect her much. Charlotte has seen several widowed princesses, and their temperaments are completely different from Winnie Brandon's. He was just thinking about how to get the news, when suddenly a fragrant breeze blew by, and Winnie Brandon came close to him and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here so late?" Charlotte hummed, not knowing how to answer. Then she heard Mrs. Winnie whispered, "Let's go to the back room." She handed the banquet to another lady and took Charlotte inside. Charlotte was shocked and thought, why did I choose such a terrible man? Is he having an affair with Winnie Brandon? There is no way I can touch this lady. Should I knock her out now? Or should I just take her away? Let's seal her in the Book of Time first. Charlotte had just thought about this when she heard Winnie ask seriously, "How is Crown Prince Morgan feeling?" Charlotte suddenly perked up and said, "Is he okay?" Winnie said, "Our plan this time must not fail. Without the Crown Prince, we will have no banner to call for justice, so Crown Prince Morgan must not make any mistakes. This Crown Prince, His Majesty in the future has great ambitions. If you can please him a little bit during this period, your future in Fars will be limitless." Charlotte thought, so it is Viscount Sauron who is responsible for finding Morgan Axel. If I had known, I would have killed him directly, and not come to this kind of ball. Winnie gave a few instructions, then revealed a charming look and said, "I still have the responsibility of entertaining guests tonight, and I can't give you more time." She took Charlotte to a room, pushed him in first, and then slipped in. Chapter 545. Charlotte knocked Lady Winnie unconscious with a single blow. He was worried that Winnie Brandon would wake up and cause a commotion, so he stuffed Lady Winnie Brandon into the Book of Time without hesitation. Charlotte learned of Morgan's whereabouts, and left the room without hesitation, hurriedly left the Prime Minister's mansion, and got on his carriage. He just said lightly, "Go back," and the coachman skillfully drove the carriage back in the direction he came from. On the way, Charlotte saw Claire Brittany following suit and flashing into a carriage. Abner and Andreas were hiding on the side, so she gestured for them to follow. Although Abner Sume, Andreas Constantine, and the other two were confused, they hurriedly followed Charlotte. Claire Brittany was not so lucky, and was taken to the Prime Minister's residence by the carriage. He couldn't get off now, otherwise people would find out that the original owner of the carriage had been in trouble. With an old carriage that knows the way, Charlotte arrived at the residence of Viscount Sauron without much effort. This is a very quiet property. Although it is not in the city center, the location is also good, with a quiet attitude in the bustling city. Charlotte got off the carriage, and still entered the house with the appearance of the young Viscount. Abner Sume and Andreas followed in, but the way they entered was not so open and above board. As soon as Charlotte came back, a loyal old butler was waiting and asked with a smile, "How was the banquet tonight?" Charlotte did not answer the old butler, but asked, "Is Crown Prince Morgan asleep?" The old butler was slightly surprised and said, "Of course he is not asleep. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been sleeping late. He is playing snake cards with someone now. Judging from his appearance, he may play all night." Charlotte nodded slightly, and walked all the way inside. He was in his own home, so there was naturally no obstruction. He soon found the place where the former crown prince played snake cards. Morgan seemed very excited, completely different from the last time Charlotte saw him. He exuded confidence and publicity. He played a snake card and shouted, "My card skills are absolutely impeccable. Ever since Charlotte Mecklen came up with the snake card, I have been studying it. Although he is a jester who is not worth watching, he is really talented in literature and doing these little tricks." Charlotte sighed and thought, "Although we have no grudges, you can go to hell." Charlotte didn't really understand why the Breton father and son let the former crown prince go. Although they were relatives, this stupid political mistake should obviously not be made. Charlotte was about to make a move when she heard a gunshot. Morgan Axel had a hole on his forehead, and red and white blood slowly flowed out. He turned his head to look at it, thinking of the gunshot, and whispered, "I said, you shouldn't come back to be the emperor." The former crown prince fell headfirst and died. Abner Sume whispered, "Lord Wood Brandon asked us to kill him." He still remembered Charlotte's instructions to put the blame on the former prime minister of the empire. Charlotte nodded slightly and waved her hand. Abner Sume did not show up. Charlotte got a beautiful woman out of nowhere. The two hugged each other and whispered a few words. Charlotte got rid of the woman again. The people who played snake cards with Morgan were horrified and pale, but when they saw Winnie Brandon appear, they no longer doubted the matter and ran away immediately. Charlotte did not chase after any of them. These people were all precious talents. Only they could spread the news that Wood Brandon assassinated the crown prince of the former Fars dynasty. Charlotte even wanted to give them an extra pair of wings, so that they could fly around and shout loudly, making this matter known to everyone. Charlotte turned and left the mansion. Abner Sume and Andreas followed him. After more than 10 minutes, they stopped Claire Brittany, who was chasing them halfway. Charlotte whispered, "Let's go back to 221B Baker Street in Val d'Ivoire and lie low for a few days to see how this thing develops." Charlotte was very worried that the killing was too smooth, and this matter might have some twists and turns. If they lie low, they might have a chance to finish him off. If ordinary people saw Morgan being shot in the head and killed, they would never have any doubts. But Charlotte had read too many online novels after all, and she was always worried whether he had killed a substitute, or whether Morgan had some secret method to revive, and so on. When Charlotte took the three back to 221B Baker Street in the Val d'Ivoire district, he also stole a bakery on the way and got dozens of dry breads, a pile of cheese, and a bunch of drinks. He also stole a deck of snake cards from a family. He did not forget to leave money, and even paid 7 or 8 times more in cash, because Strasbourg might see soaring prices due to the wars. The four of them sneaked back to 221B Baker Street. The next day, they saw patrol soldiers running around on the street, and countless royal knights lined up to search door to door. Number 221B was a sealed house, but it avoided being searched. No one would have thought that Charlotte would return to her home and live near the palace, which is the most dangerous place in Strasbourg. With the help of the infinite mirror, Charlotte can observe many families in Strasbourg. Although they stay at home, they can still get a lot of information. As time goes by, rumors are flying everywhere. The rumor that Wood Brandon killed Morgan Agosel and wanted to ascend the throne to become emperor is above the hustle. Wood Brandon was furious, but he was not Axel after all, so he stayed indoors when he was questioned by the Axel family. The Axel family commanded the royal knights to search the city to catch the assassin. Some people really believe that it was the former prime minister who planned the assassination, but Asturias Axel suppressed such remarks. As the biggest card of the Axel royal family, he always believed that Wood Brandon barely maintained this fragile alliance. Charlotte waited in Strasbourg for a few days, and confirmed that it was indeed Morgan who died. She was about to go back to Machupi with Claire, Abner, Andreas, but soon there was news that Antonio led the army to besiege Strasbourg. Charlotte was very happy, and asked Claire Breton to contact her brother-in-law to prepare to implement the original plan, to cooperate internally and externally to capture the capital city of Fars. Chapter 546. After Claire Breton went to Machupi through the mirror world, he stayed there for 5 hours before returning to 221B Baker Street in the Val d'Ivoire district. When he saw Charlotte, he smiled bitterly, spread his hands, and said, "This is the worst result. Your Majesty does not want to go to war with Axel. Antonio is only responsible for peace talks, and is not allowed to go to war." Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "The four of us must reach a consensus. It was Wood Brandon who killed Crown Prince Morgan. We knew nothing about it, were not involved, and were not in Strasbourg." Claire Brittany glanced at Andreas, and Abner Sume also stared at Andreas, making the former youngest saint of the Black Phoenix feel uncomfortable. He asked, "What do you want to say? Do you need me to surrender?" Claire Brittany whispered, Brittany family, and Sume family, you choose a marriage. Abner Sume glanced at Charlotte, who shrugged her shoulders, and didn't say anything, but not saying anything was almost the same as agreeing with what Claire Brittany said. Claire's last name was Brittany, and Abner had pledged his loyalty. He had used the great murder weapon, the Firewell Silver Rhino 5, to kill Redmire's wife and Morgan, and was definitely tied to the same string. The three of them had a very stable team, and only Andreas didn't have such a close relationship, so there was a certain probability of him betraying. Andreas shouted, No, I refuse. I still hope to pursue my own love. Charlotte said lightly, Then kill someone to show your appreciation. He opened the Book of Time and absorbed the three people into it. Now this Book of Time has a little storyline. Two young people who escaped from their families and eloped for love mistakenly entered the monster's nest. The 8 monster nests collected by Charlotte have already spewed out many monsters. If there is no change in other storylines, the young couple will definitely die, making the story of this Book of Time a big mess. Charlotte and the other 4 entered the Book of Time. He pointed to the front and said to Andreas, There are 2 people there. One is called Soren, a useless young nobleman, and the other is called Winnie. Her surname is Brandon. She is the eldest daughter of Wood Brandon, and is now a widow at home. Kill them and treat it as a token of your loyalty. Andreas spread his hands, shrugged, and said, They are not saints, I kill them like chickens, but is it really necessary to do so? Charlotte replied, It's not me who needs it, nor is it you who needs it, it's Claire and Abner who need it. Andreas reluctantly picked up a rapier and walked into the story. Charlotte took Claire Brittany and Abner Sume away from the Book of Time. He soon discovered that Andreas did not kill anyone, but instead began to promote the progress of the storyline. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders and did not dwell on this matter. Andreas was a serious young master with a father who was the best in the country, and she was the youngest Black Phoenix genius. Some of the persistence that ordinary people did not have was not a shortcoming. Andreas obviously liked the stories in the Book of Years, and he wanted to play for a while longer. Seeing Charlotte handle things straightforwardly, Claire couldn't help but ask, Are you worried that His Majesty will punish us? Charlotte said lightly, Maybe not, but why should we make His Majesty embarrassed? Anyway, he doesn't know who killed Morgan, so it's better to let His Majesty have more righteousness. Sacrificing Wood Brandon is not a bad thing. Claire smiled slightly and said, I hope your good intentions will be rewarded. He also knew that the shooting of the crown prince of the previous dynasty could not be publicized. After all, Axel had ruled Fars for several eras and was a top noble. His family had many talented people and young talents, and had close ties with other nobles. Even the Breton family had Axel's blood mixed in. The 2 most important children of His Majesty the Emperor of Brittany were both born to Nani Breton Axel, the eldest daughter of Julius Axel VI. Brittany did not seize the throne from the old emperor, but killed Redmire and avenged the emperor, so he ascended the throne, which was quite authentic in name. Even the 2 children of Brittany were ranked quite high in the succession order of the throne. Many old nobles in Fars could accept the old earl's transition and then pass the throne to Antonio, so that the young man with the most authentic blood of the Axel family could become the emperor of the empire, and the blood of the Axel family could continue to rule the country. If there was no Morgan, this logic would be very smooth, but with Morgan, it would be different. Assassinating Morgan would make the Emperor of Brittany stand on the opposite side of most nobles. This situation is the best now. Everyone puts their hatred on Wood Brandon. The Breton family has never done anything wrong to the Axel family. Since Antonio was unwilling to go to war, Charlotte did not go out to meet this brother-in-law. Instead, she found an excuse, saying that she was worried about, and secretly escorted, and to see the old emperor. Antonio had nothing to say about this excuse, and could only accept it. Charlotte was not just talking. In the next few days, she really used the light agility technique to chase at full speed. Before Aunt Karen and Anne arrived at the military camp, she caught up with, and personally sent, Anne to the frontline military camp to meet the Emperor of Brittany together. The old emperor's temperament became more and more calm. It was obvious that he was not happy after becoming the king of a country. When he saw his daughter, the old emperor's mood improved a little. He smiled and said, Annie, you came at the right time. Your Aunt Princess Axel just came today. She also missed you. Charlotte was a little surprised. Since Prince Redmire's rebellion, he has never heard of the news of the second princess of the old emperor. At that time, Princess Axel was still stranded in the Lionheart dynasty. Unexpectedly, she has returned to her country, and came to the military camp of the Emperor of Brittany. He and soon met Princess Axel, who was dressed in a very plain outfit, looking more like an ordinary lady, without any makeup, and without the slightest bit of the manners of a princess of the great empire. Charlotte felt something was wrong, but she dared not say anything, and went with and to respectfully pay her respects to the princess. Princess Axel was indeed slightly happy to see Anne, but when she saw Charlotte, she looked strange, and she couldn't help but ask, "Who killed Morgan?" Charlotte asked in astonishment, "Morgan? Didn't he go to the New World?" Princess Axel sighed and said, "He might as well go to the New World. Although it is in chaos there, he may not die with his ability. Legend has it that Woodbrandon killed him, but I absolutely don't believe it." Chapter 547. Charlotte whispered, "But this matter is most beneficial to His Majesty. He did not refute or explain at all. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. He only needs to give the most loyal advice." Princess Axel sighed faintly, feeling very depressed. Her sister died in the rebellion, killed by her cousin, and her brother died in the rebellion. Charlotte took the opportunity to add, if he had not been tricked out by Woodbrandon, he would not have died. No matter who killed him, Woodbrandon has an unshirkable responsibility. I am willing to kill Woodbrandon's colleagues for His Majesty and His Royal Highness, and avenge Mr. Morgan. Princess Axel said, "Yes. I am tired. And you stay with your aunt for a while," and glanced at Charlotte, and left with Princess Axel. Old Emperor McLean Breton watched his sister-in-law and daughter leave, and suddenly said, "Axel said that there are only two people who are most likely to do such a daring thing. One is her son Zimmerman, and the other is Charlotte Mecklin." Charlotte bowed her head deeply and said, "I am devoted to Anne, and have followed her and Aunt Karen all the way. I am not in Strasbourg, so how could I be the murderer? Well, the person was killed by Abner Sume, so he is not the murderer." The Emperor of Brittany sighed and said, "I didn't expect that he would come back and want to restore the Axel dynasty with Woodbrandon. If someone can return Nani, I don't have to be the Emperor anymore." Charlotte didn't dare to say anything. She stayed with the old Emperor for a while. The Emperor whispered, "You have to fight with the immigrants from the New World and be transferred back to Strasbourg to quell the rebellion. It's really hard." Charlotte replied, "It's not hard. But Antonio is too kind, and is the son of Queen Nani. I'm afraid it's not suitable for him to come forward and negotiate with Axel and others." The old Emperor was silent for a moment and said, "That's right. I will give you the leading power to negotiate with them. Let you handle this matter instead of Antonio." Charlotte smiled and said, "I will definitely do my best." The Emperor of Brittany had someone write a document, stamped it with the royal seal of Fars, and gave it to Charlotte. Charlotte took the document, and thought that the old Emperor would send him away immediately, but he heard Emperor McLean Brittany asked hesitantly, "Sir Mecklin, do you think Axel will be a good stepmother?" Charlotte felt something was wrong just now, and at this moment, she was even more certain. It was really wrong. This is also a big event for the Breton dynasty. Charlotte smiled and said, "You only need to care whether Princess Axel is a good spouse. I will be fully responsible for Anne's future life. She is now the Duchess of Moldova, the Lord of Moslet, and the future Duchess of Mechlin. No matter what happens to Fars or the Breton dynasty, she will be happy for the rest of her life. The quality of a stepmother cannot even affect the quality of Princess Anne's breakfast." Emperor McLean Breton stared at Charlotte. At this moment, he finally felt that the young man in front of him had indeed snatched away his most precious daughter. He didn't even care about the power of the Breton family, because he could take it away from Anne. He didn't even care about the inheritance of the Breton family, because this kid is already the Grand Duke of Mechlin. The area of the territory is even the 5th largest country in the Old World. It doesn't have the name of an empire, but it has the reality of an empire. The old emperor even heard about Charlotte's subordinates. He was really capable. He said to an emperor, "You only need to care whether Princess Axel is a good spouse." Charlotte didn't say the rest of the words, but the old emperor could hear that he had another sentence. "Even if she is not good, so what? And doesn't need the love of her stepmother." The Emperor of Brittany was silent for a long time and said, "Sir Mechlin, I want to betroth my beloved daughter, Anne of Brittany, to you as your wife. Are you willing?" Charlotte knelt on one knee and said happily, "I do." "When?" The Emperor of Brittany said unhappily, "Of course, when the war is over and I have put down all the rebellions." Charlotte said loudly, "I promise to put down the Axel rebellion within a month, and I am willing to go on a diplomatic mission to 4 countries to conclude a peace treaty for the empire." The Emperor of Brittany snorted coldly and muttered in his heart, "This kid really puts a lot of effort into marrying Anne." Princess Axel and Anne were drinking tea in the marching tent, and both princesses had something on their minds. Princess Axel was thinking about how to tell Anne about this, when she heard Anne say, Aunt, be my stepmother." Princess Axo spurted out a mouthful of flower tea, her jade-like face flushed, and she whispered, "Annie, what nonsense are you talking about?" Annie lay on Princess Axo's knees and said sadly, "I don't have a mother anymore, but Aunt, you also know that no emperor will be without a queen, and I can't accept other women taking the position of mother. Only my aunt is different. You have watched me and my brother grow up since we were young, and has read every book by Charlotte. There are many political plots in these novels. Although most of the political plots in online novels are ordinary, there are also many political plots that draw on history, and have a long history. This has given this imperial princess some solid lessons in palace fighting. Farth will definitely have a queen. If this queen is still from Axel, McLean Brittany's title of emperor will be even more unbreakable. In terms of the order of succession, Princess Axel is second only to her youngest brother Morgan. And also believes that Axel, her aunt, can not only stabilize the Brittany dynasty in name, but also will not be too bad to her and her brother Antonio, even if Axel has her own children in the future. Well, no one dares to let Axel's children ascend the throne. And talked a lot, and finally fell asleep on Princess Axel's legs. The beautiful face of the former imperial princess showed a pity expression, and whispered, "And is really simple. I hope this child can stay so pure forever, and not be polluted by this filthy world. Charlotte Mechlin, please protect my daughter well." The only barrier between Emperor McLean Breton and Axel is Antonio. At this time, Antonio is still worried about the insignificant rebellion. Chapter 548. Charlotte did not stay at the front line, and soon returned to Strasbourg with the Emperor's documents. At this time, Strasbourg was no longer a solid block because of Morgan's assassination. Axel split into several camps, each rejecting the Emperor's candidate. These Emperor pre-selectors either had a far higher succession order than the top 100, or had no succession order at all. As a joke, Charlotte's succession order was higher than some of the Emperor pre-selectors. That's right, Charlotte Mechlin is going to marry Princess, and so she has the right to inherit. Antonio was very distressed. He was the youngest peak saint in the entire old world, and his achievements were almost equal to Zimmerman. He spent too much time on cultivation, and was too interested in politics. He had no idea how to deal with this matter. After all, he also had Axel's bloodline, and it was quite orthodox. His mother, Nani Axel Brittany, was a princess of the previous dynasty. As the legitimate grandson of Julius Axel VI, he really didn't know how to deal with Axel. Charlotte brought back the handwritten letter from His Majesty the Emperor of Brittany, which made Antonio feel relieved. He handed over all the power of negotiation to Charlotte. He still trusted this brother-in-law. Charlotte took over this responsibility, and did not try to contact the city of Strasbourg. Instead, she summoned all the quick-handed clerks under her command, and even recruited people from the Duchy of Mechlin, Cappadocia and other places, and transported a batch of printing presses to work day and night. Charlotte knew that this was not the time to recite a long novel. She silently memorized all kinds of new media literature she had read on Earth, such as Yahoo style, Shock style, Philo style, and Tomato style, in order to catch the eye at the beginning, and there was no need to care whether there was anything later. The first book is One Mother and 19 Treasures, Wood Brandon chases his wife in the Temple Cemetery. The second book is a rural book Shocked, Wood Brandon washes his sister-in-law's feet. The third book. The title can no longer be typed on the internet. The plots of these books are absurd, the opening is explosive, the logic collapses, the stories are lousy, and there is no beginning or end. The main point is that once you see the title, you can't help but want to read it. After reading the content, even if you will scold the story for being too bad, you can't forget it. Almost all the novels were interspersed with the plot of Wood Brandon assassinating Morgan. Some plots were inserted nakedly, and some plots were allusions. Charlotte marked the price of these novels printed day and night at 22 centimes, but told his subordinates to sell them as long as they were paid. Every day, a large number of new novels were printed, then secretly transported to the city and dumped. In order to clear herself from the relationship, Charlotte also started an old pen name, Freeman Simon Ching Martin. This pen name was destined to be famous through the ages, shocking the literary world of the new and old continents, and becoming one of the cultural symbols of the Fars Empire. However, what Charlotte did not expect was that he thought 22 centimes was already a high price for a novel, and in fact 1 centime should buy 8 copies, but the actual sales were a small part of the original price, and most of the price was increased. Every day, a large number of centimes were transported to Machupi. A huge fortune fell on Charlotte's head. He was very puzzled. Charlotte's plan soon worked, and the rumor that Prime Minister Wood Brandon assassinated the former Crown Prince Morgan Axel soon spread in Strasbourg. As for the reasons for the assassination, the novel made up dozens of them, and readers used their imagination to create dozens more, including that Wood Brandon wanted Morgan to marry his widowed eldest daughter Winnie as his wife, so that he could become the father-in-law of the empire, but Morgan refused, and there were also 2 younger lovers who turned from love to hatred. And Morgan was actually Wood Brandon's illegitimate son, who could not bear the control of his biological father and committed suicide. In short, once this public opinion arose, no one could suppress it. On the 6th day, after Charlotte madly imported all kinds of novels into Strasbourg, Wood Brandon announced his resignation in anger. His position as Chancellor of the Empire was not taken away even in the Breton dynasty. The old Emperor of Brittany still had a glimmer of hope for him, hoping that he could support him. In fact, Wood Brandon was still the Chancellor of Fars. Having experienced the Redmire, Brittany, and this time the Axel Rebellion, Wood Brandon, who had not fallen from the throne and was firmly on the throne of Prime Minister, actually resigned in this public opinion war in a disgraceful manner. From the old Emperor of Brittany promising to grant her marriage, Charlotte Mechlin vowing to take over Strasbourg within a month, to the hasty writing of documents and dumping of novels until Wood Brandon stepped down. This series of events was later called the Battle of 22 Centimes. Through countless unfinished novels, a veteran of the imperial political arena was forced to resign. This incident simply shocked countless people. Even Charlotte Mechlin, the initiator, did not expect that this novel offensive would achieve such a brilliant achievement. The news reached the front line, and even the old Emperor of Brittany could not help but complain. Lord Mechlin worked really hard to get married. Wood Brandon resigned from the position of Prime Minister of the Empire and disappeared from the mansion. Without the old Prime Minister of the Axel dynasty, Strasbourg became even more chaotic. Several candidates for the Emperor jumped up and down, recruited helpers, attacked opponents, and even chose to hire assassins to assassinate political enemies. During this period, the number of assassins in Strasbourg increased 7-fold, and even Asturias Axel could not suppress the chaos. After Wood Brandon resigned, Charlotte immediately changed her strategic direction and kept sending people to contact the Axel family, claiming that as long as they were willing to rejoin His Majesty of Brittany, they would be forgiven and their original positions would be guaranteed. The price was to write a document stating that the Axel family would voluntarily give up the royal title and support the Emperor of Brittany. The people Charlotte sent out moved surprisingly smoothly, and soon dozens of people delivered the documents to Machupi. However, although these people delivered the documents, not many of them were really willing to leave Strasbourg. Charlotte didn't care. She put more energy into investigating Wood Brandon's whereabouts. This former Prime Minister of the Empire was a big troublemaker, and Charlotte didn't want him to live at all. However, after Wood Brandon disappeared, no one could see him again, and Charlotte didn't have the energy to check his fiefdom, so she couldn't be sure whether he was hiding in a corner of Strasbourg, or returned to his fiefdom, or went somewhere else. Chapter 549. Freeman Martin's first half of life was quite humiliating. Everyone knew that he was a rude man. He did only one thing that made his hometown famous: chasing the future Duke of Mechlin with a sword, walking the bird, and running wildly on the long street. However, he became a cultural celebrity in the second half of his life. Under the pen name of Freeman Simon Ching Martin, he was praised by later generations as the ancestor of pornographic literature, the founder of the pornographic novel genre, the most shameless author in history, the first quick grabber in the literary world of the old continent, and the most unscrupulous writer. Freeman Martin is also one of the best-selling novelists in the New and Old Worlds. Well, Charlotte took all the royalties and never gave him a penny. It was only when Charlotte read the novels of the 22 Centimes period afterwards that she realized that some unethical quick-handed scribes, in order to meet the KPIs of keeping people reading, spreading wildly, attracting attention, explosive content, and opening with curiosity, mixed a lot of unsightly words in the novels. Charlotte even found a book called The Biography of Wood Brandon written by an unknown quick-handed scribe. This strange biography has no biography, only the biography Young Lady Winnie. The text is fresh and elegant, quite a bit like the style of the Lady of the Camellias, but the content is solid, and it is completely a vulgar novel. Well, anyway, Charlotte paid a large sum of hush money to all the fast-handed clerks, and strongly supported Freeman Martin, who was far away in Seagull City, to make his debut, and resolutely refused to admit that these novels had anything to do with her. She even gave up the copyright completely. He couldn't go to Freeman Martin to sign a contract. This gentleman would definitely refuse to obey. After the Battle of the 22 Centimes, the only one left in the rebellion was Asturias Axel. Although the first master of the Axel family was powerful, he had a huge flaw. He did not have the blood of the Axel family. His ancestor was a knight attendant of the founding emperor. He was an orphan and was adopted by the Axel family, and later given the surname. Although Asturias Axel's generation was outstanding in martial arts, the problem of bloodline prevented him from getting involved in the inheritance, and he had no succession order at all. Almost all of the Axel emperor candidates wanted to win him over. But Asturias Axel didn't think highly of anyone, and he was very distressed. Asturias could never have imagined that a rebellion that was so well planned and had 80% to 90% chance of success would turn into such a mess. With Morgan, he had no shortage of legitimacy, and could easily get the support of the old nobles of Fars. With Woodbrandon, a resourceful veteran in politics, Asturias even believed that they might be able to force MacLean Breton to abdicate without starting a war, just by relying on the general trend and public opinion. Even if they started a war, he was confident that he could take advantage of the four empires fighting on the front line to gain a great strategic advantage. But within just a dozen days, Morgan was assassinated first, and then Woodbrandon was forced to resign. The whole situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Now even an emperor cannot be elected, so how can there be a rebellion? Asturias put down the documents in his hand, rubbed his eyebrows, sighed, and suddenly regretted participating in this matter. Now in Strasbourg, there are 7 people named Axel, who declared themselves to be the best candidates for the emperor. To be honest, Asturias would rather support Midefus than these people. Midefus was a man who could compete with Antonio, and he was much better than these misfits. Charlotte handled some official business, climbed up a tower in Machupi, and looked out in the direction of Strasbourg. He promised the old emperor that he would take care of Strasbourg within a month. Now that more than half of the time had passed, everything was going in the best direction. Strasbourg was now in chaos, and could no longer organize an effective resistance. As long as Antonio led the army to attack the city on the last day, it would surely be able to take it down in one battle. Charlotte is now worried about 2 things. One is the whereabouts of Woodbrandon, and the other is the movements of Midefus. He is most worried that Midefus will respond to Strasbourg's call, and also send troops over, which would be very bad. Midefus's succession order is not low, and he has strong appeal and cohesion within the Axel family. During Asturias' recovery, he is actually the strongest person in the Axel family, and is not afraid of being assassinated. Midefus has only one flaw, that is, Hungmir killed the old emperor himself, so he was excluded by the Axel family. But from a political perspective, this is nothing. Compared to the throne of the emperor, the stain on reputation is not worth mentioning. It depends on whether there are people with great talent and strategy on both sides to promote this matter. What makes Charlotte happy is that there are no such people in the camps of Midefus and Strasbourg. Midefus is arrogant, and looks down on these people. It is obvious that Axel of Strasbourg does not want him to come and grab the fruits, although there is no victory yet. Charlotte's intelligence system did not pass on the news of the collusion between Midefus and Strasbourg. In fact, neither Midefus nor Axel, the rebel from Strasbourg, understood that this was their only chance. Once Strasbourg was recaptured, the Breton dynasty would no longer have hidden dangers. Even if the old emperor had no such intention, Charlotte would take the initiative to send all the Axel to the Agra Sea and let them open up the archipelago. Without the Axel family, Midefus was just an ordinary rebel. Charlotte was fully confident that she could sweep this rebel off the stage with one assault. With these 2 rebellions quelled, there are no more hidden dangers in Fars. In fact, the disputes between the 4 countries are easier to resolve. Charlotte was climbing up to look far away, when she suddenly heard a voice ringing in her ears. The voice was gentle, and full of wisdom, but very unfamiliar. "Nice to meet you, Duke Charlotte Mechlin." Charlotte suddenly felt a sense of alarm. He was already at the 19th level. Although he was only at the beginning of the holy level, he had the ability of insight. It was impossible for someone to bully him so easily. He looked back and saw a magic mirror opened, and an old man walk out. Although he was old, he was very energetic. Seeing the expression on Charlotte's face, he smiled and said, "Yes, I am a member of the Vengo clan. I have kept this secret for my whole life, but now there is no need to hide it." Charlotte's mind turned quickly, and soon she thought of the most unlikely possibility. She said word by word, "Woodbrandon?" The old man smiled and said, "It is me." Chapter 550. Charlotte's mind was buzzing slightly. Although he subconsciously looked down on the old chancellor who planned the siege of Zimmerman and led to the collapse of the Axel dynasty, he was still extremely vigilant when he really faced him. A person who can become the chancellor of the empire is not an easy person to deal with. A simple person can't do what Woodbrandon can do. Charlotte did not show any fear or terror, but asked curiously, "How can a vampire have a child?" Woodbrandon smiled and said, "Adopted." Charlotte was stunned, and after a long while she said quietly, "Did you not have time to have a few children before you became a vampire?" Wood Brandon did not expect Charlotte to care about this issue. He took out a small branch from his sleeve and said, "My children are all dead. Don't get me wrong, if they were also vampires, they would probably be 500 or 600 years old now." Charlotte did not ask why he did not reincarnate the children into vampires. There are always various reasons in life. He was not surprised by Wood Brandon's real age. He knew several real vampires, so he was not surprised. He just asked, "Did you sneak into Fars for Byron?" Wood Brandon laughed and said, "No, I just want a free life. You probably don't know how boring the blood ancestors of Byron are. They gather together every day for a cocktail party, but they can't drink alcohol, they can only drink blood, and call a group of vulgar and ugly women. Life on the Holy Light Kingdom is still interesting." Charlotte was slightly stern and asked, "Have you ever been on the Holy Light Kingdom?" Wood Brandon nodded and said, "I also went to sea with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited for you to return to the old world before launching this rebellion, because I was also in the fleet. In terms of timing, when Brittany was at the front and you didn't return, it was the best opportunity. Your battle of 22 centimes really opened my eyes. I pride myself on my unparalleled strategies, and there are few people in the entire continent who can match me, but I didn't expect that you would force me to give up my identity as Wood Brandon. How did you come up with those interesting novels?" Charlotte thought of those novels, and could only say, "That is collective wisdom." Wood Brandon shook his head and said, "It is definitely not collective wisdom. I believe that there is one genius like this, but it is ridiculous to have so many." Charlotte did not want to discuss third-rate novels with Wood Brandon, so he changed the subject and asked a question that he was really curious about. "Why did you instigate Axel to besiege Zimmerman?" Wood Brandon said lightly, "Personal grudges." Charlotte was about to retort, "For personal grudges, the potential of the Fars Empire must be sacrificed, the future of the Axel family," but then he thought, the man in front of him is not a human being, nor a Fars person. How could he care about the rise and fall of human countries and families, even if these things didn't happen? He is almost at the age of disguise, and this identity will soon be unusable. What's more, the other party is still a vampire, and he may have some Roan complex. Killing Fars will greatly benefit the vampires. Charlotte made a gesture and expression that she had something else to ask, but she didn't say a word. Instead, she pulled out the red and blue rattlesnake, like a magician, and pulled the trigger. Arthur's gun technique, which he learned from Juno, was fully utilized at this moment. Wood Brandon circled the small branch in his hand, and an invisible force unloaded the 2 bullets diagonally, with extremely clever techniques. Charlotte did not hesitate to switch to Collapse Mountain, and her body and gun became one, as agile as a dragon, and used Asilo's Skywing gun technique to the fullest in a snap of her fingers, launching a violent storm-like attack. Wood Brandon still used the small branch in his hand to gently push and push, easily deflecting all of Charlotte's spear power. Although Charlotte noticed it when the other party took out the small branch, she was sure at this time that this thing was at least a high-level extraordinary object, or even a holy-level extraordinary object, otherwise it would definitely not be able to withstand his 2 spear techniques. Charlotte approached and changed to Blood Rose. His swordsmanship was even better than his spear skills. With the help of Light Agility X32, 5 points of which came from the amplification of red and blue rattlesnake, a magic rapier made thunder and lightning. Because of the blessing of the light and quick technique, even a 22nd level warrior would find it difficult to resist this round of fast swordsmanship, but Wood Brandon shook the small branch in his hand, and actually used the same swordsmanship. The 2 sides fought a round of fast swords, and Charlotte waited until the fighting spirit of the stars was slightly depressed, pulled back, and shouted, "Mirror Warrior!" Wood Brandon nodded slightly and said, "Although Duke Mechlin is gifted and probably borrowed the power of the gods, his progress in cultivation is amazing, but after all, I have practiced for a few more years, and my exploration in the infinite mirror world must be a little further. Mirror martial arts can simulate the opponent's martial arts, but this kind of imitation is only in form, and does not involve the essence. At most, it can only imitate the swordsmanship of Asilo, and it is impossible to simulate the light agility. Wood Brandon can do this, he must have explored something else in the infinite mirror world, or his own speed is so fast." Charlotte did not want to analyze how Wood Brandon could do this. When one tactic failed, he immediately changed to another one. He rushed forward again, with the Blood Rose in his hand, and used the second round of fast sword. His 2 flaming hands held the red and blue rattlesnakes. At the moment of his attack, he fired more than 10 shots, and each bullet was aimed at Wood Brandon's flaw. The former Prime Minister of the Empire finally showed a strange smile, and retreated into the magic mirror in 1 step. Obviously, even though his infinite mirror world attainments far exceeded Charlotte's, he still couldn't resist the combination of Asilo's swordsmanship and Arthur's spearmanship. Charlotte didn't dare to chase into with Brandon's mirror world. Every member of the Vango clan had a great bonus in their own mirror world. He turned around and retreated into his own mirror world. Then he saw that there were hundreds of magic mirrors outside the magic mirror he made. A tyrannical and unreasonable force was about to tear the void and invade his mirror world. Charlotte was slightly surprised. He had never encountered the Vango clan before, and he had never thought that the Vango clan had such a powerful means to invade the mirror world. Would Brandon wanted to use his own mirror world to invade Charlotte's mirror world? Charlotte took a step back without hesitation, and the next second, he appeared beside Antonio. He had such a strong helper, how could he not use it? Antonio seemed to have just woken up, and when he saw Charlotte, he asked in surprise, "What do you want?" Charlotte's hair stood on end, and he thrust out his sword. Antonio showed surprise on his face, reached out and grabbed the blood rose, and asked, "How did you see through my mirror shadow?" The mirror shadow can reflect any enemy, even oneself, and turn into a false person, which can temporarily possess the power that rivals the original object, but of course, the limit cannot be higher than the caster himself. Charlotte kept silent, so he would not reveal how to see through the other party's secret. Otherwise, if Brandon knew the secret, and corrected it next time, wouldn't he be able to successfully plot against him? Charlotte jumped over several mirrors in succession, and Brandon followed her like a shadow. He couldn't escape at all. Charlotte left Ishmael in South Seraph to command the fleet, but he had another way to save his life. He whispered, "Mirror Sage, come out." A woman with a hot figure, a charming face, and sexy and enchanting appeared. Her magic robe was exposed in large areas, which could be called a bikini robe. On her slender and straight legs, there was a pair of black stockings compared to the last time she appeared, and on her delicate feet there was a pair of hollow silver high heels, which made her temperament even more attractive. Charlotte asked hurriedly, "Why can he chase my mirror world?" The voice of the Mirror Sage was like the most charming enchantress. Every sentence was gripping, every word was bewitching, and he said, "This is the mirror spirit who has cultivated to the 6th level and awakened the spirit realm hound." Charlotte was shocked and asked, "Can the mirror spirit have such changes?" The Mirror Sage's voice was bewitching, but the content was very serious, saying, "Every time the mirror spirit is promoted, a mirror creature can be born. Each kind of mirror creature has extraordinary abilities. They can enrich the ecology of the mirror world, and can also be driven by the master of the mirror world. The spirit hounds come from the void, and can track various dimensions. Once they are targeted, there is no possibility of escape." Charlotte only worked hard on the light agility technique and improved it to X27. For the rest of the superpowers, she pursued higher, rather than pursuing a deeper level in a certain superpower. Charlotte's eyes suddenly lit up and saw dozens of monsters that looked like wolves, but not wolves, like smoke and illusion, trying hard to track her. The Mirror Sage immediately explained, "Spirit hounds are conceptual creatures. If no one knows them, they don't exist. They can only chase prey for their masters, but if the chase know them, they can show up and bite the prey." Charlotte wanted to curse. He shouted, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Before the Mirror Sage responded, he heard Brandon's voice, echoing in the void, "Even if she didn't say it, I would have told you, and the result would still be the same. Go, my little darlings." Dozens of spirit hounds pounced on Charlotte. Charlotte activated the collapsed mountain, but when the gun passed through the hounds, it was like passing through water mist, without any obstruction. Charlotte didn't dare to let these hounds pounce on him. He was 100% sure that the spirit hounds that the collapsed mountain couldn't stop would definitely leave scars when they bit him. He put away the collapsed mountain and took out another weapon, the blood spirit rhinoceros. Chapter 551. This weapon, which was forged with the power of an ordinary vampire saint and 6 evil gods, turned into a knight's lance, and with just one shot, it sent a spirit hound flying. Although Charlotte sent a spirit hound flying with one shot, he was already sweating coldly. This hound almost pounced on him. The other spirit hounds were not as fast as Charlotte, and he dodged them one by one, but this one was particularly cunning, hiding beside his companions, and suddenly pounced, almost missing him by a hair's breadth. With the knight's spear transformed by the blood spirit, Charlotte was immediately excited. He used the spear to poke and stab, and drove away the group of spirit hounds. However, he was also horrified. Although the knight's spear transformed by the blood spirit could touch the spirit hounds, it still could not hurt them. These spirit hounds were like smoke. Even if they were stabbed by the spear infused with the power of the evil god, they only roared and did not show any signs of injury. Charlotte soon found himself trapped by Wood Brandon. As long as he left his mirror world, he would appear in Wood Brandon's mirror world. Wood Brandon would not enter his mirror world, but would drive the spirit hounds to chase him. Charlotte sighed and thought to herself, "This is indeed a supernatural world. It is always the supernatural power that can decide everything." If Charlotte has not yet been promoted to the saint level, she will be facing a dead end at this moment, but now he has at least 7 ways to resist. Charlotte kept jumping, pulling the battlefield away, even out of the scope of Strasbourg. Wood Brandon was also very surprised. As a member of the Vango clan, he knew the flaws of the mirror world, which was that it was too small and too fragile. The mirror world of a mirror cannot be very large, and if the mirror is broken, the mirror world will also be broken at the same time. If the Vango clan is not nearby, the mirror world will be annihilated. If they are nearby, the broken mirror will regenerate countless small mirror worlds. If you want to expand the mirror world in a very large range, you need countless mirrors, but this is impossible. No one can fight with the mirror spirit so frequently, and no one can expand the mirror world infinitely. Many Vango clan members have several or even dozens of mirror worlds, but these mirror worlds are distributed in different cities and are not connected to each other. But Charlotte's mirror world was so exaggerated that he escaped from Strasbourg, but the mirror world continued to stretch. Even Wood Brandon had to temporarily withdraw from the mirror world and switch to other secret methods to pursue. After Charlotte gradually mastered a large amount of manpower and material resources, he would hang a mirror that he had invaded on each caravan's carriage. These carriages traveled in all directions, which was equivalent to his mirror world expanding to all parts of the old continent. In addition, every ship under Menelman, including warships and merchant ships, and every porthole of his own fleet would be occupied. These ships sailed on the sea, which would naturally expand the mirror world. The people in this world are limited by tradition, and they don't have such active thinking as Charlotte, so they can't think of it at all. How can they do this? Charlotte fled all the way from Strasbourg to Behemoth. He could occasionally sense that there would be a gap in Wood Brandon's mirror world, which allowed him to escape for a moment, but he was soon caught again. Charlotte was not stupid, and immediately understood that this was because he had entered a certain city again. He quickly tested that Wood Brandon's mirror world was not continuous, but was divided into countless small worlds. Even in a city, it was not complete. Charlotte was sure that he could find a gap to escape, but he didn't want to escape. Instead, he turned from Behemoth and headed straight for South Seraph. Charlotte believed that as long as he reached the port of Arcadia in South Seraph, the situation would be reversed. He had 2 legendary warships in the port of Arcadia, as well as the mirror demon Ishmaran at the peak of the holy level, and many helpers, enough to kill Wood Brandon. Wood Brandon soon realized Charlotte's plan. He was not afraid of Antonio at all. Anyway, as long as he hid in the mirror world, Antonio would never come in to chase him. But if he reached the port of Arcadia, Charlotte could take back the 2 legendary warships. Even Wood Brandon was very afraid of these 2 legendary warships. He had really stayed on the Holy Light Kingdom for some time, and even thought about secretly seizing this legendary warship, but he soon found that he could not invade every mirror on the Holy Light Kingdom. This was not only because Charlotte had taken the lead and invaded all the mirrors, portholes, and reflective mirrors, but also because this legendary warship itself was extremely evil. He was almost swallowed by Amon twice. Although Charlotte was the owner of the Holy Light Kingdom, he did not have a deep understanding of the 5 divine creatures on the ship. Wood Brandon had been on the ship for a while, and had suffered enough from these 5 monsters, especially Amon. The other 4 were in a state of confusion and were not very active, especially in the non-combat state. They were almost asleep, but Amon was extremely active and often appeared beside him. If Wood Brandon had not had 500 or 600 years of experience, mastered countless secret methods of the Vango clan, and even learned some extraordinary methods of the human race, he would have been found and eaten by Amon several times. Wood Brandon took a deep breath and suddenly stepped out into Charlotte's mirror world. He could not allow Charlotte to ask for help from the 2 legendary warships, so he would rather risk entering Charlotte's mirror world and duel with him. Compared to facing 2 legendary warships of the evil god level, the danger in Charlotte's mirror world is not that great. Charlotte was dealing with dozens of spirit hounds while trying to escape. Suddenly, she sensed that someone had invaded her mirror world. She looked up and saw Wood Brandon. He stopped, smiled and said, "Welcome to visit." Charlotte stretched out her hand and wiped the void. Her first choice was to close the mirror world. After luring Wood Brandon to her territory, how could Charlotte let him escape again? Wood Brandon shook his head and said, "Although you have closed the mirror world, no one can escape without killing you, but I am also a member of the Vango clan. Give me 20 minutes at most, and I can leave." Your ban is useless, Charlotte said calmly. 20 minutes is quite a long time. The two looked at each other, and suddenly they both had dozens of mirror shadows. Charlotte's mirror shadows were all acquaintances he had met, while with Brandon's mirror shadows were mostly ancient figures. Charlotte even saw some shadows wearing clothes that were probably hundreds of years old. The battle between the two sides reached its climax in an instant. Chapter 552. Wood Brandon pointed the small branch in his hand at the ground. Even though he was a top saint, just one step away from reaching the peak, he still felt extremely exhausted. He didn't know how many mirror shadows he had killed just now. At this time, there were only 6 mirror shadows left around him. All of them were the oldest strong ones, and the rest were all killed in the battle. But at this time, Charlotte had disappeared without a trace. He didn't know how he found the flaw of the Spirit Realm Hound, and now these conceptual creatures couldn't find Charlotte's whereabouts. This is the disadvantage of being in the enemy's home court. Charlotte can hide, but Wood Brandon doesn't know where he is hiding, and in Charlotte's mirror world, he can't recover his strength. The energy of the vampires disappears as they consume a little bit. It's not like in the outside world, where they can absorb energy from the void at will to replenish their own consumption. Wood Brandon said lightly, "If you plan to use such a crude strategy to wear me down, I have to say that you miscalculated. I have 10,000 ways to find you and defeat you in a snap of the fingers." Charlotte didn't hear these words at all. The best way to hide is to keep a distance. From the beginning, he had no intention of fighting Wood Brandon to death. After releasing the mirror shadow to entangle Wood Brandon, he returned to Arcadia Port. As for the fact that the Spirit Realm Hound couldn't find him, it was because he was on the Amelia. The two huge legendary warships have entered the mirror world. They are completely different in the mirror world from the outside. The Holy Light Kingdom looks like a group of monsters twisted together. One of them has branches all over its body, a narrow body of a sea snake, half whale and half giant beauty, and a monster with red eyes all over its body. Charlotte couldn't bear it after just one more look, so he was on the Amelia. He didn't dare to board the Holy Light Kingdom now, because this legendary warship was whispering, and countless strange tones resounded through the void, and could even be vaguely heard hundreds of miles away. Wood Brandon hadn't heard it yet, because he was farther away from Charlotte than hundreds of kilometers. The Amelia was much more normal. It was a huge skeleton giant, floating flat in the air. Amelia sat in Charlotte's arms, very happy, and kept asking him, "Dad, are we going to have a picnic with Mom and Brother?" Gareth squatted down. He always felt that if it was a family picnic, his role might not be the brother, but the food. This big boy who was not far from the peak of the saint rank lived in fear every day. He even felt vaguely that he seemed to have grown on the Amelia. Yes, that kind of meaning of growing on it. He could even guess why this happened. He was getting closer and closer to the Amelia, and he couldn't even leave this damn monster ship for dozens of kilometers, but Amelia had obviously become too free. At the beginning, she might not be able to leave at all, but now she can even run to other ships for a stroll. It's just that Amelia is always very careful and never steps into the range of the Holy Light Kingdom. It's not that she refuses to board the Holy Light Kingdom, but she doesn't even want to get within a few hundred meters of the ship. Although Amelia often calls Mom and Dad, and she is indeed the descendant of Amabella, she obviously has no feelings for Amabella, and is full of fear in space, and even a little crazy. She is only vigilant towards her brother Amon, and has no affection. Amelia, on the other hand, really has some feelings for Charlotte and Gareth. At least when she lies on Charlotte, she always deliberately restrains the surging energy in her body to reduce her father's pressure. Gareth is almost at the 24th level. He has eaten a lot of his sister's snacks. For this reason alone, Duke Mosred is not so good to him. Charlotte can occasionally see the spirit hounds passing by under the evil energy of the Amelia, but they ignore the two huge legendary warships and are still alert, looking for targets. Charlotte doesn't know why the Amelia can shield these spirit hounds. He thought no one could stop the spirit hounds from chasing and hunting. Now that he can avoid the pursuit of these monsters, he is a little relieved. Charlotte said calmly, "Let's go to the battlefield." The two legendary warships in the mirror world showed completely different postures and had completely different abilities. They could both take off and travel in the sky, which was an ability they did not have outside. A few hours later, although Wood Brandon had regained his elegant appearance, he did not add any more mirror shadows, because he wanted to preserve precious energy to kill Charlotte. He was very patient, and was using his abilities to crack Charlotte's mirror world. He had even vaguely found Charlotte's rules of action, but at this moment, he suddenly looked into the void and saw two warships, or monsters, that were filled with horror, indescribable, weird, evil, and negative emotions, flying into the sky. Wood Brandon did not hesitate, and instead focused on breaking the mirror world. When Charlotte brought 2 legendary warships to the scene, he finally broke through Charlotte's mirror world and escaped without hesitation. Charlotte immediately rushed out of the mirror world, but the next second, he saw Wood Brandon disappear in a magic mirror, and the magic mirror then disappeared into the air. Charlotte spread her hands and said helplessly, "Sure enough, he is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, and his escape speed is first class." Charlotte turned back to her own mirror world. Just as she was about to transform the Holy Light Kingdom into a golden ring and send the Amelia out, she saw that there was actually another person in the mirror world. Well, or rather, not a person, but a mirror shadow. One of the mirror shadows that Wood Brandon had just driven was left behind. This person had a sad face and an unshaved beard. He probably hadn't groomed himself for a long time and looked very sloppy. Charlotte didn't recognize who this guy was just now, but now he recognized him as Zimmerman Axel Robin. This person who once disturbed the entire continent smiled brightly at Charlotte, which made Charlotte feel unwell. It was not to the point of being terrified, but there was something wrong with him. This Zimmerman was indeed the shadow of the mirror, but it was definitely not an ordinary shadow of the mirror. It was inexplicably alive. Charlotte did not take out any weapons, and even deliberately put away the Holy Light God Kingdom, turning it into a golden ring. She also waved her hand to call Amelia over, hugged her daughter with both hands, and could swing her at any time. Then she smiled brightly and said, "Old friend, long time no see." Chapter 553. Zimmerman. Looking at Charlotte with interest for a while, he said, "I feel a familiar smell on you." "Are we familiar?" Charlotte shrugged and said, "My fiancée is your sister. Do you think we are familiar?" Princess Axel is married to the old Emperor of Brittany, and Zimmerman is really Anne's brother. Even if there is no such relationship, Anne's mother is the eldest daughter of Julius Axel VI, the mother of Zimmerman, and Princess Axel is the second daughter of the old emperor. The two are also siblings, and Zimmerman is a legitimate cousin. Charlotte was not lying, she was honest. Of course, he didn't believe that Zimmerman was familiar with the smell on him because of Anne. This familiarity came from either Middleman or Princess Axel. As for why, he didn't have any close contact with the two women, but Zimmerman could feel it. It must be some kind of extraordinary ability. Zimmerman pondered for a long time and said, "I don't remember having a sister." Charlotte smiled and said, "Anne and Brittany, do you remember her now?" Zimmerman said, "I remember. It seems that she is a younger sister." Charlotte interrupted this. Zimmerman, thinking, and said, "This shows that you are not a good brother. There is no need for me to lie to you about this matter. After all, you are a trouble to me." Charlotte did not know this. Zimmerman, what is this thing? Even if it is the real Zimmerman, his memory is fragmented. This thing is even more fragmented. He is holding Amelia, which greatly increases his confidence in nonsense. Zimmerman smiled and said, "I just felt that you have a familiar smell on you, so I left the old man and stayed here. Since I became conscious, I have been confused. I don't remember who I am, and I can't remember the past. Can you tell me my name and origin?" Charlotte said generously, "No problem. You are Zimmerman Axel Breton, the son of Emperor MacLean Breton of Fars. His mother is Princess Axel. He has an older brother Antonio, a younger sister and a brother-in-law, who is the one who is forcing people to come down." Charlotte Macklin. Zimmerman. After carefully pondering Charlotte's information for a long time, his eyes lit up and he whispered, "I am Zimmerman. I am the son of Emperor MacLean Breton of Fars. I have a brother, a sister, and a brother-in-law." Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief and was about to test what other secrets this guy had. Then she heard Zimmerman. Suddenly his face changed drastically, and he shouted wildly, "Evil God, how dare you pollute my memory!" Charlotte immediately sensed that a force broke the world in the mirror and was transmitted to Zimmerman, and he disappeared without a trace like a mirage. This power was extremely terrifying, swallowing up Zimmerman and turning into a huge wave and a gusty wind in the mirror world. Charlotte threw her daughter over without hesitation. Amelia opened her arms and shouted, "The delicious food is coming." Charlotte couldn't help but add in her stomach, "The little flying stick is coming." Amelia opened her mouth and sucked it in. The overwhelming and thousands of miles of weather was like a huge wind leak, gathering towards Amelia. It was not swallowed by his mouth, but his whole body was like a black hole, swallowing this power endlessly. This force seemed to sense the danger, and suddenly withdrew, leaving Charlotte's mirror world and disappearing without a trace. Charlotte felt a little pity. He didn't know the truth of the matter, but he always felt that he almost touched the truth just now. What is Zimmerman's current state? I feel that he must be in great trouble now, otherwise he would definitely return to Strasbourg and kill those who besieged him that year. If we can do something a little bit to make him never come back, how great it would be. Amelia's whole body swelled up into a cute little ball. Her little face looked like a hamster, her mouth tightly closed, afraid of leaking something out. Charlotte thought it was funny, rushed over to hug her daughter, and said, "What was that just now? You were eating it so happily?" Amelia shook her head desperately. Charlotte knew that she didn't dare to speak, so she didn't force her. Instead, she held her and returned to the Amelia, flying all the way to Arcadia Port. The people of the New World Congress were not kind-hearted. If they noticed that the two legendary warships had disappeared, they would definitely do their best to kill Charlotte's forces. Charlotte rushed out of the infinite mirror world in one breath, and sent the Amelia to the sea. In the mirror world, it was a huge floating skeleton, but in the outside world, it turned into a magnificent giant ship again. Charlotte also threw the Holy Light Kingdom back to the sea. At this time, there seemed to be no movement in Arcadia Port. Romeo sighed and said, "So Charlotte really took these two legendary warships." The disappearance of the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia caused a great uproar in the New World Conference. Some people thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, while others thought it was a trap. After everyone argued for a while, when the two legendary warships reappeared, almost everyone knew that it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ava said bitterly, "I said that the attack just now would definitely destroy Charlotte's fleet. As long as his fleet is gone, the knights on land will not be a threat." Idhala smiled and said, "No one can bear the consequences of misjudgment. Of course, Avesh, you have endured it once, and maybe you will be stronger than us." Avesh was furious, but he did not dare to turn against Idhala, and the Battle of Black Phoenix City was indeed his greatest shame. The originally good situation was reversed in an instant. One of the three giants of the New World Conference died, one surrendered, and he was the only one left. Moreover, almost all the fleets, immigrants and wealth fell into the hands of Charlotte Mecklin. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Red Eagle spoke to ease the situation. "Charlotte took away the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia once, and there will definitely be a second time. We still have a chance." Idhala sneered and said, "How do you know that the second time is not a trap?" Red Eagle was speechless. As a traitor, she really had a chance to know whether it was a trap. Chapter 554. Charlotte did not stay in Arcadia Port and quickly returned to Strasbourg. She told Wood Brandon about the power of the Vengo clan's secrets, and also knew that she had progressed too quickly and had indeed overlooked many things. The first ability of the Vengo clan's secrets was the Mirror Spirit. Charlotte had never expected that the Mirror Spirit would be cultivated to a high level, and could even have a transformation like the Spirit Realm Hound. He almost suffered a great loss at the hands of these conceptualized monsters. Charlotte had to wait until the last day of the one-month deadline, so she did not make any moves. Instead, she studied the first ability of the infinite mirror world in Machupi, the Mirror Spirit. In order to expand the mirror world, he had killed too many mirror spirits, and knew the weaknesses of mirror spirits very well, but he had never thought of improving this ability. With Wood Brandon as an example, Charlotte is now at the 19th level. After just a few days of research, he has gained a lot, and condensed the rune of the second Mirror Spirit. When the second rune of the Mirror Spirit condensed into shape, a small creature appeared in Charlotte's mirror world, or we can say, a group of small creatures. Spirit Realm Cloud Cat. Spirit Realm Cloud Cat is also a conceptual creature. It can exist in countless mirror worlds at the same time, just like a person can appear in countless mirrors at the same time. It cannot fight, but it can replace its owner to observe the entire mirror world, and even serve as a communication tool. If the mirror worlds of two mirrors have been connected, when the two mirrors are held in different hands, they can communicate with each other through the Spirit Realm Cloud Cat, and even, well, it can't even be, this thing can only transmit voice messages, not images, and can't do similar video calls. There is another very interesting thing about the Spirit Realm Cloud Cat. It is naturally the pet of the Mirror Sage. So when this little creature appeared in the mirror world, Charlotte found that there was an extra long-haired pear flower next to her Mirror Sage. 3 young clever cats appeared next to Charlotte. He now misses the 3 clever cats he raised. Because he has been away from home for many years, these 3 clever cats have grown up and become more well-behaved. It's just that Charlotte didn't go back to see them last time she was lurking in Strasbourg. The Spirit Realm Cloud Cat is a conceptual creature, so it has no fixed form. Every Spirit Realm Cloud Cat looks different, but in fact, every Spirit Realm Cloud Cat is the same. Although they look different, their core is the same. Charlotte originally wanted to continue working on the mirror spirit, but the 1-month deadline had already arrived. He notified Antonio and quietly called Ishmael and Gareth, the good boy, over. On the last morning of the 1-month deadline, he brazenly launched a siege battle. Antonio had not made any move for a whole month, which had long made the Axels in the city think that the Breton family did not dare to take action. They had never thought that Charlotte would be so violent, especially with Antonio and Ishmael, two 24th level peak saints, almost unstoppable. Even the eldest son Gareth, only Asturias could resist. He was entangled by Gareth, and watched the Breton family's army rampaging in Strasbourg. The Axels who used to jump high and jump happily actually surrendered in batches. Asturias was filled with grief and anger, and got rid of Gareth and broke through. Antonio, after all, was of the Axel family bloodline. Not only did he not chase after the Axel family warrior, he also stopped Charlotte Mechlin from letting him release Ishmael. Charlotte could only watch the Axel family warrior disappear into the sky, and said helplessly, "Mercy is a good quality of a monarch." What else could Charlotte say? He stopped Antonio from intervening in the matter of judging the Axels. And he said to Antonio righteously, "You are the crown prince, the future emperor, and you should not be tainted by the filth of the Axel family. Abner Sume and I can handle this matter, and even Claire Breton should not interfere." Antonio knew that what Charlotte said was right, so he had no choice but to let it go, and followed Charlotte's instructions, directly led the army back to the front line, and reported to the old emperor of Brittany about the rebellion. Charlotte was still a small figure when he traveled through time. Although he followed the old Earl of Brittany in the rebellion and became a hot political rookie in the new Brittany dynasty, it was the first time for him to take charge of the entire Strasbourg without any constraints. The old emperor was gone, Antonio was gone, the nobles who supported the emperor of Brittany were gone, and the nobles who rebelled. Well, aren't they all prisoners? Charlotte first sentenced several Axels, who were vying to become emperors during the rebellion, to death, and then sent private letters to several old nobles who remained neutral, asking them to go out and plead for mercy. The neutral nobles, who were originally in a panic, suddenly became very excited and came forward to plead for mercy. Charlotte also accepted the advice and exiled these Axels to the Agra Sea, and selected islands for them as fiefdoms. They confiscated their original fiefdoms, but showed extra mercy and allowed them to take away their own wealth and loyal subordinates. As for the nobles who surrendered to Axel, Charlotte used a more conciliatory approach, allowing them to pay money to atone for their sins, and each charge of rebellion was clearly marked with a price. Many nobles lived a life of debauchery, relying on taxes and annuities to maintain their dignity, and had no savings. They could only sell their titles and fiefdoms to buy indulgences. At the beginning, Julius Axel VI's dream was just how to turn the Principality of Behemoth into a direct jurisdiction. To achieve this goal, the old king played countless political tricks, and 2 dukes of Behemoth died, and only then did he barely achieve his goal. In just over 10 days, Charlotte reduced the number of nobles in Fars by 30%, and turned countless noble territories into directly governed regions, taking over the land directly governed by the Fars royal family, which was at least 20 times that of Behemoth. When this news reached His Majesty MacLean Breton, the old emperor showed a deep feeling. This bastard can really do anything for Anne. He even dealt with the noble territories that the empire is most troubled by. How much potential can he force out? The emperor of Brittany suddenly felt a little regretful. Why didn't he work harder in his early years? If he had a few more daughters, and a few more sons-in-law like Charlotte Mechlin, why would the Breton family not prosper, and the Breton dynasty not last forever? As for whether Fars will still be named Breton in the future, the old earl is really not worried. Charlotte's only Fars fiefdom is the South Seraph region, which is not under the jurisdiction of the empire. His dukedom of Mechlin is mainly the old land of the Black Phoenix dynasty. Well, if there are a few more sons-in-law like this, the other 3 empires will probably be gone. Chapter 555. Charlotte's deeds of cleaning up Strasbourg soon spread throughout the old world. His methods of dealing with Axel and others were relatively routine, but his treatment of the nobles, who rebelled against his vassal states, opened the eyes of the monarchs of various countries. Almost everyone was interested in the indulgences invented by Charlotte. Whether it was Ingrima, Byron, or the emperors of the Lionheart dynasty, they all had the strange thought, why is there no rebellion here? Almost every king in the old world envied the emperor of Brittany, who could clean up the noble territories. You know, the taxes of the noble territories are almost all given to the nobles of the fiefdoms, and the emperor can hardly collect taxes. In addition, he has to pay the nobles annuities, and support knights for the nobles. For all the kings of the old world countries, the nobles in the territories are expected to be as few as possible, and it is also best if they are nominal nobles without territories, and cannot be taxed privately. The most rare thing about Charlotte is not that she dealt with a large number of nobles, but that she dealt with so many nobles without causing resentment among the nobles. The Axel clan was almost all grateful to Charlotte. After all, according to the law, they should have been sent to the gallows, and it was Charlotte who exonerated them. The nobles who bought indulgences were even more grateful, because by buying indulgences, they could stay in Fars, and not be exiled to the Argiles Islands. Almost all the nobles, who were not implicated, benefited from this turmoil. Those nobles who spoke for Axel seemed to have gained a lot of reputation. Even those nobles who did nothing also got a lot of benefits in the process of implicating the rebellious nobles to sell their property, land and titles. Being able to handle the rebellion easily, and to strive for the greatest benefit for the empire, and to not offend any party. Compared to these performances, it is not surprising to suppress the rebellion in 1 month. Even suppressing the rebellion in 1 month, in this Axel restoration event, can only give the old emperor worrying about the rebellion, generously marrying princess, and Charlotte bursting out with infinite wisdom in order to win the beauty, background. Love wins, and war becomes insignificant. Charlotte's reputation once broke the old continent. He even asked the 15th Red Dragon Emperor of Ingramar, His Majesty Alfred Guillaume, to send a document, hoping that the other 3 empires would send envoys to negotiate in Mecklenburg. After Charlotte dealt with the rebellion in Strasbourg, she kept in. And de Bretagne was the legitimate princess of the Fars Empire. When her father and brother were away, it was legitimate to personally supervise the country. Charlotte also kept Mother Karen, Claire de Bretagne, and Abner Sume to assist, and in handling government affairs, and she brought Andreas back to Arcadia port. During this period, Charlotte was very concerned about the movements of the New World Congress, worried that they would suddenly attack her fleet. However, the New World Congress was very quiet during this period. Although they knew that Charlotte was making trouble in Strasbourg, they did not start a war. Charlotte returned to Arcadia port and invited Romeos to come to the Holy Light Kingdom for a meeting. Romeos was confident of his military power, and readily agreed. When he arrived on the Holy Light Kingdom, he saw the great Ling demon in various postures. Even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but say, "It is said that the Holy Light Kingdom is heaven on earth. Seeing it today, it is indeed as good as the reputation says." Charlotte thought, "Your family is heaven on earth. Your whole family is heaven on earth. Have you ever seen a heaven on earth with so many evil gods gathered?" But he invited Romeos to come over to discuss something, and he would not fall out over such a small matter. He took Romeos for a tour on the Holy Light Kingdom. Whenever he introduced a certain entertainment project, Romeos could not help but admire it. He was in danger everywhere in the New World. Apart from survival, he had no time for entertainment. How can I have the mood to have fun? This is not a problem for Romeos, but a problem for the entire New World. After a tour on the Holy Light Kingdom, Charlotte took Romeos to a small reception room with floor-to-ceiling windows, where he could step into the mirror world at any time and summon Ishmaran at any time. He was not afraid of Romeos' sudden attack, but he seemed quite sincere and selfless. Romeo saw that Charlotte dared to talk to him alone, and he really admired Charlotte's courage. He took out 2 tobaccos, handed one to Charlotte, and said, "This is a specialty of the New World. Put it in your mouth and chew it, and there will be a faint sweet taste." Charlotte was very surprised. He had never seen tobacco since he came here. There were no cigarettes, pipes, or cigars in the old world. He had always thought that tea and coffee were good enough in this world, and could not be forced. Unexpectedly, he saw tobacco in Romeo's. He did not put the thing in his mouth to chew, but urged the star-fighting spirit to roll the tobacco into a rough stick, flicked out a little spark, lit it, and then took a puff. It was indeed that taste. Romeo's was very curious and rolled some tobacco, lit it with his power, took a puff, and immediately started coughing. However, this experience was indeed unprecedented. Charlotte took a small box from the magic mirror to flick the ash and said, "His Majesty Breton may end the war at any time. I will soon have a powerful helper from Fars, but I suddenly feel that Mr. Romeos is a wise man. We can solve the problem in a peaceful way. War may not be necessary. South Seraph is my territory, there is no doubt about that. Mr. Romeos, can you represent the New World Congress? If you can, I hope we can reach a preliminary plan today." Imitating Charlotte, Romeos took a deep puff of tobacco and slowly exhaled it. It was indeed interesting. He said, "We attacked Mechlin territory, which was indeed wrong. We are willing to apologize for this. But we have more than 1 million immigrants in the New World, and we really need a place to settle down. Mr. Charlotte, what do you think can satisfy both parties?" Charlotte smiled and said, I originally thought that there was no way to compromise, but I recently dealt with the rebellion in Strasbourg and suddenly came up with a plan that everyone might accept. First of all, the South Seraph is my land, and my first fief and farce. I can never give it to anyone. But if the New World Congress wants to stay in South Seraph, I can turn South Seraph into an autonomous territory and let the New World Congress govern it, but they have to regard me as the Lord. However, I cannot lose a directly governed region in vain. Since you have already left the New World, you can exchange the land of the New World for me. After careful consideration, Romeo's actually felt that this condition was acceptable. Neither side actually wanted war, but the immigrants from the New World needed a piece of land, and there was no way they would back down. Charlotte proposed to change South Seraphia into a self-governing territory and allow the New World Congress to govern itself. It only required nominal sovereignty, which was an acceptable solution. Romeo's pondered for a long time and asked, I wonder how the Duke of Mechlin plans to collect taxes. The burden of the autonomous region depends entirely on taxation. The officials sent by the Old World to the New World collected too much tax, which led to the general resistance of the New World to the Old World. Many overseas territories have large-scale anti-tax activities, and some places have even directly overthrown the rule of the Old World. Romeo's is naturally very concerned about the issue of taxation, and he will not give in on this. Charlotte said indifferently, My Duke of Mechlin never collects taxes, and I will not collect taxes on the South Seraph Free Zone, but I also require that the Free Zone shall not collect taxes on any merchants, farmers, craftsmen, cultural personnel, and artists in the Duke of Mechlin. Romeo's was overjoyed at first, but at the same time, he couldn't understand it. Of course, he hoped that Charlotte could not levy taxes, but he couldn't understand how to govern the place without taxes. Charlotte came from Earth, and of course she knew that if there were no taxes, many multinational companies on Earth would not know how much money they would make. He never treated the jurisdiction as a country, city, or region. Because the biggest problem of the government is that it does not produce and cannot generate profits. Of course, if the government can do business, it will be a terrible thing. Charlotte managed every city he occupied by managing the company. Charlotte also cut off most government agencies. He did not need to collect taxes, so he did not need to raise tax collectors. He did not need administration, local security, courts, offices, cultural etiquette and education departments, and even diplomacy. All of these were handled by the Knights of Favonius, resulting in extremely low administrative costs. He had his own caravan, large tracts of land, countless shops, fleets, and a large number of government-paid laborers. Such a huge company has no government taxation. All the gains, even huge profits, are not enough to describe it. Romeo stood up and said, I need to go back and call the Speaker and members of the New World Congress to discuss this matter. Charlotte smiled and said, I can wait patiently. If the New World Congress does not want to continue the war, I suggest you organize a negotiation team. We will imagine peace on the Holy Light Kingdom. I will cover all the meeting expenses. Romeo's thought carefully about everything he saw on the Holy Light Kingdom, and knew that Charlotte was going to use these entertainments to corrupt the immigrants from the New World, but he didn't care. This could also reduce some of the resistance to the negotiations. After Romeo's return to Arcadia Port, he organized a negotiation team of more than 20 people in just 3 days. The two sides held a full 27 rounds of meetings on the Holy Light Kingdom. Charlotte obtained the nominal ownership of most of the 27 regions in the New World. Chapter 556. Charlotte really thought of a huge fortune after dealing with the Strasbourg Rebellion, which was the land of the New World. The person who could organize people to return to the Old World was either the leader of a region or the head of a region, or at least a city lord, and naturally had the legal ownership of a piece of land in the New World. Charlotte clearly marked the prices of dozens of cities in Yugoslavia and asked these New World immigrants to bid with the land of the New World, successfully dividing most of the members of the New World Congress. After all, they had already left the New World, and the land of the New World was worthless. Suddenly being able to use it to exchange for the land of Yugoslavia was simply a no-cost business, and everyone could win big. For Charlotte, this matter has more benefits. Once the New World Congress unites, its strength is as strong as any empire in the Old World, and even he will have a headache. But when he split all the cities, towns and villages in South Seraph into individual targets, the members of the New World Congress will naturally split into small groups to protect their own interests, and no longer be united. Everyone in this world has selfish desires. The New World Congress, which is no longer a team, is just a loose alliance with the Speaker and members who have their own interests. Secondly, he will have the legal ownership of a large area of land in the New World. Charlotte traveled from the modern era. In the modern Earth, the legality of land is very important. International treaties and numerous agreements constitute the world order. There are many bad things that happen when land is occupied by tyrannical people because no one occupies it. The essence of the world order is power, followed by rules. If you can have legal power, there is no need to increase your strength. The third is, yes, that's right, the New World Congress is nominally loyal to the Duke of Mechlin. In addition to exchanging land, this meeting also had a debate over the name of the South Saraf Autonomous Region. In the end, the South Saraf region was renamed the New World Congress Free Territory, and the title of South Saraf was abolished. Charlotte didn't really care. The South Saraf Autonomous Territory was originally a base for rebellion. The South Saraf Restoration Army had caused so much trouble to Fars that they even dared to assassinate the Grand Duke of Behemoth. But after so many years of war and Charlotte's repeated struggles, there are not many South Sarafians left in the South Saraf region. Most of them were transferred to other areas by Charlotte, and now they are occupied by immigrants from the New World. This place is destined not to be the original South Saraf. 27 rounds of negotiations finally converged into a New World Congress Free Territory pledge of allegiance to the Duke of Mechlin. Charlotte was still very cunning. In addition to the general contract of the New World Congress, she also asked each city and town to swear separately, once again dividing the New World Congress. Although Romeos knew Charlotte's plan, and many speakers and members of the New World Congress also knew Charlotte's thoughts, no one objected. They were not a group when they were in the New World, and they were independent. This contract is 1,058 pages long, with all kinds of clauses, from politics to economy, to trade, and even cultural fields. After the contract was completed, there were 5 master copies, which were presented to the Fars Empire royal family, Mecklenburg, the New World Congress headquarters, Arcadia Port Lord Romeos, Sedona Lord, and a speaker Charlotte had never seen. Each speaker of the New World Congress, member of Parliament, City Lord, and Town Lord was eligible to keep a copy. Charlotte avoided talking about Avesh throughout the meeting. For him, there was no need to talk about it. As long as the contract was signed, the New World Congress and Avesh would no longer be one. Although Avesh was quite powerful, he was alone and could no longer stir up trouble. Avesh was also smart. After finding that no one stood with him and everyone refused to fight, he took a few of his men and fled. No one knew where he went. When everyone signed the contract, even the people of the New World couldn't help cheering. They could finally live and work in peace and not have to continue fighting. For the immigrants of the New World, this was a dream come true. Of course, if it weren't for Charlotte's tough counterattack, which made the people of the New World feel their teeth were broken, they would have been in a completely different mood when they pushed Duke Mechlin all the way. After completing the contract, under the supervision of Charlotte and several speakers of the New World Congress, the first thing was the army led by Duke Mechlin to gradually withdraw, and then the New World Congress would disband the army and return it to the lords of each city and town. Charlotte knew that it was impossible to make the New World Congress give up the army, so she played a little trick. She did not allow the New World Congress to have an army, but only reserved the power to mobilize the armies of the lords during the war. The army was returned to the lords. This suggestion received widespread support, and no one wanted to hand over the army and land on their hands. The withdrawal and disbanding of the army were carried out step by step, and in an orderly manner. 2 weeks after completing the contract, Charlotte led the main fleet back to Mecklenburg, but most of his officers stayed in the port of Devilliet. The hot spring mountain in this port city has become a leisure and entertainment venue second only to the Holy Light Kingdom. Charlotte returned to Mecklenburg, and the first thing he did was to clean up the gangs. In this world, in this era, there are only 2 types of people who affect social security, gang members and poor people who have nowhere to go. Charlotte's attitude towards all the areas he manages, starting from the earliest Lukavaro district, is to uproot and wipe out the gangs. Whether here or on Earth, the police force is usually responsible for cleaning up the gangs, and it will be done in accordance with the law, but Charlotte will directly dispatch the knights, which is a formal army, and there is no need for any legal provisions. As long as there is a gang, all members will be forcibly recruited, and there will be no disbandment, so the area he governs has always had good security. The Duchy of Mechlin is a new territory. After Charlotte got this fief, she went on an expedition to the Aegean Sea, and did not sort out the territory. Then, there was a war, so there were already many gangs in the Duchy of Mechlin. However, when the Knights of Favonius mobilized, starting from Mecklenburg, the gangs in the duchy quickly began to disappear. No gang could resist the Knights of Favonius, and the public security of the entire territory improved at a visible speed. As for the poor people who had nowhere to go, you have to know that in this world where the nobles can levy taxes, the vast majority of the poor are created by the nobles. After the signing of the New World Congress Free Territory Pledge of Allegiance to Duke Mechlin, who was hurt the most? It was naturally the South Seraph Restoration Army, and Hughes, the leader of the South Seraph Restoration Army. Chapter 557. Charlotte wanted to go to Strasbourg to see Anne, but the Duke of Mechlin had so many political affairs to deal with that he worked non-stop for a month before he was able to sort out all the big and small things in the territory. He didn't feel it before. After all, the cities he ruled before were either temporarily managed, or in a state of war, or there were no people at all, only a group of maze guards, and there were not so many things to do. After becoming the Duke of Charlotte Mechlin, he didn't stay in the territory for a few days. At that time, everything was in ruins, and the city was shut down because of the war. If Jonas Hadrian were still alive, he would definitely say, "My Black Phoenix has been destroyed. What else can I say?" After cleaning up all the gangs in the Duchy of Mechlin, the public security has improved visibly, and business has become active immediately. The speed at which the Duchy of Mechlin has recovered its vitality is faster than Charlotte expected, and it has even formed a siphon effect on the free territory of the New World Congress. In this world, this era, it is still a relatively ancient feudal society. The functions of the state are completely different from those of modern countries. Taxes are mainly used to maintain the extravagant expenses of the royal family and nobles, and part of them are used to maintain the military force to suppress opposition forces, and the rest are gone. The concept of using taxes for national economy and people's livelihood did not appear in the embryonic era of capitalism, let alone the feudal society of aristocratic feudalism. The largest fiscal expenditure of the Fars Empire is to support knights for the nobles. Well, Charlotte has never canonized any of his subordinates as knights. Moreover, the taxes collected by the nobles can only barely maintain the luxurious life of the lords. On Earth, in Europe, which also has an aristocratic feudal system, many small nobles can't even afford white bread. Far less than a commercial group like Charlotte, which can bring more wealth. The immigrants in the New World can clearly feel that under the rule of Duke Mechlin, life is better, it is easier to make money, and society is safer. Although the leaders of the New World Congress are all from the New World, they still behave like the nobles of the Old World. They also need a luxurious life, and many of them are even the masterminds behind the local gangs. They cannot understand the advantages of fair trade, nor can they understand what business reputation is. What is the business environment to them? It's totally beyond imagination. Just when the situation in the Old World eased a little, and the four empires were about to start, 3 immigrant fleets from the New World avoided the 4 empires and destroyed the Kingdom of Amazon, Godlinsburg, and the Principality of Calabria respectively. There were 33 countries in the Old World. Since the Black Phoenix was divided, there are only 32 countries left. The Duchy of Mechlin is not an independent country. It still belongs to the Fars Empire. But in just a few days, 3 small countries were destroyed, which really shocked the continent. Charlotte didn't think this matter was that important. 3 small countries just changed their rulers. It didn't make any difference to him whether the rulers of the Amazon Kingdom, Godlinsburg, and the Principality of Calabria were old nobles from the Old World or strong men from the New World. But the news brought by Red Eagle made him feel bad. Red Eagle, a traitor, worked hard in the whole incident, but was just a bystander. She didn't get any benefits during the negotiations because her fleet was destroyed by the evil god Tuolatang, and she didn't have any legal land in the New World. A powerful man of the 22nd level didn't get a small city, but only a small village. This was not what she wanted, so Red Eagle sold the village and came to Charlotte directly. Charlotte stared at Red Eagle, still a little bit unconvinced, and asked, "You said they have become evil gods?" Red Eagle said, "Yes. Everyone in the New World can come into contact with the evil gods, but most people will become the evil gods' playthings and eventually become the evil gods' food. Only a very small number of people can withstand the power of the evil gods and resist the evil gods' erosion. However, relying on the power of the evil gods is always an extremely dangerous thing. These 3 strong men in the New World have long been recognized as unable to control the evil gods. They have been backfired and reduced to vessels for the evil gods to descend." Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "What will be the consequences?" Red Eagle replied, "The residents of the Amazon Kingdom, Godlinsburg, and the Principality of Calabria will all die. These 3 countries will become a breeding ground for the evil gods' clones. If not handled properly, the death toll may exceed 1 million. This has happened more than once in the New World, and Charlotte suddenly got a headache. He is not a policeman in the Old World, and does not want to care about this matter. However, if there is really a tragedy in which an entire country dies, it will be difficult to sit back and watch. This kind of thing. It's really frustrating. Charlotte arranged a fleet for Red Eagle and rode 2 ancient magic ghost warships over there, and 2 undead saints rode with the ships. Charlotte had never sent human generals to the ghost ships, but the magic alchemy warships in his hands were either given away or had owners. He would not treat a defector of Red Eagle's level lightly, so he could only use the ancient magic ghost warships to make up the numbers. As for ordinary warships, he had as many as he wanted. Red Eagle had never expected that after trying so hard for a long time, she had not been able to rebuild her fleet. After joining Charlotte, she immediately obtained a fleet that was larger and more powerful than her previous fleet. Charlotte was about to send someone to inquire about the news in the 3 countries and inform the 4 empires, especially the Emperor of Brittany. After all, he was a vassal of the old emperor, and it was not easy for him to cross half the continent and take care of the affairs of several small countries. That night, he saw a small silver snake in his dream. This little snake is very angry. He used his silver tail to draw countless fancy pictures, and pointed at 3 messy things with his tail, clicking countless times with great effort. A young man's voice sounded in Charlotte's dream. The evil gods of the New World are too outrageous. They dared to tamper with the era. They inserted an illusory era between Lady Black Moon and my era. If they succeed, Lady Black Moon will leave early, and my era will never come. This is a flaw in the laws of the gods. Black Moon and I can't make up for it, nor can we personally take action. Lord Charlotte Mechlin, you must stop them. You know what? I'm not happy anymore. Charlotte woke up from the dream, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled the things in the dream, and there seemed to be a vagueness. He was not sure whether this was a dream, or the oracle of the Serpent of Fate. Charlotte prayed silently for a whole morning, but the Serpent of Fate did not respond. Chapter 558. When Charlotte just crossed over, he knew that the 9 gods who ruled this world had concluded a sacred covenant in the indescribable ancient times, the Law of the Gods, which stipulated that the 9 gods would take turns ruling the world in units of 100 years, called an era. When he just crossed over, it was the 35th year that Lady Black Moon ruled the world, and now it is the 38th year of Black Moon. If everything goes well for Charlotte's life, she can probably live to the day when the Serpent of Destiny rules the era, which is not too far away. There are still more than 60 years. If Charlotte had not chosen to enter the god rank, he could probably enjoy his old age comfortably. After all, there is nothing happier than a person favored by God living in an era ruled by the God he believes in. After Charlotte woke up, he asked his men to find a copy of the Law of the Gods from the library. He had never seen this document before. The Law of the Gods is a set of rules agreed upon by the gods, or a law that only prevails among the gods. There is no original copy of the Law of the Gods in the world. All the versions of the Law of the Gods circulating on the market are summarized by humans. No one knows whether the gods described in the book are true. Charlotte was dizzy, and couldn't find any flaws in the Law of the Gods, let alone how to tamper with the era. Charlotte thought that the version of the Law of the Gods she found might be incomplete, so she ordered several more versions to be found, but still couldn't find any clues. He summoned all his men and held several meetings, but still couldn't get to the point. Suddenly, he missed his teacher Juno. Juno is unmatched in studying the god level. Charlotte has also received some news these days. The 3 countries conquered by the New World have cut off contact with the outside world. No news has been heard so far. Several groups of hired adventurers have sneaked into the 3 countries and never returned. Even the New World Congress Free Zone sent him dozens of documents to explain the importance of this matter. Romeo's even took the initiative to express his willingness to lead a group of people to assist Charlotte in handling this matter. Although the New World Congress Free Zone nominally pledged allegiance to the Duke of Mechlin's family, both sides knew what was going on. Charlotte never thought that she could command this group of unruly New World people, and the New World people did not regard Charlotte as a monarch to serve. Therefore, this kind of initiative to express willingness to help is particularly precious. Charlotte knew, and the 7 speakers of the New World Congress also knew, that this loophole could not be opened, but now it had to be opened. Otherwise, if the evil god was allowed to breed clones, who knows how many storms would be set off, how many people would die, and in the end everyone would be affected, and the evil god could be part of you and us. Charlotte valued the information of Red Eagle alone, but he didn't value it to a great extent. After all, he had fought with the evil god before. He even killed the evil god, although not entirely relying on his own strength, but because of such a record, killing Agmaras, Charlotte was not afraid of the evil god, and even had a little psychological advantage. When the documents from the New World Congress came one after another, and the Fate Snake reminded her, Charlotte finally raised the importance of this matter to the highest level, and sent a document, asking the New World Congress to send someone to Mecklenburg to discuss the matter. A few days after Charlotte sent the document, Romeo's led a team of nearly 100 people, and rushed to Mecklenburg on a magic alchemy warship. It was much more convenient to come from the sea than by land, and they had to solve the problems of 3 small countries: the Kingdom of Amazon, Godlandsburg, and the Principality of Calabria. They are all countries near the sea, so they were attacked by the fleet from the New World at the first time. Some of these New World people left the Old World when they were young, and some were born in the New World, and have never seen the prosperity of the Old World. Well, those who were lucky enough to see the prosperity of the Old World, and attack Black Phoenix City, all the way have been captured by Charlotte. When Romeos, Idhila, Abilia, and others saw Red Eagle, they were even more moved. They didn't know that Red Eagle had already become a traitor. They thought she was dissatisfied with her status in the New World Free Zone, and angrily surrendered to Charlotte. Now she actually has a fleet, and is doing quite well. But they were not envious. They were different from Red Eagle. Red Eagle's fleet was destroyed by the evil god Tulatang, leaving her alone. Moreover, when peace came and the contract was signed, she was neither the speaker nor had any subordinates. She was only assigned a small village. It was natural for her to join Charlotte. However, they all had cities, armies, and huge wealth brought from the New World. They would not join Charlotte at all. The actual kind of joining was not the nominal one now. Charlotte received the group of New World people in the largest temple of the Serpent of Fate. In the countries of the Old World, residences and mansions are generally not separated. For example, the mansion of the Minister of Foreign Affairs is the residence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also their office. However, as a modern person, Charlotte cannot accept this. He does not like to be disturbed in his private life, so he chose to work in the Temple of the Serpent of Fate. As a modern person, he knows the power of religion. Although the Old World has the belief in gods, there is no such thing as a church. Since there is no church in this world, Charlotte does not intend to let the church be born. Almost everyone in the old continent knows that the power group with the most saints is never the royal family of any empire, but the priests of the 9 righteous gods. Most of these priests, who do not care about worldly affairs and practice hard, will be favored by the righteous gods, and have a spiritual increase in their practice. Once they have a closely related church and a power structure, they will be the biggest challenger to secular power. On earth, the power of the church once surpassed the imperial power. Even the coronation of the emperor must be carried out by the pope, otherwise it would be against the rules. Charlotte does not want this to happen in the old continent. Therefore, he built the temple in the university and set up his office in the temple, completing the prototype of the Trinity of Power, academic cliques, and divine cliques, and strived to form this matter into tradition, culture, and system during his lifetime. He would use various means to declare that it would not be orthodox if he did not do so, and there would be legal provisions. As for other small means, there is no need to talk about them. Charlotte always uses whatever she has, regardless of whether it is fair or not, but only whether it is useful or not. Sitting in the large office of the Temple of the Serpent of Fate, Charlotte thought of something. Juno once left him a notebook. Because Charlotte had not yet been promoted to the saint level, he did not read it carefully, but just flipped through a few pages. However, none of this was important. What was important was why he remembered it just now. When he looked up the laws of the gods, he should have remembered that the teacher had left him an important document. As soon as he thought of this, Charlotte's forehead was covered with sweat. Chapter 559. Charlotte believed that if he had not been sitting in the Temple of the Serpent of Fate, he would definitely not have remembered this matter. This was a bit scary. He remembered that he had used novels to tamper with the concept of the God of Joy, and made him the pet of the Serpent of Fate. He seemed to have touched something vaguely, but then there seemed to be a force that made his inspiration disappear. If it were somewhere else, Charlotte would only think that this was a normal situation. After all, many people have had inspiration. Inspiration bursts out, but it disappears before it is grasped. Although it feels a pity, there is nothing he can do about it. But now, sitting in the Temple of the Fate Snake, he truly felt this abnormality. Charlotte tried to pray to the Fate Snake again. You who travel the long river of time, know all mysteries, master extraordinary rituals, and rule the court of fate. Please give me guidance so that I can eliminate the evil god's troubles on you and erase all the evil god's influence on this continent. This time, the young man's voice rang out happily, shouting, You are worthy of being Lord Mechlin. I was able to find a way to break the evil god's interference so quickly. Thanks to you for building my temple, I have a stable coordinate in this world. I will set up a shelter in this temple, and lend 10 dawns of destiny to everyone who participates in this war against the evil god. Every time you are invaded by the evil god or seriously injured, you will be teleported here to clear the evil god's power and slowly recover from your injuries. I am fighting in another dimension and cannot interfere with this world to a greater extent. Please gather everyone here as soon as possible, and I will grant you the dawn of destiny. Charlotte woke up from her prayer and immediately ordered her holy orders and old team members to come to the great temple. At the same time, she immediately set off and rushed to Strasbourg and other places through the spiritual channel. Half an hour later, Charlotte was in the conference hall, gathering more than 100 people. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, but he couldn't stop it. He was extremely nervous. He was not nervous about plucking the hair of the snake of destiny. This little snake did not have hair in the sense of physics and laws, but only scales. What he was nervous about was, although he knew that this matter was extremely dangerous, he still used the maze passage to bring in Antonio, Claire Brittany, Abner Sume, Sister Karen, Menel Mansa, Bastini, Domitian, Sophia Galinold, Princess May, Aurora, Adosa, as well as Anastasia, Dorothy, Sylvie, and Vinnie Arson. All here. The dawn of destiny can allow people to be directly teleported to the great temple when they are eroded by the evil god and seriously injured, and recover from the damage. It's like having an extra life. 10 times of the dawn of destiny is equivalent to having 10 extra lives. How could Charlotte not bring the most important people to participate in this matter? Of course, he would never let and participate in the crusade against the evil god. Of course. The sweat on his forehead really couldn't be stopped. All the plates in Charlotte Mecklen's house were protesting the cruelty and injustice of fate. After everyone was present, Charlotte closed her eyes and prayed silently. This time, the Serpent of Destiny did not speak, but only sent down a divine light. This divine light enveloped the entire temple, and the Supreme God's favor descended. Everyone in the conference room had 10 silver scales on their arms, and each scale was shining, exuding the unpredictability of fate. Romeo's looked at the scales on his wrist, and suddenly felt that the New World Congress had not lost unfairly. The New World was full of evil gods, and everyone would rely on the power of evil gods. But how could evil gods compare to righteous gods? Not to mention the difference in power. Just the fact that righteous gods have the same wisdom as humans is already incomparable to evil gods. When did the evil gods of the New World give believers such protection? Romeo suddenly decided to build a great temple of the Serpent of Fate when he returned to Arcadia Port, preferably to attract the attention of this righteous god. Charlotte didn't dare to open his eyes. He just felt the sweat on his forehead, which he couldn't stop. He was either suffering from kidney deficiency or sweating. Charlotte did think about how he would end up after such a big move. But he couldn't refuse the temptation of 10 dawns of destiny, which was equivalent to 10 lives. After all, they were all best friends, so how could he not leave one for everyone? Swimming in the long river of time. Lord, I am willing to pay for 1 joy of destiny. Please let me get rid of the embarrassment. The young man's voice rang out. Lord Charlotte Mecklen, 1 dawn of destiny is equal to 1 joy of destiny. You already owe another 1,300 joys of destiny. Charlotte was shocked and silently shouted, Isn't this for you? Besides, why did I sign the bill for the dawn of destiny they got? Is it because I ate for free in my previous life and didn't like to pay the bill that I have to transfer it to this world? The young man's voice rang out briskly. I know who is in the conference room. Charlotte was silent. Lord Charlotte Mecklen, work hard. I will reduce your debt as appropriate. Charlotte remained silent. The young man's voice was ethereal and said, Our war is getting more and more intense. We really can't spare any strength. The world will be handed over to you for the time being. Charlotte silently replied, Please rest assured. He didn't know what the righteous gods were doing, but the righteous gods of the old world hardly interfered with the world, which was very strange, and the evil gods of the new world were too active, which was also strange. Humans have never known what gods look like. Even if they are at the peak of the saint rank, only half a step away from the god rank, they still know nothing about that world. Charlotte feels that if he participates in this war, he will definitely learn more about the secrets of the gods. In the future, when he reaches the peak of the saint rank, he may have the courage to go further. Who can say for sure? After a long time, Charlotte felt that the surroundings were very quiet, and she quietly opened her eyes a crack, and then she saw Anne and Sophia Galinold. Well, Menelman is not far away. Guillaume's breath was faint, but Charlotte was very familiar with that faint fragrance. He just wanted to close his eyes again, and heard Amelia's voice. Dad, why are you still closing your eyes? For the first time, Charlotte deeply felt that this little thing might really be his own child. Otherwise, How could he be so skilled in cheating his father? He took the opportunity to open his eyes, coughed, and smiled slightly. The conference hall was silent, and the atmosphere became more and more awkward. This is really a world-famous painting. It was created 8 years later by a wandering painter based on rumors. His name is Charlotte Mecklin. Chapter 560. Among all the people present, the calmest and most innocent person is Miss Sylvie Martin, Charlotte Mecklin's ex-fiancée. She is now a detective assistant, following a teacher, and has been in charge of several cases. Of course, she is still far from being famous, and can only be regarded as accumulating experience in the industry. As the only woman who knows all of Charlotte's secrets among all the people present, she is very calm. Sylvie whispered to Vinnie Arzino, "It seems that we should leave early." Miss Cat Detective nodded slightly. She was very optimistic about Charlotte back then, but she didn't expect that she was still wrong. Charlotte Mecklin is not worth looking forward to. It's worth investing all your money in. Vinnie Arzino glanced at the girl named Enda Brittany. She vaguely remembered that Sylvie was worried several times that this pure and kind lady would be deceived by Charlotte. She complained to herself a few times, but because of the relationship between relatives, she didn't have the heart to expose Charlotte's true face. It was obvious that Miss N had invested all her wealth in a gamble, and won all the chips, becoming the big winner in the end. Even compared to the bet on Charlotte, this lady's reincarnation skills, which were the best in the old world, were nothing. And de Bretagne, her name would be written in history, and she would be remembered more than her father, who was once an emperor, and her brother, who would become the emperor of Fars in the future. Her deeds would become the culture of Fars, the old world, and even the whole world, and would be passed down forever. Her beauty was not as good as Menelman, the first rose of the empire, nor as good as Sophia Galinold, the Strasbourg rose. Even Winnie Arzino felt that she might not lose to them in terms of pure appearance. But everyone knew that when Miss N stepped into the arena, she was the center of the world and could suppress everyone's glory. Beauty was insignificant. Luck was the only thing that was shining. Winnie Arzino nodded and said goodbye to Charlotte with Sylvie. Charlotte smiled and sent the two ladies away gracefully. In front of everyone, he didn't even glance at Sylvie, but Sylvie knew that Charlotte was reminding herself that I have given you such a big benefit, so don't reveal my secrets. After Sylvie and Winnie left the conference room, she shrugged and said, "Every time I see my cousin, I feel like he is a stranger." Winnie whispered, "Yes. He is simply not a human being. How can ordinary people do those things?" Miss Sylvie was full of confidence. Although Charlotte was too successful, she never regretted breaking off the engagement. Charlotte was not like this back then. Charlotte now is not the Charlotte of the past. She even had a feeling that if she didn't break off the engagement, the person who would marry her would only be that jerk, definitely not this Charlotte. Things that don't belong to me will never belong to me. If life has a script, the author who wrote it didn't intend for me to play the leading role from the beginning. I am Sylvie Martin, a successful detective in the future, with my own life to live. Just as Dorothy was about to say goodbye and leave, Belisa nervously followed her and whispered, "I feel so nervous. Why do I feel so oppressive? Is it because the gods have descended? It feels so solemn." Dorothy raised her eyebrows, and was about to speak when she heard a cold voice saying, "Cousin Dorothy, we have probably never met before. It's rare to meet in a foreign country. Why don't we go to Mecklenburg together?" Dorothy knew that Miss Aurora's surname was Sume, and she was a branch of the Sume family in Engleima. Before Menelman rose to power, this branch of the Sume family in Engleima was much more prosperous than the one in Fars. She smiled and said, "Okay, Cousin Aurora." Anastasia then said, "If you want to go shopping, count me in." The four ladies said goodbye to Charlotte together, and left the conference room. But the atmosphere in the conference room did not ease at all. Dubin and Huang Xiong, two old subordinates, quietly withdrew, and did not dare to say goodbye to Charlotte. They had a tacit understanding that saying goodbye was a courtesy exclusive to girls. These two rough old men did not cause trouble for their superiors, so they were good subordinates. With the two most senior officers leading the way, Vigo also quietly withdrew. Andreas raised his eyebrows, but still wisely chose to leave. Then, Charlotte's holy subordinates slipped away quietly like carps one after another. Romeos was embarrassed. He wanted to express his gratitude, but he was at least a peak saint, with a high spirituality, enough to read the secrets written in the air. After hesitating for a long time, he winked at the people of the New World Conference, and led them out in a line. After leaving the conference room, Idhala couldn't help but say, "We took the initiative to ask for help and fight against the evil god, and then left quietly like his subordinates. If this continues, The New World Conference will sooner or later become the shape of the Mechlin family. Red Eagle said something extra. Actually, Charlotte is very good to her subordinates. The people of the New World Congress turned to look at her, making the pirate lady a little embarrassed. She had already surrendered to Charlotte, but she didn't react just now, and didn't go out with Charlotte's subordinates. She could only leave with the people of the New World Congress. But she was the only one of Charlotte's subordinates here, so it was obviously a bit sensitive to say this. Romeo sighed and said, "We still have a chance. 3 countries occupied by the evil god. We all know that the people of those countries are beyond help. Once the evil gods are driven away, those lands will be empty. We only need to occupy them to establish a country that belongs to us New World people. We are willing to assist Charlotte Mechlin. Isn't it for the land of these 3 countries? His Principality of Mechlin does not border these 3 countries, and there is no possibility of annexing these 3 countries. This is our last chance." All the people in the New World Congress agreed with this. This is also the result of their several discussions. Help Charlotte, and seek the land of 3 countries at the same time. Red Eagle couldn't help but interrupt and said, "We are also short of population, and I'm afraid we can't call for people to migrate." Then she realized that she had said the wrong thing, and changed her words and said, "The population loss in the free zone of the New World Conference is very serious, and there are not enough immigrants to the new country, unless more people come from the New World." This sentence silenced Romeos, Edhila and others. At this moment, Charlotte didn't feel that the atmosphere was relieved at all. He secretly prayed several times, but the Serpent of Destiny refused to provide a loan for this matter. He really had to face this big scene comparable to the gathering of evil gods. Chapter 561. Adosa saw that everyone from Charlotte's faction had left the conference room, and she wanted to leave too. Her mother didn't come this time, and Duchess Meza had been reincarnated as a vampire, so it was not appropriate for her to come to the home of the Fate Snake. Although Duchess Meza had repeatedly encouraged her daughter, and Adosa herself was quite interested in Charlotte, at this moment, she had almost seen the blood flowing like a river, and didn't want to be involved in this fight. Moreover, the first few girls who left were of extraordinary status and appearance, so they retreat when they know it's difficult, but Adosa glanced at Middleman and suddenly didn't want to retreat. Middleman, the first rose of the Empire, has always been Adosa's shadow. They graduated from the same university, and are both outstanding women, but because they have been on the sea for many years, Adosa is considered by almost everyone to be not worthy of being compared with Middleman. Adosa's little bit of dissatisfaction suddenly came up. There must be a time when she can play with Middleman and compete with him. Besides, although Adosa thought that she would not win, Middleman would not either. This was very gratifying. In a head-on confrontation that was destined not to be lost, Adosa decided to fight to the end. Claire poked Antonio, and the 2 men, both with the surname Brittany, looked at each other and nodded slightly. They decided to stay and fight and really had not read Charlotte's investigation report, but Antonio had read it, and Claire also had a little understanding of it. Both of them knew Charlotte very well. Charlotte was favored by the Serpent of Fate, so it was not surprising that she called them over. After all, they were really close, but what was the point of calling Middleman, Sophia Galinold, Princess May, and a bunch of beauties over? They had to support in. Antonio and Claire decided to stay, and Abner Sume and Aunt Karen also moved closer. They were really in the same group. Sabastini and Domitian saw the actions of these 4 people, and they stood behind Middleman without hesitation, with a firm attitude. Sabastini kept muttering in her heart, "Why do I look like a dowry girl from a certain country in the East?" According to Charlotte's novel, the ancient Oriental country described, if I am considered a trained girl, Domitian is a large animal in the dowry. The old leopard man really didn't know that his colleague Shabastini thought of him so badly, otherwise he would definitely protest. He is at least an assassin master, a killer king, and his cultivation has improved recently. Princess May always looks indifferent, and there is no movement at this moment. She stands there, as if she is wandering in the sky. Sophia Galinaud is the most isolated and helpless. She is not yet a saint. Although she has been tempered recently and fought on the sea, her cultivation has broken through very quickly, and has entered the high level. She is still the weakest one in the conference room. However, this Strasbourg Rose has never been a weakling. Last time, she endured it, but this time, she doesn't want to endure it anymore. Sophia Galinold regretted leaving Mecklenburg last time. This time she walked out slowly, her eyes like bright stars, her figure swaying, like a Valkyrie challenging the evil from outer space. Sophia Galinold walked up to and handed over a pair of white gloves, and said softly, "Annie, let's duel." This sentence startled everyone present. Antonio was about to step forward when he heard and say, can I let my fiancé, Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, take my place? Antonio hesitated for a moment, and retracted his foot. Well, with Charlotte, he is no longer needed. The old emperor has promised to marry, and is Charlotte's legitimate fiancé. Princess, and of Brittany is not afraid even if there are several evil gods standing in front of her. Charlotte was very embarrassed. Just when she was about to bite the bullet, and come out to explain that she had no second thoughts, she heard Sophia Galinold say calmly, "It doesn't matter who we duel with. Let's see who can give birth to a child with the last name of Mecklin first." Anne's pretty face immediately turned red. She said through her teeth, "Sophia Galinold, you are going too far." Sophia Galinold raised her chin slightly, and said proudly, "Do you still want Charlotte to duel now?" And didn't want to. Although Charlotte was sure to win, she couldn't stand it. After Charlotte went to sea, she had 3 children with the surname Mecklin when she came back. Well, Gareth doesn't matter, everyone knows his original surname is Mosred. Amon, it's a bit confusing, what on earth is this, Emilia, Thunderbolt? Although Anne knew that she was definitely not Charlotte's biological child, she still couldn't stand it at all. None of this mattered. If Charlotte and Sophia Galinold competed to see who could give birth to a child with the surname Mecklin first, and she actually won, where would her fiancé's face be? And now regretted not kicking Sophia Galinold's pretty, but on the top of the Mecklenburg city wall. This little bitch actually dared to challenge her head-on, and originally wanted to be a good sister with her. Now there is no sisterhood. Charlotte swallowed her saliva, glanced at Antonio, and hurriedly explained, "I did not break my promise. I will not." Antonio suddenly had an idea. There would be no illegitimate children before marriage, but what if Sophia Galinold had a child before her sister after marriage? He immediately felt that this idea was not appropriate, and did not dare to say it out loud. Antonio also knew that if he said it out loud, it would definitely add fuel to the fire for his sister, and it would definitely be furious. Charlotte Mecklin was just trying to think of a way to persuade Sophia Galinold to withdraw. He didn't want to have such a duel. His relationship with Anne was very stable, and Mr. Mecklin didn't want to create complications. Little Mr. Mecklin didn't want to either, but just when he wanted to go out, he felt as if he couldn't move. The magnificent river of fate appeared in front of him, and he also saw countless strange creatures, who were attacking the river of fate one after another. His spirituality was almost unlimited, even to the point of surpassing mortals. Emilia didn't know when she squatted in the corner of the conference room, and a small silver snake tail that no one could see kept knocking on her little head. Every time he was hit by the silver snake's tail, he would mutter, "Find joy in suffering, find joy in suffering, find joy in suffering. We can't let Lord Mecklin interrupt such a good show. In exchange, I will send him to another dimension to watch the show. Isn't that fair? I am simply the god of justice." Chapter 562. Everyone looked at Charlotte, but at this moment, Charlotte was trying his best to maintain his spirit that was about to explode. His soul was not in his body at all. He looked like a classic scumbag. At this critical moment, he looked up at the sky and wandered in the dark. Annie took a deep breath and encouraged herself secretly. "Annie, you also know how much Mr. Mecklin has done for you. You also know that he was not such a person before, but he changed a lot for you. He must be struggling, but you can't blame him. Now is your time to fight." And looked around at all the competitors in the room and said, "Love is always consensual. I believe in Mr. Mecklin and myself, and I have an extremely firm belief in fate, so who else? I give you a chance to participate in the duel. No time to wait." And Brittany showed her queen-like dominance for the first time, challenging Sophia Galinold, Melman Sume, McGuillem, and Adosa Mezu, and declared war. And didn't believe that everyone would be like Sophia Galinold, a little bitch, who would challenge such a shameless duel in public. She decided to take a risky move and force the other competitors to retreat first, leaving Sophia Galinold alone. As soon as Anne finished speaking, Princess Guillaume said faintly, "Count me in." After she finished speaking, she walked to Charlotte, lifted the heavy black veil, revealing her delicate chin and rosy lips, and kissed Charlotte Mecklin's lips gently, then pulled down the veil, left the shocked people behind, and walked away. Seeing that Middleman's eyes were blurry, and he seemed to be lost in thought, Adosa thought to herself, "I have to light a fire." She raised her hands and said, "Senior Minnel, and I will join the battle." Before she finished speaking, Sophia Galinold walked to Charlotte, tiptoed, and raised her body slightly, but she didn't kiss her gently like Princess May, but gently stuck out her tongue. Charlotte was lost in thought, and didn't notice anything. Anne's forehead was throbbing with veins, and she drew out the sword from her waist with a swish. Sophia Galinold wiped her mouth and said calmly, Although I am not a saint yet, Annie thinks you are too weak, so let's fight in my way. Sophia Galinold also left. Adosa was stunned. She didn't expect the scene to be so exciting. She was about to announce her withdrawal when she saw Middleman walk to Charlotte, kiss her lightly, and leave without saying anything. Sabathines and Domitian, with strange expressions on their faces, hurriedly followed Middleman. Yaduosa laughed and fled. She wanted to light a fire, but she realized that this place was a warehouse of explosives, and her little flame was useless. Facing the endless evil gods, any ordinary person would be blown up. Charlotte tried his best to maintain the stability of his spirit, but there were too many evil gods. His efforts were useless. His spirit was already boiling. At the moment when his spirit was about to explode, he returned to reality. He took a deep breath and felt his extraordinary level soaring at a strange speed, and soon broke through to the 20th level. After being promoted to the 20th level, the surging energy was all directed to the mirror spirit for Charlotte. The third rune of the mirror spirit condensed, and Charlotte's mirror world had a second conceptual creature, the spirit realm fear snake. When a person looks in the mirror late at night, he will feel fear. The spirit realm fear snake has no specific form. It is a collection of all human fears and fantasies. As long as there is a weakness in the heart, the fear snake will take advantage of it, and use fear to ambush people. Wood Brandon did not use the spiritual realm snake to deal with Charlotte, probably because he thought that Charlotte would not be afraid of this thing, but when Charlotte mastered the skill, he felt deeply afraid. If Wood Brandon used the spiritual realm snake on him, he was afraid that he would have sequelae for a long time. Charlotte was actually not that brave. After the third mirror spirit rune was formed, the energy of the promotion to the 20th level was still strong, and soon condensed into the fourth mirror spirit rune, the spiritual realm desire snake. The opposite of the spirit realm fear snake, the spirit realm desire snake is the collection of all human desires. It can make any creature invited fall into an illusion, and be unable to extricate themselves. In short, it is the Unreal Enhanced Supreme Plus Pro MX Ultra version of the Holy Light God Kingdom. After the fourth mirror demon rune was condensed, the remaining energy could no longer condense the fifth mirror demon rune. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, and injected it into the blood flame gas, condensing 2 more blood flame gas runes. Blood Flame Chi X3, greatly expanding the range and number of Blood Flame Chi. This ability is the same as the light speed technique, it only increases strength, and will not give birth to new abilities, like the mirror spirit. Charlotte calmed down, and when he opened his eyes, only, and was left in the conference room. And Brittany was holding her arms around his neck, kissing him deeply. Charlotte raised her hands and hugged Anne's slender waist, and hugged her tightly, and at the same time secretly glanced at the conference room. Except for him and there was no one else, and everyone had left. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the Serpent of Fate had already taken care of everything for him, and secretly said, "Thank you, Serpent of Fate, you are the greatest god, thank you for your careful care." Charlotte and Anne were apart for a long time, and although there were many warm moments, this kind of warm day that seemed to be within reach was becoming more and more rare. He enjoyed this moment with peace of mind. Warmth, I just hope this time can last forever. Charlotte's sneak peek just now missed a blind spot because of Anne's embrace. Emilia was squatting in the blind spot of his sight, silently enduring the rhythmic beating of the silver snake's tail on her little head, muttering, "Find joy in suffering, find joy in suffering, find joy in suffering." Sir Mecklenburg is really a person who is good at pleasing the gods. This is the first time I have seen such a grand scene. A little spiritual improvement is a reward. Sir Mecklenburg does not need to think about debt forgiveness. Your debt will only roll indefinitely and increase. Well, this is a prophecy given to you by the righteous God who controls fate. Charlotte and Anne separated after a long time. He felt that the hot kiss just now had a little bit of fantasy, a little bit of luxury, a little bit of perseverance and courage, and a little bit of girlish youth, as well as a fiery recklessness, which was a little different from usual. Well, the taste is complex. Chapter 563. Charlotte felt a little guilty and asked, "Has everyone left?" And smiled and said yes. And didn't mean to elaborate on what happened just now, so Charlotte wisely decided not to ask. Although he was extremely curious about the duel between Anne and Sophia Galinold, he decided to ask someone else, which would be safer. Although Charlotte let go of Anne's slender waist, she still held Anne's little hand, and her heart was filled with endless emotion. As we all know, math teacher is not a profession that can make a lot of money. In the marriage market, if you don't get a girlfriend in college, you will have to go on blind dates. Charlotte is even sadder. He didn't find a girlfriend in college in his previous life, and his blind dates were unbearable. He never thought that he could date a noble lady like Anne after traveling to this world. If he were on Earth, Charlotte would never believe that he would have a girlfriend with a background like Anne. Even if he ignores his family background and only considers appearance, education, personality, upbringing, and personal ability, it would be difficult for him to chase a girl who is as good as a campus goddess. The most important thing is that when he met, and he was just a first-level clerk. Oh, just got promoted. Charlotte suddenly said, I haven't accompanied you to Mecklenburg. In a few days, I will go on a long trip again. How about I accompany you to visit the city today? And smiled, made an imperial salute, and said, Then I leave it to Lord Mechlin. Charlotte gave an order, arranged a few carriages, and accompanied and to leave the great temple. This largest temple of the Serpent of Fate in the city was built inside Mechlin University. The construction of the new Mechlin University is nearing completion, but the first enrollment has not yet begun. The current professors and students are from Black Phoenix University, Royal Wilma University, and Westminster Thunder and Storm University. Professors are easy to deal with. As long as the salary is enough, they don't mind changing to another university. But students are a little more difficult. Charlotte specifically promised that these students who sneaked into Mechlin University can get 2 certificates after graduation. Not only can they get a diploma from Mechlin University, but also a diploma from their original school. Moreover, they will be selected from Mechlin University first. Charlotte also gave the same policy to the newly built University of Brittany. In a few months, this university will recruit the first batch of students together with the University of Brittany. At this time, the flow of people in the university was quite sparse. Mecklenburg University was built to accommodate only 35,000 people. At the beginning of its construction, it was guided by the goal of establishing the first university in the old continent. Now there are only 700 to 800 students, which is quite desolate. Charlotte took a look at the environment in the campus and decided to transfer a group of great demons back and introduce a counselor system that had never existed in the old continent, so that the great demons would serve as campus service personnel. The carriage team left Mecklenburg University and immediately became lively. Mecklenburg was originally the capital of the Black Phoenix dynasty, and its prosperity was not inferior to Breton and Strasbourg. After Charlotte's various means to stimulate the economy, although the impact of the war has not been erased, the vitality of the market has far surpassed the previous dynasty. After all, Charlotte adopted various means to stimulate the economy and exempted all taxes. Moreover, he was a modern man who knew the harm of monopoly, so he mainly monopolized land and transportation, but tried not to interfere in other industries. According to modern terms, this is called active private capital, and always thought that the nobles she had known since childhood were the ones who really knew how to govern the country. Every word they said was profound, and every action was meaningful. She could not figure it out. She was also glad that she was a girl, and would not go into officialdom. Even if she could not understand such complicated things, it was no big deal. But when she was with Charlotte, she found that Charlotte was different from the great noble she knew. Every idea of Charlotte had its origins and reasons, and these reasons could be verified and understood. Every practice could prove its correctness. It was not complicated at all. Even many ordinary people could understand and implement it. Only when every common people became rich, the nobles would become rich. If the common people were poor, even if they tried their best to collect taxes, they would only be poor nobles who ate cornmeal. Such words sounded nonsense, but they were irrefutable, unless they ignored the facts. In order to rebuild Black Phoenix City and make it into the shape of Mechlin, Charlotte really worked hard to understand the culture and history of this city. Along the way, he kept explaining to and what attractions there are, what reputation there is, what illusions there are in that alley, and which historical celebrities lived in a certain old house. And listened with great interest, and then she found that Charlotte rebuilt the city without destroying the original cultural landscape. He paid great attention to building markets, so that every residential area can be surrounded by markets, everyone can easily set up a stall to sell their own labor products, and every resident can easily buy daily necessities. There are always shops of the Knights of Favonius in the market. They mainly sell low-profit civilian goods. They also stockpile some grain, but they don't make it their main business. They sell the cheapest flour and brown rice, as well as long-lasting food. Charlotte saw and staring at the shop of the Knights of Favonius and said with a smile, if there were no shops of the Knights of Favonius, those grain merchants would have bought grain at high and low prices. But with the shops of the Knights of Favonius, when grain merchants sell grain at high prices, most poor people can still buy food to fill their stomachs here, but if they pursue quality of life, they can only let those grain merchants make money. Also, these markets are divided into fixed stalls, and stalls where you can sell goods by laying down mats. The former guarantees quality and pursues credibility, while the latter allows many people to sell their own food, products, and various personal belongings, which can help many people make a living. Charlotte kept explaining the situation of the city to Anne. Although Anne actually stayed in Mecklenburg longer than he did, and never thought that there were so many details in this city. When the fleet of the New World besieged Black Phoenix City, and firmly defended Black Phoenix City, I didn't feel it at the time, but now I think that even though it was besieged by a large army, the city was still in order, without any chaos or lack of supplies. Even Strasbourg couldn't do this. Charlotte accompanied Anne in the city of Mecklenburg, walked around for a while, and said, "There is a very good restaurant nearby. I wonder if I have the honor to invite Miss Brittany to have lunch." And remembered that when she was in college, she often sneaked out to eat with Charlotte. Later, when she worked in the general office of the central government, Charlotte often took her out to have lunch together. She couldn't help but feel full of warmth. She handed her little hand to Charlotte's palm and said softly, "Okay." Chapter 564. The carriage that Charlotte rode in had no markings, and it was not even new. It was just the spoils he had captured in previous wars. Although Black Phoenix City had been renamed Mecklenburg, Charlotte had also done several sorting in the city, trying to send dangerous elements to other places, and transported many people who were close to him and willing to settle in big cities, many of whom were Lady South Sarah, who had followed him in many migrations. But he was still worried about the dangers, and did not allow his generals to have special markings on their carriages. Well, Charlotte has always been in a very high position in the eyes of the South Sarah women, even higher than any other South Sarah women, and her reputation is far higher than Jonathan, Hughes, and even those South Sarah celebrities in history. In addition to being displaced and losing their homes, the lives of almost all South Sarah women are getting better and better. They are no longer discriminated against. There will be no wars. There are no tax collectors who are more vicious than thieves, and there are no extortion gangs. They have also gained the opportunity to receive education. The most important thing is that the life of Mechlin has a very high status in the mind of Lady South Sarah. Lady South Sarah believes that Charlotte is their savior. Moreover, Charlotte's legendary experience of rising from an ordinary imperial civil servant to the throne of the imperial duke has made these ladies of South Sarah even more fanatical. When the carriage stopped in front of a restaurant, Charlotte got off the carriage and reached out to help him down. Suddenly, she remembered that she had bought a second-hand carriage and wanted to show off in front of Anne, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Anne's mood was a little better now. Although she still wanted to kick Sophia Gallinold's pretty, but she could suppress the urge to smash the plate. She smiled and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Charlotte whispered, "I was thinking that when I bought that second-hand carriage, I actually wanted to show off to you, but you didn't care at all. Later, I changed to a dark and luxurious one, and you didn't seem to notice it." And whispered, "I thought you rented it at first, and I didn't dare to show it because I was afraid you would feel uncomfortable." Charlotte couldn't help but smile more gently, and was indeed a gentle girl, and blinked and thought for a while. She couldn't remember whether Charlotte had changed carriages, so she wisely didn't mention the following topic. The two were about to enter the restaurant when they heard someone arguing inside. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and was considering whether to change a carriage when she heard someone shouting, "You are the shame of Black Phoenix University. If you don't know what's good for you and go to Mechlin University, that fake university, you will definitely not be able to graduate and get a Black Phoenix diploma." Charlotte shrugged and said, "Let's go in and take a look," and smiled and followed Charlotte into the restaurant. Today, both of them dressed like ordinary people. Charlotte was used to wearing military uniforms. He had fought in 2 continents, so his uniform was naturally old. Although Anne was dressed like a normal noble lady in the conference room, she had changed into a hunting suit and looked a bit like a female adventurer. The young soldier and the female adventurer in old military uniforms were a good match, which also showed Anne's attentiveness. In the restaurant, more than a dozen young people were having a meal, but they were arguing with each other, and everyone was besieging a black-haired young man. The young man did not look angry, but was trying hard to explain, "I think ordinary people will decide everything in future wars. This concept, it is destined to become the truth. There are thousands of people in a university, and only a few people in each class can be promoted to extraordinary. There are hundreds of millions of people in a country, but only dozens of saints. How can such a war continue? The war that just ended has proved that even the 4 empires are unable to continue the war. Not enough saints have died, but too many extraordinary people have died. I have counted that 40% of the extraordinary people in various countries died in the war. 40%. Do you know what 40% means?" The young man was immediately besieged. Charlotte listened with great interest. He actually agreed with the ideas of the black-haired young man. However, in this world, after all, there are extraordinary powers, and ordinary people have no way to influence the war. Soon, the black-haired young man fled in a panic, and the rest of the young people cheered and toasted to celebrate their victory. Someone noticed Charlotte and the other young people and raised their glasses to signal them. Charlotte also raised her glass and smiled, but put down her glass and said to and I'd be out for a while, and smiled and nodded. Charlotte left the restaurant and saw the black-haired young man squatting on the street crying. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, I admire your ideas very much, but I don't understand why you have so much confidence in ordinary people. The black-haired young man blushed and said, because of my invention. My invention can make ordinary people have the power to rival extraordinary people, or even saints. Charlotte was immediately curious and said, can you tell me more about it? The black-haired young man had just been scolded and fled. Finally, someone was willing to listen to him describe his invention. He was immediately excited. He had just said a few words when Charlotte said that this invention was too complicated. You should get on the carriage first and wait for me. After the black-haired young man got on the carriage, he returned to the restaurant and enjoyed a very peaceful lunch with Anne. The cuisine of Black Phoenix is obviously different from that of Fars and Ingrima. Because the main cities of Black Phoenix, especially the capital, are close to the sea, there are many seafood dishes, such as an exploding octopus. When you eat it, the octopus will explode, which is very delicious. Yeah, this dish is also very Cthulhu. And refuse to try this dish, but the grilled fish in this restaurant is also good. The pan-fried sea fish is very tender and delicious. After lunch, Charlotte took Anne on a carriage and went directly back to the mansion in Mecklenburg. The black-haired young man got on the carriage and felt something was wrong. He waited and waited, but Charlotte didn't come back. He wanted to get off the carriage, but was stopped by several burly men. If he was a superhuman, he would not want to study weapons that would allow ordinary people to kill superhumans on the battlefield. He could only return to the carriage in hatred. After waiting for a long time, the carriage slowly started to move. He became more and more worried and thought to himself, is someone jealous of my talent? Want to kill me? Is this the way to the outside of the city? When we get there, will they bury me alive or knock me out first? The black-haired young man was thinking about it when the carriage door was opened. He was a college student after all. Although his grades at Black Phoenix University were very bad, he still recognized that it was the Duke of Mecklen's mansion. Chapter 565. A young female clerk said to the black-haired young man, Sir, the Duke is already waiting in the study. The female clerk had a slim figure, long legs that ordinary people might not have, and was beautiful and smiling. The black-haired young man was dazzled and said hesitantly, I go right away. He was completely obsessed with the beauty of the female clerk. It took him a long time to wake up and shouted, Is it the Duke? Who did I meet today? The great witch clerk smiled and replied, It was the Duke of Mecklen and the Duchess of Brittany. The black-haired young man was so excited. He had only one thought in his mind. I was actually valued by the Duke of Mecklen. He also believed in my ideas? Is there a better supporter in the world than the Duke? If the Duke supports my research, the Duke of Mecklen will sooner or later unify the entire continent. The black-haired young man was thinking wildly and followed the great witch clerk to Charlotte's office. And had gone to rest, and Charlotte was the only one in the office. He smiled gently and said, Let me introduce myself, Charlotte Mecklen, the owner of this city. The Dukedom of Mecklen is my fiefdom. I am very interested in your invention. The black-haired young man said hesitantly, William Tritton, a fourth-year student at Mecklen University. Charlotte clapped her hands, and the witch clerk, who had just come before, swayed and brought a cup of coffee. He smiled and said, Let's continue talking about your invention. The black-haired young man took a few deep breaths, took out a manuscript from his arms, and spread it on the table. He suddenly became energetic and said, I am not a serious alchemist, but I love alchemy. I have done research on ancient magic creation, classical alchemy, and classic alchemy. I think alchemy should not be divided into factions, but should cooperate sincerely. I found that the extraordinary objects made by different alchemy systems can play a great role if combined. For example, these two inventions of mine. Charlotte took a closer look at the drawings on the manuscript. He was stunned when he saw the first drawing. This thing looked familiar. It was a long, huge box with 8 pairs of 16 huge wheels. There were countless magic runes painted on the box. Of course, many of the runes were wrong. Charlotte was now well educated and could tell at a glance. However, he also understood what this black-haired young man named William Tritton wanted to build. Tanks. This is a primitive tank. It doesn't even have tracks, turrets, or machine guns. It just has a square body. William Triton said excitedly. Superhumans can't handle everything. If we make this thing, it will have a magic circle on it. Even superhumans can't easily break the magic circle. They are enough to resist the charge of superhuman knights. The magic circle can indeed resist superhumans. If there are enough people to form the magic circle, it is possible to resist an evil god. This idea is indeed good. Charlotte secretly praised and asked with interest, how do you solve the energy problem? William Triton showed an embarrassed expression on his face and whispered, I can only think of one way, but this method is too cruel. You know that the Blood Clan can devour the flesh and blood of living beings to obtain extraordinary blood energy. I think I can borrow the secret method of the Blood Clan. Charlotte shuddered. He understood what William Triton meant. This tank of the extraordinary world does not burn any fuel, but burns the corpses of enemies on the battlefield, converting vitality into blood energy to drive this terrifying killing machine. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and decided to seal up this technology first. Although it can indeed allow ordinary people to roam the battlefield and fight against extraordinary people, Charlotte believes that if he can make this thing, he will be promoted to the #1 villain in the old continent in a matter of seconds, and his reputation will be worse than Zimmerman, a monster that can devour the lives on the battlefield, convert power, and run rampant. It's really weird. At the same time, he also decided that William Triton must not be allowed to leave Mecklenburg even a step. This black-haired boy must stay by his side. William Triton didn't know that Charlotte had already taken herself very seriously and spread out the second manuscript, saying, I call the previous invention a land battleship, and this invention, I call it a centurion. Charlotte saw such a magical design for the first time, and his first reaction was a centaur. Its lower part is a magic alchemical warhorse, used for classical alchemy, that is, mechanical alchemy, but without a horse head. The horse head part is a magic shield that can protect the knight. The upper part is a cover, so the knight does not ride on it, but sits in the belly of the horse, with only a pair of arms exposed, which can operate the rifles mounted on both sides. This thing is really strange, and Charlotte thought about it, and found that it can actually be put into actual combat. Charlotte was about to find out the problem with this design, when she heard William Triton say, I know that when the extraordinary knight is promoted to the 19th level, someone will gather the king's certificate, and become the leader of 10,000 knights. A captain of 10,000 cavalry can use the power of a city and an army to fight against an enemy with supernatural power that is stronger than himself. But captains of 10,000 cavalry are too rare. There are probably no more than 20 of them in the entire old continent. My centurion is different. It can also gather the power of an army. Although the current design can only withstand the power of dozens of ordinary soldiers, it is enough for ordinary people to compete with low-level supernaturals when combined with alchemical mechanical war horses. Charlotte was surprised and asked, Can it also gather the power of ordinary people? William Triton said confidently, Yes, I designed a magic circle. Of course, this magic circle was not invented by me, it was invented by a professor in Ingrima, but because it was too weak, almost no one paid attention to it. Half an hour later, Charlotte reached out and held William Triton's wrist, and said eagerly, Sir Triton, do something for me. I sincerely invite you to join the Knights of Favonius, and I am willing to hire you as a lifelong professor of the Classical Alchemy Department of Mechlin University. We are willing to invest 200 ECU in advance and allocate a test site to you. Please make the prototypes of these two extraordinary objects as soon as possible. The purchasing power of 200 ECU is equivalent to about 4 million on Earth, which is enough to cope with the early research and development of these two inventions. As for the later stage, Charlotte will definitely invest more manpower and send the people she trusts the most, such as Krell or Abner. Chapter 566. Although Charlotte, from the perspective of a time traveler, is sure that Mr. William Triton will be of great use in the future, his main task now is to go to the kingdom of Amazon, Godlandsburg, and the Principality of Calabria to quell the chaos of the evil god. He sent 2 great demons to assist this aspiring scholar, and sent the matter of William Triton to his generals in the form of an internal document, asking everyone to pay attention to his research. No matter what trouble William Triton encounters, they must help solve it, and must not allow other countries and forces to interfere. William Triton had never expected that he would be valued so much by Charlotte. When he knew that in addition to getting everything he dreamed of, he would also have the assistance of 2 great demons, one of whom was the female clerk who received him, he had an impulse to swear to die for Duke Charlotte Mechlin. The conditions Charlotte offered were too good to refuse. After Charlotte arranged William Triton's affairs, she began to select her subordinates. Those below the Saint level did not need to go this time. Well, Vigo of the 19th level doesn't need to go. Although he is in charge of the Dalmabas, The combat power of this legendary battleship is really average. It is truly the shame of the legendary battleship. It is parked in the port, which is a good card for Mecklenburg, but it really doesn't need to participate in the battle. In the past, the Black Phoenix dynasty hardly used it to participate in the battle. Charlotte still left the Black Dragon and Regulus to guard Mecklenburg. Although the old Black Dragon is wise, Charlotte doesn't think he needs it. On the contrary, the old Black Dragon's loyalty and political ability make him feel at ease to entrust the rear area. In addition, Regulus, who was mature and steady and served as the deputy leader of the royal knights of the previous dynasty, these two people are enough to govern Mecklenburg well. As for other places, Charlotte has always advocated for non-intervention. As long as the superiors do not mess around, the people can live well. As for those who can manage the country well despite the mess, they are geniuses that may not appear once in hundreds of years. Charlotte herself is not one of them, and he does not believe that there are such talents under his command. After preparing to go out, Charlotte first sent Anne, Claire, Abner, Antonio, and Karen and others back to Strasbourg. And will stay in Strasbourg. Claire and Abner will assist her, and they are also both level 19. Although their strength is definitely stronger than Vigo, there is no essential difference. As for Antonio, he is the future emperor of the empire, and the current crown prince. Charlotte would never take him to take risks. Think of your brother-in-law if there is any benefit. If there is danger, go to Antonio. But there is no need to go to him for this kind of thing. Charlotte is not short of high-end combat power of level 24. After sending it away, Charlotte just returned to her duke's mansion when a servant came to report that a guest came to visit. Charlotte was quite surprised and asked the servant to bring the person in. Soon he saw Sophia Gallinald's delicate face that was like a blooming rose. Charlotte was shocked and asked, "Have you been in Mecklenburg all this time?" Sophia Gallinald changed into a long dress for an aristocratic girl. Although the style was extremely simple, it was obvious that it must be the work of a famous craftsman in Strasbourg. From the style to the texture, everything was top-notch. Sophia looked like a lady from a classical oil painting, beautiful and about to bloom. She performed a court salute and said, "I have been waiting for Anne to leave." Charlotte lost her well after Sophia Gallinald challenged Anne to a duel and competed to see who could give birth to a child with the last name of Mechlin first. Of course, he understood why Sophia Gallinald waited for Anne to leave. He couldn't even play dumb, so he could only say awkwardly, "Miss Sophia, although your beauty is like the first morning dew in the world, spotless and flawless, with no flaws to be found, I have already met Anne, and I think you also hope that the other half you meet is a loyal person, not a person who is tempted by beauty." Charlotte wanted to persuade her, but Sophia Gallinald smiled and said, it was just a joke. Why did Charlotte take it seriously? Charlotte was embarrassed, and could only say, "I misunderstood Sophia." He hurriedly asked someone to bring coffee. The two had just chatted for a few words, when another servant came to report that another guest had come. Charlotte could only ask the servant to bring someone in. This time it was Princess May Guillaume. Princess May was slightly stunned when she saw Charlotte and Sophia Gallinald, but then she said as if nothing had happened, "I will accompany you to fight the evil god." Sophia Gallinald took a deep breath and said, "I am good at naval warfare. I can command the fleet for you and handle logistics." The sparks between Sophia Gallinald and Princess May collided all of a sudden. Sophia Gallinald saw with her own eyes that this woman named May Guillaume kissed Charlotte Mechlin, and at the same time remembered the Queen Bee, which actually belonged to this woman in front of her. Princess May thought that after she left, Sophia Gallinald must have kissed Charlotte. This little bitch dared to challenge Anne, and she would definitely not miss this opportunity, especially when she thought that Charlotte actually her own Queen Bee. Princess May was furious when she lent it to her. Although Sophia Gallinald was far less powerful than Princess May, Strasbourg Rose was fearless. Princess May thought that if she took action, this woman would pretend to be weak and ask Charlotte for help, and she would definitely lose a point. The two were fighting with their wills, and the servants of the Duke of Mechlin's mansion came to report for the third time that there were guests visiting. This time, there were two people, Milman and Adosa. Adosa was surprised to see Sophia Gallinald and May Guillaume, and greeted them one after another. Sophia Gallinald's junior. "Princess May, you didn't leave either?" Sophia Gallinald was very surprised. She never regarded Adosa as an opponent, but stared at Milman and couldn't help thinking, Senior Milman also kissed Charlotte? Princess May's eyes were almost angry, and she said lightly, "Milman, are you going to go against me?" Milman originally wanted to leave Mecklenburg and return to St. Michael's Island, but he was persuaded by Adosa, who also said, "Charlotte Mecklenburg is going to fight the evil god, and you can accompany her. The two of you can promote your relationship." And is not a saint, so she could only sigh and can't help Charlotte. Middleman hesitated for a long time, and unexpectedly agreed. At this time, facing Princess May's rage, she said lightly, "This is a good place for graduates of Sheffield University. You are the only outsider." Charlotte graduated from the University of Sheffield. Middleman and Adosa are his seniors, and Sophia Gallinold is his junior. There is no doubt about this. But Princess May said lightly, when Middleman stabbed her with a dagger, "Charlotte is my retainer." Charlotte has a position in Ingrima, and all officials in Ingrima are retainers of the Red Dragon royal family, so there is nothing wrong with Princess May saying this. There is new hatred and old grudges between the two. To Princess May, Middleman was much more hateful than Sophia Gallinold. She left first and didn't see behind. Sophia Gallinold might have kissed Charlotte, but she didn't expect Middleman to kiss Charlotte too. At this time, Princess May had only one question in her mind. Did Middleman kiss her? As for Adosa, it didn't matter whether she kissed Charlotte or not. Princess May Guillaume didn't even bother to know. Sophia Gallinold was known as the Strasbourg Rose. She was not only beautiful, but also a student leader in the university. She also had a family background. Her father was the Minister of War of the Empire. She learned a lot of means of struggle. She immediately analyzed that she needed to have an alliance. As for how to kill the allies in the end, and enjoy the fruits of victory alone, that is the next step. She stood up and said, "Two seniors, I have a suggestion. We should form an alliance first and face the outside world together." Middleman nodded slowly. Adosa actually wanted to say, "I don't want to join." But at this time, she could also say, "I stand with my seniors and juniors." The three outstanding students who graduated from the University of Sheffield quickly reached a tacit alliance. Middleman naturally became the leader. She said to Charlotte, "Charlotte, the incident you are facing this time may endanger the entire continent. Everyone should do their part. We will help you." Charlotte was the only one who didn't know that he had been kissed by 4 women, and he didn't understand why the 4 of them suddenly acted strangely. However, more people were willing to help him fight the evil god, so Charlotte naturally wouldn't refuse. He said, "Welcome everyone. Join my team to fight against the evil god of the New World. I have a batch of divine crystals here. You can use them to replenish your physical strength during the battle." Charlotte took a handful of divine crystals and distributed them to the 4 girls. He actually wanted to use the distribution of things to quickly get out. The smell of gunpowder in the room was getting stronger and stronger, and was not around, and Charlotte could not handle it alone. In fact, Charlotte was not good at dealing with emotions. He was single in his previous life, and he had only had one girlfriend in this life. Facing such a brutal Shurafield, he could not handle it with ease, and just wanted to escape. Charlotte laughed and was about to send these guests away and arrange for them to stay. When he thought of 4 women living in his house, he felt a headache. Charlotte thought to herself, "I can't stay in Mecklenburg any longer. I have to leave tomorrow, so I go to the Amazon kingdom first." I heard that countless plants suddenly grew in the Amazon kingdom, forming a dense forest. I asked the people in the New World later, which evil god is this, who can control plants? Chapter 567. Charlotte used all her skills to settle the 4 women and immediately arranged for departure. This time, he had his own subordinates, a group of saints from the New World, plus Middleman and Princess May, Adosa, and Sophia Gallinold. Charlotte really felt that not only the evil god, but even he himself was afraid. This time, Charlotte did not plan to use the army or the fleet. Now his ghost fleet has been split up and used as frigates and cargo ships. After all, most ghost ships are merchant ships themselves and are distributed to different transport fleets. So he didn't plan to bring hundreds of ghost ships. Although it would be impressive, 2 legendary warships were still enough to fight against the evil god. The Holy Light God Kingdom and Amelia, as well as the New World and his holy orders, plus Middleman, Princess May, Adosa and Sophia Gallinold were enough to fight against the evil god. Charlotte worked all night to prepare various supplies. Seeing that it was about to dawn, she sent someone to gather people. She simply didn't leave the Holy Light God Kingdom, and took a nap on the sofa in her captain's room. When he woke up, he found 4 more blankets on his body. Charlotte had no idea what was going on. He took out the logbook and communicated with Amon to make sure that everything on the Holy Light Kingdom was normal, and that it could go out to sea at any time. He also set a big Lingma to count the number of people, and make sure that everyone was on board before ordering the departure. After several consecutive wars, the Holy Light Kingdom had undergone great changes. Although Charlotte could not know all the upgrades of this legendary battleship, he knew some of the improvements, such as the fact that this legendary battleship could appear in another space. Charlotte had already asked Romeos, but he didn't know which evil god was good at manipulating plants. Among the 36 great evil gods in the New World, none was good at manipulating plants. This was good news, indicating that the evil god that invaded the Amazon kingdom with the immigrant fleet was not one of the 36 great evil gods, and might not be as fierce. But this was also bad news, meaning that Charlotte had no way to formulate corresponding tactics in advance, although he had never formulated any great tactics before. Charlotte had another choice, which was to enter another space and ask those genuine divine creatures. He guessed that they must know. Although this was a bit risky, Charlotte hesitated for a moment and entered another space after the two legendary warships set sail. The Holy Light Kingdom was in another void. It was a towering palace floating on the sea, with endless black sky above it. This was the first time that Charlotte entered this space in a non-combat state. He couldn't help but look at it for a while. The seemingly peaceful endless black sky suddenly had a meteor passing through the sky. Charlotte couldn't help but be curious and looked carefully. Under the pure white light, a huge skull was sleeping in the light. It looked extremely holy, but how could a skull as huge as a mountain be close to the holy level? As Charlotte was thinking wildly, his chest suddenly cracked open, and countless eyes came out. A weak voice shouted, "Dad! Don't look at Huang Damascer." Charlotte hurriedly lowered her head, and saw that there was a holy skull in each of these eyes. In the eye sockets of these skulls, blazing white flames were burning, and the eyes exploded one by one. When all the eyes that came out of his chest exploded, Charlotte's forehead was covered with sweat. He could sense that if Amon had not replaced him with himself, his fate would not be much better than those eyes. He should have been the one who would be burned by the evil power of the skull. Charlotte didn't dare to look up again. Last time he faced countless evil gods, he only improved his spirituality a little. It was obvious that the snake of fate protected him. And not only this time, as long as he was in the real world, he had the protection of the 9 righteous gods, which made the power of the evil gods infinitely weakened. But in this space, the power of the evil gods could be transmitted. He almost died just now. Charlotte said sincerely, "Amon, my son, thank you very much." Amon didn't say anything for a long time. Charlotte felt even more ashamed. He thought Amon took the power of Huang Damascer in his place, and was severely injured, and could not respond for the time being. The huge skull had been very quiet, as if it had no feelings, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with it. But at a certain moment, 2 huge eyeballs suddenly appeared in its empty eye sockets. These 2 eyeballs were even composed of countless small eyeballs. They grew in the empty eye sockets of this evil god, which was indescribably weird and inexplicable. This huge skull, which was like a small mountain, suddenly let out a silent scream, and its eye sockets suddenly exploded. Countless crystal white broken bones flew out, wrapped around the 2 weird eyeballs, and separated from the pure white light. On the Holy Light Kingdom, in an empty yard, Amon looked at the endless black sky with a bit of loneliness, muttering to himself, "Dad tried his best to attract Huang Damascer, but I missed the chance to capture him. Just now, it was just a little bit short. Just a little bit short. If he revived a little later, the big skull would be mine." Amon opened his little hand, and in his little hand, there were countless broken bones. He looked at these broken bones, and felt greed and longing, and opened his mouth to swallow them all. After eating these broken bones, Amon's eyes became brighter. Charlotte had already found Amabella. Without the war, the 5 divine creatures of the Holy Light Kingdom would not be together. Amabella was alone, in a very luxurious palace, looking at the sky with a sense of loss. The palace where he lived was full of blood servants. Charlotte could even recognize that some of the blood servants were enemies who died in the previous wars. Okay, this is not important. Charlotte coughed lightly, and before he could say anything, Amabella turned around in surprise and joy, almost throwing herself into his arms. Charlotte was terrified, and his hair stood on end. He was really afraid that Amabella would pounce on him. He didn't know whether to flee or flee. After all, Amabella was not an ordinary woman. She was an out-and-out evil god, and she might be a very powerful one. Amabella couldn't help but say, "Why did you come to see me again? Shouldn't men be ambitious and have great ambitions? How can you indulge in beauty? Indulge in the tenderness of family?" Charlotte thought, "This is really worthy of the level of the evil god. If it were a human woman, I would have to look carefully under the bed and in the cabinet." Charlotte said, "I have something to ask you. Among the evil gods in the New World, who is good at manipulating plants?" Amabella said unhappily, "Good at manipulating plants? Who else could it be? Isn't it that little bitch Dapo Kaluaduo?" Charlotte was shocked and said, "Davjaloto is on the Holy Light God, but the evil god is in the Amazon kingdom." Amabella said bitterly. He competed with me for the power of the mother goddess of reproduction. But someone took the opportunity to steal his home, cut off his body, and stole his power to control plants. Charlotte asked in surprise. Why is he different from what I said? Amabella said, of course, that little bitch is lying to you. Charlotte didn't expect this answer at all. He hesitated for a long time, and felt that he should ask Dabgeloto again. Charlotte accompanied Amabella for a while, and he didn't know what to say to this evil god. Amabella's memory was completely tampered with. Charlotte was regarded as her husband, and Amon was regarded as her child, and Charlotte gave birth to Amelia. But Charlotte knew that all this was not true, and he didn't know what kind of power could tamper with the memory of Amabella. After saying goodbye to Amabella, he quickly found the ancient Madura tree. Under this huge evil god ancient tree, Dabgeloto wore a crown and really taught a group of great Ling Mos, teaching them a strange magic. When Charlotte appeared, Dabgeloto left behind those big demons, came over with a smile, greeted Charlotte, and pressed Charlotte's shoulders with his little hands, just like the most gentle wife massaging her tired husband who came home. But Charlotte could sense that Dabgeloto wanted to put a flower crown on his head several times. Charlotte didn't dare to wear this thing. Sun Wukong wore the tight hoop, and there was a day when he became a Buddha and took it off. He was afraid that he would be finished if he put on Dabgeloto's flower crown, and he would not be able to wait until the day of picking it. Charlotte asked the question directly. Is there anyone else in the New World who has the authority over plants? Dabgeloto smiled and said, no one else. I am the only one who has the authority over plants in the New and Old Worlds. However, a long time ago, a bad guy took advantage of me leaving home and dismantled my body, causing me to lose most of my authority over plants. I still can't recover my strength. If I can recover my strength in my heyday, I can provide you with a steady supply of great magic. Now you know their benefits, you really need more great magic, right? Charlotte shook her head. In fact, it doesn't matter whether there are great magic or not. Without great magic, his life will not change much. Although they can transform into the most perfect women, Charlotte himself doesn't like them. Facing the temptation of Dabgeloto, he was indifferent and said, I don't need so many great magic, but I want to know, how can I get your power back? Dabgeloto was surprised and delighted, and asked, do you know the whereabouts of those thieves? I can tell you the way to regain my power. As long as you can throw my stolen body onto the Holy Light Kingdom, I can recover my strength and even suppress Amabella. I will never let you return home again. I will welcome you back every day. Charlotte thought to herself, I don't want to come back. Chapter 568. After escaping from another space, Charlotte returned to the Holy Light Kingdom, feeling a bit complicated. He had long known that the 5 divine creatures that made up the Holy Light Kingdom must have some defects, and were not perfect. This was the first time he had come into contact with their secrets. Charlotte rang the copper bell in the room, and called a big demon in. This big demon was dressed up like a top-notch cosplayer that can be seen everywhere in comic exhibitions. Charlotte asked her to help him prepare a meal. He had been busy all night and entered another space. He had consumed a lot of energy and needed to replenish his energy. The intelligence, personality, speech and behavior of the great demons are the same as those of normal humans. They can even explore extraordinary paths and possess extraordinary abilities. On the Holy Light Kingdom, there is no way to bypass these great demons, and they often need to fight evil god-level battles. Charlotte uses them as crew members. At present, the great demons are very competent. This great demon swayed away in a colorful way. Charlotte looked at her background and suddenly had a feeling that the great demons were a bit too much. I have to control and restrict their range of activities. In the future, apart from Hot Spring Mountain and Mechlin University, at most 3 or 5 more places will be opened for the Great Ling Ma to provide appropriate services, and the rest of the places will be restricted. After all, they are the work of Dabgeloto, so we need to be careful and cautious. Charlotte can sense that the power of the Holy Light Kingdom is constantly increasing. The other divine creatures have not yet shown their power, but Dabgeloto's performance is very obvious, and the number of Great Ling Ma is increasing day by day. A few minutes later, Charlotte did not wait for the big demon to come back, but Sophia Gallinal came with a tray of food and knocked on his door. Charlotte hurriedly said, Why are you doing this? Sophia whispered, I want to see if you are awake and bring you food. Miss Gallinal smiled and asked, Won't you invite me to lunch? Charlotte glanced at the plate and rang the copper bell in the room, asking the big demon who provided service to send 2 more lunches. At this time, the 2 legendary warships had just left the port, and the sea was calm. Charlotte suggested going to the terrace to eat in the sea breeze, And Sophia readily agreed. Charlotte opened a bottle of wine that should be very expensive, but he didn't recognize it at all, and poured a glass for Sophia Gallinold and said, "Junior sister, are you going back to school?" Sophia smiled and said, "I have already received my diploma." Charlotte said, "Oh," and was speechless. He just tried to find a topic. Charlotte always felt comfortable when she was with Anne. They didn't talk about anything, but they had a lot to say. Although he and Sophia Gallinold were very close, after all, they had fought side by side, but it was the first time for them to chat and eat together alone. Sophia Gallinold saw that Charlotte looked slightly embarrassed, smiled slightly, and brought up a topic. "Mr. Mecklin, didn't you have any classmates you dated when you were at Sheffield University?" Charlotte was even more embarrassed. Charlotte Mecklin. It was because he had dated too many women in the first half of his life. According to his memory, there were at least dozens of them. Most of them were noble ladies, and there were also 7 or 8 female classmates. Well, the past was too painful to look back on. Sometimes, Charlotte even worried that when she and Anne were shopping, they would encounter old acquaintances. What should she do? Fortunately, the god of luck seemed to always be with him, and so far, he had not met those ladies with whom he had had close contact before. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he quickly moved out of the Savings Union apartment and was transferred from the central office. Charlotte's face turned slightly red, and Sophia thought he was shy, thinking to herself, "Why didn't I meet Mr. Mecklin in college? If I had met Mr. Mecklin earlier, what would have happened to Anne, a guy from Gorgias University?" After the initial awkwardness, the two quickly found some common topics. After all, they graduated from the same university. They talked about teachers, interesting things in the school, various gossips, and outstanding graduates over the years. When Charlotte was in college, she was not outstanding, and she was not even promoted to extraordinary, so she was not a popular figure. There were very few rumors about him at Sheffield University, but there were many rumors about Middleman and Adosa. Sophia Gallinold rarely mentioned her own affairs. When she was in college, she was considered a student leader of that year, but Sophia realized that Charlotte's college life was not glorious, so she never mentioned her college life. When Charlotte had lunch with Sophia Gallinold, he occasionally felt vaguely that the girl in front of him was very familiar to him, but he soon realized that it was an illusion. When the two chatted and ate, Sophia Gallinold was always quietly eliminating his defenses and breaking his guard bit by bit. Sophia Gallinold would even point to a seabird and let Charlotte see it. She would stand up and wave excitedly. When she sat down, she would quietly pull the chair closer to Charlotte. At this time, on another deck of the Holy Light Kingdom, Middleman, Adosa, and May Guillaume were confronting. Princess May's voice was still cold, but it contained a hint of gunpowder. "Aren't you too afraid of being writers? Miss Sophia Gallinold is not a humble person." Middleman said lightly, "In short, you have to go out first." Adosa secretly shouted, "Exciting!" Princess May took out a crystal bottle and threw it into the sea. After a while, the queen bee appeared on the sea. She boarded the ship calmly, turned back and raised her eyebrows, and said, "Next, it's my turn." Charlotte and Sophia Gallinold both saw the appearance of the queen bee. This legendary warship has something to do with both of them. Sophia Gallinold secretly thought, Princess May is not talented in this area. If we exchange identities, Charlotte will never be able to return to Fars. Charlotte didn't know how Princess May took out the queen bee. He was going to ask after having lunch with Sophia Gallinold. The Kingdom of Amazon and the Duchy of Mechlin were located at the two ends of the Old World. If Charlotte wanted to go to the Kingdom of Amazon, she had to cross the Red Dragon Strait. Charlotte had a very difficult time during this period of sailing. Every day, he would be alone with a girl for no apparent reason. He really couldn't figure out what the three girls were thinking. Sophia Gallinold always said that challenging and was just a joke and told him not to take it seriously. Middleman spoke very little. Princess May would only talk to him about novels. As for Adosa. Chapter 569. Charlotte threw a piece of charcoal to make the stove more prosperous, and put a fish caught at random on the stove after cleaning its internal organs. Seeing that he was skilled in cooking, Yaduosa did not make trouble, and smiled as she tasted a string of grilled fish on wooden sticks. Charlotte sighed and said, "Senior Yaduosa, can you tell me more about what happened that day?" Yaduosa patiently repeated what she had just said. Charlotte covered her face with both hands, feeling ashamed to look back. He really did not expect that such a heavy thing would happen. He thought that the kiss between him and Anne was all there was to it. Who would have thought there would be an extended version? Adosa was eating happily and talking happily. Her little mouth was full of fish fat. After swallowing a mouthful of fish, she praised, "Charlotte, Your barbecue is profitable. Charlotte replied, I have a cook named Mrs. Wumaizijiang. She is from the New World and is good at barbecue. I learned a little from her. When Charlotte said this, she thought of her home at number 58, Elysée Field Street, Mrs. Nancy, Mrs. Wumaizijiang, and 3 clever cats, and couldn't help thinking, after a while, I'd better have someone take them to Mecklenburg. After all, they are my old servants and are more convenient to use. The 2 of them were floating on the belly of a deep-sea giant fish with a white belly. Charlotte didn't know why, but she was a little afraid to be with Princess May, Middleman, and Sophia Galinaud. Instead, she felt more relaxed with Adosa. Especially since he knew that the senior sister didn't kiss him secretly, he felt more relieved. Adosa also felt that there were too many outstanding women around Charlotte, and she couldn't get in. What's more, she and Charlotte didn't have any ambiguous relationship, and they had given up close contact a long time ago. The 2 of them sneaked out, and instead had a taste of a male confidant and a female confidant, both knowing that the other party was not interested in them. Charlotte opened a bottle of wine, and cast a small spell to chill the wine. This was a spell from Arthur's bloodline magic, which he had recently learned for the convenience of life. The chilled wine was poured into the wine glass, and the fine ice chips collided with the glass, making a slight sound, which was pleasing to the eye. Charlotte drank it all in one gulp, took another bite of the fish skewer, and felt a little better. Adosa asked curiously, How are you going to deal with this matter? Charlotte shrugged her shoulders and replied, I will marry and soon, what else can I do? Adosa said, After marriage, it doesn't matter how many lovers you have. In the 5 empires, oh now it's the 4 empires. No matter which country in the old world, it's not a big deal for nobles to have some lovers. Just remember not to have too many illegitimate children. According to the laws of the continent, illegitimate children can also share some property. Although most illegitimate children can only get 1% to 5% of the property, if the number of these things increases, your territory will not be enough to divide. Charlotte was surprised. How could I have an illegitimate child? Adosa asked curiously, Didn't you promise to have children with Middleman, Princess May, and Sophia Galinaud? Their bet is who will give birth to a child with the last name Meckelin first, and there will definitely be a first and a second, but there will definitely be no one. Charlotte was even more shocked and said, I didn't agree. I will never have an illegitimate child. Adosa shook her head, and decided not to discuss this matter with this idiot. How many men can resist the beauty of Middleman, the beauty of Princess May, and the beauty of Strasbourg Rose? Although Charlotte said it seriously, Adosa didn't believe it. She was actually very curious about who would give birth to a child with the surname Meckelin first. Adosa thought secretly, however, their children should not want Charlotte's property. These 3 girls are all women with rich family backgrounds. Princess May, as the eldest princess of the Ingrima Empire, is rich, needless to say. She is the one who can legally inherit part of the Ingrima royal family's property. Middleman is now the first mountain of the Fars Empire Navy, and has almost robbed all the pirates in the Great Whale Sea. There is no need to think about how rich the pirates are. Although Sophia Garanid is a little worse, her father, the Minister of War of the Empire, has survived several rebellions and 2 generations of dynasties, and is still standing. The Garanid family has always been able to compete with the Brittany family. What's more, Sophia Garanord herself is also a rising star in the Imperial Navy. Now, most of the Fars Imperial Navy has turned to Sophia. There is no way. Middleman is a force that he has pulled together. Charlotte's fleet is almost not from Fars. Grand Duchess Mezu has turned to Byron. The Fars Royal Navy can only turn to Sophia. Charlotte ate a few skewers of fish meat, and stomped her feet. The deep-sea giant fish under her feet immediately rotted, and finally sank into the sea. Adosa had already taken off, holding his rapier, and said with a smile, Tomorrow, Middleman will accompany you, right? Charlotte nodded and said, Tomorrow, I must solve this matter, and I can't let this situation continue. Charlotte left Adosa and flew to the Holy Light Kingdom. Adosa knew that he was afraid of misunderstanding, so he deliberately waited for a while before chasing after him. As soon as she approached the Holy Light Kingdom, she saw a person covered with job vines all over his body, blocking the front of the 3 legendary warships. Charlotte came back early, and had already started fighting with the man. After Charlotte was promoted to the 20th level, she used all the energy for the promotion to the Mirror Spirit, and only the remaining energy was used to increase the blood flame. If she didn't pull people into the mirror world, it would not seem to be much improved, but the energy was more powerful. But the man with vines growing all over his body would recover instantly no matter how much he was injured. Charlotte cut his body open continuously, but failed to seriously injure him. As soon as Adosa landed on the deck, she saw the saints of the New World, the saints under Charlotte, and Middleman and Princess Meguion were watching the battle. She couldn't help but ask, where did this enemy come from? Abelia smiled and said, this is their tree god. When we were in the New World, some people encountered tree gods. They were very difficult to deal with, and had no humanity at all. They were not human. Originally, no one knew which evil god had attacked. Charlotte said it should be Dapkaluaduo. Dapkaluaduo was an evil god who had fallen long ago. I didn't expect that the centipede was still alive, and there were still remains, and it was controlled by someone. Chapter 570. After a round of frenzied attacks, Charlotte retreated several kilometers, sorted out the boiling blood glory in his body, and restored it to balance. He shouted in surprise, classical alchemy? The tree god moved his body. Although he still maintained his human form, he did not look like a human at all. He made a deep voice and shouted, it is the highest achievement of classical alchemy, human alchemy. Charlotte was even more surprised and asked, did you refine the remains of the evil god into your body? How can a mortal body bear it? The tree god laughed strangely and said, this is the biggest secret of our Gumadalluo sect. If you are willing to lead your men to join us, I can tell you. While patrolling on the sea, the tree god found Charlotte's 3 warships. He looked down greedily and thought to himself, if I can take over these 3 warships, it doesn't matter even if I tell him the secret. Anyway, without the remains of the Gumadalluo tree, this operation cannot be performed at all. Besides, to perform this kind of operation, you need the best alchemists, and he can't find one at all. Charlotte thought, what a small secret, you want dozens of saints and 3 legendary warships? This thing must have hurt its brain during the transformation, maybe its soul is broken, and now it's unknown what is occupying its body. The alchemists in this world, as long as they reach the highest level, will attack themselves. Classical alchemy loves self-alchemy, which is commonly known as human body alchemy. Classical alchemy pursues artificial gods, which means replacing one's flesh and blood with metal machinery to achieve the purpose of prolonging life. The wealth of the nobles in the old continent mostly comes from taxes, and the funds are not abundant. It is impossible to continue to invest in alchemy, which is a bottomless pit, so the development of alchemy is still very slow. For example, the formula of alchemical explosives has not been changed for many years. Charlotte has accumulated countless wealth through trade, land, transportation, development of production, encouragement of folk handicrafts, and plunder. He is willing to invest, and has funds to invest, but he started too fast. There are only a few alchemists under his command. Being able to invest in land battleships and centurions is already an unexpected gain. Charlotte's mind flashed through the name of Sean Connor of the Blue Magpie Workshop in the Starry District. After he persuaded him to move to Machupi, he never saw the nearly bankrupt alchemist again. Later, he went to Machupi several times but never saw him. I wonder where he is now? Charlotte thought. I have to ask later if Sean Connor is still there. Find a way to get him to Mecklenburg to participate in the design and manufacture of land battleships and centurions. Although William Tritton has a genius idea, his alchemy is definitely not good. He is not even an extraordinary person. He needs the cooperation of an old hand like Sean Connor. However, he was still fighting with the Tree God Envoy, and was temporarily unavailable. Charlotte decided to keep the Tree God Envoy. He suddenly accelerated, put his hands together on his chest, and fired a blazing bullet. Charlotte had already increased the blazing bullet to X-18. If it was compressed to the extreme, its power would far exceed any alchemical bullet, and could even hurt the Saint rank. However, at this time, he did not want to kill the enemy, but wanted to knock him away, so he did not compress it. His attack was like a shock wave, dragging out a smooth tail. Seeing Charlotte's bombardment, the tree god laughed strangely, put his hands together, and sent out a shock wave. This method of slightly compressing energy and sending it out can be done by many low-level extraordinary people, but the lethality is not very large, and the energy waste is also very serious, far less than the formal long-range supernatural power. Only at the intermediate level and above, this energy cannon has substantial lethality. The tree god believed that his energy was endless, and was not afraid to fight Charlotte. The energy impacts of both sides collided in the air. After all, Charlotte's blazing bomb was a serious supernatural power. Although he had let it go, it still pushed the tree god back. The tree god was about to switch to another power to turn defeat into victory, when he felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if there was a mirror between him and the real world. Charlotte looked at the tree god, who was beaten into the mirror world, shook his head slightly, and said, "It seems that his brain is really broken, and he can fall for such a simple trick." When Charlotte was fighting with the tree god just now, He had already ambushed several magic mirrors in the void. The blazing bomb just now was also to push the tree god into the mirror world. He didn't expect that such a simple tactic would work in one fell swoop. The tree god fell into the mirror world and didn't react at first. He rushed forward at high speed, wanting to fight with Charlotte, but the distance between the two seemed not far. But he couldn't fly in front of Charlotte no matter how hard he flew. He was shocked and looked around, and found a corridor under his feet. Although the Holy Order can float in the air, it consumes energy every moment when floating in the air. Unless necessary, the Holy Order will not always float in the air, so the tree god subconsciously landed on the corridor. As soon as his feet touched the tunnel suddenly came alive, and soon a huge snake head appeared in the air. This snake head was colorful and ferocious, with countless colorful whiskers. It suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a pure green energy column downwards. The tree god was horrified and hurriedly dodged, but the tunnel under his feet suddenly arched and bounced him up, actively throwing him towards the energy column sprayed from the snake's mouth. In just a moment, the tree god felt that his whole body was shattered by the spray. The soul seemed to be broken into countless small pieces. Charlotte returned to the Holy Light Kingdom and explored it slightly. She was surprised and said, "How come this guy can't hold on for just a moment?" Charlotte had just activated the Spirit Realm Snake and was about to let the tree god messenger have some appetizers. He thought that the Spirit Realm Snake could not shake the will of a person like the tree god messenger. After all, this was not a high-end skill. But how long has it been? The tree god messenger couldn't hold on? The magic mirror gathered around Charlotte throughout the tree god. This guy, whose body was covered with dense branches and vines, was very tall, 3 or 4 picometers tall. He had no clothes on, but all the important and unimportant parts were covered with dense branches and leaves, and he looked like he was wearing a layer of armor. Dozens of saints surrounded him, and Idhala said, "We have encountered tree gods before. They are not afraid of any harm, and their energy is endless. Even if they are stronger than them, they can only flee in panic after a long battle. How come he became like this under Charlotte's hands? The vampires in our new world are not so fierce." Andreas looked at him carefully for a while, and said, "Charlotte, he doesn't seem to have much value. You can use him to feed the ship." Well, now everyone knows that the Holy Light Kingdom is a big foodie. Chapter 571. Charlotte really thought about it seriously. This tree god is probably level 19, even weaker than him, but it is not afraid of damage, and its recovery is not as fast as his. This is a bit difficult to deal with. Moreover, its brain is completely broken and difficult to repair. It is not bad to give it to the Holy Light God. As Charlotte was thinking about this, he felt the diary in his arms getting slightly hot. He took it out and took a look. A line of words slowly appeared on it. "Dad, I want this tree god." Charlotte thought for a moment and replied, "Yes." He stretched out his foot and kicked, and the tree god slid on the deck. After a few picometers, it slid into another space and disappeared without a trace. Although in theory, it is most appropriate to feed the tree god, who has been promoted to the holy level by using the remains of Uncle Gumadaro to Dapokaloiduo, Charlotte does not believe in this divine creature, and Dapokaloiduo is too difficult to control. Although Amabella and Amon are more evil, these two guys are relatively controllable. Especially Amon, who always gave Charlotte a feeling that he had human wisdom. Although, he also knew that this feeling was 101% unreliable. In another space, Amon looked at the tree god descending from the sky, stretched out his hand, and pulled out a vine from the tree god, which became longer and longer. As the vine was pulled out, the body of the tree god shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a pile of dust, disappearing completely from this world. This extremely long vine slowly shortened in Amon's palm, and finally turned into a rapier. Behind Amon's head, his little face was full of smiles, and he murmured to himself, "Dad still loves me, he is willing to give me gifts. Dad still loves me, he is willing to give me gifts. I must be my father's biological child, and definitely not the bastard that those little bitches Dapakaroto, Yvonne, and Vasuji said. I will kill them sooner or later. This family has mom, dad, and me. And my sister is enough. Gareth, forget it, count him in two." Although Amon is a little young, he looks quite heroic standing there, holding a rapier in his hand, especially this face. If he appears outside, many people will definitely say that he looks like Charlotte. Charlotte often saw Amon, but she didn't notice it. But if she really compared them, she would definitely notice that the Amon she saw for the first time and the Amon now had completely different faces. Charlotte was about to discuss with her subordinates how to attack the Amazon kingdom, when a great demon ran over in a hurry and shouted. The magic alchemy communication spit out an urgent information. the Amazon kingdom attacked 3 surrounding countries at the same time. Charlotte was shocked, but before she could deal with this explosive news, a second great demon ran over in a hurry and said, Godlandsberg is attacking Baron and has occupied 7 cities. Charlotte asked hurriedly, where did the information come from? The 2 messengers answered together, Byron. Both pieces of information came from Byron. Charlotte's heart sank slightly, and she hurriedly led everyone to the conference room to prepare to hold a meeting to discuss the new emergency. During the meeting, several more pieces of information came in succession, from Ingrima, Fars, the Lionheart dynasty, and 6 countries in the Old World, all of which had wars. Well, there was another country that asked for help from the Duke of Mechlin. This small country is Parma. Parma borders Moldova, separated by the Ganges Mountains. Because it is difficult for the army to pass through, it has been quite peaceful with Moldova for hundreds of years, and has even cooperated to eliminate bandits several times in history. Parma's border is on the Ganges Mountains. Except for Moldova, the other 2 neighboring countries are also small countries, and they are not capable of launching a war. Therefore, they have always been relatively independent, never relying on big countries, and never forming alliances with other countries. But when one of their neighboring countries, the Amazon kingdom, was destroyed, the rulers of Parma panicked. When the Amazon kingdom began to attack another neighboring country, Parma could no longer sit still. They did not dare to help their neighboring country. After all, these immigrants from the New World were too fierce, and there were no powerful people in their country. But they also knew that if they did nothing, they would only wait for death. They did not want to sit back and watch their demise. So they thought of asking Moldova for help. Yes, they did not have a deep friendship with other countries on the continent, and they thought of the fiancé of the Grand Duchess of Moldova, who was a famous general on the continent. Charlotte sent a letter for help, and stated in the document that he was willing to cede the Ganges Mountains, which belonged to them, as a reward. After reading the document, Charlotte shrugged his shoulders and passed it to others to read. Of course, he would not go to war for the Parmas. As for N, it was temporarily stable, and there was no need to worry about it. After several saints read the information, Romeo's couldn't help but say, I feel something is wrong. Why would they suddenly attack other countries? Could it be that they have summoned the evil god's clone? But the evil god's clone is not under control, and generally will not leave the nest it occupies. Several saints from the New World raised doubts. The saints on Charlotte's side also had experience fighting with the fire evil god Anulalu, and exploring the Agula Sea with Charlotte. Moreover, they were on the holy light god, and were no strangers to the evil god. After exchanging opinions, Romeo said to Charlotte, I don't recommend that we immediately enter the Amazon kingdom. We need more intelligence to formulate a suitable strategy. I suggest that we organize a small team of 5 people to explore the situation in the Amazon kingdom first. We can also send people to continue communicating with Parma, and perhaps we can get more information. When facing the evil gods, please be cautious. Many times, there is no chance to regret. Andreas raised his hand and said, We are protected by the Serpent of Destiny. Everyone has 10 chances to regret. Romeo's face suddenly turned red. He was born in the New World, and was a peak saint in the New World. He had come into contact with many evil gods, but he had never come into contact with the righteous gods. At this time, habitual thinking prevailed, and he actually forgot the dawn of destiny given by the Serpent of Destiny. Just as he was about to admit his mistake, Charlotte interrupted them, and said, The dawn of destiny is extremely precious. There is no need to waste it casually. Besides, I have been examining your lives, and I hope that after countless wars, you can still stay at home and have the fun of watching your grandchildren play. Romeo's, Cresto, and I. Red Eagle suddenly raised his hand and said, Count me in. Charlotte nodded slightly, and before she could point out the 5th name, the Elephant Man Agon said in a muffled voice, Count me in too. Chapter 572. Red Eagle and Agon have a common problem, that is, they joined too late. Others followed Charlotte through life and death, fighting side by side, but when the 2 joined, Charlotte was already full of saint-level personnel. Agon was better, but Red Eagle was simply suffocated. Although Charlotte directly gave her a fleet, she was only the commander, because Charlotte lacked a serious naval commander, otherwise it would definitely not be her turn. The 2 happened to be the most ambitious and youngest saint-level under Charlotte, and they were definitely unwilling to sink and become passers-by. Charlotte chose Romeo's because he was a top saint, and the president of the New World Congress. She chose Cresto because he was very powerful and Charlotte had the strongest card. Red Eagle and Agon were afraid that it would not be their turn to fight. Charlotte smiled and said, It's decided. Middleman and Princess May both thought Charlotte would choose her. Middleman reached out and pressed Red Eagle's shoulder, saying, "Let me have this fight." Just as Red Eagle was about to resist, his other shoulder was also pressed by a hand, and the faint voice of Princess May came to his ear. "Middleman is right." Charlotte could only say, "Lord Red Eagle, you stay first." He glanced at Agon and said, "Agon, please stay first." The saints at the New World Conference couldn't help laughing. They thought that this kind of meeting was too joyful. They could actually see the harem struggle of Duke Mechlin. Charlotte's subordinates all lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. Some of the saints who followed Charlotte on the expedition to the Agras Sea secretly thought in their hearts, "This is not the limit of the Duke. If he plays too big, he can create a few evil gods in the harem. And it's a real evil god harem that can be played with children." Romeo's had no complaints about this combination. Like most saints in the New World, he carried all his wealth with him so that he could run away at any time. When encountering a powerful enemy, he would not lack weapons and could set off at any time. Crestor had always been alone and only carried weapons with him. As the leader of the Far's Royal Knights, all the details of his life were naturally taken care of by others. He only needed to fight and did not need any preparations. He believed that Charlotte would prepare everything for him. Of course, a subject will trust the monarch he serves. Middleman and Princess May. Well, they certainly don't need to prepare. Let's not talk about Middleman. Princess May has the Queen Bee. She has all the supporting facilities of this ancient magic warship, including a golden ring that can be used to drive it, and a crystal bottle for collection as a dock. This magic warship of the Sherlock dynasty has a very large storage equipment. Not to mention Charlotte himself. Since he opened the infinite mirror world, he has gradually figured out the skills to hide treasures in the mirror world. He even stored enough supplies to equip an army in the mirror world. Charlotte made some arrangements and asked Sophia Gallinol to temporarily command the Holy Light Kingdom. As for the Amelia, there was no need to remind her at all. Amelia could manage her own ship. The 5 people did not choose to fly directly, but flew near the coastline, circled around, and planned to go over the land. When they were in the sky, Charlotte had seen that the entire Amazon kingdom was covered with vegetation, and even the sea surface near the land was covered with countless greens, with waves undulating, like a huge ocean blanket, covering countless secrets. Romeo suddenly stopped in the sky, clapped his hands, and a layer of illusory picture appeared in front of him, with countless dazzling lights and strange runes flying in it. He looked at it for a long time and whispered, "We can't get in. There is a forbidden air barrier here, and there are tests for the holy level. We will be detected as soon as we enter." Charlotte activated her insight ability, and soon came to the same conclusion. The sky above the entire Amazon kingdom was covered with a layer of evil gods' power. Although they could definitely breaking in by force would have nothing to do with reconnaissance intelligence. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and said, "We can go in with a different identity." Romeo smiled bitterly and said, "What method can hide our holy power?" Charlotte said calmly, "The beast god transformation technique created by Domitian." Romeo was greatly surprised and said, "Domitian has been to the old world, but his secret treasures are very rare and never easily passed on. You?" He glanced at Middleman and suddenly woke up and said, "I understand." Charlotte didn't care what he understood. She just taught the Beastman transformation to the top saint of the New World. Cresto had been working for Charlotte for a while, and knew his good intentions to promote the Beastman transformation. He tried to practice for a while, but after learning that Antonio's practice time was shorter than his, he never mentioned it again. Middleman and Princess May really didn't know the Beastman transformation, but they learned the Beastman transformation very quickly. The 3 of them almost completed the training of the Beast God transformation at the same time. Romeo chose the Elephant Man. He had a short nose on his face, but he was fat and big-eared, and his body was strong, naturally with a sense of style. Kratos chose the Lizard Man at random. After the transformation, he looked like a twin brother of the Black Dragon. There was no way. The beast men he had the most contact with were either the Black Dragon or Agon. He always felt that the Lizard Man was a little better looking. Middleman chose the Leopard Woman. Coincidentally, Princess May also chose the Leopard Woman. Both leopard girls were slim, with thin waists and long legs. They looked no different from ordinary humans, except that they had a pair of round ears and a little hair on their faces, which made them even cuter. The leopard girl transformed by Middleman was about 70% similar to herself, but she looked much younger, and even a little immature. Obviously, this senior Rose actually cared about age. Charlotte couldn't tell whether the leopard girl transformed by Princess May looked like her or not. He hadn't seen Princess May's true face yet. However, Princess May didn't wrap herself in a black robe at this time. She reached out and gently stroked her body, and then changed into an Ingrima-style hunting suit. Long leather boots, tight pants, tight coat, delicate face, like the bright moon, and an alchemical short-handled rifle in his hand, it is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. Charlotte thinks that the silverback ape is definitely more suitable than the overback red bear, and the Channing falcon for activities in the dense forest. The former is too clumsy, and the latter's wings are too cumbersome, so it is difficult to move on flat ground. After he turned into a silverback ape, his bloodthirsty fighting spirit surged, and 2 runes appeared in succession. One was also violent, just like the overback red bear warrior, and the other was thrown, which happened to cooperate with Charlotte's little skill, the flying knife technique. The flying knife technique is not a superpower, but a skill. Everyone can practice this skill, regardless of race. Charlotte learned it from an orc assassin. Chapter 573. Charlotte Mecklin and the other 5 people patrolled in the air for half a day, found a suitable place, landed on the border of the Amazon Kingdom, and transformed into orcs, and began to set off for the capital of the Amazon Kingdom. Middleman and Princess May were unwilling to accept each other. After half a day, they awakened their bloodthirsty fighting spirit almost at the same time, and entered the first level of transcendence. Romeos, who originally had little competitive mentality, could not help it. As a peak saint, he stepped into the ranks of the strongest in the world, and secretly had a competitive mentality. He was also promoted at the same time. First level transcendent, and took advantage of the opportunity to break through to the second level. Crestor had already been promoted to the first level extraordinary orc transformation, and he also joined the competition. Although Charlotte was 1 step ahead, he knew that in 3 or 5 days at most, his 4th level bloodthirsty fighting spirit would fall behind, so he had to practice hard to avoid being too embarrassed. This expedition team inexplicably entered the posture of healthy competition. When Charlotte left, Sophia Gallinold didn't say a word. After Charlotte Mecklin left, Miss Gallinold also handled the affairs in an orderly manner, showing her logistical talent, but at night, someone heard the sound of a table being kicked over in her room. Sophia Gallinold got up the next day, and didn't look at the table on the ground, but looked at the mirror. Her pretty face was full of determination, and she said, "Is the saint level so great? I, Sophia Gallinold, swear that I will be promoted to the saint level within a year." She took out a divine fragment, and then started the crazy practice mode. The 5 people walked for 2 days, and had already entered the border of the Amazon Kingdom. There were plants everywhere, and the power of the evil god was shrouded. There was no way to tell the direction on the ground. Every time, Charlotte had to transform into Channing Hayato and fly high in the sky to determine the direction. Channing Hayato flew up by physical strength, not by supernatural power, so he would not alarm the forbidden air barrier covering the entire Amazon Kingdom, nor would he alarm the evil god sleeping deep in the Amazon Kingdom. Charlotte deeply missed the days when he had the power of the saint rank. Although he had only been promoted to the saint rank for a few days, those days were really beautiful. Using Channing Hayato, especially the transformation of Channing Hayato, who was only at the 4th level, to fly into the sky was really fucking tiring. Once, after Charlotte finished reconnaissance and gave directions to her companions below, she landed on the ground exhausted and quickly replenished some food. Middleman, who had transformed into a leopard girl, brought her a cup of coffee, and Princess May stuffed Charlotte with a cushion with gold lines on it, which was obviously worth a lot of money. Romeos and Cresto looked at each other and greeted themselves. They were no match for Charlotte. Charlotte concentrated on circulating her bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Suddenly, her heart felt a slight jump in her blood. The energy in her body suddenly rose and broke through another level. This time, the rune condensed with stretching muscles. He stretched out his hand slightly, and his arm suddenly stretched 7 or 8 points. He grabbed a branch and broke it with force. A comic book suddenly popped up in Charlotte's mind. One Piece. The posture of using the rubber fruit is almost the same as that of Luffy, the protagonist of Pirate King, but it is not so infinitely elongated. It can only make Charlotte's arms, legs, and whole body stretch up to 1 or 2 times. In low-level extraordinary battles, it may be effective, but in mid to high-level battles, this ability is useless. After all, there is a limit to how long the body can be stretched by using the muscle. Most of the mid to high-level extraordinary people have the ability to attack from a distance. In Charlotte's eyes, the muscle is not even as good as the blood flame gas, which can control weapons from a long distance, and the attack range is much farther than the muscle. Throwing the branches aside, Charlotte drank coffee, ate dry bread, and collected Princess May's cushion. Princess May would take one out every time, but she would never take it back. Charlotte always felt that it was a pity to throw away such an expensive-looking cushion, so she simply collected it every time. This made Middleman very unhappy, but she really didn't prepare this thing, so she could only watch Princess May stuff Charlotte with a cushion every time. After Charlotte had a good rest, the expedition team naturally set off. Walking on the road, Charlotte suddenly felt something different. He took a step, and was able to go nearly 2 picometers farther than normal. Under normal circumstances, his speed was comparable to that of the Light Agility Technique X1. Charlotte could even feel that his strength had increased by 70%, and he could even compete with the bear warrior, who had activated the bear strength and was violent. Only then did he know that the ability of tendon stretching had so many benefits. When the muscles are stretched, the strength will naturally increase, the running speed will be faster, and the jump will be higher. These are the basic qualities of the body, which are completely different from the speed of the Light Agility Technique. As long as you are a little familiar with it, you can maintain the same rhythm in daily life and in battle. Only when the Light Agility is activated can it be as fast as thunder and lightning. Charlotte was really happy, although this promotion was insignificant, and he didn't expect to go far in the bloodthirsty fighting spirit of the orcs. Cresto soon noticed Charlotte's abnormality and asked, "Duke Mechalon, has your bloodthirsty fighting spirit been promoted to the 5th level?" Charlotte nodded, and Cresto said lightly, "It just so happens that I have also been promoted to the 2nd level." He opened his mouth and spit out a black gas, saying, "It's just that the awakened power is a bit weird, with a little poison, but the damage is not very strong." Crestor said this lightly. Romeos, Middleman, and Princess May were all angry. They didn't know that Crestor had practiced for a long time, so he was promoted to the 2nd level earlier than them. They just thought that this guy was provoking them. Charlotte also felt the disharmony in the team. She could only suppress her headache and comforted them. "It seems that when we reach the capital of the Kingdom of Damazon, everyone will be promoted to the 5th level or above." They continued on their way, and soon found a village. They were shocked by the scene in the village. The village was also covered with various plants. At first, Charlotte thought that there was no one here, but he soon found that there were people here, and they were still alive. It was just that they were all entangled by various plants. These plants did not come from the outside world, but grew from their bodies. When Charlotte found the first person, she thought that the other person was dead, but when the villagers of the Amazon Kingdom saw Charlotte, their faces were all looking for help, but a big and beautiful flower grew out of his mouth. He couldn't say anything, but just tried to swing his body and ask Charlotte for help. Romeos came over, took a look, and said, "His body has been filled with these plants. Now he is relying on the nutrients provided by these plants to survive. We can't save him. If we separate him from these plants, he may die." Charlotte nodded, agreeing with Romeo's words. This person's body has no flesh, bones, or internal organs. Only the roots of several plants are intertwined. He has no way to separate them. This is the power of the gods. Even if it is an evil god, mortals can't change anything. Especially, this villager was not dead yet, so it was really unreasonable for them to kill him. Soon, other people also found the villagers who were still alive. Charlotte wanted to ask Amon or Dapo Kaluaduo what was going on. Is there any way to get rid of these sufferings? But then she shook her head and gave up the idea. Charlotte whispered, "Let's keep moving forward. Get to Manus as soon as possible, only there can the problem be completely solved." The Amazon Kingdom is not a particularly small country in the Old World. Its area is roughly equivalent to the combined area of South Seraph and Behemoth Principality. It is divided into 3 regions, each of which has only one city of scale. The capital Manus is the largest city in Amazon, and its population accounts for 1/3 of the Amazon Kingdom. So Charlotte and his friends can only know what the Amazon Kingdom has become when they arrive in Manus. Romeos, Cresto, Middleman, and Princess May all silently agreed with Charlotte's opinion. They did not stay in this village, nor did they continue to explore the village, but left quickly and continued to set off. Charlotte is a time traveler, and he has never seen such cruel things on Earth. Of course, this does not mean that there are no cruel things on Earth, but ordinary people will never see or touch them. They will only see peace and tranquility, and at most they will only feel the pain of society and the pressure on the economy. Although it is also painful. That night, Romeos, Middleman, and Princess May all broke through the 2nd level and immediately worked towards the 3rd level. Cresto, who was half a step ahead, was so scared that he practiced even when he was sleeping, fearing that he would be overtaken by his 3 companions and lose face. Charlotte simply gave up. It was meaningless to compete with each other in such a matter. Well, he was destined to lose to these geniuses. The territory of the Amazon Kingdom was full of plants, which made it too difficult to walk. It usually took 5 or 6 days to walk, but the three of them walked for 7 or 8 days before they could barely see the tallest building in Manus, the Lincoln Tower, in the distance. This Lincoln Tower was built to commemorate the god of machinery and alchemy, one of the 9 great gods. It is said that it was a blueprint passed down by the god of machinery and alchemy to a believer. After it was built, it had a very wonderful function. However, although the believer's lifelong wish was to draw all the blueprints passed down by the god of machinery and alchemy, he drew for 12 years and died after a serious illness because his body could not bear it, resulting in the incomplete blueprint of the Lincoln Tower. Although the king of the Amazon kingdom at that time invested resources enthusiastically in the construction, the Lincoln Tower was not built until the emperor died. The emperors of the following generations could not bear it and invested resources endlessly, reducing the investment in the Lincoln Tower generation by generation. In the end, only the outer shell of this Lincoln Tower was built, and the internal structure was 70% to 80% empty. Naturally, it has never exerted any power, nor has it had any miraculous effects. On the contrary, because of the construction of the Lincoln Tower, the strength of the Amazon kingdom has greatly declined, and it has even missed the movement to explore the new world. Charlotte looked at the Lincoln Tower, a miracle built under the guidance of the god of machinery and alchemy. Now it is green and full of various plants. Many plants are not species of this world at all. They look absolutely obedient and ferocious. Charlotte sighed and said, "I hope the people of the Amazon kingdom are not all gone." Although Romeos wanted to say, "How is this possible?" But he couldn't say it. After all, a country's people were devoured by the evil god. This was too terrible. It had only happened a few times in the New World. After a short rest, the 5 people rushed all the way and approached the city of Manus in the evening of that day. What surprised Charlotte and the others was that the city was normal, and there were even people going in and out of the city. But this was definitely not normal. The 5 people observed for a long time, and Charlotte whispered, "There is a person who has left the city 8 times and entered the city 8 times. He should come out again in 3 minutes. Middleman whispered, "It's not just the people entering and leaving the city who are strange. At this time, all the countries in the old world will close their gates, and no city will let people in at night." Romeo sighed and said, "They should all be evil." The 5 people were silent for a while, and Charlotte whispered, "I will go into the city to explore. If I am in danger, you will help me together. If I am not discovered, you will enter the city one by one, and we will gather under the Lincoln Tower." Middleman wanted to stop him, but then he knew that this was the best arrangement. When everyone was afraid to use the power of the Saint rank, Charlotte's 5th rank extraordinary was the strongest combat power at present. If he was fine, everyone could sneak in. If he was in trouble, it meant that things were already impossible. They could directly use the power of the Saint rank to rob people and escape, or directly start a war. Charlotte took a deep breath and strode towards the gate of Manus. Those who came in and out did not notice him, but the grass on the ground seemed to sense it and kept reaching up, trying to pierce Charlotte's feet. However, Charlotte Mecklin had bloodthirsty fighting spirit, and although it was only at the 5th level, it was enough to protect himself. He walked into Manus step by step. After entering the city gate, he saw that the ground paved with rocks was overturned, and the dirt road that was supposed to be turned into grass, and there was no black mud. The buildings on the roadside were also covered with plants, and it looked like a house that had been shelved for many years, with no one living in it, and the flowers and plants became the masters. After entering the city area, the flowers and plants on the roadside became more crazy and rolled towards Charlotte. The first ability that Charlotte transformed into was King Kong, and he was able to resist it, but it was a little troublesome. He turned around and felt that he should be able to resist it, but he knew that the other 4 people in the team would definitely not be able to do so, so he had to retreat again. When Middleman and Princess May saw Charlotte, the 2 girls jumped up excitedly and rushed over. Chapter 574. All the elegance in this world needs a strong support. It may be power, wealth, knowledge, or some special ability. In the old world, there is also a strong force of one person. Meteorman and May Guillaume's gasp made Charlotte think of this passage. These 2 women are extremely outstanding. Even if you look at the entire continent, there are only a few women who can match them. Women who surpass them do not exist in the old world for the time being. Even without distinguishing between genders, and including men in the comparison, the 2 ladies were able to break into the top 50 with their strong strength. But after a long period of time without being able to use the power of the Saint rank, the 2 of them became fragile, and even unconsciously became dependent on Charlotte, who had stronger strength. Of course, The more important reason for their dependence was Charlotte's consistent performance. In the same situation, they would not have any feelings for Romeo's and Cresto. This is the difference between people. Charlotte said a few words to comfort them, and Middleman and Princess May calmed down, as if the previous loss of composure had nothing to do with them. Charlotte gathered the 5 people together, talked about their experiences along the way, and then said lightly, "We need to have a certain degree of protective ability to walk freely in the city. How many days can you all be promoted to the 5th level of bloodthirsty fighting spirit?" Romeo said proudly, "Give me another 7 days. Cresto couldn't help but say, 6.5 days. Before Middleman spoke, Princess May had already said for her, "We too will never be a drag." There is another way to say this. You will definitely be faster. Charlotte took a battle axe and cleaned the ground nearby, then performed the red bear transformation and moved a few boulders from nearby for daily rest. Several people temporarily stopped near Manus. Charlotte temporarily gave up her training and took care of the 4 people. Occasionally, she would walk around nearby to get familiar with the land. What surprised Charlotte was that after 4.5 days, it was Romeo's who first upgraded his bloodthirsty fighting spirit to the 5th level. Middleman was a few hours late, and Cresto and Princess May were both promoted at dusk, almost at the same time. Charlotte didn't tell anyone that he had already upgraded his bloodthirsty fighting spirit to the 6th level a few days ago. After the promotion, the 5 of them took a short rest, recovered their strength, replenished their water, and checked their weapons. The huge stone that Charlotte moved here to serve as a resting platform has been covered with plants in the past few days. No matter how Charlotte cleans it, it will be covered with plants again in half a day at most. But fortunately, they are about to leave, and don't have to worry about these stones anymore. This time, 5 people walked into Manus side by side. Charlotte changed his sword and led the way. Although they saw countless residents of Manus on the road, they could see that these residents were not normal. Most of them followed a fixed pattern and kept repeating one thing. They did not have any independent consciousness at all. They knew that Manus was full of dangers, so they did not dare to be impatient and walked very carefully. Charlotte saw a man walking to the corner of the street. It was very strange because this person would walk around the street every time and then come back here. He approached, raised his foot, and kicked the man down. Under his soles, countless green vines grew out. These vines kept waving, and some vines broke on the ground. Middleman said in shock, "Do they need to extend tendrils of plants from the soles of their feet to replenish energy and maintain activities?" Charlotte looked around for a while and whispered, "I know why some people move around in a large area and some people move around in a small area. You see, some people stand still and only extend tendrils from the soles of their feet, while some people's pants become bloated, and it is obvious that they also grow from their legs, so they can replenish more energy." After Charlotte said this, the 4 people also observed this phenomenon. Charlotte was shocked. He knew that these New World people were good at manipulating evil gods, but he didn't expect that evil gods could be so evil. He ignored the man who fell to the ground and began to grow green all over his body, and led everyone to continue exploring the city. Soon they found a special place. There was a small piece of bare flat land in this place. Middleman took a look and said, "I have been to Amazon Kingdom. This is the city government office of Manus. Someone must have chosen to make a base here." They had not encountered any immigrants from the New World along the way. Red Eagle had originally guessed that they had been devoured by the evil god and no longer had any consciousness. But when Charlotte saw this empty plain, she knew that Red Eagle had guessed wrong. These people from the New World still retained their self-identity. It was they who were manipulating the evil god, not the evil god who had eroded them. Charlotte clenched her fists and cursed in a low voice with hatred in her heart. "People from the old world, what hatred do we have with them? They want to exterminate a country." Romeo's couldn't help but say, "People who believe in evil gods have no humanity. Most of us know that we and the evil gods are in a mutually beneficial relationship. We don't believe in evil gods and are full of vigilance against them. But some people are not like this. They believe in evil gods and think that everything they do is right. They have naked hatred for their fellow human beings and wish to exterminate humans so that the evil gods can enjoy them." Well, the reason why the New World was not exterminated. It was still the spontaneous opposition of the evil gods, because if all people died, they would have no place to find food. Charlotte laughed and said, "Do people who believe in evil gods hate humans more than the evil gods themselves?" Romeos replied, "Yes." Charlotte closed her eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Romeo said was true, and he couldn't refute the truth. At this time, more than 10 people walked out of the city government office in Manus. They had simple smiles on their faces. A young man said, "People in the old world are content with pleasure, and are no longer worthy of ruling this continent. We have occupied the Amazon kingdom, and we will soon be able to take over more countries, and exterminate all the dirty creatures in the old world in exchange for the excellent humans in the new world." Romeos looked embarrassed. He actually believed this kind of talk, but he really didn't think about exterminating the people in the old world. He still had reason, and would not make such a decision that obviously violated his IQ. Another young man said, "In fact, it's a pity that many people died, especially those beautiful women. We don't have such soft and tender women in the new world. They are all rough women." The more than 10 immigrants from the new world laughed wildly. They suddenly reminded Charlotte that the immigrants from the new world, who attacked Black Phoenix City, also showed the same attitude. Chapter 575. Charlotte raised her hand to signal not to disturb these people. Although he had the ability to kill or even capture these people, they were obviously small pawns after the New World immigrants, and they were not worthy of knowing too many secrets. Charlotte needed to find a few New World immigrants with status, so that he could force them to tell more things. Under the transformation of the orcs, he could not use the ability of Bloody Glory. If he used the power of the Holy Level, he had to strike hard and then flee with all his strength, not giving the evil god lurking in Manus City time to react. Romeos, Cresto, Middleman and Princess May all understood what Charlotte meant. They did not move and watched these people walk into the street full of plants, occasionally reaching out to take something from the people on the roadside. Charlotte observed for a while, unable to suppress her anger, and said lightly, "They are harvesting food." Romeo sighed and said, "Duke Mechlin, people in the New World are not all like this." Charlotte nodded and replied, "I know." Of course, Charlotte knew that he had been to the New World, and the people he met there were quite normal, not as crazy as the people in front of him. They could exterminate a city without any moral burden, and grow some special food in the bodies of the residents of this city, and take a batch of ripe fruits from their bodies every day. They treated the same humans as livestock. Charlotte took a deep breath and thought, "I will find the culprit and kill him." The 5 of them worked together, and were able to kill an ordinary saint in a short period of time. Even if it was a strong saint, they could kill him. Charlotte and the others observed for a while, then bypassed the building and continued to sneak into the city center. Most of the immigrants from the New World chose to settle in this city after landing. The natives here had been completely exterminated by them using the power of the evil gods, so these people chose to settle down in the most luxurious buildings in the city, including the government departments of Manus and the mansions of the nobles, and regarded themselves as the new masters of the city. They don't need to work at ordinary times, and rely on harvesting the food grown in the bodies of local residents as their main food. When they are not out collecting food, they all close the door and entertain themselves at home, and they don't even communicate with each other. Charlotte can see that the demeanor of this group of people is not normal. Although they still maintain self-awareness and various human behaviors, he believes that this group of people is not far from being harvested by the evil god. Charlotte and his group walked around and found the outside of the palace of Manus. Although the Amazon kingdom is a small country, the palace is built with great magnificence, even comparable to the palaces of Fars and Ingrima. It is conceivable that the people of the Amazon kingdom had to pay heavy taxes to build this palace. Even in the 5 great empires, only a very prodigal emperor would dare to build this luxurious palace. Most palaces were built slowly over several generations. Although the demise of the Amazon kingdom had nothing to do with whether the royal family loved the people like their own children and cherished the people's strength, Charlotte couldn't help thinking, "When I return to Mecklenburg, I will publish a story about a king who lived too luxuriously, causing a disaster from heaven to destroy the country. Just don't mention the name of the Amazon kingdom, otherwise it will become an attack on the victim country." Romeo suddenly whispered, "Duke Mechlin, someone came out." Charlotte focused slightly, because he saw an acquaintance, the young girl Zimmerman. He was very surprised to see an acquaintance here, but he had no impulse to greet her. He and this Zimmerman. Although they had fought side by side, they had no friendship, but he didn't make any movement, and Middleman beside him trembled slightly, then gently reached out and touched Charlotte's back, and whispered, "When you go back, tell my father that Middle misses him." Then he rushed out without hesitation, and the orc transformation on his body was instantly removed, and he restored the style of the first rose of the empire. He swung the long sword in his hand, and chopped down the girl Zimmerman. Charlotte was shocked, and he also hurriedly changed back to human form, growling, "Be careful to hide, don't attack." He pushed the light agility to the limit, with the blood rose in his hand, and rushed past Middleman. Middleman gritted his teeth, accelerated the sword light, and exerted the sword skills he had learned in his life to the peak. The young girl Zimmerman did not expect that an enemy would suddenly attack, and it was a saint-level enemy. She hurriedly gathered her fighting spirit, but although she had swallowed too many divine fragments, she was only a high-level extraordinary person. How could she resist Middleman's full-strength sword? When she was dying, she saw Charlotte, with a slight surprise on her face, and made an expression for help, but before she could call for help, she was split in half by Middleman's sword. Middleman slashed out with a sword, but did not wait for the expected Charlotte Mecklen's interception. She was also slightly surprised. Just as she was about to speak, Charlotte's blood rose suddenly attacked. A sword light flew out from the body of the girl Zimmerman. The sword light changed magnificently, and was as blazing as the sun. Middleman had never expected such a change. He had just used all his strength, and was unable to recover his breath. Although he had the sword across his chest, he knew that he could not resist it. But Charlotte's blood rose changed like lightning, and she did not retreat a step, and took on this round of strong attack. All this happened in a flash. The appearance of the girl Zimmerman, Middleman's attack, Charlotte's pursuit. But the script did not follow the process it should have. Middleman killed the girl Zimmerman with one sword. After the girl Zimmerman died, a sword flew out of her body. It should have killed Middleman, but it was taken by Charlotte. Middleman regrouped and stared at the man who seemed to have walked out of nothingness. His eyes were full of burning flames, and he whispered, "Woo woo woo." Charlotte reached out and covered the mouth of the senior sister, and said with a smile, "Captain Huntington, how are you?" The body of the girl Zimmerman disappeared into the air inch by inch like a bubble. The man who walked out of nothingness was as handsome as a god, with a demeanor and spirit that was unparalleled in the world. It was Zimmerman Axel Robin. He smiled and said, "Lord Mecklin, you really love to joke. You have already polluted my memory several times. Do you still want to try?" Charlotte loosened her hand that was covering Middleman's mouth, stroked her hair, and said helplessly, "We have to try it. What if it succeeds?" "Long time no see, Mr. Zimmerman Axel Robin." Zimmerman also performed a graceful imperial salute and said, "It's been a long time indeed, Mr. Charlotte Mecklin." Chapter 576. Because of Charlotte's last-minute instructions, the three people who were hiding were all confused. They couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, Charlotte was also confused. When Middleman killed the girl Zimmerman, he knew something was wrong, so he immediately returned to his human identity regardless of everything and pushed the light agility technique to the limit, but not to stop his senior from killing the girl Zimmerman. He knew that once the girl died, there would be strange changes, so he had to save her, save senior Middleman. Although Middleman knew some secrets, she couldn't understand why Charlotte reacted so quickly. When she saw her attack, she immediately rushed over to protect herself. Only Zimmerman looked helpless, but his tone was as cold as frost and snow, saying, "Sir Charlotte Mecklin, why do you always want to ruin my good things? Even Minnel didn't know the secret of my memory, so how did you know that I hid the memory deep in the souls of those illegitimate children, and changed their surnames to Mecklin? Do you know that this small change almost made me lost and unable to find the way back? Also, what did you do with the little Zaymon that I used to give birth to me? You almost made me think that you were my father. You bastard. And last time, you told me in the memory hidden in Wood Brandon's mirror world, are you my brother-in-law? My brother-in-law, you look like that. Sir Mecklin, you really deserve to die." Charlotte shrugged her shoulders and said, "Senior Zimmerman, I definitely didn't mean it. I really didn't know that these things would hinder you. Yeah, in fact, I'm your fan." Just as Charlotte was about to continue talking nonsense, she heard Middleman say lightly, "I instructed Mr. Mecklin to do all this, and he didn't know anything at all. I've been looking for you for a long time. This time, let's make a break." A black full moon appeared on Middleman's body, and the rapier in his hand was like smoke, moonlight, flowing light, breeze, and night stars. It changed and moved in an instant, as if there was an endless artistic conception. Even though Charlotte thought that her swordsmanship was already at the top level, she couldn't help but feel ashamed when she saw this sword, knowing that she was far inferior to this senior sister in swordsmanship. The rapier in Zimmerman's hand looked ordinary, as if it was just an ordinary Sherlock-style magic rapier, but in his hand, it was like a divine weapon used by the gods to punish mortals. With a flash of sword light, it broke Middleman's ever-changing swordsmanship. Charlotte joined the battle without hesitation. He knew that although he had sparred with Julian before, no matter how talented Julian was, he would never be able to beat Middleman and Zimmerman in swordsmanship due to his age. So in addition to being fast, he abandoned all changes and moves, and did not hold back on every sword. The sword light swayed like a stream of light, and it was as crisscrossing as lightning. He didn't know how many swords he had thrown around Zimmerman, and he had to stop this powerful man, who had traveled all over the continent in his place, so that he couldn't take the opportunity to counterattack and severely injure his ex-fiancée. After a round of quick swordplay, Charlotte was ecstatic and shouted, "He has not recovered his strength yet. He is only at level 19. Zimmerman smiled and said, "Below the saint level are all ants, above the saint level, the level is no longer important. What is important is the mastered supernatural power, combat experience, and basic qualities, such as speed, and the understanding of swordsmanship. Even if I am only at level 19, it is still no problem to kill a few trash at level 24. This sentence is bragging if anyone else says it. Even if Charlotte says it, it has a bit of pretentious meaning. Only Zimmerman said it calmly, as if he was stating a fact. While calmly accepting the siege of Middleman and Charlotte, Zimmerman asked curiously, "Lord Mechlin, how did you guess how I passed the 4th level of the God level? I believe I will never tell anyone, even my father, my mother, and even many don't know. Besides, I don't believe that anyone in the world can come up with such a genius idea like me. I finally encountered something that I couldn't figure out no matter how hard I tried. If Lord Mechlin is willing to tell me the answer, I can spare Minnie's life." "Haha, don't think about it. I will definitely kill you." After saying these words, Zimmerman blinked at Charlotte. He was obviously a great devil, but he suddenly became as innocent as a child. But this innocence, of course, made people shudder. Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "Why do you keep calling me Lord Mechlin?" Zimmerman didn't expect Charlotte's thinking to jump so quickly, and couldn't help but smile and said, "My mother, Princess Axel, is about to marry that old man McLean Brittany. In any sense, I am the future prince of the Brittany dynasty. Is it strange to call you Lord Mechlin? You know, my succession order is not lower than Antonio's." Charlotte asked this question to ease Zimmerman's aggressive momentum, and buy herself some time to think. He believed that Zimmerman must be invincible when he was at his peak, but he did not believe that Zimmerman, who had just recovered to the 19th level, could also be invincible. What's more, wasn't Zimmerman, who was invincible at the time, also besieged and captured alive? He and Middleman were not fighting alone. They also had Romeo's, Cresto, and Princess Meguillon behind them. Their strength was definitely not inferior to Antonio, and the 5 great royal family members of Axel. However, he did not see the opportunity to counterattack for a while, so he did not call on the 3 helpers. At the same time, he was also very curious about the 4 heavenly gates of the God level mentioned by Zimmerman just now. He recently read the notes, left by his teacher Juno, and it was vaguely mentioned that there might be several difficulties in reaching the God level, but Juno only confirmed 3 of them, and the rest were vague, only listing a few attempts without giving a conclusion. Zimmerman swung away Middleman's sword and urged, "Lord Mechlin, make your choice quickly. Middleman is waiting anxiously. I also want to know whether this secret is more important to you than Middleman." Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "This secret is not only not as important as Middleman, but also not worth a few centines. I thought of a question when I was at Sheffield University. What is this universe made of? Is it mathematics, physics, or the universe, the stars in the universe? Of course, we can rule out a wrong answer first. That is, it can't be the gods." Chapter 577. Although Charlotte is a math teacher, she is a science student, and has a good knowledge of physics, chemistry, and astronomy. At least it is enough to fool the old continent bumpkins. Charlotte can pat her chest and say, "No one in this continent has more scientific knowledge than me." Charlotte talked freely, and occasionally asked a sharp question. Zimmerman sometimes answered, sometimes thought, and then ignored it, but Charlotte gradually summarized some truths through Zimmerman's reaction. He thought to himself, "Teacher said that if you want to enter the God level, the first difficulty is the body. Below the saint level, you are still immortal. You will definitely not be able to withstand the energy from countless dimensional voids. That's why the body was born. With the help of the huge body, it condensed into the most powerful magic circle to resist the power of the dimensional void. That's why the divine body was born. The divine body composed entirely of energy can move freely in countless spaces. That's why gods stay away from humans, because their ties with the material world are already extremely weak. The second is the soul. The mortal body cannot withstand the energy from the void, from the dimension, and from countless spaces. The mortal soul cannot withstand the terrifying divine thoughts emitted by countless divine creatures from infinite space. For most divine creatures, their souls collapsed the moment they ascended to the God level, leaving only pure flesh, and relying on the memories of their previous lives, they became a creature without consciousness, and could only follow the rules of instinct. Or, they don't deserve to be called living things. The second is consciousness. Finally, it's the powers of the gods. There is almost no answer to the problem of consciousness. The seemingly most difficult power may be the simplest. Charlotte decided to take a risk. He blocked all of Zimmerman's attacks with his blood rose, pulled Middleman out of the battle, and said lightly, "So I made a bold guess. Why can't we ascend to the god level first, and then overcome these difficulties?" Zimmerman maintained his attacking posture, but did not move, muttering to himself, "First reach the god level, then overcome the difficulties? Reach the god level first? Sir Mecklin, you are indeed a genius idea. It is bolder than my idea, but it hits the mark. Describe the best shortcut to reach the god level. I am not as crazy as you. I only thought of a specific operation method. As you know, I found some levers. The blazing flames in Middleman's eyes are enough to burn any evil god. Then I had some illegitimate children, and I hid my memories deep in the souls of these children. Then I asked Wood Brandon to help." Zimmerman shrugged and said, "Sir Mecklin, why are you looking at me like that? Wood Brandon is my man. Is there anything strange about that? He has lived for hundreds of years. How could he turn a blind eye to the secret of becoming a god? Wood Brandon was almost going crazy wanting to become a god, and I easily convinced him. Anyway, this vampire from the Vango clan was not loyal to Fars at all. He is willing to be the prime minister of the empire, just to enjoy the feeling of being under one person, above 10,000 people, holding great power, and calling the wind and rain. It's not strange to abandon the power when there is something more desirable. Anyway, in a few decades, he can change his identity, and get into the power center of an empire. The next time may be in Grima or Black Phoenix." "Oh, Black Phoenix has been killed by you." Charlotte replied, "It's not me, don't talk nonsense, it's a misunderstanding." Zimmerman gave him a contemptuous look, not even bothering to argue with him. "Anyway, I was successfully captured alive, and sent to Kilmanham prison, where the Emerald Book wiped out the remnants of my memory. It was really thanks to this great alchemical artifact that I was able to clean up the stubborn garbage in my memory, and restore it to the purity and innocence of a baby. Only such a soul can withstand the impact of the will of those monsters from the infinite space, who ascended to the god level. Anyway, it's just a blank sheet of paper. No matter how they attack, they won't erase anything more." Charlotte couldn't help but admire. "What a great idea. But you made such a big move. It shouldn't be just for such a small matter." Zimmerman smiled and said, "You're right. I also got the authority of war and chaos. You can call me the god of war and chaos." Charlotte smiled and said mercilessly, "Although I don't know what's wrong with you, I know for sure that you haven't reached the level of god yet. You are level 5 like me. Why are you pretending to be a god?" Zimmerman finally couldn't hold it in and cursed, "Who is level 5 like you?" Charlotte uttered a few O's and said, "Sorry, I don't know how to count. Math teacher, I don't know how to count." Mr. Zimmerman Axel Robin will never understand this cold joke. He just thinks that Charlotte's words are very meaningful, but no matter what, he can't figure out what profound truth it contains. Zimmerman clearly felt that his memory was contaminated by Charlotte Mecklin again. He couldn't help but repeat what he said just now. "Sir Charlotte Mecklin, you really deserve to die. Let's not talk about the bad things you did. You actually tried to touch my mini? I haven't touched it. Just for this, you should be exiled to the void and given to those evil gods to play with." Charlotte sighed and said, "It's too late. I have been given to the evil gods to play with. Forget it. Let's not talk about this sad question. Let's talk about why you haven't reached the level of god yet." This time, Zimmerman answered seriously, "I still need time. The war cannot end yet. I want the war to sweep across the old world again. When the war reaches its most intense, it will be my chance to become a god. Speaking of this, Lord Charlotte Mecklin, if you hadn't run around and ended the war in the old world ahead of time, I wouldn't have to personally take action and manipulate the people of the new world to fight this war. I kill you here, and I keep my promise and let many go. For this beautiful world, the war is in full swing. Please die. It would be best if you could commit suicide." Charlotte pondered for a moment and fell into deep thought. Zimmerman felt strange about him. Charlotte was just a small figure, but she repeatedly ruined his plans. She was simply a nemesis from heaven. He really wanted to kill this annoying guy this time. "You even want to seduce his fiancée? You bastard, you don't know what you're talking about." Chapter 578. Charlotte Mecklin, what are you thinking about? Looking at Zimmerman, who had not taken action, but only persuaded her to die, Charlotte suddenly smiled and said, "You just lied. You are not the god of war and chaos." Charlotte said word by word, "You are the god of war and betrayal. You need an anchor point to become a god. That's why Senior Middleman doesn't want to live anymore. Her recent behavior is completely abnormal. She is like a girl in love. She is not the first rose of the empire at all. You told all the secrets to Senior Middleman a long time ago. And you betrayed her fiercely at the same time. Zimmerman Axel, Mr. Mecklin, you are so good at playing tricks. Zimmerman had a smile on his face, but when he heard the last sentence, Zimmerman Axel, Mr. Mecklin, his face changed drastically, and he shouted in a low voice, my last name is not Mecklin. Charlotte spread her hands and said indifferently, it doesn't matter if your last name is not Axel, anyway, your last name was not Axel. Zimmerman shouted, my last name is not Mecklin. Charlotte continued, you don't have to be Robin. Your family has abandoned you long ago anyway. It's better to be Mecklin. Our Mecklin family is in its heyday. Zimmerman's brilliant sword light responded to him, but this time it was Middleman who took action and blocked the attack for Charlotte. Charlotte Blood Rose took action and joined the battle. This time, the three of them did not stop, and the battle became more and more intense. Romeo's was shocked and whispered to his two companions, we really heard something extraordinary. Cresto's was a little regretful. He whispered, I haven't been promoted to the 24th level yet. Even if I know this secret, it's useless. The expression on Princess May's face changed the most. Middleman acted like this because he knew he would die this time, but Princess May Guillaume was not like that. She really fell in love with Charlotte, especially with Middleman as her rival. She acted even more passionately. When Charlotte first appeared, she was just an inconspicuous diplomatic envoy, and she was hinted at by her nephew, the Red Dragon Emperor Alfred Guillaume, which made her laugh and cry. She knew that her nephew was worried about her, afraid that she would become autistic and unable to get out of the shadow of darkness, but she really didn't think about starting another relationship. But this Mr. Charlotte Mecklin was really amazing. He actually started directly from her favorite novel, and wrote one amazing work after another. Every one of them made her unable to stop reading, and really touched her heart. As for later, Charlotte actually gave her a legendary warship. Although Princess May was angry that this bastard had lent the Queen Bee to Sophia Gallinade, the Rose Lady of Strasbourg, she still forgave him because he had worked hard to collect the gold rings to control the Queen Bee and the crystal bottles for her collection. As for later, May Guillaume couldn't figure out when she would feel that even if she took off her silk gloves and personally went out to fight with a group of little bitches for people, she would not feel that there was anything wrong. Even if Charlotte has, and what does it matter? Isn't it a great honor for a Fars man to have a lover who is Princess Ingrima? In Charlotte's latest work, 10,000 Nights, there is a classic line, a man's honor comes from the woman around him. It is 100% Charlotte Mecklin's inner monologue. May Guillaume suddenly sighed when she saw Middleman fighting. Her qualifications were almost the same as Middleman's, but Middleman took the lead and was promoted to the 23rd level. And from her battle, you can tell that Charlotte's Middleman Sr. has already burned her life. She had given up everything to kill Zimmerman. Princess May took a deep breath and said, let's get ready. Romeo's pondered for a moment and whispered, okay. He knew he should turn around and leave decisively. Even in the New World, he could hear the reputation of Zimmerman. If he participated in the siege of Zimmerman, he would definitely die, but the benefits would be completely disproportionate. But Romeo's weighed the pros and cons again, and finally abandoned his distracting thoughts, and decided to help Charlotte. He also wanted to know where the gap between his strength and a monster like Zimmerman was. Cresto's agreed without hesitation. Romeo's and Cresto's were both experienced warriors. They found a flaw in Zimmerman, and attacked almost at the same time. They rose from the ground and turned into two brilliant rainbows, crossing in the air and cutting off Zimmerman's two arms. Princess May's pink fighting spirit burst out and wrapped around one of the arms. Although Zimmerman was attacked and seriously injured, he was not afraid and shouted, hands come back. The arm that was not wrapped by Princess May's fighting spirit did not fall down, but flew back to Zimmerman's shoulder as fast as lightning, and grew back quickly. Seeing this, Princess May stirred her fighting spirit and shattered the wrapped arm. Zimmerman smiled slightly when he saw this and shouted, grow! Immediately, a second arm grew out of his shoulder. However, what shocked the 5 people who besieged him was that the second arm he grew out grew on the same shoulder as the arm he had received. Charlotte shook her head and said, I said, you are not the god of war and chaos. You are the god of war and betrayal. Look, even your own hand is going to betray you. Zimmerman was furious, swung his sword to cut off the second arm, pressed on the other shoulder, and shouted, Charlotte Mecklin, even if you have helpers, what can you do to me? This is not a siege planned by Wood Brandon, and I will never surrender. Charlotte shook her head and said, Wood Brandon may be persuaded by you, but he definitely betrayed you that time. Otherwise you wouldn't be so confused. Zimmerman suddenly closed his eyes. His expression was ferocious, changing rapidly, changing countless expressions, making him look like countless people. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and his temperament suddenly changed, returning to the elegant appearance when he first appeared. He put one hand on his chest, smiled slightly, and said, "Lord Charlotte Mecklin, this time it's all thanks to you. I always felt something was wrong, but I couldn't find the problem. So that's the truth. To repay you, I will kill you all here." Chapter 579. Charlotte didn't know what Zimmerman had figured out, but no matter what he had figured out, it was too dangerous for her. Charlotte shouted, "Attack together, don't show any mercy." Before he finished speaking, Zimmerman appeared beside Princess May like a ghost, and cut Princess Ingrima's neck with a palm knife. There was no sign before he attacked. Although Princess May's fighting spirit changed, and she wanted to get rid of Zimmerman, and even Charlotte and others also launched a round of rapid attacks, Zimmerman still hit Princess May Guillaume hard. Princess May's body was illusory, and disappeared into the air in an instant. Charlotte was extremely anxious, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, knowing that it was the dawn of fate that sent May Guillaume away in time and prevented the tragedy from happening. Charlotte thought that she had taken this world-famous figure very seriously, but she didn't expect that when Zimmerman got serious, she could only watch him severely injure Princess May. If it weren't for the gift of the Snake of Fate, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Zimmerman was slightly surprised and asked, "What kind of supernatural power is this? You actually managed to escape my fatal blow." Charlotte put the blood rose into her arm and said calmly, "You almost killed a friend of mine with your blow just now, so I can't allow you to live." Zimmerman smiled slightly, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Who makes her the weakest? Of course, I have to kill the worst opponent first. But it's been a long time since someone boasted to me like this. Let me see how many surprises you can give me." Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "Let me level up first." He didn't make any moves or show any signs, but in the next moment, he broke through from level 20 to level 21. This time, Charlotte put all his energy into insight. Insight is one of the 13 skills of Bloody Glory, and the first ability he comprehended. But he didn't invest in this ability for a long time. It was the last time, because after upgrading the main skills, there was still some residual energy, and he invested it in insight. Up to X12. At this time, Charlotte urgently needed instant combat power. As a math teacher, he quickly built a mathematical model in his brain, and used the crudest algorithm to come to an incredible conclusion. The ability that could instantly improve his combat power was actually insight. As a math teacher, Charlotte always believed in two things. One was that math was math, and if you said you didn't know it, you didn't know it. The other was that math was math, and as long as the formula was correct and the calculation was correct, then the conclusion must be correct, no matter how incredible it was. Charlotte didn't know if the mathematical model he built was correct, or the data he used was correct for such a complicated thing, but he still decided to believe in mathematics. After all, mathematics is more reliable than anything else. Even if it is wrong, he is willing to accept it. As a math teacher, he is willing to bet all his dignity on mathematics. With only a small amount of superpowers invested, the insight was increased to X18. As Charlotte continued to invest energy, the 18 insight runes broke together and formed a new rune, Omniscience. Omniscience includes two parts, all, and knowledge. Its non-religious meaning is not knowing everything, but being able to learn all knowledge. But after the Omniscience rune was formed, Charlotte repeatedly came into contact with evil gods, and even the spirituality of the righteous gods was enhanced. Just like water encountering a sponge, like oil encountering a raging fire, and was ignited in an instant. Charlotte's spirituality exceeds that of ordinary saints, even Antonio and Romeo's, the peak saints, but his spirituality is not a gift, nor is it a normal state. This spirituality that is enhanced by contact with gods is extremely unstable, and may get out of control at any time. Charlotte couldn't release all her spirituality at will to improve her practice. But when her insight was promoted to X18, and was broken and reorganized into omniscience, this rune condensed, and he could accommodate all her spirituality. This was something Charlotte had never expected. With the energy of the upgrade, the omniscience rune was continuously injected, and the second omniscience rune condensed. When the second omniscience rune condensed, Charlotte felt as if her brain had suddenly been replaced with a CPU. The speed of thinking suddenly increased, and his memory, perception, and talent all doubled. He even calculated a high-level math problem in his mind. It would have taken at least several hours to get the answer to a complex problem that required pen and paper to check. Charlotte completed all the calculations in just a few seconds. The remaining energy was not enough to increase the omniscience ability again, so Charlotte put all of it into the blood flame energy, which increased this ability to X5. Charlotte said she wanted to upgrade, and she was promoted to level 21 in an instant. The whole audience was shocked. Even Zimmerman was shocked. He couldn't help but say, "This is the most pretentious posture I have ever seen in my life. Charlotte, you must have cheated. You have already been promoted to level 21, you just fooled me, right?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Whatever you say is right." Everyone saw that Charlotte was promoted to level 21, but no one could see that he transformed insight into omniscience and condensed the second omniscience rune. As for the blood flames, that's not important, it's just to consume the remaining energy for upgrading. Zimmerman stopped talking nonsense. He was a little tired of Charlotte's playing tricks, and used all his skills, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, rushing left and right, and relying on his own strength. He attacked Romeo's, Crester, Middleman and Charlotte one after another. The battle between the two sides was much more intense than before. Although Zimmerman immediately realized that Charlotte's strength had indeed become stronger, he didn't care much, just thinking that Charlotte had hidden her strength before. Charlotte soon discovered that although her combat power had been comprehensively improved, it was not the power itself that had been improved, but the wisdom of how to use the power. If this kind of improvement was aimed at enemies of the same level, it would make the enemy suspect that the world was cheating, but it did not have an immediate effect against an enemy like Zimmerman. However, Charlotte Mecklin soon found the most suitable way to fight. She no longer used weapons, but kept condensing the magic mirror, and used the magic mirror as a shield, which could not only be used to block Zimmerman's attacks, but also almost put Zimmerman into the mirror world several times. The attacks collected by the magic mirror could be respitted out at any time, which was simply a magical version of the shifting of the stars, the moving of flowers and jade, and the great movement of the universe. Such a unique combat skill gave Zimmerman a slight headache. Chapter 580. Charlotte manipulated a magic mirror, trying to block a fatal attack for Crestor, but Zimmerman had already found a way to deal with him. This attack shook the energy that was everywhere in the world and directly shattered the fragile magic mirror. Charlotte secretly admired it. The magic mirror and the real mirror have a common shortcoming, which is fragility. However, this fragility is not in the magic mirror itself. It is embedded in nothingness, and does not need to bear any substance. The fragility of the magic mirror lies in its connection with this world. This connection is very fragile. Once it is disturbed, the magic mirror will disappear. Charlotte believes that even an enemy who has fought dozens of times may not be able to see through this, but Zimmerman just casually found this flaw. This attack was a deliberate and targeted attack. The energy of this attack is dispersed, and it cannot cause substantial damage to the strong stage saint level, but it can destroy the existence of the magic mirror. Charlotte also thought of a way to deal with Zimmerman's attack, but Zimmerman lured Charlotte and Romeo's to save Cresto, and his real target was his ex-fiancé Middleman. He used a sharp and unparalleled great brilliant cross slash to directly send Middleman out of the battlefield. Charlotte watched Middleman disappear into the air. Although she knew that the Dawn of Destiny had played a role again, she was also shocked and horrified. She didn't expect Zimmerman to be so fierce. Under the siege of 5 saints, he was still at ease, and even severely injured Princess May and Middleman one after another. If it weren't for the Dawn of Destiny, these two ladies would have died. Charlotte couldn't help but complain. Zimmerman. He just called out Zimmerman's name, but he couldn't think of how to complain. Charlotte Mecklin, who always thought she was sharp-tongued, finally ran out of words. He shouted, "Romeo's, Cresto, retreat, I cover you." Although the Serpent of Fate gave 10 times of the Dawn of Fate, this thing is extremely precious, and there is no need to waste it in a meaningless battle. Charlotte asked Romeo's and Cresto to retreat first, which immediately won Romeo's favor. He saluted Charlotte slightly, and turned around to fly away. Cresto had been under Charlotte for a long time, and knew the temperament of this lord. He cherished the lives of his subordinates too much. Although this was not decisive enough, it really made his subordinates easily feel good about him, so he also retreated at the same time. For Cresto, there was no need to salute. His loyalty no longer needed to be bound by formalities. Charlotte could not defeat Zimmerman, but he could hold him back. His agility was increased to X-27, and with the bonus of the red and blue rattlesnake, his speed was the best in the world. Moreover, he awakened omniscience, so no matter what kind of combat skills Zimmerman used, he could understand and learn the essence through observation, so that Zimmerman's various magical methods no longer had any secrets. Zimmerman was also troubled by Charlotte's slippery opponent. Charlotte intended to cover the two men, but Zimmerman didn't want to let them go. After all, Romeo's was at the 24th level and Cresto was at the 23rd level, both of which were qualified to threaten him. Zimmerman knew that Charlotte had more than just a few saints under his command. If dozens of them came next time, he might really be overturned. Although he didn't know what kind of supernatural power it was that could kill the opponent, but the opponent disappeared quietly, he was sure that this supernatural power must not be used at will, otherwise they would come one after another, and he would definitely die in battle. If he could injure them once, he could reduce the harm in the future. Zimmerman changed his tactics several times in a row, and even Charlotte was almost tricked. Finally, Zimmerman cheated Charlotte for the 7th time and knocked him to the ground. Zimmerman did not chase Charlotte, but flew at full speed to chase Romeos and Cresto. Zimmerman soon saw the backs of the two people, and a large cross of brilliant slash was sent out. Suddenly, the magic power on his body shook slightly. A man who looked very gentle, holding a knight's lance, stabbed fiercely and pierced Zimmerman's body. Charlotte saw from afar that Ishimran, holding the spear transformed from the blood spirit, finally injured Zimmerman, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been planning from the beginning to let Ishimran take action at the most critical moment, so when dealing with Zimmerman, he took great pains to attach a magic mirror to his body. At this time, he seized the moment when Zimmerman used all his strength to launch a large cross-radiant slash, and attacked him by surprise, and it really worked in one fell swoop. But Charlotte soon found that she was too relaxed too early. Zimmerman reached out and grabbed the spear, and kicked the magic mirror to pieces. This attack even caused a blazing light damage, severely injuring the undead Ishimran. The whole body of this evil god was ignited by the power of light ash, turning into a blazing torch. Charlotte no longer cared about Ishimran. He was at full speed, but he watched Zimmerman pull out the knight's lance and throw it with all his strength. Charlotte did not dare to take the shot back or resist it. She quickly moved aside, but saw that Zimmerman ignored her and turned to chase Romeos and Cresto. Charlotte didn't dare to lose this weapon, so she turned around to chase him, but she saw from a distance that a mirror opened from the void, and an arm stretched out and grabbed the knight's lance. Wood Brandon came out with a smile and said, "See you again, Duke Mechlin." Last time, Charlotte used the Holy Light Kingdom and Amelia to scare Wood Brandon away, but this former Imperial Prime Minister is definitely a very scary opponent. Charlotte let out a long roar and suddenly accelerated. Although Wood Brandon wanted to keep the weapon, he felt something was wrong when he held the knight's spear transformed by blood spirit. It was as if he was holding an angry evil god. Waves of evil god power vibrated out from the spear. He was about to banish the knight's spear when Charlotte rushed over. Although Brandon thought to himself that he could definitely banish this strange knight's spear, it would take time to banish it. Seeing this, he could only smile helplessly and loosened his hand holding blood spirit. The knight's spear broke away from his grip and immediately flew back to Charlotte like a flexible swordfish. Charlotte reached out and grasped the knight's lance and attacked Wood Brandon without hesitation. Wood Brandon looked into the distance, smiled slightly, and said, "It's not time to start a war yet." Then he disappeared in the mirror world. Charlotte didn't stay at all and immediately chased Zimmerman with all her strength, but when he caught up with Zimmerman, he saw that he had severely injured Cresto, and this loyal subordinate also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Charlotte took a deep breath and once again felt the horror of Zimmerman. Chapter 581. When Zimmerman saw Charlotte catching up, he surprisingly did not continue to fight, but withdrew from the battle circle, looked at Charlotte deeply, and turned to fly towards Manus. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and said to Romeos, "You go back to the ship first, I will go with him." Romeos nodded and said, "You should be careful." He had just tried to communicate with the evil god desperately, but Zimmerman inexplicably gave up the fight, which made him very strange. The only explanation was that the shot that Charlotte let Ishimran's sneak attack severely injured Zimmerman. However, Romeos would never dare to gamble, but Charlotte was obviously different. He was ready to gamble once. Charlotte knew that Wood Brandon also appeared nearby, but still wanted to gamble once, betting that Zimmerman was seriously injured. He did not fly over openly, but extended his blood energy as much as possible, condensed the magic mirror at a very far distance, and then used the world in the mirror to jump into the magic mirror, using this method to advance towards Manus at a very fast speed. In the world in the mirror, no one could sneak attack Charlotte. Moreover, the magic mirror is equivalent to an alternate dimension, which is integrated with countless worlds. As long as it reflects the blue sky and white clouds, it is difficult to be discovered. Charlotte quickly found Zimmerman's trail, but he was not anxious. He still used this method to rush to Manus. He did not rush over from the sky, but appeared on the ground, still transformed into an orc, a red bear warrior, and appeared outside Manus, which had transformed into a strange thing. Charlotte slightly moved his muscles and bones, and his bloodthirsty fighting spirit suddenly boiled up, breaking through directly from the low level to the middle level, and breaking through 3 times in a row in one breath, and then stopped the promotion. Charlotte broke 18 insight runes, condensed omniscience, and completely digested all spirituality. In terms of pure talent, he is already the best in the entire continent. Yes, the best in the old and new continents. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit broke through to the 9th level. Charlotte easily condensed 3 new runes. He turned into a red bear warrior. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit condensed a total of 8 supernatural runes, namely, bear power, rage, thick skin, bone refining, gluttony, hibernation, bloodthirstiness, and king's order. Bone refining can make the bones of the bear warriors harder. While the bones are hard, they can also increase strength and strengthen blood production. Gluttony can recover injuries and physical strength by eating a lot. Hibernation can recover from serious injuries by sleeping after eating a lot. Bloodthirstiness is similar to berserk, doubling the limit of combat power. King's mandate is different from these combat and auxiliary abilities. Only when the orcs awaken the king's mandate can they be qualified to become the king of the tribe. King's mandate allows orcs to easily defeat stronger and more majestic peers in the same level battle, and can suppress berserk, bloodthirstiness, and other abilities, so that the enemy's combat power is unknowingly weakened. Charlotte's bloodthirsty fighting spirit of the 9th level caused a subtle tremor throughout his body. All the strange plants that wanted to get into his body would be shattered after being exposed to this strange tremor, withering and losing their strange vitality. Charlotte walked into Manus calmly again. The street was the same as last time. He quietly lurked near the palace, and directly changed into a silverback bear man, who was good at climbing. He changed into a silverbacked ape man. The superpowers in Charlotte's body were transformed into another 8 bloodthirsty runes: King Kong, rage, throwing, pulling tendons, refining bone, dexterity, giantization, and spirit hair. Fierce will, rage, and bone refining are all universal bloodthirsty runes. Any orc race can condense them. It is not surprising that the silverback gorilla can also condense one. The remaining dexterity is to increase the balance and flexibility of the body, whether it is moving around or using weapons. There is a significant bonus. Gigantism is a giant technique that can make the silverback gorilla grow several times larger and turn into a giant gorilla. The strength will also increase at the same time, becoming extremely powerful and able to move mountains and push mountains. Spirit hair is a strange supernatural power. It can make the gorilla hair on Charlotte's body have a strange ability, allowing the owner's 5 senses to attach to it, and can also transmit part of the power. For example, if Charlotte randomly grabs a person and puts her gorilla hair on him, she can sense everything that person sees and hears, and can also grant a tiny part of her own strength, fighting skills, and supernatural powers. In short, it can turn a person into a gorilla. It will make everyone who sees him shout, "Oh, oh, oh, look, someone has turned into a gorilla." Charlotte broke into the palace of the Amazon kingdom, and walked around with his agility. He saw at least dozens of tree gods in the palace, but these tree gods were like real big trees, growing on the ground and motionless. Charlotte had fought with the tree god envoy. Although he easily killed the tree god envoy and fed him to Amon, he also knew that the tree god envoy was as powerful as an ordinary saint. Dozens of tree god envoys were enough to flatten any country. Even the 4 empires would have a hard time resisting them. Charlotte wanted to kill all of these tree god envoys, but he had more important things to do for the time being, so he could only turn a blind eye to them. Charlotte quickly found the old emperor's bedroom in the Amazon kingdom, where he saw Zimmerman. But it was the young girl Zimmerman. She looked like she was sleeping, with a calm expression and no scars on her body. When Charlotte saw her, she was more certain of one thing, that Zimmerman was really injured just now, and he was not yet born. Charlotte didn't know how to describe it. Zimmerman was obviously an adult, but at this moment, he was not born yet. This thing was really amazing. You can't kill this girl. If you kill her, Zimmerman will come out. How can we prevent Zimmerman from coming out? Let her get pregnant. Fuck, what a mess of ideas. I need to be serious. By the way, how did Amabella get pregnant? Can we use that method? Although this method is not serious, it doesn't matter if it's not serious. Saving the world is more important. Charlotte thought for a while, and was about to leave when she saw something placed at the feet of the girl Zimmerman. A book he had seen before. The Jade Secret Scroll. Charlotte's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. After a long while, she finally activated her blood flame energy, and made a move in the air. This textbook made by Master Mani, and used in college, known as the highest creation of human alchemy, the highest secret treasure of alchemy, and the jade secret scroll that represents the highest achievement of human alchemy fell into Charlotte's hands. Charlotte grabbed the jade secret scroll, and her heartbeat was disordered again. This time it was a mess. Chapter 582. When Zimmerman disappeared in the real Kilmanham prison, there was no document mentioning the whereabouts of this alchemical secret treasure. Charlotte thought it was still well stored, but she didn't expect Zimmerman to bring it out. The Emerald Secret Scroll contains endless knowledge, and Charlotte just condensed one. No, it's 2 omniscient runes. Charlotte didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she got the Emerald Secret Scroll. Charlotte took the Jade Secret Scroll and turned away. He didn't even care about the tree gods. He wanted to kill them and feed them to Amon and Amelia. Charlotte rushed out of Manus and immediately recovered his human body. He activated the power of the Holy Order and soared into the sky. He turned in midair and headed straight for the sea. When he landed on the deck of the Holy Light Kingdom, his heart was still pounding. When Romeo saw Charlotte coming back, he looked nervous and wanted to ask what happened, but Charlotte announced that she would be in seclusion for a few days, so he had no choice but to stop asking. This attack was a heavy loss. Although there was no death due to the protection of the Dawn of Destiny, 3 top saints were sent back to Mecklenburg to recuperate in the Great Temple. Only Charlotte and Romeo's returned. Of course, as the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Middleman Sume and Meg Guillaume withdrew from the battle. Sophia Galinold was really blessed. What could be more refreshing than when you are about to fight with the enemy with real swords and guns, the enemy disappears, and the fruits of victory are in sight? Originally, she was still upset about her failure to be promoted to the saint rank, but now Miss Galinold only felt that the common phrase in Charlotte's novel, Cyprus lost his steed? Who knows whether it is a blessing or a curse? That phrase makes a lot of sense. Note, this is because Charlotte deliberately localized this idiom in order to adapt to the cultural atmosphere of the old world. As for Adosa, she only had one feeling: competing for the sport of Charlotte's descendants. Shouldn't Senior Middleman compete with Princess May? How come it's me and my junior schoolmate Sophia Galinold who are on the field? Who is the main force? Charlotte no longer has any other thoughts. She returned to her cabin and wanted to open the Emerald Secret Scroll. But the Emerald Secret Scroll seemed to be sealed by a secret method and could not be opened at all. Charlotte immediately input a bloody glory and then heard an old voice. Knowledge is priceless. Anyone who wants to gain knowledge from the Emerald Secret Scroll needs to pay knowledge in exchange. Charlotte's heart sank, and she thought to herself, isn't it just knowledge? I'm a math teacher, how can I lack this? He casually wrote a dozen equations on the cover of the Jade Secret Scroll. After a while, he found himself in an unusually large library. A very handsome man said with a smile, VIP number 38, welcome to the Jade Library. Charlotte asked curiously, why am I a VIP? The handsome man said, people who can enter the Jade Library are divided into 8 levels: visitor, apprentice, scholar, temporary librarian, VIP, sage, and director of the Jade Library. Charlotte asked, is the director the sage Mani? The handsome guy smiled and said, yes. Charlotte pondered for a moment and asked, can I obtain all the knowledge in the Jade Library? The handsome guy looked surprised, and after a long time he said, you have a chance to infuse knowledge. The 37 guests in front of you all chose a single direction, but they all failed to fully bear the knowledge in a single direction. If you choose to bear all the knowledge in the Jade Library, I'm afraid your soul will explode. Charlotte smiled and said, please give me all the knowledge. The handsome guy was a little flustered and tried to persuade Charlotte several times. After being sternly rejected by Charlotte, he could only sigh and said, please stay awake and stop the knowledge infusion at any time. I must remind you that VIPs only have one chance to choose to infuse knowledge. You'd better choose a single direction. Charlotte said lightly, all. The handsome guy said helplessly, I start now. When Charlotte said that he was ready, countless knowledge suddenly flooded into his brain like a flood. Charlotte closed his eyes, and the 2 omniscient runes shone brightly in the depths of his soul. The surging knowledge might be a terrifying force that would make the brain explode for ordinary people, but for him, it was like bathing in a hot spring. The 2 omniscient runes were like sponges, constantly absorbing the surging knowledge. The Emerald Book had absorbed an unknown amount of knowledge. Although this first artifact of alchemy was only a replica of the Emerald Book, it surpassed all human creations. For the omniscience, the more knowledge it acquires, the more powerful it will be. Knowledge can break the memory, brain, soul, and even consciousness of all living beings. But for the omniscience, the more turbulent the knowledge is, the broader it is. Accommodating knowledge is like pouring fuel into a burning flame, which will only make it more powerful. Charlotte didn't know how long it had been since he had been indoctrinated by the knowledge of the Emerald Book. But he could sense that the 2 omniscience runes were shining brighter and brighter like daylight. When they were brightest, they split apart and the omniscience rune became X4. The 4 omniscience runes increased Charlotte's speed of receiving knowledge by more than 5 or 6 times. The handsome man in charge of managing the Emerald Library was more and more surprised. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The knowledge contained in the Emerald Book was endless, but this endless knowledge was now borne by a mere mortal. When the 2 ding-ding prompt sounds resounded throughout the Emerald Library, almost all the existence in this library, they all learned a terrifying thing. Someone was able to bear all the knowledge in the Jade Book. Soon, a group of people surrounded Charlotte. They seemed to be watching a giant panda, or visiting Einstein or Napoleon. They were extremely excited, pointing and talking, and they couldn't suppress their excitement at all. Charlotte shook his head. He felt a little heavy in his head. That was the weight of knowledge. Although he was infused with a huge amount of knowledge, he hadn't sorted it out yet, and his whole brain was still in a mess. Charlotte smiled slightly, and was about to say goodbye to the handsome guy who managed the library, and leave here first, when she heard an old voice saying, "I am Monty." "Who are you? Can you tell me your name?" Chapter 583. Charlotte almost blurted out, shouting, "Master Monty, didn't you turn into a bunch of eyes of destiny?" He was impressed by the eyes of destiny. After all, that monster made up of countless faces asked countless questions, and tried to erode his consciousness. He was defeated by a bunch of math papers with a sea of questions. He was quite impressed. Especially, it was the Snake of Destiny who told him that the eyes of destiny were Monty. This news is absolutely 100% correct. The gods must know the secrets of the world. A very old man, with a kind of old face that is almost impossible for humans to have, appeared in front of Charlotte with a cane made of branches. He smiled and said, "Have you encountered the Eye of Destiny? That thing is very troublesome." Charlotte shrugged and said, "He asked me some questions, and I asked him some questions." Then the guy made up of countless faces disappeared. The old man showed an unbelievable look and said, "What's wrong with you?" He doubted that Charlotte was bragging, but decided to give him a chance. Charlotte tried it, and the Jade Book was definitely not real. He gathered hundreds of test papers with his mind, and threw them to the old man who claimed to be Monty. The old man picked up the first test paper, and showed a little disdain. He threw the first test paper away, and looked at the second one, a little more seriously. When he saw 7 or 8 test papers, his face was full of solemnity. When he saw more than 10, his face, which couldn't be any older, was full of sweat. Yes, he couldn't do it at all. Although Charlotte Mecklin was very considerate and marked the mathematical knowledge that needed to be used on the test paper, including but not limited to various mathematical concepts and theorems, the old man who called himself Monty said he couldn't do it, and he couldn't do it, even though he was indeed the greatest alchemist since the birth of magic alchemy, but he still couldn't do these math problems. Mathematics is something that can't be done if you say it can't be done. Even extraordinary people, even those who know magic, can't do it. Monty carefully collected all the test papers, sighed, and said, "From today on, you are the sage of the Jade Great Library. As a sage, you have the following powers: automatically serve as a librarian, automatically obtain the succession order of the library director, have the power to designate knowledge infusion 5 times, and let me refine an extraordinary item. Your test paper will appear in the knowledge base of the Jade Great Library." Charlotte was overjoyed to hear this. He was a teacher, and his biggest headache was those stupid students, who could not be taught no matter how hard he tried. However, when he thought about these students, they were not his own children, he could always relax a little. But what if he had such a stupid child in the future? This question is the ultimate question for all teachers. No teacher can accept it. Charlotte patted her chest lightly and thought to herself, "This is great. In the future, no matter how stupid the child is, I can instill some knowledge into him, and even limit the capacity of his little brain, so that no matter how stupid he is, he will have a limit in life." This is a skill that many parents have dreamed of. Charlotte almost forgot that she still had a lot of questions. He looked at the excited curator, Minnie, who was holding a test paper and studying a difficult math problem. He finally remembered the question that the Snake of Fate refused to tell him, and asked, "How did you become like this? What is the Eye of Destiny?" Minnie held the test paper, smiled, and said, "I knew you had this question. You have acquired all the knowledge in the Jade Great Library, so you should be able to answer this question by yourself. However, it takes time to digest the knowledge, and you will probably need to think about it for a few years. It is not a big secret, so I will tell you in advance. You should know the 4 heavenly gates of the God level? Charlotte nodded to show that she knew. Master Monty said, the difficulty of the flesh is the easiest to solve. Many people have explored methods that suit them. Of course, there are also fools who simply and crudely make their bodies huge. In fact, apart from too many side effects, I can still overcome the physical difficulties. Building the main body and creating a divine body is a very complex and delicate process. The Emerald Library has collected at least 11 methods. You can study them carefully. The difficulty of the soul, it is a bit difficult. But I have figured out that the best way is to use knowledge to fight against the pollution of the evil god. As long as your knowledge is rich enough to form a knowledge fortress, you can resist the endless terrifying divine thoughts. As for consciousness, there is no way to completely solve it. I still don't know how the 9 gods solved this problem and ensured the purity and integrity of my consciousness. But I came up with a way to store my consciousness in the Emerald Secret Scroll and throw away the polluted consciousness, and they will become the Eye of Destiny. Of course, this method has a big disadvantage. The biggest disadvantage is that I can't get out. Well, people who use my method to ascend to the God level, they can't get out either. Charlotte had sensed that there were many people around him, but these people didn't appear, and he couldn't see them. But he could sense that these people were passing around his test papers, because the test papers were the result of his consciousness and could be transmitted and sensed. He also thought as a Mormon. This peerless genius was indeed something to be proud of. He could think of problems that even Master Monty couldn't figure out. Although Zamorman might still have some problems after reaching the God level, Charlotte believed that it was only a matter of time, and he would definitely be able to solve them. In other words, Charlotte is likely to encounter a God-level enemy. It's really a headache, Monty sighed and continued. As for the power of the gods, it may be the simplest. As long as you get the power, you can ascend to the God level, but it may also be the most difficult. As long as you can't get it, you can't get it. It's like these math problems given to us. If you can't solve them, you can't solve them. No matter what, you can't solve them. Charlotte thought of her power as the god of the maze and thought, that's right. The most amazing thing about mathematics is that if you understand it, you understand it. It is so reliable that it is unbelievable. Mathematics and truth are eternal. However, can't you cheat on things like authority? Charlotte suddenly thought of 6 or 7 possibilities. He waved to the handsome administrator and asked, are you also a half-baked god? The handsome guy smiled embarrassedly and said, yes. Do you have authority? No. I have an authority, but it may not be. Anyway, do you want to try? Chapter 584. The handsome administrator was also very curious. If someone else had said this to him, he would definitely not believe it. However, Charlotte could bear all the knowledge in the Emerald Library. He said that it was possible for him to obtain authority. There was a certain probability. He smiled and said, I am willing to try. Charlotte scratched her head and said, I need you to compile a book and give it to me for publication. The handsome administrator said, what book do you need me to compile? Charlotte immediately described the tools, rules, dozens of different ways to play, and various customs of playing snake cards. The handsome administrator waved his hand, and a book appeared in his hand, recording all these details. After Charlotte explained the snake cards, she asked, I haven't asked for your name yet? The handsome administrator smiled and said, Hermes. Charlotte froze. He hesitated for a moment and asked softly, you created the classic alchemy? Hermes nodded slightly and said, it's just a game, not worth mentioning. Charlotte immediately felt awe-inspiring. This is the real show-off. Hermes is a believer in the god of machinery and alchemy, and founded the classic alchemy. The Hermes magic system is even more famous. The highest work of this faction is the artificial gods, anti-space technology, and long-range sniper rifles are all works of classic alchemy. He did not establish a university, but he was a professor at Hattingen Thunder and Storm University, so all 4 universities have courses in classic alchemy. In terms of fame, it is even higher than Protagoras, who created Bloody Glory. Charlotte was deeply ashamed for treating this great human philosopher as an ordinary administrator. It is like meeting an old professor who compiled textbooks many years after graduating from college and pretending to be cool in front of him. He continued with a little embarrassment, Teacher Hermes, I have created another game, and I hope it can be named after you, called Hermes Cards. It has a total of 54 cards, and as many as hundreds of ways to play, egg throwing, poker, filling the big pit, blackjack, double buckle, playing the queen, bombing the red tin, fighting the landlord. And it can also be used to predict fate and perform magic. Charlotte also introduced dice, card 9, roulette, and other instruments. Hermes was more and more surprised as he listened, and asked, "What kind of authority do you want me to write a book and obtain?" Charlotte answered flatly, "God of gamblers. God of gambling and games. You will be in charge of worldly happiness and cunning skills. I am also a good novelist. I will reprint my novel, and add the fact that you created the complete book of gambling techniques into it." Hermes' heart was surging. He was the top alchemist, and even created classic alchemy and his own magic system. His knowledge and insight were even greater than Juno's. Of course, he could guess that the authority Charlotte mentioned could really be realized in reality. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid that it will take more than 100,000 sales to slightly affect reality." When Charlotte talked about sales, her confidence suddenly increased, and she said, "Don't worry, I have my own publishing house and bookstore, and I have channels to sell to all countries in the old continent." This time it was Hermes' turn to be stunned. He asked in disbelief, "Can writers now set up their own publishing houses and run bookstores?" Charlotte nodded slightly and said, "I have a small amount of assets, and I also value the cultural industry." Hermes said, "Young people are to be feared." Charlotte raised her hand to say goodbye to Master Mani, Hermes, and the ancient alchemists, who had been watching but did not show up. He finally realized that those who could enter the Jade Great Book before death. At least, he is at the peak of the saint level. There are no weaklings here. As soon as Charlotte left, someone asked, "Will Charlotte's method work?" Someone answered quickly, "The probability of success is not low." Soon, others joined the discussion. There was no entertainment in the Emerald Library. One could only read books, discuss, and be in a daze. Finally, there was something new. These ancient alchemists couldn't help but express their opinions. Suddenly, a voice said, "Should we try the things he just invented?" Soon, someone used magic to materialize a set of snake cards. Several figures emerged and began to try the most orthodox method. Dozens of people watched for a while, and everyone got itchy and materialized snake cards. Soon, the Jade Library was filled with the crisp sound of playing snake cards. Pong Hu gang. Who fired the cannon? All the same color. Broken door lacked 1 or 9. You are bombing. I don't know how much time has passed. Hermes looked strange and said, "It's only been a dozen days?" Mani had been paying attention to him and asked, "What do you feel?" Hermes closed his eyes, and suddenly changed into a black paper suit, which was decorated with snake cards, Hermes cards, dice, roulette, gambling tables, and other tools. He also had 2 more dice, and a deck of Hermes cards in his hand. He had a more awe-inspiring divine power. Not only Mani, but almost everyone exclaimed, "Power! The power of the god of gambling and games." Many ancient alchemists regretted greatly. Why didn't they fight with Hermes for it? If I had taken the initiative at that time, wouldn't I be the one who has the authority of the god of gamblers now? At this time, Charlotte had quietly left the Holy Light God's kingdom, and was arranging the reprinting and sales of the novel in Mecklenburg. He worked hard for more than 10 days, and the new version of the novel had been transported to major countries in the Old World, but the sales volume had not yet been counted. Charlotte thought to herself, "I wonder if this method will work. If Hermes becomes the god of gamblers, he might be able to appear on the Hot Spring Mountain and the Holy Light God's kingdom. It's fine if it's at the Hot Spring Mountain. If he can appear on the Holy Light God's kingdom, maybe he can help me suppress it. Suppressing it is fine. They haven't caused any trouble for the time being." Charlotte looked at the Amazon kingdom and thought, maybe I can give Zimmerman a big surprise. Across the old continent, anyone who bought the new version of the novel will see the new content added to the new version when they turn to a certain page. The Serpent of Fate has 2 servant gods. One is the god of gambling, and the other is the god of joy. The god of gambling runs around the casino opened by the Duke of Mechlin all day long to maintain these sources of happiness in the world. He and the god of joy are responsible for the happiness of the Lord God every day. Hermes didn't know that Charlotte had added a new identity to him, and he didn't know that this bastard was trying to PUA him. Chapter 585. After more than 10 days of recuperation, the 3 seriously injured people have almost recovered. Princess May recovered from her injuries, and said goodbye to Charlotte. She decided to return to Ingrima, and improve her level in seclusion. Charlotte did not try to stop her. Middleman left without saying goodbye. Charlotte did not have time to stop her. Charlotte knew that Princess May was ashamed because Zimmerman was the first to send her back to Mecklenburg, but she did not know what Middleman thought. Sometimes, women can be seen through at a glance, and sometimes women can be as complicated as the bottom of the sea, deep and unfathomable. In the end, he only brought Cresto back to the Holy Light Kingdom. In the past 10 days, in addition to reprinting novels, Charlotte also digested some knowledge from the Emerald Library. Although these ancient alchemists did not have a formal organization, each of them had extraordinary abilities and a huge network of relationships. They collected almost all the information, books, and secret scrolls that could be found in the old continent. Although the Emerald Library no longer exists in the world, it is still the largest library in the world, with unparalleled richness of content. After digesting this small part of knowledge, Charlotte had an idea to revise Bloody Glory. The vampire secrets collected by Protagoras were far less than what Charlotte knew. Even if Charlotte wanted to, whether she went through Julian or Juno, she could see the complete blood-sucking secret scroll. However, Charlotte wanted to revise Bloody Glory, not to turn Bloody Glory into an all-encompassing and extremely complex secret, because this was unrealistic. No one could spend so much energy and time to practice countless secrets, not to mention that some secrets had similar functions. After practicing one of them, there was no need to practice another similar supernatural power. It is not to cultivate Peerless Strongman. Peerless Strongman cannot be cultivated, and he does not plan to cultivate himself. His cultivation path has been determined, and he just needs to follow the steps. He wants to cultivate cannon fodder warriors, quick training vampires. The purpose of Charlotte's revision of Bloody Glory. Well, he is already a duke, and the mansion also needs a group of eunuchs. X2, the new version of Bloody Glory will cultivate gender. It's quite exciting to think that from him on, every generation of Mechlin Duke will be accompanied by a group of vampire eunuchs when traveling. Charlotte followed Protagoras' idea and still kept the 13 skills, but replaced several abilities, and each ability only kept one basic ability. No new abilities would be derived, and it would only be infinitely superimposed. After fighting with Wood Brandon, he realized that even the most basic abilities would be extremely powerful once they were superimposed. Now he didn't know how to crack Wood Brandon's Spirit Hound. Although Charlotte had superimposed agility before, she only recently realized the infinite benefits of superimposing basic abilities. The 13 unique skills of the new version of Bloody Glory can be matched with each other to unleash the strongest combat power, and the time consumed in cultivation is also the shortest. It can develop the potential of practitioners to the maximum in the shortest time. Charlotte has not moved for more than 10 days, and the army of the Amazon Kingdom has already conquered 3 countries and completed the occupation. The army of Godlandsburg encountered stubborn resistance. Byron sent the second strongest Count Constantine to resist Godlandsburg's New World immigrant army in a small city of Byron, Shell City. Under the protection of the loyal knights, the Parma royal family crossed the Gondas Mountains and fled to Moldova, and asked for political asylum from Roverito and Arsène Lupin Robin, who were stationed in Moldova. Arsène Lupin had already accepted the Parma royal family, and was actively preparing for war. Of course, he was not helping Parma fight, but he had been in Moldova for many years, and had a deep affection for this small country. He also had to protect a group of small Mikran, so he could not escape and could only fight bravely. Arsène Lupin also sent out a call for help to Mecklenburg and Strasbourg. He believed that both and Charlotte would send people to support him. As long as he could survive one round and wait for the reinforcements to arrive, Moldova would be safe. And, as the Grand Duke of Moldova, would certainly not stand by and watch the dying, but the power in her hands could barely maintain the balance of Strasbourg, and she was completely unable to withdraw power to rescue Moldova. Moreover, Fars and Moldova were 2 countries, and even if she wanted to transfer the Fars army to Moldova, it would not be in accordance with the rules. So, Anne wrote a letter to Charlotte, asking for help. Charlotte brought Cresto back to the Holy Light Kingdom, and received requests for help from Moldova and Anne, and immediately asked Romeos to take 2 saints to rescue Moldova. Romeos did not hesitate, and immediately took 2 speakers of the New World Congress. After Romeos left, the group of saints of the New World Congress quickly integrated into Charlotte Mecklen's team. First, the New World Congress is just a loose alliance, and the speakers are only strong, not the lords of the New World people. Second, Charlotte is indeed the Lord of South Seraph in name, and the New World Congress has sworn allegiance to him. Third is, it's really fun on the Holy Light God Kingdom. Especially after the publication of Hermes' Gambling Encyclopedia, the Holy Light God Kingdom was close to the water, and added a batch of entertainment projects earlier. Not to mention the immigrants from the New World, even the nobles of the Old World have never seen so much enjoyment. Every day, you can drink fine wine, soak in hot springs, enjoy the sea breeze, grill fresh meat, and countless delicacies. There are card games one after another, all kinds of entertainment that have never been seen before, and beautiful great spirit demons that cannot be seen in either the Old World or the New World. Even a new batch of great spirit demons with upgraded beauty will appear every day. When Romeos was on the Holy Light God Kingdom, as the chief speaker, he still had some deterrent power, But when he took the two speakers away, this group of saints from the New World were gradually influenced, and no longer regarded themselves as outsiders. Although Charlotte played a little trick, he was just going with the flow. If his Duke of Mechlin was not rich enough, and the political atmosphere made people feel a sense of belonging, even if he used more conspiracies and tricks, he would definitely not be able to achieve the current result. He handled the integration of forces, which was just a small matter that he was familiar with. For Charlotte, how to deal with the rebellious forces of the three immigrants was the top priority. After dealing with Zimmerman in the Amazon kingdom, he also roughly understood that these three immigrant forces were not a group. Zimmerman was just one of the forces. He also wanted to know who was controlling the other two forces. Chapter 586. The immigrants from the New World started two wars in succession. One was the attack on the Duchy of Mecklenburg. Almost all the countries in the Old World paid attention to this war. They were all surprised at the power and could mobilize, but they were even more surprised at the strength of the New World Immigrant Alliance. At the most critical moment, Charlotte returned to Mecklenburg and not only repelled the coalition forces of the New World immigrants, but also swallowed up a part of the New World immigrant forces, which directly shocked everyone. Another one is the current war. The army of Gotlandsburg can fight with the army of Byron. Even Constantine failed to repel the immigrant army from the New World, which really shocked the entire Old World. It even made the four empires quietly give up the dispute and start peace talks, hoping to resolve the division of the last legacy of the Black Phoenix dynasty as soon as possible and draw out strength to deal with the immigration offensive of the New World. The immigrant army that captured the Amazon kingdom was unstoppable, and they broke through three countries in succession. They were forming a siege with the New World immigrant army of Gotlandsburg. As long as they crossed the Gons Mountains and captured Moldova, they could enter Byron. No one expected that they did cross the Gons Mountains, but were blocked by a small country like Moldova. As soon as the Amazon Kingdom's army entered Moldova, Byron announced that it had given up several disputed territories, quickly signed treaties with the three empires, and began to frequently mobilize troops to prepare to hit the immigrant army of the New World head-on. The vampires did not want to be the second empire to be destroyed in the Old World. Moldova became the center of the storm for the entire continent in a very short time, because everyone knows that once Moldova falls, Byron will be caught in a two-front war, and no one knows how strong these New World people are. After Byron gave up the argument and quickly signed the contract, the three empires also reached a settlement. Ingrima is worried that the New World will attack its homeland. After all, Ingrima is an island country. Once attacked, it will be isolated and helpless. The Lionheart dynasty did not want to go to war in the first place. They are also the only country that did not fight a large-scale war in this war. Fars, let alone, was exhausted from top to bottom. Fars, Black Phoenix, and Byron were the most violent places in this war. Infeland and Fars lost countless troops, more than 20 saints died, and the national strength declined significantly. Moreover, Fars had experienced 3 rebellions in a row. Duchess Mezu, the largest force in the navy, turned to Byron. The entire empire was in tatters, and it was impossible to continue the war. After the old emperor of Brittany returned to Strasbourg from the front line, after looking at the empire's finances, it was said that he suffered from insomnia that night and stayed in the great temple of the Serpent of Fate, where his deceased wife was buried for a whole night. Charlotte has been keeping his troops in the waters near the Amazon kingdom. He doesn't know how to deal with Zimmerman, and even doesn't know who to ask for help. After fighting Zimmerman, Charlotte believes that without more than 5 peak saints, it is impossible to kill this guy, but where can we find more than 5 peak saints? Can we let the old emperor and the eldest brother-in-law take action? I have never heard of letting an emperor and a crown prince take such a risk. Charlotte was in her cabin, reading the intelligence she received today, feeling a little depressed. Recently, all the major empires and ordinary countries in the Old World have been extremely active. Originally, when immigrants from the New World attacked the Duchy of Mechlin, all the countries stayed out of it. Although they were also worried, it was not their own country that was attacked. But this time it was different. 6 countries had been destroyed one after another, and even Byron was attacked. No country felt safe anymore. After all, no one knew whether there would be immigrant troops in the New World. No one knows where the ultimate purpose of the attack of these 3 immigrant fleets is. Is it enough to occupy a few countries? Or will they continue to attack and spread the war to the entire Old World? Because Charlotte had a record of resisting the New World immigrant army with the power of the Duchy of Mechlin. More than a dozen countries have sent requests for alliances, hoping to establish mutual assistance and send troops to each other when attacked. Charlotte sneered at this invitation for alliance. When his Duchy of Mechlin was attacked by the New World Congress, no one helped except his allies. Now they want to take advantage of the Duchy of Mecklen's army for free, but they are unwilling to pay the price. The only outcome is Parma's. Charlotte actually complained about the royal family of Parma's going to Moldova to eat and drink for free, and had asked Arsène Lupin to send them to Bayern, but because the battle was intense, Arsène Lupin had not yet done it. Someone knocked on the door outside the room, and Charlotte said, "You can come in." Sophia Galinold pushed the door open and walked in. Although she was a girl who risked her life for love, she was also a girl who was willing to go to the battlefield for the country. Now that there is war in the old world again, Sophia Galinold has quickly entered the role of chief of staff. She has been a commander and commanded a fleet. Her university grades are also top-notch, and her knowledge is second to none among her peers. Even Metalman is inferior to her. She has replaced the role of Black Dragon. Well, Black Dragon's ecological niche was not solid to begin with. Sophia Galinold brought Charlotte lunch and said softly, "This war is no longer the business of our Dukedom of Mechlin. It is the war of all countries in the entire old world. You don't have to bear all the responsibilities." Charlotte nodded, but didn't say a word. No one in the old world had ever snatched Zimmerman's fiancée, although he didn't mean to snatch her. Well, Zimmerman wouldn't give him a chance to quibble. Charlotte had a good appetite. As a time traveler, he could always remain calm no matter how critical the situation was. While eating, he said to Sophia Galinold, "To reach the god level, you need to overcome 4 difficulties. I don't know what Zimmerman's true body is, but his body is being nurtured in the body of that girl Zimmerman. He may have completed the soul reconstruction and solved the problem of consciousness, and even claimed to have the power of war and chaos. Then the only thing that may be wrong is his body. If I can take a photo of his body and destroy it, maybe there is still a chance to turn the tables." Sophia Galinold has not yet entered the holy level, but she has been with Charlotte recently, and has heard these knowledge that are considered top secrets in the entire old world. Miss Galinold raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "His body is likely to be in the new world, so what should we do?" Charlotte fell into deep thought. Chapter 587. Charlotte pieced together the truth of entering the god level in Juno, the Holy Light Kingdom, Emilia, Zimmerman, and the Emerald Library. He also thought about how to make his body contain more power if he entered the god level. Charlotte easily came to the conclusion that it was to combine with some kind of eternal and indestructible substance. The second is to combine with some kind of eternal and indestructible concept. Things that are eternal and indestructible are easy to be taken by others first. Concepts are too easy to be tampered with. The 9 great gods have reached the divine level, and it can be seen from their titles that they must be a combination of matter and concepts, thus achieving eternal immortality. The true body of Lady Black Moon must be Black Moon. The true body of the old man holding the lantern is 100% a lantern of the artifact level. The dragon of eternity and illusion must be a dragon. Not to mention the little snake. Charlotte judged others by herself, and had several guesses about Zimmerman's true body, but she was not able to verify it yet. First of all, we must exclude war. No war can be fought endlessly. Secondly, we must also exclude chaos. Chaos only has concepts, no matter, and cannot carry power alone. There are gods of war in almost all myths on Earth, but these gods of war are either losers or clowns, and rarely have positive images. The power of war is very powerful, but it must have a fatal weakness. It cannot combine matter and concepts like the 9 gods. Charlotte thought for a long time, and said to Sophia Galinold, "There are 9 gods standing on our side. I believe that as long as we wait patiently, there will be new changes." Sophia Galinold felt a little relieved when she saw Charlotte was so patient. After Charlotte had lunch, she called a big lingmo in, took out the tableware, and stayed to accompany Charlotte. Charlotte was used to it. Since Melman and Princess May left, he could see Sophia Galinold at least 15 hours a day. To be honest, Charlotte was quite happy to see such a natural little beauty trying to please herself. For people in this world, the Great Lingmo is a beauty that has never been seen before, but for Charlotte, they are far inferior to natural beauties, like Sophia Galinold, and they are more in line with his aesthetics. He would never touch any Great Lingmo. Well, Charlotte is also worried about this thing, and said something dirty. Sophia Galinold has a good impression of Charlotte because when she was most panicked, Charlotte appeared like a hero in the legend, which really hit the girl's heart. But after getting along with Charlotte, she discovered Charlotte's talent. In the entire old world, there are probably few people who can compare with Charlotte in literature. Well, the literature of the old world is really too backward. When she knew that Charlotte and him were together, she also thought about retreating, but in the end, Strasbourg Rose chose to fight. When the two were together, Charlotte wisely avoided many topics, and Sophia Galinold also tacitly avoided these topics. The safe topic they can talk about now is the situation in the old world. Sophia Gallinold was certain that Ingrima, Fars, and the Lionheart dynasty would definitely join the war. Although Charlotte didn't quite believe it, she didn't refute it. She just discussed with Sophia under what circumstances the other three empires would join. Charlotte said, although Byron lost a lot of strength in the war with Fars, the vampires are strong and there are still many dormant antiques. Moreover, they and the Black Phoenix Alliance must have colluded with the Black Phoenix nobles, and recruited a group of Black Phoenix talents, including Count Constantine. Their strength is more complete than Fars. Add to that the Grand Duchess Mezu's surrender. I think Byron can hold out for a long time, and there's even a chance that it will defeat the immigrants from the New World. Let's take a step back. Even if Byron is defeated, there are still more cards. If we fight Byron, those blood ancestors may not care, and even the righteous gods will suppress the blood ancestors. But if Byron is destroyed by the people of the New World, how could those old guys not come out? Even the righteous gods will support them. It's impossible that those blood ancestors have surrendered to the evil gods of the New World. Sophia Gallinold said, it's really possible. Well, I believe you have heard a lot of rumors. That is, several blood ancestors were not satisfied with being suppressed by the righteous gods in the old world, so they crossed the ocean and went to the New World. Maybe the evil gods in the New World are mixed with blood ancestors. Now they are attacking Byron. But who can guarantee that Byron will not join these people from the New World? Charlotte agreed with Sophia Gallinold's views, but he still felt that there should be some evidence before drawing further conclusions. Charlotte had suspected that the labyrinth evil god Agmaraz was a member of the Vengo clan, but he was unable to confirm this until the evil god died. The three evil gods, the storm evil god Ibjil, the ocean current and tide evil god Silosian, and the golden sea evil god Nero, tore the body of Agmaraz, and he, Juno, the holy light god Guahao, and Emilia divided the body of this evil god. But Charlotte did not find that Agmaraz had the characteristics of the Vengo clan, and Agmaraz did not show that he was proficient in the infinite mirror world. This evil god has fallen. If he really has this ability, he will definitely not hide it anymore. So Charlotte is 80% to 90% sure that Agmaraz is really just the labyrinth evil god, and is not proficient in the infinite mirror world. He is probably not the blood ancestor of the Vengo clan, or other members of the Vengo clan. Since Agmaraz is not the blood ancestor, it is questionable whether the evil gods of the New World have blood ancestors. The two chatted for an afternoon, and Charlotte suggested eating at a coffee shop on the ship, and Sophia Gallinold readily agreed. Thanks to Charlotte's efforts, the Holy Light Kingdom is more luxurious than any luxury cruise ship on Earth, with more entertainment programs, and even a food street that transports ingredients from all over the old world through the spiritual channel. This coffee shop was opened by an immigrant from the New World. He doesn't like fighting. After the Dukedom of Mechlin and the Free Territory of the New World Conference signed a jump agreement, he went to Hot Spring Mountain and opened a coffee shop. Andreas went to his shop by chance, and after tasting his craftsmanship, he was very impressed and took him on the Holy Light Kingdom. After all, he couldn't go to Hot Spring Mountain often, but he had to stay on the Holy Light Kingdom for a long time. When Charlotte and Sophia Gallinold came over, the golden goat Haralf happened to be there. He was hugging two big demons and drinking coffee, looking very unhappy. Chapter 588. Charlotte ordered some food casually and asked, Rolf, why are you a little unhappy? The old goat was silent for a long time before answering. Do you think I, a person who was deceived into signing a magic contract document, should be happy? Charlotte rubbed his brows, and had to admit that the unhappiness of the golden goat Rolf was justified. He smiled and said, Rolf, you know, I hate many things, such as human trafficking. Because of the magic contract document, I often forget the bad things you did before. If you feel unhappy with the magic contract document, I can also unlock it and kill you. Charlotte stared at the golden goat Haralf and said word by word, You know, it may not be a big deal for me to kill you now. Although Charlotte was only at the 21st level, the golden goat Haralf still shuddered and immediately became happy, saying, No, I think it's good to have a contract. You know, in the entire Knights of Favonius, only 3 people have this honor. Charlotte smiled and asked again, Rolf, why are you a little unhappy? This old goat has been contracted for a long time, and it is definitely not because of this matter that he is unhappy. Golden goat Rolf sighed and said, Agon has been promoted. This time, even Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, Why don't I know? Golden goat Rolf said lightly, Because he didn't tell anyone. Charlotte suddenly realized and asked, Not recently? The old goat nodded. Charlotte could understand the feelings of the golden goat Haralf. Among Charlotte's subordinates, the most were the strong and holy level of the 22nd level, and the low-level and top-level ones were relatively few. However, everyone was originally equal in strength, but suddenly one of them was secretly promoted, which would make people depressed. At this moment, the set meal ordered by Charlotte and Sophia Gallinold was delivered, and even chopsticks were provided for both of them. Charlotte promoted this thing for a while, but it didn't work well, so he gave up. Anyway, he was not unable to use a knife and fork. However, this thing has become a small trend, especially popular in Hot Spring Mountain and the Holy Light Kingdom. Many restaurants in these two places provide customers with a pair of chopsticks as a backup in addition to knives and forks. Charlotte took the chopsticks and skillfully picked up a piece of cut beef, saying, "You are old and your potential is exhausted. It is normal that you cannot be promoted. Don't be depressed about it. Think about happy things such as having a few more illegitimate children." The old face of the golden goat Haralf turned red, and he whispered, "How do you know?" Charlotte really never cared about the marriage status of his subordinates. The old goat was not young anymore, and he had many women, so he would definitely have offspring. But after he received the golden goat Haralf, he never met his family, and gradually he thought that the old goat was an old bachelor. Well, a poor, unmarried, single man. I think so. When passing by, I just want to go around. Although the old goat was poor because of him. Charlotte pretended to be under control and smiled. It's just a small matter. The golden goat Rolf took a deep breath and said, "I used to think that these cubs would fend for themselves, and it had nothing to do with me. But recently I suddenly felt that it would be interesting to raise them. I currently know of more than a dozen children, most of whom are orc-human hybrids, and there are two." He reached out and patted the two bigling maw in his arms, saying, "They gave birth to them." Charlotte was shocked and thought, "Old goat, you really made a contribution to the great integration of the nation." He shrugged and didn't want to discuss it anymore. His biggest headache now is the illegitimate child. Charlotte doesn't want to have an illegitimate child. After all, he promised Antonio at the beginning, and he also feels that he should be loyal to Anne. But apart from Menelman, Princess Meg-Guillaume, and Sophia Gallinaud, he has several mothers outside of people and family members of evil gods. When he thinks of Gareth, forget it, this big boy is quite normal except that he is a little older. He is very troubled by Amon and Amelia, and he doesn't know how to deal with them. Charlotte believes that even if all the illegitimate children of the golden goat Rolf are added together, they may not have one eyeball as evil as Amon. As for Amelia, Charlotte sometimes even thinks that if Amelia goes berserk, she may not have the power to suppress her. Illegitimate child. It's really a headache. Before Charlotte and Sophia's dishes were served, Agon and Chio Delu entered the cafe together. When they saw Charlotte and the golden goat Rolf, they were also slightly stunned and greeted them separately. As soon as Agon sat down, Charlotte couldn't help asking, "Have you been promoted to level 23? Agon curled his long nose and said shyly, "I was promoted a month ago." Charlotte nodded and said, "I've always heard that the dragon hammer is in your hand. Is it true?" Seeing Agon's slight hesitation, he added, "If you have it, take it out and use it. I'm afraid that if you don't take it out and use it, the dragon hammer will be out of version. I recently got the Jade Secret Scroll. Maybe, in a short time, everyone will be able to have a saint-level extraordinary artifact." Charlotte did not hide the fact that he got the Jade Secret Scroll, but he did not mention the Jade Library and the half-step god-level alchemists in it. However, even so, it was enough to cause a lot of speculation. At this time, Charlotte publicly said that the dragon hammer might pass the version, and maybe everyone would have a saint-level extraordinary artifact in the future, which still shocked everyone. It's not just Agon. Agon originally thought that the dragon hammer was the sacred object of the orcs, and he should keep it well, so he never used it in public in previous battles. Charlotte never asked him if he had the dragon hammer, and Agon was always secretly grateful. He actually thought about how to refuse Charlotte's request for the dragon hammer, and even had a plan to leave the Knights of Favonius and find another way out for the elephant people if he couldn't refuse. Agon never thought that the first time Charlotte asked about the dragon hammer, she was not asking for the sacred object of the orcs, but telling him to use it as soon as possible. If it is no longer used, it will be a version change. Agon suddenly remembered that he was the first to know Charlotte, but because of his cautiousness, he was in an awkward position. When he was promoted to level 23, he had thought that he would become the strongest combat force under Charlotte, but with the addition of a group of strong men from the New World Conference, his level 23 was not so sweet. If even the dragon hammer has to go through a version change, Agon suddenly felt a kind of sadness. Chapter 589. After dinner, Charlotte sent Sophia Gallinold back to the cabin, and then climbed to the highest deck to look at the Holy Light Kingdom. This legendary warship is more lively at night than during the day. The magic lights that Charlotte may not be able to afford with several years of salary are everywhere on the Holy Light Kingdom, illuminating the legendary warship like daylight. Originally, there were only big magicians on the Holy Light Kingdom. Charlotte would only call his generals when he went out to fight, and would only bring a very small number of logistics personnel. However, this time he stayed in the outer sea of the Amazon Kingdom for a long time, and his generals secretly brought many people up, and even held several magic item auctions here, and wealthy merchants from other countries came to support. Charlotte gave up taxes, but the wealth he gained from business was far greater than the taxes of this era. Charlotte was never stingy with his generals. All his subordinates were wealthy, and the officers of the Knights of Favonius topped the entire old continent in terms of wealth index. This was also the fundamental reason why the cohesion of the Knights of Favonius had always been very high, and even at N's command, a large number of knights would abandon their territory and retreat to Mecklenburg. Charlotte was only happy to see this happen. As a time traveler, he knew deeply that letting one of his own. How important it is to live well. Not far from the Holy Light Kingdom is the Amelia. Compared to the brightly lit and bustling here, the Amelia is quiet and dark, looking a bit lonely. Charlotte tapped his feet and soared into the air, flying lightly. He had been promoted to the saint rank for a long time, but he was still very fascinated by this unrestrained feeling. He crossed the sea and landed on the Amelia. Before he could stand firmly, he heard a surprised and happy voice, and a small body fell into his arms. "Dad, Amelia is so sad alone." Charlotte stroked the little girl's hair and asked, "Where's Gareth?" Gareth landed beside her and whispered, "Amelia said I'm not very fun." Charlotte agreed with this, and he also thought Gareth was not very fun. Gareth was not a toy. Charlotte glanced at the Holy Light Kingdom, thought for a while, and said, "The Great Lingmaw is not suitable here. I will help you gather a group of ghost crew members. More people will make it more lively." Amelia swallowed her saliva and said, "Okay, I promise not to eat them." Charlotte put her hand on her forehead. There were still some ghost crew members on the Amelia. The ghost ship swallowed by this legendary warship naturally joined the Amelia, but now they are all gone. It is obvious that they were eaten. He did not comment on this matter, but hesitated for a while. The lives of the ghost crew members are also lives. Although they are not living creatures, they can't be sent out to be eaten like this. Amelia said she wouldn't eat them, but Charlotte didn't quite believe it. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of an idea and said, "The Amazon Kingdom is full of plant-like residents. I get you a batch of them. How about you keep them for fun? Their lives are a bit strange. Can you keep them alive?" Amelia said eagerly, "Dad, I can try. I promise to keep them as well as possible." Charlotte nodded and said, "Let's go to the shore first." Amelia cheered, and without much command, the legendary warship sailed to the coast of Amazon Kingdom. Charlotte said hello to Gareth, and the two flew into the air and landed on the shore. Charlotte looked at the dense forests everywhere, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She used her hands to grab a big tree, pulled it out alive, and threw it to the Amelia. The plants in Amazon Kingdom were extremely weird. Charlotte just had this idea by chance, and didn't think it would have any effect, but when he heard Amelia's timid voice, it sounded on the boat, "Dad, it was so delicious that I couldn't help it. Should I not eat them?" Charlotte suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Amelia, eat as much as you want. Dad will give you more." He originally wanted to catch some residents of the Amazon Kingdom to make Amelia happy, but at this time, he suddenly discovered a new world. He had never thought about how to deal with the countless plants in the Amazon Kingdom, but at this time, he suddenly had a crazy idea. Charlotte said hello to Gareth, and the two of them picked the thickest trees, pulled them up one by one, and threw them on the Amelia. Amelia seemed very happy. These trees fell on the Amelia and disappeared without a trace, and were digested by this legendary battleship. Charlotte and Gareth are both saints, and the most powerful among them. It is a waste of talent to use them to pull up trees. Soon, they cleared a bare area on the coast. Charlotte could even sense that a mysterious force was eroding the Amazon Kingdom. The source of this force was a bit complicated. Some came from Amelia, and some came from the Holy Light Kingdom. Charlotte glanced at the Holy Light Kingdom motionless on the sea. She knew in her heart that this legendary warship had probably coveted the plants spawned by the evil god's power. He just didn't expect that the evil plants everywhere in the Amazon Kingdom could actually become a flaw. Charlotte stretched out his hand and pressed on the ground, and made a simple maze of the clean ground. With the maze, the plants could no longer invade. He planned to call everyone tomorrow to cut trees and weed together. Charlotte returned to the Amelia, and saw Amelia smiling with eyes curved like crescents. She kept taking out something from her body and stuffing it into her mouth. She ate it very cutely. She couldn't help but say, "Can you digest this power?" Amelia nodded her head desperately and said, "It's a bit like Dapokaluiduo, with a crispy texture and a little sticky. It's just that the nutrition is average, and the power contained is too little." Charlotte couldn't help but smile. These plants were born from the power of the evil god. How could the power contained in them compare to the authentic big guys such as the Ishmaran Palace and the Agmar's Labyrinth? Charlotte said lightly, "Although the nutrition is average, you can have enough of them. The whole country is full of these plants containing the power of the evil god. As long as you can eat them, you can eat as much as you want." The people on the Holy Light God Kingdom did not expect that this night would be their last carnival. From tomorrow morning, they would temporarily change their jobs to farmers, woodcutters, and grass diggers, and this hard work would last for a long time. Chapter 590. Charlotte had a sudden inspiration, but he didn't expect that this inspiration would work so well. He quickly gained a foothold on the coastline of the Amazon Kingdom. However, the Amelia could not land, which led to. When the plants on the seashore were cleared, the Holy Light Kingdom became the main force to digest these evil plants. Charlotte turned the Holy Light Kingdom into a golden ring, brought it to land, and then released it. He and the other saints didn't need to do anything. The Holy Light Kingdom could automatically clean the nearby several square kilometers of ground. After Charlotte turned the cleared land into a labyrinth, and repeated the previous process, the Holy Light Kingdom could quickly clear another piece of land of several square kilometers. Although this method was a little stupid, it was really effective, but the saints who followed Charlotte soon began to complain. After Charlotte recovered a port, she quickly stopped the matter. After all, the saints are saints. It is impossible for them to be used as coolies. Moreover, he already had a better way. After all, felling trees didn't require strong workers like the saints. Charlotte announced that the felling of trees would be stopped, and the saints under him cheered and held a dinner party that day, and everyone reveled all night. The next day, when everyone got up, they saw a huge fleet on the sea, with sails like clouds. Charlotte transferred 10,000 knights of Favonius from Mecklenburg, as well as 30,000 auxiliary personnel. What Charlotte was looking forward to was that a group of newly built land battleships and centurions came with the fleet. Charlotte had already found Sean Connor and offered him generous conditions, allowing him to bring a group of people to Mecklenburg to open a new alchemy workshop. After obtaining the Emerald Secret Scroll, he also sent the design drawings of the land battleship and the centurion to the Emerald Library. The ancient alchemists here quickly sorted out the design ideas of the two drawings and took out a new design. With the full support of Mecklenburg, Sean Connor's Blue Magpie workshop quickly built a prototype. After several tests and improvements, it was finalized for mass production. The few hundred ECU Charlotte invested at the beginning were only enough to improve the blueprints. From improving the blueprints, relocating the Blue Magpie workshop, to investing resources, and creating mass-produced land battleships and centurions, Charlotte spent tens of thousands of ECU. And this was the initial investment. Later, the investment would be even higher for improving the model and mass manufacturing. However, war is all about spending money. Charlotte believes that as long as the land battleships and centurions show their power on the battlefield, they can get a large number of orders from various countries, thus forming a virtuous circle for Mecklenburg's alchemy industry. When the fleet, land warships, and centurions drove into and jumped into the sea, and after a while, emerged from the sea and silently surged onto the land, the shocking feeling was simply incomparable. The magic circle on the land warships glowed with bloody light, and these alchemical creations revealed a fierce momentum that had never been seen on this land. The centurions followed closely behind. Although Charlotte did not understand military affairs, he was at least not so stupid that he did not even know about the coordination of infantry and tanks. Although the land warships were fierce, they could only be invincible with the cooperation of centurions. The centurions could also greatly increase their survivability on the battlefield by relying on the land warships. Although the shape of these centurions is similar to William Tritton's design, the internal structure is quite different. Their stomachs are empty, and riders can sit or stand inside them. There are pedals under their feet, and they can control the centurions to move forward, backward, turn, and run just by using their feet. The riders who control the centurions will have a knight's lance, an alchemical rifle, and carry 500 rounds of bullets. Some riders will also prepare their own weapons such as swords, pistols, grappling hooks, bows and arrows, and throwing knives. There were only 12 land battleships produced in the first batch, and only more than 100 centurions were made. Charlotte brought them all here. So far, to operate a land battleship or drive a centurion, the minimum requirement is to be a first-level extraordinary person. Thanks to Charlotte's promotion of the Beast God transformation technique, his Knights of Favonius have more low-level extraordinary people than other noble knights, so there is no shortage of people who can drive land battleships and centurions. When this mini-steel torrent appeared on land, even the saints under Charlotte changed color slightly. They all knew that these two alchemical weapons, although limited in firepower, neither land battleships nor centurions could pose a threat to the Saint Order, but it was difficult for the Saint Order to attack the land battleships. After all, the defense of the magic circle was a headache even for the Saint Order. The centurions protected by land battleships were already a force that could not be ignored on the battlefield. They almost had the lethality comparable to the Saint Order, but the number of Saint Orders was rare, while land battleships and centurions could be mass-produced. The two were simply incomparable. With tens of thousands of Favonius Knight soldiers, Charlotte had the main force of cutting trees. Moreover, both the land battleship and the centurion had very strong mobility. Well, at least the transportation capacity was not inferior to that of a hand tractor. Their efficiency in cutting trees was even stronger than that of the saints. After all, the saints had never done hard labor, and would be lazy from time to time, but these ordinary soldiers had strict military discipline and followed orders. They were much more obedient than the saints, and were more willing to work. In the center of Mana City, the palace where the former royal family lived suddenly shook slightly. Zimmerman woke up, her pretty face full of pain, and soon exploded, and another Zimmerman walked out of the void. He looked refreshed, and his strength had improved significantly compared to the last time he fought with Charlotte and the others. Zimmerman looked far away in the direction of the sea, and couldn't help saying, "This Mr. Charlotte Mecklin is really good at making things happen for me. How did he come up with the idea of cutting down trees?" Although Amazon is a small kingdom, it will take decades to chop it down at his speed. It won't take decades, at most one day, I can flatten the old continent and truly ascend to the god level. Don't worry about him for now. Zimmerman shook his arms and shouted loudly, "My tree gods, wake up and conquer the world with your king." Countless sleeping tree gods trembled slightly, and slowly pulled out their roots buried deep underground. These half-human, half-plant evil spirits slowly floated into the sky. There were also evil residents in various parts of Mana City, who kept gathering towards the palace. A powerful army was formed.